Chapter 1 Mianna Lovecraft. One crispy sunny morning, as the wind blew through the willows and meadows, birds chirped to begin their day. It's the day Mianna Lovecraft looked forward to, the day she made her parents proud. But my darling Mia, was she content? What did she long for? She hid it deep down in her pure heart, for she didn't want its sorrows to haunt her from achieving her dreams. All right, doctors, it's been a great year teaching and practicing medicine with you all. I wish you all the best for the future. Professor Theodore greeted all the students as he walked out of the university. Ugh, finally, can't wait to get back home, Mia. Sierra, my batchmate, squealed as she hugged me, and I returned the gesture. She was my one true friend throughout my uni life. I know, but I'll miss you, babe. I sighed. Hey, I'm always coming to see you, Mia. You know I can't without you. She spoke and I smiled in return. Walking out of the building hand in hand, she spotted her mate, Carson, waiting for her outside. Yes, her mate. As werewolves, you happen to find your mate at a very young age, and Sierra and Carson were lucky enough to meet during high school. Sierra was a gorgeous 5 feet 6 inches, tall girl with mahogany brown hair that reached her shoulders. Carson, on the other hand, was a warrior of their pack. Sierra skipped towards her mate, who had his arms stretched out to hold her. It was a lovely sight to watch those lovebirds. I stood at a distance, watching them laugh and joke around. Hey, Mia. Carson waved at me. Have you packed everything? Who's coming to take you back to your pack? Dad's coming, Carson. And yes, I've done all the packing, including this little Missy's packing too, I replied, pointing to Sierra as she gave me a smug smile. How about we go out for a few drinks tonight? It's our last night here, Mia. Sierra pouted. Sure, I'm in, I replied. Well, in case you're wondering who I am, I'm Mianna Lovecraft, a member of the Blood Hunters Pack of North America. I always adored the pack doctors, and it was my dream to be one. I feel so proud of myself to be able to go back home and train with my chief doctor there. It's been 3 years since I left home and family for my studies, and thankfully, with the encouragement of my parents, I've come this far. As you know, life is never perfect. Though I've found my path to lead a good life in the future, I haven't met my mate. Since I turned 18, I was hopeful that I would meet him at some point in my life, but now, after all these years of traveling back and forth to my pack and back to my university, I have begun to learn that maybe the moon goddess didn't bless me with a mate. As time went on, I learned to live with that. With the help of Sierra, I dated a few, but I never really found someone who'd make Hira my wolf and myself happy. Lincoln Hunters as the night sky loomed over the north with twinkling stars reflecting on the tranquil waters of the lake. The moon herself shines over the pack as she always does. Tonight was the night to crown the new alpha. He was mighty and worthy of this throne. Still, the fearsome werewolf aches for more. He searched and waited for her, but failed. Instead, he found relief from another. Although pleased to have a partner by his side, did he want to meet his mate? Does he still long for her arrival just as much as she yearns for his? I, Evan Hunters, Alpha of the Blood Hunters Pack, would like to announce that my son, Lincoln Hunters, will be your future Alpha from this minute on. I stepped up on the rock where my father stood as he commenced the ceremony, earning cheers and howls from our pack and a few other packs who were also invited. I'm Lincoln Hunters, son of Evan Hunters. The current Alpha of the Blood Hunters Pack is the fiercest and powerful pack ever known. No one, and I mean no one, messes with our territory. After years of training on the borders of Canada, I'm finally back home to take my duties as Alpha. Once the ceremony was over, I walked down to be met by my beta, the second in command, Benjamin, along with Matt and Tyler, the pack's top-ranked warriors, and also known as my good friends. They stood tall and bowed their heads, addressing me as their alpha, giving me a curt nod. I tapped them on the shoulder as they followed me through the crowd. Everyone bowed down and showed me their respect, and I asked them all to head to the banquet and begin the feast. At the end of the crowd, I was met by the two lovely ladies, the only reason to make me smile. It was my mother and girlfriend, Savannah. I hugged my mother and kissed her forehead as she lay her head on my chest. Bend down, Link. she ordered. I chuckled and bent down to meet my mom's eyes. She kissed me on the cheek. You should smile more often, son. It looks good on you, she said, straightening the wrinkles on my shirt. Sure, Mom. I nodded. My eyes then turned to the love of my life, who stood there, looking at me. As I walked up to her, I lifted her, and our lips connected. She let out a soft gasp as her arms held onto my neck. From the side, I watched my mother walk away. She wasn't very pleased when I told her about my relationship with Savannah. I felt down and depressed when I never had a chance to meet my mate. That's when Savannah came along. She was Benjamin's little sister. She trained a few times with Benjamin, and that's when she caught my attention. She helped me through my vulnerable stages without a mate, and from then on, Savannah has been a very special girl in my life, probably something more than a mate. Right now, I pray to the goddess that my mate never shows up because Savannah is all I want. My wolf, Kai, has been remarkably quiet when it comes to Savannah, considering he is a domineering wolf. He hasn't even made an effort to communicate with her wolf. I do see the part where he still longs for a mate, but I'm done waiting for a mate who'll never show up. That's what you think. Kai snapped inside my head. I chose not to argue with him now, so I joined my pack for dinner. Miana Lovecraft, I feel so excited to be going back home. My wolf, Hira, spoke brightly. I know, it's been more than 6 months since we've been home. Running through the fields. Oh, Mia, I can't wait. She exclaimed. You can run all you want, babe. Now let's get to Sierra. With that, I drove to the club to meet my friend. I reached the club, where the music was blasting in your ears, and luckily, Sierra had already arrived and reserved a place for us. She waved towards me from the corner of the club, so I walked up to her. The club was mixed with us, werewolves, and humans. Humanity was utterly oblivious to our existence, which made it easier for us to blend in with their world. After meeting up with Sierra and Carson, we had a few drinks and laughed at the silly jokes Carson was making. About an hour after that, Carson excused himself to the washroom and Sierra shifted closer to me. So Mia, I know it's a sensitive topic, are you hoping to find your mate once you get home? Sierra asked with a slight, concerned gaze. She hardly talked about the topic so as not to make me feel down. Now that she had asked, I realized she was worried about my future, so I gave a reassuring smile. You could only hope, Sierra. I waited way too long for him. I sighed, stirring my lemon drop martini. Even though I've traveled back to my pack twice every year, I never really had the luck. I'm sorry to bring it up, Mia. She squeezed my hand. I'm fine. Really. I simply replied. No matter how much you tell yourself that, Mia, I know a part of you longs to meet our mate. Let's hope he's out there somewhere. Hira pondered. Chapter 2 Miana Lovecraft POV Wake Up. I heard an annoying screech, and my bed began to bounce up and down. Opening my eyes groggily, I saw Sierra jumping on my bed in an attempt to wake me up. What the heck? I snapped at her. We have an hour before your parents come to get you. Carson cleaned the studio. All you have to do is shower and eat the pancakes I made for you, she said as she jumped off the bed and opened my packed bag and pulled an outfit for me to wear. Yes, wear this. Sierra set aside the dress as she picked matching shoes. Oh, there's coffee too. Hurry up, Mia. She pranced through my room. Hey, look at me. I yelled. What? She turned towards with glistened eyes. Come here. I knelt in bed and called her in for an embrace. I knew it when she ignored me and just kept ordering me around, that she was feeling emotional and wasn't willing to look at me. I'm gonna miss you like crazy. She muffled her cry on my shoulder. You think I won't? I can't even think what I'll do without you. I hugged her even tighter. Nothing. You can't do anything without me, Missy. She spoke as she used her palm to wipe my cheeks, and that's when I realized the tears on my face. I'll come see you, okay? I spoke. Yes, and I'll do the same. She grinned at me before dragging me out of my bed. I spent about 15 minutes brushing my teeth and taking a warm shower before heading downstairs for breakfast. Morning, Carson. I greeted Carson as I sat opposite the madly in love mates while they couldn't even take their eyes off each other. Hey Mia, morning. Carson got out of his daze. Pouring myself a cup of coffee, Sierra passed me a plate of her mouth-watering pancakes. Gosh, I'm gonna miss this, I said as I took my first bite. Yep, which means I'll be waking up to this every morning, Carson replied smugly. I stuck my tongue out in reply. Oh, stop it, you two. Sierra joked. Carson, could you move Mia's bags to the living area, please? She asked. With a quick nod and a peck, he left to grab my bags. Carson was literally like Sierra's little puppy. To him, she was everything. Wonder if our mate would do the same. Hira purred, to which I didn't even bother replying. So what's the plan as soon as you head home? I asked. Well, something that I've been waiting to do for a long time now. I want to start my family with Carson, our little pups running around in our house. I can't wait, Mia. Her face brightened as she spoke about it. Sounds lovely. I smiled at my friend's dreamy expression and resumed eating. You're going to be a great doctor, Mia. I know that for sure. The pack is going to be glad they have you. So looking forward to Dr. Miana Lovecraft. She wiggled her eyebrows. I hope so. Dad should be here any minute, I said as I took the plates to the faucet. Where's my pumpkin? I heard a loud voice echo through the studio. Recognizing who it was, I sprinted to the living area. Dad! I shouted gleefully and jumped on him, and he caught me as if I weighed nothing. After being squished in my father's arms, he made me stand again. My parents are the pack's warriors. Dad was about 6 foot tall, and my mom was around my height, which was 5'3" feet. They still made a lovely couple, despite the ridiculous height difference. I haven't seen anyone as much in love with each other as my parents are. I was definitely the jealous one when I even saw my parents share a kiss. Always made sure Dad had my attention before Mom. My mom, on the other hand, was my biggest support system. She was the one who first agreed for me to leave the pack for my studies. She's also given me advice and been my strength throughout the whole mate situation. I love both my parents so dearly, but no PDA in front of me. That's a big no-no. My dad runs a library in my hometown, and we own a little house by the lake where we live. It's only occasionally that they stay at the pack house, in case of rogues or any attacks from unknown packs. Apart from that, Dad, Mom, and I lived at our very own place. Bidding farewells to Carson and Sierra wasn't easy. She promised me that she would visit me by the end of next month, and that's something I'll be looking forward to. We had a 5-hour drive before we could reach home. Alpha Lincoln has taken charge of the pack. And I must tell you he's been great. Dad informed. Greater than Alpha Evan? I questioned, surprised. The last time I was at the pack, Alpha Evan was in charge, and he was a strong yet kind man. Everyone loved him and Luna. Oh yes, he's definitely greater than his dad. He's already formed an alliance with the Silver Moon Pack. He spoke proudly, though the man isn't as friendly as his father. He added, Wow. I replied, wondering how it would be with a new Alpha in charge. How's the Luna? I asked. He hasn't announced the Luna yet, but the Beta's little sister, Savannah, seems really close to him. Some say they're mates, some say they're just lovers, and that the Alpha hasn't met his mate because he hasn't marked Savannah yet. Dad mentioned. Oh. My mouth formed into an O. You think what I'm thinking. Hira purred. Oh shush. I replied. After a long nap, I woke up to be welcomed by the tall pine trees, mountains, and open fields. Our land was covered in glorious greenery, and it looked absolutely breathtaking. We're almost home, darling. Dad smiled. I could feel Hira's adrenaline rush as we drove through the fields and lakes. Finally, we were greeted by the large gates that led us into the park. Beside the gates were the words, "The Blood Hunters Pack," carved on rock. I sighed in relief. I couldn't wait to see Mom, and I was only a few minutes away from her. Letting out a yawn, I stretched out. Driving along the lake, I was met with a very familiar view. It was my house, the place where I was born and raised. The place that held so many memories and the people I love. As Dad drove into the driveway, the door opened, revealing my mom wearing an apron over her dress. She had the biggest smile on her face. As soon as the car came to a stop, I jumped out of the vehicle and hugged my mother. Mama. Oh, Mia, you're back. She held me at arm's length. You've lost weight. No, I haven't, but you've got a little chubby mama. I chuckled, kissing her cheeks. She fake pouted before walking to her dad. Are you tired, honey? She asked as they pecked each other. Okay. EW, EW, EW. Stop. I pulled Mum towards the kitchen. I'm hungry. I made shepherd's pie for my baby. She pulled the tray out of the oven and placed it beside some freshly baked garlic bread. Smells so good. I should be drooling now. Mia, freshen up quick, I'll set the table. Mum walked into the dining room. Walking to my room, which held so many memories of my childhood, teenage years, and much more. I finally felt relaxed and at peace. Throwing myself on the comfy bed, I stared at the ceiling with a smile on my face. It's going to be a new start, a new step in life, and I'll make sure that I shine in this career that I've worked so hard for with no distractions. Chapter 3 Lincoln Hunters POV. It's been a week of traveling to neighboring packs and fixing their problems with rogues that have been troubling them with their daily lives. These troublesome rogues can't leave peaceful packs alone. They just like to get themselves killed by causing unwanted disturbances. Since I had taken control over the Blood Hunters pack, we haven't yet come across any rogue attacks, and I knew one thing for sure: no rogue would leave my pack alive. With heavy guards patrolling the borders and skillfully trained warriors all over the pack, rogues can't stand a chance of surviving. If by any chance there still happens to be a rogue inside our borders, I won't hesitate to deal with it. Returning home, Benjamin rode with me in my car as Matt and Tyler followed us in a separate vehicle. Tapping away on the phone to send some important emails regarding the family business we ran, I noticed from my side eye that Benjamin was chuckling at his phone. I turned towards him and raised an eyebrow. He instantly morphed his smile. It's Nina. She's tried cooking for me and has burnt the stew. She can't stop bawling her eyes out. He laughed quietly, showing me a picture of a black burnt pot. Nina was Benjamin's mate. They met a few months ago during one of our visits to the Canadian packs. I glanced at the photo with a half smile and went back to my email. Savannah can't wait to see you, Link. I heard Benjamin speak. Looking up at him, I noticed him smiling at me. He was definitely the happiest when he found out that I asked Savannah to be my girlfriend. Same. I replied with a smirk. Returning to the pack felt good indeed, better than how I normally would feel after a long tour. Kai, on the other hand, has been on alert as well, which was very strange. That's when I realized maybe he's finally warming up towards Savannah. Is he excited that we finally get to see her after a week? Sighing with my thoughts, I lay back on the leather seat, loosening up a few buttons on my shirt. As soon as the cars parked in front of the mansion, a few guards arrived at our doors, and the rest helped take out the bags. Benjamin, Matt, and Tyler directly headed to the training grounds. And I walked into my office, poured myself a small glass of whiskey. Sipping on my drink, I watched as the warriors trained through the tall windows of the office. There were hundreds of them, all training with complete focus and sync. Sensing a strong scent of lavender, I smiled, knowing who had tried to sneak into my office without my permission. Pretending like I didn't notice anything, I still faced the window when two hands glided around my torso. Kai let out a silent growl and blocked me out, just when I thought he was beginning to like her. I sighed at his reaction but faked a smile as I turned towards my temptress. She looked stunning, her eyes looking up at me with so much desire, and her hands gliding up and down my exposed chest. I couldn't help but relax at her touch. Savannah knew exactly what she had to do to release my tension. I missed you so much, Link. She purred, her voice making my thoughts scatter. Placing the glass on the wooden desk, I gave her my full attention, taking in her appearance. Where do you think you're going looking like that, huh? I questioned, checking out her outfit. Nowhere, I went shopping yesterday, and the girls said I would look good in it, so I bought it. She replied while drawing circles on my chest and leaning into me. I traced my fingers on her bare back, and as it ended near her waist, I gave it a light pat. You do look quite seductive, I said with a grin. That's the point, isn't it? She looked up at me with a teasing smile. Without wasting another second, I took her lips in mine as she moaned for more. Ah, Link, Savannah spoke breathlessly as I left her lips and trailed kisses down her neck and collarbone. She instantly tilted her head and showed me her neck, which I kissed passionately. The only reason why I haven't marked Savannah yet was because of Kai. I waited for the day when he would accept her as my other half. I knew for sure that my wolf wouldn't be pleased if I had to mark someone who wasn't my mate. Sadly, Kai has to come to terms with the fact that Savannah will be the future Luna of the Blood Hunters pack. Mate is out there somewhere. I will never accept someone who only sees us as a means to power or wealth. Kai began pacing. You don't talk about my girlfriend like that, I growled back at him. Link? Hey, you zoned out. Savannah spoke, waving her hands in front of me. Yeah. I rubbed my temple. How about we take this to the bedroom? I asked. Sure. She replied as she pulled my hand and led me to her room. Are you feeling better, my alpha? Savannah snuggled closer to me after we had some time to ourselves. Better than I've ever been, my love. I stroked her cheek. She leaned into my touch. In a swift move, Savannah lay on top of me and kissed me with so much passion, it took me a second to respond. Grabbing her waist, I flipped us over so that I was now on top of her. Have you forgotten who's in charge? I smirked before continuing to kiss her, leaving her breathless. I lay beside her, waiting for her to catch her breath. Babe, she called. There's an auction happening tonight, and I would like you to come with me. They're auctioning a few rare pieces of jewelry. We might be able to find something unique. Her eyes gleamed with excitement. I sighed, Savannah. You know I'm back after a week, so tonight I have to go check the borders and also speak to a few of the elders. I watched her frown since I declined. But you know what? I grabbed my wallet and pulled out a gold card and handed it to her. Keep it and buy whatever you want. It's yours from now on. I kissed her forehead as she squealed with joy. Mom always had one of my bank cards, and I had given one to Savannah. Now, it felt good to pamper and treat the most special ladies in my life. Pushing the sheets away, I walked to the bathroom. At the pack borders. Alpha, so far we haven't tracked any unfamiliar movement or sense around the borders. Matt informed me on behalf of all the patrolling guards. We stood on top of one of the towers, viewing the surroundings. Everything seemed calm and quiet. That's good to hear, but since our neighboring packs have had several unexpected attacks, we have to be cautious. The rogues can come out of nowhere, so make sure the guards are always on alert. I can't take a chance. Understood. Yes, Alpha. Climbing down the stairs, I walked past a few young warriors who bowed down to show respect. I came to an abrupt stop when I spotted David Lovecraft. He was one of Dad's loyal and best warriors. Since he's aged, he's stepped down from his duties and trains the younger warriors now. Mr. Lovecraft, I spoke, grabbing his attention. He spun around in an instant, Alpha Lincoln. He bowed with a slight smile. Please, it's Lincoln for you, sir. I patted his shoulder. I've heard you're training the warriors well. Keep up the good work. Yes, Al. Lincoln. He nodded. Where's your mate? I asked. David and his mate, Cassandra, were always a lovely couple to look at. Even during gatherings, you could see how much he loved his mate. They always seemed to be together. He chuckled. She's at home. Well, my daughter has come back as a trainee doctor to the Pack Hospital. So Cassie stayed back with Mianna. At the mention of his daughter's name, Kai perked his ears up with curiosity. Strange. After a small talk with him, I headed back to meet the elders. We had 2 elders left in our pack, Anthea and Ragnar. The members of the pack consulted them regarding many things, and we had a belief that they were the closest to the moon goddess. They held the wisdom and the right solutions to plenty of our problems. The elders also helped in healing werewolves using their aged, preserved herbs, even when the doctors had given up on them. It was believed that it only happened because of their closeness to the goddess herself. Chapter 4. Mianna Lovecraft POV. Staring at the bathroom mirror while brushing my teeth, I couldn't help but giggle at the state of my almost coal-colored hair, which would be a perfect fit for a bird's nest after I finished showering and styling my hair. I walked out of the bathroom, wrapped in my towel, to get dressed. It's been more than a week since I've been training with the chief doctor here at the pack, Dr. Alex Thornton. He's been amazing in helping me learn so much. He's the perfect mentor I could have asked for. Parking my car in the nearest spot to the hospital, I walked in, greeting the guards and other colleagues. With Alex taking care of the older werewolves, I was assigned to care for the pups. They come to me with tear-stained, sad faces from bruises to broken bones. It was definitely a task to bring a smile to their innocent faces. As for what the nurses and other doctors told me, I have been doing a good job. Taming a child throwing a tantrum, obviously, wasn't my strongest point, but I still tried. "Morning, Mia." Alex spoke up with a bright smile as I entered the chief doctor's office. "Why morning, Alex?" I replied. Alex was a few years older than I, but we became good friends on the very first day. He began sitting with me even during lunch, and also happened to bring me coffee on most days. I had learned that Alex had lost his mate in a car accident just a month after they met. During certain topics, you could still feel him mourning over his lost mate, so I try my best to avoid the matter. "It's going to be a busy morning," I would say. "I have 12 appointments before lunch." He huffed. "Well, with kids, I only have 3, but you never know when an emergency could happen." I shook my head. The pups had so much energy in them that they had to do all sorts of stunts for fun, and sadly, a few ended up being badly injured. Bringing me out of my thoughts, we heard a huge wail from the corridors, and I knew what was going to happen. Alex raised his eyes from a report he was studying, and I picked up the stethoscope in preparation for what was to come. The cry got louder and louder as a lady turned into the office with a kid not more than 6 years old, covered in mud from head to toe, with a cut on his calf. "Doctor, my son fell off the tree and hurt his leg." The mother spoke worriedly. "Okay, let me take a look at it." I began walking towards the boy when he let out a shrill scream, making me and the nurses wince. "Don't come near me, you ghost," he yelled again. "What a way to start the morning, eh?" Hero whispered. Alex chuckled as he left me alone. Giving a glance at his disappearing figure, I turned to the kid. "Matthew, that's not how you talk to a doctor," the mother said strictly. "Ma, she's a ghost. Look, she's wearing white. Take me home, please." He pointed at my lab coat. "Okay, Matthew, I'm not a ghost." I simply took off my lab coat and placed it on the chair in the office. The kid stopped crying and watched my every move with great care. I gave him a smile, walked behind the desk, and pulled out a lollipop for him. "Here you go, big man. Now would you come with me?" I offered him the candy, which he eyed suspiciously before looking at his mum for permission. As soon as she nodded, he took it and looked up at me. "Come." I held out my hand, and he placed his hand in mine. We walked into the kids' ward, and a nurse followed me. The nurse swiftly picked up Matthew and laid him on the bed and began cleaning up the mud around his leg. "He must be a handful," I said to the mother while wearing my gloves. "Oh my," she shook her head, not being able to put into words how naughty her son could be. I let out a small laugh and turned towards Matthew. Inspecting the wound, I noticed that it needed to be stitched and covered, which would heal within a couple of weeks. Lincoln Hunters currently, I was driving to one of my cottages with Savannah to spend the day there, as she wasn't happy about how busy my life had become after becoming alpha. All throughout the drive, she spoke about the diamonds and rubies she had bought at the auction. I could sense her excitement about it, and that's what I needed to keep my woman happy. Alpha, our Luna almost fainted after having a headache since this morning. She refuses to see the doctor. Alpha Evan has already left for the south. If you could please convince her to come to the hospital. Jason, one of the guards in the mansion, mind-linked me. Without thinking further, I drove the car towards the pack house. I had to see my mother. "Link?" Savannah questioned. "Mum isn't feeling well. I need to take her to the hospital," I replied, noticing her huff of disappointment, which I didn't care about. "Mum." I raised my voice, and in a minute, she appeared out of the kitchen as if she was busy doing something. "Jason told me," she interrupted. "Oh, Lincoln, it's nothing, son. I just felt a little dizzy, but I'm fine now, look." She beamed at me. I crossed my arms over my chest, not buying the excuse she was giving. I gently took the apron off her, threw it at the nearest guard, and walked her towards the car. "Link, I told you. She tried to reason. We're going to the hospital now. I opened the door for her to take a seat, and thankfully, she did without another word. With Savannah still seated in the passenger seat, I took off to the hospital. Pulling into the enormous pack hospital, which was built by my great-great-grandfather, I parked the vehicle in front of the building, stepping out with Mum, as Savannah remained in the car till we were done. The hospital was vast and well-equipped to meet all our needs, and at times, we've taken in injured and ill werewolves from other packs who required better medical assistance. Gently grabbing my mother by her shoulder, I walked through the doors. Noticing our presence, the receptionist walked towards us. Alpha Lincoln, my Luna. He bowed, nodding towards his gesture. Who are the doctors on shift right now? I inquired. Right now there's Dr. Thornton and Dr. Lovecraft, sir. He stuttered. Lovecraft? David's daughter. Assuming Mum would be more comfortable with a lady, I'd like to see Dr. Lovecraft. I placed my free hand in my pocket. Why, yes, sure, Alpha. He rushed towards the corridor that led us to the chief doctor's office. Oh, Link, you scared the boy for no reason. Mother shook her head. I did nothing. I shrugged. Just smile when you talk to someone. Please. She tried to look stern, to which I let out a smirk, eventually following the receptionist through the corridors. Walking through the white and gray corridors, we took a turn to reach the office. That's when I felt as if everything around me just froze in time. Even as my mother was talking about something Dad had done, my complete attention was focused on the faint but intoxicating smell of vanilla and something else, so floral. I lifted my chin up to get a good sniff at the scent, and it was indeed vanilla and jasmine. Closing my eyes for a second and stopping dead in my tracks, I inhaled the scent as Kai began pacing back and forth. Son, my mom questioned my sudden behavior. I began walking again, trying to hide my anxiousness about what I just felt. Hoping the faint addictive scent would grow stronger, but to my surprise, I could only get a slight whiff of it. Where is she? Kai was growling impatiently. Not in the mood to reply to him, I held Mum's hand and walked into the office. The fragrance was definitely stronger as we entered the office walls. Looking around, I spotted no one but Dr. Thornton. Kai and I both sighed in disappointment. Alpha, what's brought you here? Alex spoke up with a broad smile. He stood from his seat as he walked up to us. It's Mother. I looked down at her. Luna. Alex took hold of her hand and guided her to the seat near the desk. As she sat on the chair, I noticed the white lab coat lay on the vacant seat. While the doctor began to talk to Mum, I picked up the lab coat, and even before I had to put it on, the scent made me feel euphoric. Inhaling it like a drug, I smiled to myself. This is what it is, the feeling, the bond. She's here. Tightening my hold on the lab coat, I detected a shiny silver name tag. Eagerly flipping it, Miana Lovecraft, it read. Yes, Luna, the dizziness is because of low blood pressure levels. I heard their conversation, which caught my attention. Clearing my throat, I sat beside my mother. After the doctor prescribed some medication, the nurse was asked to retrieve it. We waited in the office till the prescriptions arrived. On an ordinary day, the waiting would have made me impatient, but today I was hoping the mystery owner of the most intoxicating smell would show up before me. As time went on, Kai and I began feeling crabby. Clutching onto the lab coat and taking one sniff of it calmed my nerves in an instant. Gaining my composure, I noticed how Mum and Alex were having a hearty conversation, which meant they didn't notice my act a second ago. Sighing in relief, I lay back on my chair as Alex glanced at me with an apologetic smile. Alpha Lincoln, apologies for the delay. She should be here soon. I straightened my back. The nurse. He nodded hesitantly. Oh, yes, of course. I nodded stiffly. Desperate are we? Kai snickered. Shut the fuck up before I block you out, I snapped at him. Link. Ugh. Savannah walked in looking exhausted as hell. That's when I felt like I was awakened from my daze. Oh, sorry, dear. Just waiting for the prescription to arrive. Mum spoke as I looked up at my girlfriend. A few minutes, okay? I gave her a small smile as my mind was getting messed up by the thought of a mate. She's here and so is Savannah. Fuck. Fine. She whined quickly, making herself comfortable on my lap. Savannah? I spoke quietly. How about taking another chair? I itched the back of my neck, feeling awkward at the position we were in front of Mum and the doctor. No. She snuggled into my neck. As soon as Savannah made her presence, Kai was nowhere in the scene, just like he always does. Watching the clock tick, the air began to fill with the scent of jasmine and vanilla, pushing away the faint smell of Savannah. The fragrance grew stronger with every passing second. She's coming our way. Kai's ears perked up. Savannah, how about we stand up? I tried placing her down, but she didn't budge. Damn it. I noticed how Mum rolled her eyes. Forgetting everything around me, my nose sniffed as the scent got stronger. The footsteps got closer, quickening their strides in the process. Is she excited to see me? Is that why she's moving fast? Completely forgetting about the girlfriend lying on me, my heart began beating so fast. If it weren't for Savannah holding me down, I would have made my way to find out who the scent belonged to. Wiping the sweat off my forehead, I waited till the approaching figure entered the office. She paused before the entrance. Kai was being very observant at the moment. He was ready to pounce at a moment's notice, feeling her presence so close. The door creaked open, and my eyes snapped to her. Mate. Her hazel eyes were wide, her pink, plump lips slightly open, and she held a file so tight to her chest as if to gain some kind of support from it. The black, luscious-looking hair ran tidily down to her waist. My eyes glanced back to her face, but now her wide doe eyes seemed to have narrowed at me as she bit her bottom lip. She looked upset. Reality hit me. I met my mate for the first time with my girlfriend seated on my lap. Fucking hell. Chapter 5 Mianna Lovecraft, you're good to go, little man. I patted Matthew's head after dressing his wound. He pulled his lollipop out of his mouth and showed me his adorable smile. When can I see you again? He asked me hopefully. Compared to the way he had reacted to me when he entered the hospital, Matthew warmed up as I began to tend to his leg. With the help of a few jokes, candy, and of course the ever-so-popular tickle monster, this pup began to like me, or as his mother said, love me. Well, you could always come see me here or at the Lovecraft's library every weekend morning. How about that? I wiggled my eyebrows, earning a cute little giggle from Matthew. While I finished consulting my third patient of the day, I remembered leaving my coat at Alex's office. As soon as I got a break, I left for his office to retrieve it. Walking a few doors down the corridor, a very powerful scent hit me. Hira purred as she sniffed the air, and I felt so hypnotized by it. Mia, hurry up, he's here. Hira howled. A wave of excitement hit me as I glided through the hospital with the scent of spruce and mint guiding me to its rightful owner. Oh, goddess, I have a mate. My mate. I have waited for you for years, and here you are. A small smile caught my lips, and I clutched my file really tightly. Feeling impatient and nervous, I walked down the corridors, wondering why this hospital had to be so big. Just run, Hira growled. I can't remember when the nurses and patients were watching me, of course. Doing courtesy nods to a few familiar faces, I rushed to the office. Stopping a few steps away from the entrance, I let out a deep breath to calm my nerves and not let them know I had been in a rush. This could be it, the day my life changes for good or for bad. What nonsense, it's changing for the good. Hira hopped, pushing me to open the doors. I smiled at her excitement and opened the door. I gasped at the presence of Alpha Lincoln himself, his grayish-green eyes staring right into my hazel eyes for answers. He was my mate. Hira stepped back. Narrowing my eyes at her reaction, I broke away from the daze and noticed the female on his lap. A sensation that made my blood boil, the excitement was now replaced with pain. Pain that I hadn't felt before, like something pierced through my heart. She lay on him like she owned him. They weren't mates. We were mates. But still, here she was claiming to the world that she possessed what was mine. Remembering Dad's words about the Alpha and Savannah, his girlfriend. After all these years, I would rather be mateless than watch this sickening sight in front of me. I tried to sense Hira for mental support, but she has already blocked me out. I guess she's in more pain than I am. Letting out a breath, I stepped back, and in a second, Alpha Lincoln abruptly stood up, almost pushing his feudal girlfriend to the ground. His eyes gleamed in silver as they stared at me as if challenging me to walk away, and I sensed his tension building up. It felt like his wolf wanted to break out. On the other hand, his mother helped Savannah compose her posture, while Alex stood up from his seat, making his way to me. About time. Alex spoke cheerfully. I looked at him in confusion, only to realize a nurse had handed him a bag of medication from behind me. I looked down for a moment, mentally thanking the nurse for the intrusion. Ouch, Lincoln! I heard a screech. It was Savannah. I had never hated a person before I knew them. This was definitely a first. Fuck. I'm sorry. He spoke, and for a second, I thought I would melt into a puddle. The sound of his voice was so manly and confident. Swallowing my stupid feelings, I looked up. He placed one of his hands in his pockets as he stared out the office window with his jaw clenched. He wasn't looking the happiest, and neither was I. His eyes had turned back to the grayish-green as the sun reflected through them. Let's go. Savannah huffed as she walked past all of us without a glance. The pain I felt turned to rage when I caught a whiff of his scent on her. Nibbling on my lip, I fiddled with the file I had in my hand. Want something, Mia? Alex inquired. I almost forgot. Thinking further for a second and unable to form a sentence, feeling the alpha's eyes staring right into my soul, I forgot my lab coat. I replied to Alex with a small fake smile. Yes, I saw it somewhere. He walked to his desk. Giving Luna her medicines, he began searching for my coat. Luna Catherine walked towards me, my Luna. I bowed. She lifted me up by my chin and greeted me with a beautiful smile. I remember you when you were little. She spoke softly. I guess I'll see you around, darling. She hugged me and then left. My heart began thumping harder as I noticed him walking towards me, more so to the entrance to leave. As his steps drew closer, I moved closer to the wall so that I could give him space to walk out. I needed to be strong and let him know that his little lover situation hadn't affected me one bit. Straightening my back, I looked away from him. His footsteps stopped right in front of me, holding the poor file tighter than I already had. I gave him a questioning look, with no other expression on my face. We stood quite close to each other. Only then did I observe his height. He was surely very much taller than my father, and thanks to my heels, I was a little close to his shoulder. His broad shoulders and well-toned body were sculpted through his shirt, which clad him perfectly. He looked very menacing and serious. Intimidating enough to let anyone run in the opposite direction. And here I was standing right in front of him, looking him in the eye. He stood assessing my face as if looking for something that I didn't express. What did he want? Is he going to reject me in front of Alex? Oh, goddess, no. My thoughts were halted when he held up my lab coat in front of my face. So he had it all this while. Glancing at my coat, I looked at him one last time before taking it from him. I carefully took the coat from his hand without making any contact with his hands, remembering very well about the sparks Serena used to tell me about. I didn't want to feel it with him, not with another woman's lover. His grip on my coat was firm for a second, so I pulled it out of his grasp. He drew his hands down while still looking into my eyes. In the process, his knuckles brushed against my fingers. There it was, the spark. I felt alive, but did he feel the same? My eyes widened at the sudden contact, and he stood there like a rock. The roller coaster of emotions I'm feeling over the last few minutes is definitely going to make me feel dizzy. Oh, Mia, this is our Alpha. Alex came back after noticing my coat was missing. Alpha. I bowed, greeting him. This is how it shall be from now on. Miana Lovecraft. He spoke softly, nodding towards me and Alex as he walked out. I felt pain, a real heartbreak, even before I knew how to love. Will I be able to live through this? I shouldn't have come back. My mate never needed me. We don't need him either, Mia. Hero was back. I'm sorry, I replied to my poor wolf. She longed for this day. And what a nightmare it was. No, I'm sorry, I blocked you out when you needed me the most. His wolf tried to connect to me. I can't accept it. They're not ours. She huffed. Hera was always a strong female wolf, physically, and I knew about her. But today she proved to be just as strong when it came to the mate bond. When everything came crumbling down, she surely lifted up my spirits. Throwing away all the drama that had happened, I resumed what I love doing, my job. Chapter 6. Amelia Lovecraft POV. 3 days had passed since I met my supposed-to-be mate. Hoping that everything would return to normal, I focused on my work and spent more time with the kids. No matter how much I put my thoughts away from him, the hurt and anger he had caused me still remained. However, as Alpha, he made his presence felt at the hospital over the last 2 days to consult with Alex about a few renovations and accommodate a few members from outside packs who needed medical attention. Though I avoided being in front of his eyes, the smell of his scent soothed my aching heart for some reason. Hira has completely ignored whatever happened on that day and only made herself visible when I trained in the mornings with my dad. She was a skillful fighter, taught by my parents. Making no attempt at all to meet Lincoln's wolf, it's like she made up her mind to stay the hell away from him. To which I gladly agreed. "Hey, Mia." Alex sat at the canteen in front of me. He looked cheerful as always. "Hi, Dr. Thornton." I faked a curt greeting, earning an eye roll from him. "So, what are you doing this weekend?" he asked, tapping his foot. Nothing." I took a sip of my coffee. "Why?" I continued. "Great, how about dinner, Saturday night?" "I have a few friends coming with me too. You know you're so tied up with only work, so how about loosening up a little bit and meeting some new people around the pack?" "I'd like that." I smiled, relieved that he wasn't taking me on a date or anything. "So Saturday at 8? "Fine with me. What's the place like?" "It's a fine dining restaurant by the lake. Fantastic view, you'll like it." He spoke. "Nice, and what am I supposed to wear?" I rubbed my chin, looking at him. "Anything, sweetheart. I bet you'll look gorgeous in anything." He chuckled. "Sweetheart? Okay, Doc, I'll see you around." Sipping the last bit of coffee, I walked out of the canteen. That night, I spoke to Serena to catch up on her life there. And it seemed like Connor and herself have begun their life together. She hopes to have children in the future. No one had any idea about my mate, so I didn't want to tell her either. Promising me about coming here to see me in 3 weeks' time, she hung up. It was almost 8 p.m., which meant Mum had dinner ready. After all these years, spending time with my parents over dinner meant a lot. We laughed and joked around with delicious meals served by my mother. Sadly, today wasn't one of those days, because my dad had arrived from the training grounds, and he spoke about the young werewolves he had trained, eventually beginning to praise Alpha Lincoln. Swirling the wine in my glass, I couldn't help but hear his acclamation about the insolent Alpha. He spoke highly of how Lincoln guided the younger werewolves and trained each and every one of them, setting the perfect example of a manful alpha, if only my father knew. Letting out a quiet sigh, I sliced through my steak and enjoyed the meal for the rest of dinner time. I have to come to terms with the fact that he'll be my alpha, and I'll have to hear about him, or even have to face him every now and then. There's no running away. This is what the moon goddess had given me, and so be it. After a nice warm bubble bath, I wrapped myself in a cozy bathrobe, finishing up my nighttime routine. I put on my pajama pants and a crop top and settled into bed, all the while thinking about the one person I shouldn't be really absorbed about. Looking out the window, I gazed at the moon, which shone upon our land, bringing the day to a gentle end. Seconds passed to minutes, and I still stared at her for answers. What was I feeling? Am I hiding from something that I'm forbidden to feel? Is it only pain and anger he gave me at first sight? Of course not. There's more than that. That's the reason I'm here, feeling hurt. Saturday night. I had a really good feeling about tonight. I needed a change, and thanks to Alex, it's finally happening. Slipping my dress on, I clipped my messy bun to keep it in place. Settling in with some natural makeup and a red lip, I sat on my bed and put on my heels. Dressing up felt nice. It took me back to my university life with Serena. Good old days, I thought. Breathtaking, Mia. Hira wagged her tail like a pup. I missed my happy wolfie. Laughing at her comment, I gave her a twirl in front of the mirror, earning another howl of excitement from her. Alex insisted on picking me up to go to the restaurant to meet his other friends. It was almost 8 and I heard someone at the door. Grabbing my clutch, I walked downstairs to see Alex chatting with my parents. Their conversation died down when they noticed my arrival. "Mia, you look beautiful." Alex spoke up. "Thank you. You look very handsome, Alex." I smiled at him. He wore a maroon shirt with black slacks and a blazer. Bidding my parents farewell, Alex helped me into his car. We had a friendly chat throughout the ride and eventually reached the destination. The restaurant was situated along the lake and had a very pleasant ambience. Alex gently guided me through the place by placing his hand on my lower back. Soon, we were greeted by two couples. After being introduced to them as Alex's good friend and colleague, we sat down. The first couple was Jason and Amaya. The second was Logan and Lily. They were mates and very lovely people. I also learned that Jason and Logan were guards at the pack house. The evening was well spent with Amaya and Lily, whom I had grown pretty fond of. They told me stories about their kids and mates. And one thing I was glad for was that they never questioned me about why I hadn't found a mate yet. The ladies also gave me a few hints about what a gentleman Alex is, to which I had to agree. "We should hang out again, Amelia. You know, just us girls." Amaya held my hand. "Yes, like shopping. That's going to be fun." Lily squealed. "Oh, I would love that actually." I agreed. "Okay, ladies, let's go." Jason called for us. Making my way to Alex, I watched as he held my shoulder and walked out the entrance. Alex, how come we never got a check?" I suddenly realized none of us paid the bill. He chuckled. "It's on the house, Mia." "How?" I raised my eyebrows. "This is one of the many hotels Alpha Lincoln owns. So on weekends, whoever works for the pack, like the warriors, guards, and us, of course, dine for free." "Oh." I gazed at the place again in awe. "The big bad wolf can be generous, too," he whispered near my ear with a wink. Chapter 7 Miana Lovecraft. It was a beautiful sunny day. Dad and I planned on going for a run in human form before I headed to the hospital. Hira loved running in the fields, but recently she hasn't felt that good about transforming into her wolf form, so I left her to it. She'll let me know when she's ready. Although Dad was a skillful fighter, I was better than he was when it came to running. He used to try to catch up, and it was really fun watching him do so. I sprinted through the fields of green grass, letting my hair fly free through the breeze. "You can't catch me," I yelled to Dad as he was a few feet away from me. With that, I took off into the forest, moving through the tall trees. Suddenly, I didn't hear my father's presence behind me. I didn't entirely stop, but slowed down my movements and paid more attention to my surroundings. I heard the trees sway and the sound of a nearby river flowing. The dried leaves under my feet rustle. I became quite alert, and Hira was on the verge of taking over. With cautious steps, I still caught on to my father's scent, so he was near me. I smirked, knowing while he was playing with me, and moved forward. My left ear heard twigs cracking. In a swift move and a growl, in front of me stood a familiar gray wolf. His paws, ears, and the tip of his tail were white. It was Rain, my dad's wolf. I grew up playing with him and used to fall asleep snuggling into his fur. But that's cheating. I fake pouted. He licked my cheek and urged me to run to the water. He jogged along with me, and we reached the river. After Rain gulped enough water, I lay near his neck as he sat down, and we stayed there quietly for a while. At the hospital, I stood writing down a prescription for one of the patients. He had arrived from a neighboring pack. After recovering from his injuries, he was to be discharged tonight. Handing the nurse the prescription, I shared a few pleasantries with the patient before moving on to the next patient. On my way through the halls, I noticed Alex had been completely zoned out, staring at the wall. It seemed like he was being mind-linked by someone. Typically, the Alpha establishes mental connections between the higher officials and the primary individuals in charge of major fields. In the event of medical assistance during an emergency, he would be able to mind-link with Alex immediately. I walked into the maternity care unit to tend to a mother who had just given birth to the most adorable baby girl. Happily informing them that they're doing absolutely fine and ready to go home, I walked out, only to bump into Alex. "Ow, sorry, Alex." I helped him gather the scattered papers that he had dropped when I collided with him. Hey, I'm sorry, I wasn't looking, he grinned. I was actually looking for you, Mia. Well, I'm here. I smiled at him. Yes, well. I need you to drive to the pack house. My heart dropped. I looked at him confused. It's for Luna Catherine. She needs to do her regular checkup, but hates visiting the hospital. He explained. I see. You think you could do that, love? He asked. I wish I could deny it, but something struck my mind. I heard my parents mention that only Alpha Lincoln's parents stayed at the pack house, whilst he stayed at a separate mansion with her. Sure. Like now. Yes. Thanks, Mia. He walked away. At the pack house. After I pulled up my Mini Cooper at the entrance of the massive pack house, I noticed 3 black vehicles parked side by side. They looked rather pricey and shiny. Saying a little prayer to the moon goddess, I walked up to the house. As I went up the stairs, I met one of the maids, who wore a simple black dress that seemed like a uniform. She looked up at me with a bright smile. Hi, I'm Dr. Lovecraft. Dr. Thornton sent me here to see the Luna. In an instant, she carried my bag. Before I could protest, she spoke. Please follow me, miss. I walked into the place with her. To say the pack house looked magnificent would be an understatement. The wolves walking past gave me curt nods as I made my way through them. She took me up to the 2nd floor through the stairs, and I began sensing faint scents of spruce and mint. Hira became alert, and I straightened my pose. Okay, so he was here. Now what? Just do your job and get out of here. Hira snapped. Pushing away the shivers the stupid yet tantalizing scent gave me, I focused on where the maid was taking me, and it felt like forever. On the 2nd floor, there were many rooms, and at the very end were the next set of stairs for the 3rd floor. However, beside the staircase were 2 large wooden doors, and it seemed like a very important room. Noticing my curiosity, the maid spoke up. That's the Alpha's office. It's where he conducts meetings with officials or other pack Alphas. I nodded to the information and knew he was in there. Does he sense my presence? Where's the Luna anyway? I asked her. On the next floor, we're almost there. She answered. Just when we got close to the stairs and the double doors, they opened up. The Alpha walked out in all his magnificence. His appearance and features gave out a very powerful aura. His eyes instantly found mine as he walked out with the Beta following him. A sudden thrill just gushed through my body as if it had a mind of its own. It felt uncontrollable. Snapping my head towards the maid, who stopped in her tracks, I looked at her to see her bow her head to show respect to the Alpha. Copying her gesture, we began walking away from him. All the while, he was feeling his gaze on me as we climbed up the stairs. I exhaled the breath I never knew I held as we reached the 3rd floor. The maid giggled, thinking I was tired after taking the stairs. She clearly had no idea what made me catch my breath in the first place. Hello, my dear, come. I heard a delightful voice. Luna. Before I could bow, Luna Catherine pulled me into an embrace. Lincoln insisted on my getting checked out. I specifically asked him to send you here instead of Alex. She grinned and gave me a cheeky wink. I laughed at her cute expressions. She walked me into her grand bedroom, and the entire time, I had a whiff of his scent on my nostrils. And why would that be, Luna? I asked her. Well, Alex listens to Link, and he updates everything to him, even the slightest concerns. She pulls me to sit on the bed and whispers, Alex mentioned that I keep away from anything sweet. And since then, Link has forbidden me to eat anything delightful. He made it an order in the house. She shook her head as if stating the most absurd thing ever. I couldn't help but smile at her childishness. If anything, her son cared about her. Now I want you to change that, tell them I'm better, and that I can have something sugary once in a while. She requested hopefully. I bit my lip, not knowing how to respond to her. That's something I can't do, Luna. Oh, now stop with the Luna, call me Catherine. And yes, you can, no one will know. She squeezed my hand. I shook my head, no, I can't. I knew you were up to something when you requested another doctor. His voice boomed through the bedroom, making Luna and me flinch for a second. Chapter 8. Luna Catherine bit her lip to form further words, while I began to meddle with my watch as if it were the most fascinating thing ever. So this was what you had planned for, huh? Lincoln let out a dry chuckle. There's something about his voice that stirred unwanted emotions in me. Two things didn't make me want to look up. First, it was something between his mom and him. I needn't hear about it. Second, I didn't want to look into his eyes. I'll lose myself, all because of the brainless mate bond. Link, I was just asking her. I can't live like this. His mother exclaimed. This is punishment. She crossed her arms to protest. Punishment. He scoffed. Dr. Lovecraft will be doing the same as Dr. Thornton. She'll report to me about you as soon as the checkups are done. Throughout the whole session, he stood by watching us like a hawk. Shouldn't he be busy doing alpha duties, whatever they may be? I felt disoriented but still managed to get the job done. I began doing everything mechanically rather than having to explain procedures to Luna. I felt bad, but I had no choice. And plus, she wasn't in the best of moods either, since her son caught her in the act. You're doing well, Luna. Catherine. She interrupted me, to which I nodded with a smile. Please take your medications on time and never skip meals, I spoke as she smiled at me. Anne. A small little treat once in a while can be allowed. My last sentence made her face glow so much that it felt priceless. The alpha cleared his throat as he walked towards me, leaving a few feet of gap. My gaze met with his scrutinizing eyes that were directed at me. I suppose he thought I was playing along with his mother. If you don't believe me, you could ask Alex or anyone to check her. I'm sure they'll say the same. I looked away. It was my first time speaking to him. The feelings I had for him were so strong, it hurt. The pull was too powerful. I could feel it when he was just inches away from me. I believe you. He spoke without a second thought. I glanced at him once more, and his posture was relaxed and calm. No longer the examining look, but there was something more. I could feel that even Hira was taken aback by his eyes. I sensed a kind of longing. Pain? Or maybe I'm going crazy. Well, that was great news. The Luna cheered for herself, standing up. Thankfully, interrupted our stares at each other. Would you like to stay for lunch, darling? No, thank you. I really need to head back to the hospital. I replied to Catherine. I see. She looked between Lincoln and me. Link, drop her on your way, son. He straightened himself as if agreeing to his mother's command. There's no way I'll ever be alone with him. There'll be no need for that, really. I drove here. I quickly grabbed my belongings and bid farewell to the lovely lady. Turning to him, giving him a curt nod, I walked out. Like a fucking boss. Hira purred. What are you talking about? I asked. You didn't let him see you as a weakling. She spoke with pride. Lincoln Hunters, she's blocking me out completely. Kai kept growling all throughout Mother's checkup. She isn't even trying to communicate with me. I snapped back at him in my head. She seemed completely carefree about the bond. The nights after I met her have been terrible. It hurts like a fucking bitch when you're ignored by your own mate. My very own mate. As soon as she entered the pack house, I didn't know how my feet carried me towards her. Thankfully, that also made me find out what my mother had been up to as well. Throughout our conversation, my mum's friend sat on the edge of the bed with her left leg crossed over her right, fiddling with her watch, seemingly unconcerned about my presence. She was elegant, silent, and looked very enlightened. Her silence spoke words to me. She neglected me, and she already hates me. The thought clenched my heart. You brought this upon yourself. Kai prodded, listening to the trees sway as the moonlight gleamed through my balcony. I watched the gorgeous girl fast asleep on my bed without any care in the world. She was enough. Savannah made things right for me when it wasn't. She loved me as much as I loved her. Luckily for us, she never met her mate. She gave herself to me. Even though my parents never approved of our relationship, I gave her a special place in the pack and my heart, making sure everyone respected her and treated her well. After all, she was the beta sister, too. She deserved it. I used to thank the moon goddess for giving me this precious woman. Tonight, I look up at her for answers that I'm afraid of asking myself. Babe, good morning. I heard someone purring into my ears, and they kept grinding below my waist, straddling me. Humming in response, I gave her a small smile, hoping she'd let me fall back asleep since I hadn't found any rest last night. Lincoln. Wake up, Savannah kept murmuring in my ears while rubbing her core against me. I groaned and held her hips from moving further. Squinting my eyes at her, I noticed she was completely naked above me. A yawn escapes my mouth. Are you wearing makeup? I laugh. She clearly wasn't wearing any last night. Yes. She bites her lip, drawing circles on my chest. Too bad, you forgot to wear some clothes on, huh? I smirked. Link, it's been a while. I want you now. She fiddled with my sweatpants before pulling them down to meet my shaft. All her movements had made me hard. Relax and let me take care of you, Alpha. She spoke seductively along my lips. It had been a while since I met Mianna, and I hadn't really slept with Savannah. Something didn't feel right about it. I need to figure this shit out. I need to clear my head. And the only way is to speak to my mate. I visited the hospital a few times, hoping to talk to her, but she made no appearance. When Mum insisted that I drop Mianna at the hospital, I thought it was the best time, but no. She fucking refused even then, clearly not comfortable being in the same space with me. Fuck, that hurts. There was something else, too, that I never knew Kai and I needed. Her scent. I needed a whiff of it like a drug every day to get going, hence paying unnecessary visits to the hospital. I heard her laugh with the kids, and the sweetness in her voice showed immense care for her patients. Alex mentioned she was doing a fine job, and everyone loved her. She had a very intriguing character, and she seemed closed off. It was quite difficult to figure out what was happening in that little head of hers. One thing, though, every time she looks into my eyes, I could see the effect of the bond beginning to pick up, but as soon as she realizes it, she blocks me out. Shouldn't I be thankful for it? Shouldn't I be glad she's accepted what's going on with me and Savannah? I need to talk to Mianna. A sudden movement brought me out of my thoughts, making me sit up abruptly. Fuck. Savannah. I felt agitated, and only then realized Savannah was on top of me, positioning herself on my member. Babe? I spoke, only earning a moan from her. Let's grab a condom, But Link, it isn't necessary. Don't you think it's about time we start a family? She asked. Pups? I hadn't thought about it. Feeling Kai pacing back and forth, I knew he was fuming over the idea too. Savannah-Alpha, please head to the training grounds now. Matt's mind linked me. Thankfully, Matt called out for me. I need to hurry. Gently placing her on the bed, I began my day. Chapter 9 Lincoln Hunter's POV. When I entered the training grounds, I watched as the young warriors trained and ran through the fields. There were a few pups running around, but as soon as they saw my presence, they simply ran the other way. They looked like a bunch of mischievous pups. I walked further into the fields as I saw Matt approaching me with long strides. Link. He panted and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Tyler and I did the patrols this morning across the borders and caught on to an unfamiliar scent near the mountains. Where's Tyler? I inquired. He's taken a few wolves to the borders to sniff further. Send the guards throughout the whole pack to detect anything unfamiliar. I want you, Benjamin and Tyler, in my office in exactly an hour. I walked away from him to the pack house. The little ones still played on the fields as I walked back. Take the pups home and keep them indoors until I inform you all that it's safe to let them out. I spoke authoritatively to the women who watched their little ones play. I could hear a few whines and whimpers. These pups clearly hate their alpha, I could say. Yes, Alpha. The women bowed, ushering the little ones away. At the office. I'll come visit you by noon to check the scent of the rogues that were caught on your territory. I need to see if they match. I spoke to the Forest Hell Pack's Alpha. The rogues have chosen the wrong territory this time, Alpha Lincoln. He chuckled. We had recently helped him fight off some nasty rogues who invaded his borders. Their pack is the closest to our borders, so I'm hoping a rogue might have trespassed. The thought of something so vile in the midst of my pack makes Kai and me feel so indignant. I need my people to be safe. Tyler and Matt entered the office a couple of minutes later, looking all sweaty as if they just shifted back to human form. Alpha. They greeted in unison. Sit. Where's Benjamin? I raised my eyebrow. They just looked at each other, clueless. Sighing in frustration, I waited for my beta. We reviewed the map of the pack to determine where we needed to appoint more guards and marked down the places where there could be opportunities for unknown creatures to enter the territory. The mountains and the forest were the most hazardous regions so far. If the noxious creatures entered those areas, it would be easy for them to infiltrate the pack. The thought alone was enough to make my blood boil. A couple of minutes had passed by, and Benjamin finally graced us with his presence. "It's about time you showed up, Beta." I snapped. Friend or not, I needed them to do their job and follow my orders. "Pardon me, Alpha." He cleared his throat and gained his posture. I ran towards the east side of the forest to catch on to any unknown scents, but got nothing. He informed. "The scent was caught on the west side near the mountains, Alpha." Matt was the first to sense it, and then I caught onto it too. As time passed, it became increasingly faint. Probably the rogue or whatever the creature maybe must have tried to mask his or her smell. Tyler spoke up. "Are you sure it isn't any ordinary smell? We haven't had any suspicious traces or anything." Benjamin questioned them. "Well, I'm not taking any chances. Tyler has been the best at tracking unfamiliar tracks or scents." I notified. "But Tyler and I are leaving for the Forest Howls pack now. I leave you and Matt to keep a close eye on the pack till I'm back, which will only take a couple of hours." I looked at my beta, understood. "Yes, Alpha." He bowed. I patted his shoulder. Benjamin has been the foremost warrior so far, hence given the beta ranking. Today, his carelessness can't get in the way. He simply needs to obey me. I could feel his disappointment, but Kai and I weren't ready to just let this slip. I headed back to the mansion to get ready for my journey. After taking a hot shower, I wore a pair of black jeans with a plain white t-shirt and a leather jacket over it. While wiping my hair, Savannah strode into the room with some high-end bags, and it seemed like she was back after shopping. "Hey, babe. I thought you left." She smiled at me. About to, I glanced at her and went back to what I was doing, listening to her talk about the sale that had happened and what she had bought. "Stay inside till I'm back," I told her as I walked out of the room. I hope she heard me because she seemed too interested in what she purchased. I began driving as Tyler sat beside me. We made it to the road, and I don't know what I was thinking. I drove along the hospital rather than taking the usual route, which is supposed to be shorter. Tyler gave me a questioning look, which I ignored, and as I drove by the hospital, I saw the Mini Cooper I was looking for. "She's at work." Shit. I slammed my palm on the steering wheel. We can't just ask the doctors to go home now. Ask a few guards to watch around the hospital. I told Tyler. He immediately linked a few werewolves. "Don't worry, Link, we've got this." He reassured me. "I know," I muttered. Chapter 10 Lincoln Hunters POV. The Forest Howls pack was surrounded by mountains, and all the way to their pack, we were greeted with the noises of burbling streams and waterfalls. "Alpha Lincoln, it's a pleasure to see you again." Alpha Noah spoke as we entered their pack house. "I'd do anything to help you out at this time. We as a pack owe you a great deal. If it weren't for you, we would have lost many innocent wolves to the sickening rogues." His face turned to disgust as he talked about the rogue attack. I nodded. "I've brought my best warrior here, Tyler." "Yes, I'll do the sniffing." He looked at me with a smug smile. I hardened my jaw. Now wasn't the time to joke around. "All right, let's go to the oubliette." Noah chuckled before leading the way. Walking through the guards, who greeted me with respect. I recognized a few faces since we've worked together. The path was cleared as we walked through. The dungeon smelled of stale blood and rust. Most of the cells seemed empty, but as Noah drew us to the end of the unearthly corridor, the scent of the stomach-churning rogues hit, and Kai began to growl as his ears perked up. "Calm down, Wolfie." I only got a growl in reply. "The last rogue left, Alpha. She's in bad shape right now since the guards have kept starving her after she killed and hurt a few female wolves of the pack." He let out a sigh. "Also killed a young. The bitch dies at dawn." We stood by the gates of the cell, and Tyler stiffened up for a second, inhaling her, and soon he loosened his shoulder and shook his head. "Nowhere close, Alpha." I took a step closer to the cell bars to have a look at the vile creature. Her hair was stiff with dried blood. Her wounded body was covered in tattered and torn clothes, her chest heaving up and down with heavy breaths as she turned towards us with an evil grin on her busted lip. There was no trace of pain or sadness in her eyes, only a twisted, sick look she carried. At the state she was in, anyone would be howling in agony. She began crawling towards us with her hands and one leg, the other limb dragging along. She had a broken leg, yet still managed to wear a taunting smile on her face. "Link, let's get out of here. She looks fucking sick." Tyler spoke. "Yeah, she's been acting crazy after. Her mate was killed in front of her eyes." We glanced at Noah as he spoke. "What do you expect, Alpha? She killed many, including werewolves who were bearing pups. This rogue deserves more. If it isn't the big bad Alpha." The rogue began with a hoarse voice. She coughed up some blood before continuing, "You killed all I loved. You fucking dog." She screamed at me and turned to Noah. "Are you his bitch? Didn't have the backbone to deal with us alone, huh? You spineless bitch and your fucking pack." She snarled at him and made him growl in anger. I held his shoulder because she taunted him just to get a reaction out of him. The nerve of the creature, even in the state she was in. Placing my hands in my pockets, I remained calm, showing no emotion from her words. "I'd like to chop that tongue off before the execution, Alpha Noah," Tyler growled beside me. "One more word about my Alpha, and bitch, I'll inflict pain on you that'll make you beg me to end your life instead." His eyes turned color and his wolf was on the edge. She remained quiet and suddenly spat on my shoe. That was all it took. Tyler held the bars and pulled them open with all his might. His shirt was ripping on the seams on his shoulder. He was going to shift. He stepped into the cell and grabbed the filthy rogue and threw her on the ground, placing his boot on her skull. "Apologize now." He spoke in a deeper voice. The scene in front of me only got sicker when she still remained to laugh at us. At this point, it took everything in me to stop myself from ending her useless life. "I curse you, Lincoln Hunters. I fucking curse you. May your mate die just like how my mate was killed. And you will watch helplessly every second she suffers and screams for you. You will watch helplessly." "Enough," I roared. That hit a nerve. "Finish her." I walked away, followed by Noah. In a second, I heard her shrill scream. And that was it. Noah guided me towards a stream, and I ran my boot along the running water, washing away the filth. Shaking hands with a few members of the pack, I walked to the car and sat in the passenger seat, resting my arm over my eyes. Tyler went to clean himself up. "Fuck. Mianna," I whispered to myself, closing my eyes, picturing her. "May or may die." The words struck my head again. Shaking away the thoughts, I thought of my mate. "Mianna." I whispered her name again, and somehow it soothed my pain. "Wait, what did you say?" Tyler's words brought me out of my trance. Shit. He wasn't supposed to hear that. He wore a fresh shirt, and his mouth hung open. Did you say Mianna?" "Mianna Lovecraft. Oh my goddess." He shook his head. "Shut up and drive." I rubbed my eyes inside. "You've got to be kidding, dude." He punched my shoulder, throwing his biggest laugh on my face. He was a growling beast a while ago, and now he's a 5-year-old at the toy store. Matt wouldn't believe it. He howled in happiness. "Shut the fuck up. You're telling no one about what you heard. Now behave and start driving. We need to get back to the pack." Yes, let's find that Mini Cooper again, shall we?" He looked at me and then focused on the road. He wore a pathetic smile all throughout the drive. Chapter 11. Mianna Lovecraft POV. After my shift at the hospital was over, I planned to head to the library to help my father organize a shelf of old books. "Bye, Alex." He waved at me with a grin and continued talking to one of the guards who were patrolling around the hospital grounds. Dad told me this morning that the pack was on alert because they caught a familiar scent. And since then, the guards have been placed everywhere. There have hardly been any rogue sightings on our pack. Only when lost, lone wolves trespass unknowingly. "Ms. Lovecraft, where to?" Once the guard's gruff voice spoke out, making me jump. Hi. I finished my shift, and I'm heading to my dad's library to help him out. I replied kindly. "Miss, it's safer if you stay home." Alpha's orders. We don't take the Alpha's orders. Hira snickered. Hush. Yes, I know. But my father's waiting for me. I'll be home as soon as I'm done. Please be safe. He stepped back. Thank you. I hopped into my car and drove away. At the library. Hey, love. My dad beamed at me as I entered the library. The place was completely empty and dimly lit as the sun was setting. The streetlights shone through the windows. Has everyone left so early? No one came in, Mia. Since the guards asked everyone to stay indoors. Just a few people walking here and there for necessities, that's all. Perhaps the best time to sort out the library. Tying my hair up in a messy bun, I began dusting and arranging the books in order. 30 minutes passed, and I was surrounded by books all around me as I sat on the floor with my legs crossed, huffing at all the books scattered. There's no way I'm organizing all this by tonight, I muttered to myself. I heard you. My dad chuckled. Come on, let's get my pup home. He walked to me and stretched his arm for me to take it. Just then, a matte black Jeep stopped in front of the library, right beside my car. It's the Alpha. My father walked to the entrance, leaving me on the floor. He stepped out of the vehicle with one of his men behind him. Under the glow of the streetlights, he looked hot. Gosh, I hate myself for being weak. His sharp eyes gazed around the streets, watching a few people walk past, and I could see some of them walking in the opposite direction at the sight of him. With his jaw clenched like that, I bet no one would want to be close to him right now. Casually adjusting his jacket, he walked into the library. Oh no. Alpha, come in. Is everything all right? Dad questioned as he entered. His eyes came into direct contact with mine for a few seconds before looking at my father. Of course not, Mr. Lovecraft. The Alpha made it clear to stay indoors till it's safe. The other man spoke up, and I recognized him as one of the warriors. Yes, I know, Tyler. We were about to close and leave. Then the conversation carried on when Dad asked them what had happened. Matt and Tyler tracked an unfamiliar scent this morning. Lincoln spoke and explained what had happened to Dad while I zoned out. His eyebrows furrowed as he spoke in all seriousness, crossing his arms over his chest. The three men continued their conversation for a while. Quickly putting the books away, I stood, dusting my jeans and looking up at the shelf, blowing away the strands of hair that had fallen on my forehead. I let out a gasp as I turned around to see the stunning grayish-green eyes watching me. As if in a daze, I stood still, looking up at the captivating looks of this handsome man. Hira growled, breaking our trance. It happens almost all the time we meet. He stood a few feet away from me. He had his hands in his pockets, watching my every move. I looked out of the window to see that Dad and the other man, named Tyler, had walked out of the building, still having a deep discussion. I was alone with him. My mate. Why was I feeling giddy? Avoiding his eyes, I walked to the table past him to grab my stuff. Shouldn't he be outside? What's he doing here? You should have gone home right after your shift. He spoke firmly, yet in a soft tone. Yes, but Dad needed me here. I spoke with no emotion at all. Not the best time for you to be driving around. I know. I began gathering my bag. And still you preferred to do so. He was losing his gentle tone now. I can handle myself really well, Alpha. I looked at him. Mianna. He called in frustration. I crossed my arms. Next time, you simply just follow my orders. Understand. I glanced out the window to see a few individuals walking by. Are you gonna go from door to door doing the same to every one of them? I gestured using my hand to point out through the glass windows. I could feel Hira purring at his frustration. Placing his palms on the desk, he lowered his body and bent down to my level, face to face. Inches away from me. His minty breath and his mesmerizing scent surrounded me. Next time, he repeated, you listen. If you don't, I'll make sure to keep you indoors. I won't hesitate to come and get you by myself. Understand, mate? I gulped. Mate? He just called me his mate. His eyes followed down to my throat and back to my eyes again. I was tongue-tied. He didn't use his alpha tone on me. Instead, it was a deep voice that held so much command, yet it was so low. I was trying to figure him out. He stepped back with a satisfied smirk. I looked away and pulled the keys out of the drawers. You can go now. I snapped at him. I hated his smirk. He stood there, amused at my reaction. After you, ma'am, he mocked. I looked up at him in frustration to see him biting his lip, probably holding back a laugh since he got a reaction out of me. Outside the library, I locked the doors and handed the keys to Dad before walking to my car. Mia? My dad called, and I looked at him to see him motioning me towards Lincoln with his eyes. What now? Oh, I needed to show the Alpha some respect. He stood there nonchalantly waiting to see what I'd do. Good night, Alpha. I bowed. He simply bowed with laughter in his eyes. See you around, Doc, Tyler said. Bye. I waved at him as well and got into my car. Phew. Stunning? Handsome? What else? Hira growled. What are you talking about? You were drooling over the man at the sight of him. I was not. I lied. Whatever you say. She huffed in annoyance. What's with everyone annoying me today? Lying on my bed, I stared at the moon like I always did. Did he come by the library just to check on me? If yes, does that mean he cares? The thought made my stomach flutter. A smile played on my lips, thinking about our interaction. The most feared Alpha of the North, my mate. He cared for me. He even held a teasing tone at the end of the conversation. A small laugh left my mouth, thinking about it. After a while, a thought struck my mind. The moment we shared came to an end. There'll be no prolongation to it. It's because at the end of the day, he'll have to leave. He will leave me and go back to her. Chapter 12 Lincoln Hunter's POV heading back to our territory. I noticed how her car wasn't parked at the hospital anymore. I hoped she had got home safely. Tyler drove through the streets and slowed down by a small yet elegant house. I glanced at him in confusion. What was he up to? He peeked all around the house looking for something. I kept looking at him. He'd better give me an answer. What? I barked impatiently. Chill, Link. He jolted at my sudden outburst. Who are you looking for? I asked in annoyance. I'm looking for a Mini Cooper Alpha. He continued to look into the driveway. She's supposed to be home after work, right? He looked back at me. It's her house. I looked around the house just like he did. There was no car in there. I know David's house. She should be here. He tapped on the steering wheel. A part of me yearned for her to reach home safely, and another soared in happiness at Tyler's actions. I hadn't said a word to him, yet he knew what I needed. Relaxing back into my seat, we sat there quietly, waiting for my mate to return home. My Jeep was parked under a tree, and the windows were tinted. Crossing my arms over my chest, I just kept staring out the window in complete silence until I heard a quiet laugh. It was the buffoon beside me. He loved to rile me up on ordinary days when no one was around, and after being caught red-handed by him. May the goddess save me. Who would have thought, the almighty Alpha, sitting under a tree just to get a glimpse of his girl? He chuckled, shaking his head. Even Kai loved the teasing. He howled. A growl left my throat to stop both of their sneers at me. Fine. Tyler put his arms up in surrender. Let's do one more stop. After meeting Miana at the library, I couldn't remember the last time I'd been smiling so much. As soon as we entered the library, she sat there with her legs crossed and her hair tied up in an adorable way. Surrounded by books, she looked exhausted. While I spoke to her father, I felt her doe eyes on me the whole time. She thought I wouldn't notice. A few times when I glanced her way, she would be looking up at me, fiddling with some books in her hand. So cute. It hurt to know she fought the feelings she had for me. It pained me to even know she wouldn't glance my way. Biting her lips in frustration. I knew the mate bond was taking a toll on her as it does on me. Every day and every night. The little bits I learn about her have become my solace. All the tension that has been building up since morning has finally eased. All because of her presence. Her calm attitude flipped when I commanded her. At the mention of the word mate, I knew she surrendered. I can handle myself very well, Alpha. Her little comeback. I knew she was fuming. I found it cute, if only she knew. She'll want to rip me to shreds. We returned to the pack house, where Benjamin and Matt waited for us. No sign of any mysterious activities in the pack when you were gone. We've been patrolling all around the territories, and it's all well guarded. Matt informed. Anything else? Benjamin. I asked my beta. No Alpha. Leave the guards all around the borders. Everyone can resume their daily work tomorrow. Inform the pack. Yes, Alpha. Tyler and Matt said simultaneously as they left the office. Pouring myself a glass of whiskey, I sit on my chair studying a quiet Benjamin. He's never this reserved. It surprises me. What's bothering you? Nothing, man. Just been a hectic day, that's all. He smiled weakly. I nodded at his response. Nina should be waiting for me. So, I'll see you at the training grounds in the morning, Link. Sure. Mianna Lovecraft eek, what? No way. Where's Carson? I need to see you guys right now. Oh, goddess. I'm so happy for you guys, Sierra. I was jumping in excitement over the phone call that woke me up this morning. Muffin, are you all right? My mom peeked through the entrance of my room. Yes, Mama. It's Sierra, she's pregnant. I made my bed and walked out of the room with my mother. I can't wait to go see her. I guess you should, Mia. It'll be a change for you, too. MMHM, where's Dad? She pointed out the backyard, and he was watering the plants. Sipping on a strong cup of coffee, I sat on one of the armchairs closest to the window. I watched as Mum offered Dad a cup of coffee and how they laughed about something while continuing their chores. Lying back on the comfy chair, I snuggled into my blanket and relaxed. I didn't have to be at work in the morning since my shift starts later in the evening. After attending to all my patients, I walked into Alex's office to speak with him. I knocked on his door and heard a faint, "Come in." Hey. I greeted him as I entered. How can I help you, Dr. Lovecraft? He teased. Over the days, Alex has become a very good friend to me. I need a few days off, Alex. Oh, is everything okay? Yes, it's because of my friend, actually. I heard she's expecting, so I thought I'd go visit her over the weekend. I could cover my hours during. I was cut off. Mia, it's fine. Take the weekend off. Thanks. I grinned. No, Dad, it's fine. I'll take the train to go see her. My father insisted on going with me all the way to the south to see Sierra. We had to do a good 6-hour drive to get to her pack. Driving that long would be exhausting, so I preferred the train. You sure you'll be okay, Mia Muffin? Yes, Dad. I rolled my eyes at him. He was unsure of me traveling alone, which I found absurd since I've done it so many times before. She'll be fine, David. Mom spoke up for me, and he sighed in return. The next day, stop pouting like that, Lily. It's just a run, Amaya complained as we jogged up the hill with a very grumpy Lily following us. Lily and Amaya have always asked me to join them for a run through the fields, and I thought I'd join them today. Guys, stop. I can't breathe. I think I'm gonna die. Lily fell on the floor dramatically. Get up, babe. Let's get this done. I need to head back home, freshen up, and go to the hospital. I pulled her up. How the hell does one have all this energy? She huffed. I know, I'm a fabulous creature. Amaya jogged. She was definitely quite energetic this morning. I ran along with her in the beginning, but now I'm accompanying Lily because I didn't want to leave her behind. Move, she howled before running far away. Lily grumbled all along, and I couldn't help but giggle. As we were nearing the training fields, my heart began to thump. He would be here. Hence, the reason why I never ran or came this way during these hours. Baby, Lily whined before running away to Logan at the first sight of him. He waved at us, which we returned and carried on walking. I needed to get out of here as soon as possible. Jason, Amaya's mate, was on duty, so I promised to drop her off at her place. Okay, it's getting really hot now. Amaya began to fan herself. All I felt was the cool breeze. What are you talking about? She motioned with her eyes to the warriors in training, and the top-ranking warriors barked instructions at them. Most of them were well-built and very good-looking, I must say. Jason's going to be very upset if he finds out. Hush. She winked. I knew she was teasing because she loved her mate to bits. Walking past a bunch of werewolves, we heard them howl and whistle. This made me very uneasy, so I looked straight ahead as Amaya and I walked faster. 15 laps around the fields now. Tyler growled at the bunch of guys who just embarrassed us. He stood with his hands behind his back. I followed his gaze only to see him looking at none other than the Alpha. Chapter 13. Tyler stared at Lincoln, both of them expressing a similar look. Anger. It looked like they were mind-linking each other. Lincoln stood amongst many warriors, but still managed to look taller than the rest. His appearance alone screamed his dominance. Everyone around him just disappeared. It was only I who could see him. Wearing black sweatpants and sneakers, he stood there shirtless. My mind kept telling me to look away, but my eyes were glued to this godlike man. As if to break my heart, a slender hand held his arm and pulled him towards its owner. Savannah. She wore a pair of shorts and a sports bra. Her clothes did little to conceal her assets. Behind her, Beta Benjamin arrived and had a few words with Lincoln. When the two were in deep conversation, Savannah stretched herself in all kinds of weird poses, attracting all the male attention towards her. Ugh. Amaya let out a sigh of displeasure, looking at her. She loves that kind of attention. She shook her head, looking at Savannah. I let out a dry chuckle and looked down. No matter how much I distanced myself from him and those feelings, the pain never ceased. You know she isn't the alpha's mate, right? Yeah. Can't wait for him to meet his mate, then he better get rid of this pointless girlfriend. Why do you hate her so much? I asked curiously. You can't really hate someone without a reason. Amaya had to have some logic. Well, when he's gone for weeks, she sleeps around. Like with a body like that, she gets anyone she wants. She eyed Savannah with disgust. She tried to get into Jason's pants one time, which he declined because my man only got eyes for me. She wiggled her eyebrows. The problem, though, is that I can't do anything to that girl since she hides behind the alpha's back. She balled her fists. He never knew about it? I asked. Oh, he loves the woman blindly. He'll probably believe her lies over anyone else's word. She crossed her arms and walked along with me. Love? It's a very strong word. Oh shit, the alpha is looking at us. Don't make eye contact. Just walk straight, Mia. I couldn't stop myself. My eyes directly met his curious stare. Without giving in to it even for a second, I looked away. Trudging faster, we left the grounds. Friday night. I arrived at the railway station with Dad, carrying just one bag since I'll be staying with Sierra for 2 nights and 3 days. It felt like a much-needed getaway. Something that I was actually excited for. Saying goodbye to my father, I got to my train compartment. I'll have to spend the night inside the train, and by dawn, I'll be at Sierra's pack, the Moon Glory pack. Just as the night had fallen, I was left alone with my thoughts. The day at the library, where I thought he cared, and then at the training grounds, how his lover held his hand. The sight alone was enough to haunt me for days. Cursing the effects of a mate bond, I knew I had to do something about it. Unfortunately, I'll have to discuss the matter with Lincoln directly. There was only one solution. Either one of us would reject, and the other would accept. And that's that. We could be going our separate ways. Rejection was a painful word to any werewolf, being rejected by the one who's supposed to love, hold, and respect you. When the one whom the goddess herself picked for you didn't really want you. A whimper left my lips as the pain of being forsaken by my mate crept up. In the loneliness of the noise of the moving railway carriage, I let my tears flow. It's been held in for way too long. Burying myself into my blanket, I sobbed for hours, hoping the tears would wash away all the pain that had been caused. Squinting my eyes, I looked out the window to see the sky turning into a light hue of blue. A yawn left my mouth as I sat up and stretched myself. I never knew when I fell asleep while crying my eyes out. Letting out a deep breath, I got out of my seat to freshen up. I'll be seeing Sierra and Carson in an hour, and that piqued my excitement. Throwing all the thoughts of last night to the back of my head, I looked forward to the weekend. Mia, missed you so much. I was greeted with the biggest smiles and hugs. How are you both? I looked at Sierra and Carson, and they looked happy and so in love. We've been great, Mia. Let me take your bags. Carson ignored my protests and carried my bag to the car. Leaving Sierra, and I walk a few feet behind him. You okay, love? She looked at me. Yes, why? I smiled at her. Your red nose and dull eyes. Say something else? She inquired. Sierra was always very good at reading me. Even at the university, She knew me like an open book. Nothing, Sierra. I just hadn't had a good sleep on the train. I lied, but I felt she still didn't believe me. Okay, we'll talk about it. Carson's cleaned up his cottage for us to stay in while you're here. It's gonna be so much fun. She squealed while dragging me along. Watch your step. I rushed behind her. This is so cute and beautiful. I gaped at the house in front of me. Carson chuckled. It was my grandfather's. We hardly come here since Sierra and I live at the Pack house mostly. Yes, now that you're here, we thought the weekend could be spent here with you. We spent the whole day discussing everything we had missed out on. Sierra kept telling me about her pregnancy. All the while she was bothered about my dullness, I tried so hard to cover it up, and I thought that probably a good night's sleep was what I wanted. Mia, are you sure you're done eating? You barely ate anything, girl. She put her hands on her waist. I gathered the dishes and placed them in the dishwasher. Yeah, I'll have some later. Lena, I'm gonna go freshen up, okay? I'll be back. I blew her a kiss with a wink to tease her, and she shook her head with a small smile. I've been away from the Pack for a good 24 hours. Even though I've traveled a lot during my university days, I've never felt this uneasy. I was thinking the tedious journey and the weeping in the train made me look and feel tired, but no. Even after a warm shower and comfy clothes, I felt like a dark cloud hung over me. Chapter 14 Miana Lovecraft POV The following day arrived, and we've been going around the Pack and also done a little bit of shopping. Tonight, Sierra's parents had invited me over for dinner. Ouch! I bumped into a person while texting my mother. I'm so sorry, I wasn't looking. I rubbed my head as I apologized. No problem. Are you all right? A masculine voice called. I looked up to see a tall guy watching me as I stepped back. Yes, I replied curtly. Aaron. Carson exclaimed as he and Sierra walked out of the store in the mall. What's up, man? Aaron spoke to Carson. I guess you've already met. Carson eyed me and his friend. Not quite. I'm Aaron, Carson's friend. He grinned. And Miana, Sierra's friend. I smiled as we shook hands. Best friend. Sierra squished my shoulders. So, which pack do you belong to? Aaron asked as we sat down for lunch at a restaurant. He appeared to be a more laid-back guy, just joking around with Carson. The Blood Hunters pack. He choked on his drink and recovered in a second. He looked at Sierra and Carson in disbelief. No way. Why? What's wrong? Alpha Evan is your leader, he spoke. Was. His son has taken over now. Something gripped my heart at the thought of him, even though no name was mentioned. Shit. Lincoln Hunters has taken over, huh? Aaron was still reeling from the overwhelming amount of information. I just nodded. Yes, do you know them? I inquired. Who doesn't, silly? Sierra scoffed at me. I knew my pack was one of the toughest out there, but Aaron's stunned expressions made me question further. We had a rogue attack 4 years ago. It was the worst nightmare for any of us to recall. Many lives were taken. Aaron shook his head. Our pack wasn't as enlarged as it is now back then. Our former Alpha was left with no choice, but to ask Alpha Evan to lend us a helping hand. Carson continued. It only took one night for them to hunt down each and every rogue out there in our territory. Even though Alpha Evan gave out the orders, it was Lincoln who carried out the battle. He was a warrior in training at the time. Even then, the man was a ruthless fighter. His potential and strength are unmatched to date. We've learned so much from him. Hopefully, one day I get to meet your Alpha. Aaron smiled. The one name I wanted to forget for at least a few days. The one person I tried to throw out of my mind for a brief moment. That's what they spoke about throughout the whole lunch. I wasn't able to eat anymore, so I placed my cutlery down and sipped my water. Sierra held a questioning look. I just shrugged and waited till they all finished. The dinner at Sierra's parents' house was fun. She had a very cute family. Her parents were as friendly as she was. It was delightful. After dinner, we headed back to the cottage. Soaking myself in a warm bath, I called my parents and spoke to them. Finally, I dried my body and put on some cozy pajamas, then lay in bed. There was a knock on the door and Sierra walked in with a tub of ice cream. What? I get hungry every hour. I mean the baby gets hungry. She laughed and joined in. She was literally gobbling up food the whole time I've been here. I can see that. I giggled as she sat on the bed. So tell me, she lay her back on the headboard. Tell you what? What's bothering you? Nothing, why? Say that to someone who doesn't know you, Mia. Your fake smiles, lost in your thoughts, dull face, and you're hardly even eating. What's going on? She raised her voice in the end. Lena, no, I'm fine. Not buying your words, girl. Spit it out before I make you. Sighing out loud, I looked at her. I guess I had to tell someone, and yes, that someone is going to be Sierra. I began telling her how I met my mate at the hospital, and he had his lover on his lap, how Hira has been adamant about keeping our distance. About the nights, it's kept me awake. I swallowed hard, waiting for her to respond. So that guy had a girl on his lap when he knew you were around. Gosh, I need to beat the guy into pulp. She turned red. Calm down, Lena. You're pregnant. What's the guy's name, though? She scooped a spoonful of ice cream and ate it. Oh, Lincoln Hunters. What? She choked on her ice cream. Oh no, Sierra. I patted her back and offered some water. She let out a few coughs before calming down. You guys seriously need to stop choking on food when you hear about him. I shook my head. What are you going to do about it, Mia? I've been thinking about talking to him about rejection. In that case, no one would know. And we'll be going our separate ways. You think it's that easy? Werewolves can be pretty protective of their mates. To top that off, the alphas can be tremendously possessive over their mates. The reason he hasn't spoken to you about the whole rejection process is because he isn't willing to do it, Mia. Well, it doesn't matter because I've made up my mind. Which is something he won't be taking very lightly for sure. She looked worried about me. Alphas hardly let their mates out of their sight, even. He doesn't care. He's in love with someone else, Lena. My voice cracked. And so the night was spent, talking about him. For all I knew, talking about him gave me an unknown feeling rather than feeling on edge the whole time I was away from the pack. Did I miss his scent and presence? One way or another, I've always had a whiff of his smell at the hospital. Did that keep me calm and collected? Am I missing him now? Why did the moon goddess have to curse me? Chapter 15 Miana Lovecraft POV. After a well-spent weekend with Sierra and Carson, it was time to head back to my pack. Call me whenever, okay? Sierra spoke as she held me tight. Of course. I'm always here for you. I know. Take care of yourself and the baby. I hugged her one more time before getting on the train. It was noon when I got into my train, and I'll be home by dusk. Grabbing my book, If I Never Met You, by Myri McFarlane, I managed to finish it by the time I reached the pack. Letting out a breath, I felt more relaxed as we neared the pack borders. It felt like a tension or a sense of turmoil was lifted from my shoulders. Glancing outside the window, I was welcomed by the captivating mountains and fields. By sunset, the sky shone a bright pink and orange. Our pack territories looked quiet and peaceful. Since my parents were catching up with a few friends tonight, I told them I'd take a cab home. By the time I grabbed my bag and got on the train, it was nighttime. As I stepped out of the railway station to call a taxi, there was no one available. Just great, I mumbled. A black car, parked at the very front of the parking lot's door, opened, and a person stepped out of it before slamming the door more harshly than necessary. I didn't have to focus on who it was since the scent was enough to recognize a specific individual. My heart leapt to my throat at the sight of him, with a navy blue shirt and jet black pants. His sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, revealing his tattoo and a costly Rolex on his wrist. A few buttons of his shirt undone, he looked like he was back from a business or a pack meeting. His disheveled hair still made him look striking. Snap out of it, Mia. Why is he here? Hira growled. Shaking my head, I got back to my senses. He may be here for various reasons. I looked around the parking lot in search of a cab. The few people around us murmured as the Alpha got closer and closer. Before I could comprehend what was happening, my wrist was secured inside a rough hand, which gave my body tingling sensations and made my insides flutter. Where are you taking me? I asked Lincoln as he pulled me away from the others. What are you doing? I tried to pull away, but to no avail. His grip was brawny. Let me go. His long legs dragged my shorter ones behind him. He led us down a secluded path. "Oh, Lincoln." I raised my voice. "My hand hurts." His grip loosened. It was my chance to pull away my wrist. Immediately, he cornered me against a wall. His eyes held rage and his jaw clenched, fisting his hands, making his muscles tense. I hadn't seen such an angry wolf or human before. Hero was on the verge of coming out to my defense. The hand he touched, I held it close to my chest. It didn't hurt anymore, but I needed to cherish the contact our skins made. With furrowed eyebrows, I looked at him for answers. "Where the hell have you been the last 2 days?" He growled in a rough voice. As he bent down to my level, I noticed his tired eyes, and his stubble had grown into a short beard. He looked weary, as if he lacked sleep. "Answer me." "It's none of your business." I snapped back. "Answer my question now." He stalked towards me, pushing me further into the wall. His nose was above my forehead as I looked to the ground. His chest heaved up and down as if he tried to calm himself. We stood there at a very close proximity. "My friend." I swallowed. I went to visit my friend. I needed to get over his interrogation and go home. "What made you think you could just leave like that?" His arms caged me while he looked at me. "What made you think I need your permission to do so?" I replied. He pulled me against him by my waist. "I'm your mate, damn it." My body was pressed tightly against his. It felt like my body and brain weren't in sync anymore. My body reacted in a way, and my brain said other things. Before I knew it, my palm landed on his cheek. I slapped Lincoln Hunters, my alpha. "My mate." I gasped and covered my mouth with my hand. With the effect of the blow, his face turned away from me. Now I was just waiting for him to break my bones or his wolf to take over and shred me to bits. My hands still covered my mouth, and I couldn't move in shock at my actions. His one hand still held me close, and slowly, the other rubbed his cheek, which had turned a slight tinge of pink. His tensed muscles softened. "I'm sorry," I whispered, tugging my hands to my chest. "I deserved that, didn't I?" he asked while rubbing his cheek. I stood there dumbfounded. Wasn't he supposed to be fuming? He only let out a sigh. "Where were you all these years when I was looking everywhere for you, mate?" He spoke again, resting his forehead on mine as I looked up at him. He had his eyes closed, while his voice sounded like he was in pain. I shut my eyes, forgetting all the hate I held against him. The physical contact felt heavenly. For once, I knew what it felt like to be held by my mate. "You weren't looking enough." I placed my hands on his chest and slightly pushed him away. He stepped back reluctantly, raking his hair. I watched as he gritted his teeth again. "I wasn't looking enough?" He scoffed. "You left the pack before I even knew it. You left the country before I knew it." I raised my voice. "I remember Dad telling me how Lincoln trained along the borders of Canada at a very young age. I came back every year in hopes of finding you," he said. "So did I. It doesn't matter anymore." He stood there quietly. "I've been thinking since." I took a breath. "How about one of us rejects the other?" I'd accept it. We could live our lives the way we want. My heart felt immense pain as I spoke. It'll be shattered when he rejects me, but it had to be done. "One more word, Mianna. One more word, and I don't know what Kai or I will do." He growled, his whole physique shaking in anger. "You have no idea what I want." His nostrils flared. "You made it very clear what you want. And that is not me. Never will be. Goodbye, Alpha. What did you want me to do when I couldn't find you?" He spoke, and the tension between us rose. Lincoln began striding back and forth. "I thought you'd wait for me, but instead, I didn't want to mention her name. You settled for another. And you know what? That's okay with me. Lies, lies, lies. Mianna, stop talking right now." He growled. "I want to get out of it. I can't do this." I kept going, paying no heed to his words. The next thing I hear is bones cracking with heavy breaths and grunts. "Hira? I need you." Chapter 16, third-person POV. It was the first time Mianna was going to see Kai, the one wolf who had been known and feared all around the werewolf packs. His presence alone would chase away any wickedness that lurks. His fur, pitch black as the night sky, eyes as sharp as blades. Whenever he took his wolf form, he was ready for battle, but tonight he was in pain from the word rejection. He fought Lincoln's control and pranced out. Kai dug his paws into the soil and let out a painful howl when he watched his mate fall to the ground as she began to transform. She was letting her wolf out in defense. He didn't have a choice because he knew she had made up her mind to break the mate bond. He didn't want that to happen. Wolves were possessive in general, but when it came to their mates, they became extremely overprotective. An alpha wolf wouldn't be an exception now, would it? He was on the verge of taking the girl away from here, even if she was in human form, and carrying her to a place where there would be no one else, but just them. Together and alone. He wanted her and only her. Nothing else mattered. He'd leave everything for her, his power, pack, and family. She stood on her fours, with a most scintillating grayish-silver coat that shone under the moonlight. Hira was a small, slender wolf compared to Kai. He was enormous, ferocious, and powerful. He stood there watching his beautiful mate as if caught in a spell. Hira shook herself before taking off into the woods. Kai hopelessly ran after her. Through the woods, she moved swiftly, gliding through the trees and avoiding the pretty flowers. He trampled and destroyed everything that was in his way. Hira had realized that, human or wolf, he was a force to be reckoned with. She huffed now and then, displaying her dislike. He grunted in response. Kai jogged behind her tail, and her movements made her tail accidentally touch his face. Hira turned around and tried to claw him because he kept a close distance. Her anger towards her mate was very evident. She crouched ready to attack, but he sat on his paws, wagging his tail like an excited dog. Hira didn't know what she had to do, so she slowed her pace, stopped by a small stream, and drank the fresh water. Kai raised his snout underneath her ear, and she sprang up in caution, the fur on her spine standing up. She bared her teeth, hoping to scare him off, but to no avail. The black beast stood there unfazed. He playfully growled before pushing her down with his gigantic paws. Hira raised her paw and was about to claw his face, which he dodged pretty quickly. In a swift move, she rose when he least expected it and took a few steps away from him. Kai, on the other hand, had his perks of riling her up. He loved this feisty side of his mate. As Hira glared and growled at his actions, he followed her wherever she went. He had a feeling she liked the attention he was giving her, but still denied it. Kai hadn't once remembered himself being this cheerful. Whenever he took control, it was always for a fight. Tonight was a night he'd never forget. He felt content being with Hira. Although she had been the grumpiest, it didn't matter. He followed his mate like a lovesick lost puppy. The wolves finally arrived at the residential area of the pack. Kai didn't hold back. He licked her face, earning a growl in return. He was hurt, but didn't want to give up. She bared her teeth while growling, asking him to back off. Hira threatened to lunge at his neck if he did anything else recklessly. What was her chance of surviving trying to fight an alpha? She had no idea, but she'd still try. Her anger died in an instant when Kai bowed below her, revealing his neck to her. He backed down to his mate. He submitted himself to her, giving her consent even to take his life if she wanted to, without a fight. Her eyes didn't flare anymore. They softened at the sight of her mighty mate, bowed down before her. Sadness filled her heart. Kai didn't make eye contact. He only looked down. She gave him a small bark with sorrowful eyes, pleading with him to get up, to which he obeyed. His orbs displayed the same pain. He only watched, but didn't follow her this time. She took a step away from Kai, turning towards the houses. Her heart couldn't take it. She turned around and rubbed her nose on his for a brief second before running off. The next day, Lincoln Hunter's wet. I barked as Benjamin walked through the pack house office doors. The Silver Moon Pack members will be here soon. You might need to freshen up before meeting them, Link. He spoke, but his eyes scrutinized my whole self. I wore a pair of sweatpants and a plain black t-shirt after arriving at the pack house last night. Anything else? I asked as I gulped the last sip of alcohol in the glass. Savannah told me you didn't. Benjamin was cut off when Tyler and Matt came barging into the office. Good morning, Alpha. You look Matt stopped mid-sentence with a loss for words. Like shit. Tyler continued. Did I look that bad? Last night was definitely tough for me, but I only hoped I could cover it up. Did the girlfriend do something? Matt whispered to Tyler. The two had a little tussle. Savannah? I left her alone last night. I couldn't go see her. Something felt like it wouldn't let me do it. What am I to do? Let her go because I found my mate? Wouldn't that make me a sadistic bastard? Link, I'm gonna make sure the guards are there to welcome the other pack. You, tidy up, Alpha. Matt smiled before walking out. We need to talk soon, Lincoln, Benjamin said before glancing at Tyler. Alone. He nodded towards Tyler and me before leaving the office. Tyler walked close to my desk. He pulled something out of his pocket and placed it on the table. A damaged watch. My watch, the very one I wore last night when I went to look for her. The memories of last night ran through my head for the millionth time. She left the pack for 2 nights to God knows where. Earlier that day, she saw me with Savannah, and then she was nowhere to be found. The hospital, the library, her house. She made me desperate and longing for her. I felt so anxious without her presence. I snapped at everyone and mostly spent time at the pack house gym. Kai was on the edge, and we were ready to pounce on anyone if they'd pushed my buttons. The Silver Moon pack offered to come under our wing, so that meant our pack was expanding. This was a big deal for my father and me, but none of it mattered. I was searching for my lost mate. The desperation got the best of me when I walked into the library to ask her father where she was. He seemed worried about my appearance and asked sudden questions about his daughter's disappearance. At this point, I don't care if anyone finds out. He only mentioned she had left to meet a university friend. A few bystanders had seen you drag Mianna away, including the station chief. He sighed, bringing me back to reality. What about it? Link, what the hell were you thinking? The last few days, you've acted like a savage beast. The whole pack feared coming near you. And then a couple of people saw you drag the doctor through the railway station. Are you even thinking? Everyone will know. Tyler finished. Have you forgotten you claimed to have a girlfriend? He asked. I stood there numb. Girlfriend, lover? Whatever she may be. Mianna comes nowhere close to you if you're going to include Savannah in the frame. You're hurting both of them. Make up your mind. With that, he walked out the door. Chapter 17 Mianna Lovecraft POV. Hey. Good morning. With a string of greetings, I made my way into the hospital. As I placed my bag on the desk, I yawned and slowly sat in my seat. After yesterday's journey and last night's encounter, I felt worn out. Looks like someone is tired after their mini vacation. I heard a cheery voice walk in. Alex placed a hot cup of mocha cappuccino in front of me. He knew what I loved. Grinning at his thoughtful gesture, I picked up the cup. Thank you so much, Alex. I sipped my coffee and felt my energy surge. How did it go? Good. It felt good to catch up with my friends after a while. Unfortunately, it was ruined because of what happened afterwards. That's great, Mia. I'll see you around. He winked and left. All the while talking to Alex, my head kept replaying my conversation with Lincoln. What does the man really want? Oh goddess, he's got a lover. What does he expect from me? Kai, on the other hand, completely submitted to Hira. It was strange, considering the stories I've heard about him. We had expected him to be a monster. Fortunately, he was really warm with us. So selfless. Hira has been completely shut down after last night. I knew it was too much for her to take, so I'll be giving her some healing time. By the time it came down to my last patient, the sun had begun to set. Lincoln Hunter's POV tonight was a small gathering between the Blood Hunters pack and the Silver Moon pack. We hosted a dinner at the pack house, where the alphas, betas, and other important people of the pack sat down for an amiable dinner. Ugh, no. I need the teardrop diamond necklace for the black dress, you mutt. I heard Savannah screech as I walked up the stairs of the mansion. When I neared our room, the maids were hurrying into the room with shoe boxes and a dress. Savannah sat in front of the dresser while one of the ladies painted her toenails. A few others were helping her with her makeup. As soon as I entered, the women stood to greet me, and with a curt nod from me, they continued their job. Leave. She ordered with disgust laced in her voice, and the maids left the room in seconds. You could be a little nicer to them. Babe, I missed you, she spoke as she wore her jewelry. I'm wearing the strapless black dress with this. Do you think it's enough? I heard the Luna of the Silver Moon pack is really extravagant. Is it true? Savannah, with the stress I go through, you think I've time to look at the Luna of their pack? She huffed and walked up to me. I sat on the edge of the bed, elbows on my knees, staring at the rug. I saw her heel-clad feet between my shoes, and in a second, her robe was on the floor, pooling at her feet. Link, could you help me with the dress? She spoke softly. I looked up at her to see her bite her lip. Please. Zipping up her dress, she looked beautiful. She swiftly turned around to kiss me, but I simply gave a small kiss on her forehead before walking into the closet. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I was losing my mind. Pulling on a black suit and a plain white shirt, I walked to the shower. Finally, after a clean shave and a crisp suit, I felt like myself. You look so hot, Savannah spoke as she circled my neck and pecked me on the lips. I gave her a small smile before walking out. At the pack house. Hold hands. Nina, Benjamin's mate, pushed Savannah towards me. She giggled and held on to my elbow. Walking along the hallway, I nodded at Benjamin, who looked very pleased to see his sister and me walk together. Matt and Tyler, on the other hand, had straight faces on. Matt looked like he was focused on his duty, but Tyler's expressionless face told me other things. Exchanging curt nods, they followed me to the dining area. The dinner went well, and in my peripheral vision, I noticed Miana's parents were present here. They were sure to be at the dinner because they were known to be the best warriors during my father's rule. They were speaking to my parents in a very cordial manner. I'll be back, Savannah whispered, pecking my cheek before walking towards the restroom. One of the guards followed behind her. When are you going to settle down, Lincoln? Jarius, the alpha of the Silver Moon pack, spoke up. When the right time comes, I spoke. It's the right time when you meet your mate, isn't it? His mate asked. I cleared my throat. It is, Lincoln hasn't found his mate yet, Anna. My mother said, quite loudly. Oh, I thought, never mind. Anna giggled before sipping some wine and continuing a chat with my mother. Alpha Jarius and I spoke about the packs and their customs. A few minutes later, Savannah sat beside me with a smile plastered on her face. Her cheeks flushed and her red lips brighter than earlier. Your perfume is rather strong, love. I chuckled at her. She shrugged before giving Anna a fake smile, to which Anna returned a genuine, kind smile. I couldn't help but laugh at Savannah's childishness. Once dinner was over, our guests were ready to leave. Savannah walked away with Nina. Everyone bid each other farewell. I can't wait to start working together, Lincoln. Thank you for accepting the proposal. Jarius shook my hands. Anytime. I look forward towards working with your pack. I walked Jarius and Anna out the door. Tyler and Matt are following me. I really hope you wait for your mate, Alpha. I'm sure it's going to be worth it. Anna smiles at me. I couldn't protest what she said. I gave her a small smile and nodded. Matt gasped. He probably thought I'd tell her I don't need a mate. Like I always did until recently. Did he just agree? Gah. Thank goddess. Matt whispered to Tyler. I turned around to see Tyler smirk. So, wasn't my mother the only one who disapproved of my girlfriend? What do they see that I don't? Chapter 18 3 days later. Miana Lovecraft POV. The days went on as usual, with him showing up at the pack hospital every other day. For God knows what. His presence, though, terrified the children. The children's wards, which resonated with squeals and giggles, became drop-dead silent when he was around. Sometimes the little pups make so much noise that it's hard for us to concentrate on other things. A few of them have been hospitalized for a couple of days for recovery. They seem to be the noisiest since they're stuck in one place. How I wish the alpha could sit outside the wards so the pups would behave. Yeah, you'll surely like that, won't you? Hira mocked. Ugh, can I make one pathetic joke? You and I both know it wasn't a joke. She replied. Rolling my eyes at her, I carried on with my work. Mia. I heard little Madison shout as I walked into the room. As if on cue, every little one in the room began jumping up and down to grab my attention. I finished my breakfast on time. Madison spoke. Mark pulled my teddy last night. Sandy pouted. There's my girlfriend, George yelled. After attending to all my patients, I made my way to have lunch with Alex. As usual, we exchanged a few stories that made each other laugh. Amaya and Jason are going clubbing tonight, and they've invited me. Would you like to come? Alex asked. I'd love to. I smiled at him. I've recently enjoyed being friends with Amaya and Lily. They're the girls who knew all the gossip about the pack and were great fun to hang out with. Striding into my workroom, I noticed a blonde already seated at the patient's seat. Yes, I asked as I walked closer. Miana Lovecraft? She asked as she crossed her leg over the other. She wore a nude bodycon dress that stopped above her mid-thigh. Her blood-red lips contrast with her hair. She looked absolutely stunning, as if she stepped out of a magazine. She took her sunglasses off. Savannah Cohen. My body straightened up at her being present here in front of me. Her blue eyes ran over my figure from head to toe. My hair, my black dress, and my pumps, she scrutinized my appearance before her face turned into disgust. It took me a minute to realize it, and as soon as I knew she tried to belittle me, a scoff left my lips as I crossed my arms and raised an eyebrow at her. If she can act harshly, then I can do worse. How can I help you? I knew something was up the first time I saw you here. The little days you and Lincoln got stuck in. Remember? She smirked. I bit my lip. I needed to know why she was here. A word spread saying that Lincoln came to see you at the railway station that night. Is it true, Miana? She stood up. I smiled at her. Her question seemed smooth, but behind it was a lot of hidden desperation. I don't know what you're talking about. Did Lincoln come to see me? I pretended to think a little. Maybe you should ask him about it. Don't you think? I shrugged and took my seat. Listen here, you're speaking to the future Luna. I demand respect. She slammed the desk. Oh, not so pretty and elegant now, are we? I let out a breath. Pardon me, I thought I replied quite respectfully. Future. Luna. I emphasized the last two words. Let me remind you of one thing, Miana, he's mine. I claimed him before you did, and it stays that way. You understand? She gritted her teeth, her face turning red as a tomato. You may share a bond, but I've given him more. I know Lincoln like no one else, and that will always have him coming after me. She hit the nerve, but I masked it up by looking down at a few prescriptions. Do I look like I collect scraps? Honey, I'm better off alone than having a grumpy mate with too much drama. No, thank you. I felt her relax after hearing my words. She wasn't even aware of the part where I called her crazy. Just stay away from him. Don't forget my brother's the beta. She warned before stepping away. Don't forget to put your man on a leash, I replied, watching her storm out of the room. I lay back on my seat and closed my eyes for a few minutes. The mate situation was already out of hand, and now that Savannah has interfered, I can only expect things to get worse. At the club, Alex and I entered the not-so-crowded part of the club. Normally, I'd expect a lot of people to be drunk and dancing. Thankfully, it wasn't the case here. Everyone seemed laid back, and only a few people were on the dance floor. They're over there, come on, Mia. He held my hand and walked to the already crowded table. By the time we walked closer, I smiled at the familiar faces of Amaya, Jason, Lily, and Logan. Looking to my right, I saw Tyler and a pretty brunette beside him, both of them giving me a friendly smile. The mark on the girl's shoulder made me realize it was his mate. I returned a smile and sat alongside Alex. Miana, right? Tyler asked. Yes, I replied. I'm Tyler and this is my mate Tanya. He spoke, rubbing his mate's arm. Greeting each other, we ordered a few drinks. Surprisingly, Tyler has been the friendliest out of the lot. During the training and other gatherings, he had a very stern, rough and tough demeanor, almost similar to Lincoln. In fact, all the higher-ranking wolves seemed very unfriendly during the training. I began thinking about how Lincoln would be around his family and friends. What would his laugh sound like? What would make him happy? How did he behave around his parents? Are you all right, Team Miana? A soft voice spoke out, holding my hand. I snapped out of my thoughts and looked up to see Tanya looking at me with a smile and Tyler staring at me with his eyebrows furrowed. Yes. I'm perfectly fine. Yeah, she does that every now and then. She drifts to dreamland, just like that. Amaya intervened. Oh, shut up. I threw a napkin at her. Thank you. She giggled, picking up the napkin and wiping the edge of her lip. Tanya chuckled shyly as I shook my head at Amaya. Lily and Amaya discussed a fair to be held at the training grounds next week, to which other packs are also invited. It was something Alpha Evan and Luna had organized 2 years ago. There would be stalls, games, and of course lots of food. As much as I was new to the news, so was Tanya. Tyler later explained how she belonged to the neighboring pack and how they met. As he spoke about her, he held so much adoration in his eyes for his mate. Apparently, she was a little wolf who was abused since childhood and never had a family. He had found her when he visited their pack with Lincoln. He said that she's still afraid of crowds and loud noises, so he takes care of her. She's my baby, he said before kissing her cheek. It was a truly beautiful sight to behold. The moon goddess gave Tanya the most valuable gift. The other 2 couples began dancing as Alex and I spoke about a few things at the hospital. Why not? Tyler chuckled at Tanya. No, Ty. You know I won't, she pouted, giving him the puppy eyes. He hummed in response. Tanya noticed me looking at them. What's wrong? I asked. Ty wants me to dance. She told me and glared at him in the cutest way possible. Go away, you silly. She swatted his hand away. You're very cute. I laughed at her. In an instant, Tanya's cheeks turned pink. And you're very beautiful. She complimented me back. I like you very much. I like you too, Tanya. You know, you should dance with Ty, Tanya suggested. What? No. He's a good dancer, Mia. Alex informed. Still no. I crossed my hands. I'm just like you, Tanya. I don't dance. Tyler watched me intently, as if he was thinking of something at the back of his head. You know what? I'll teach you. Tyler immediately stood up. Baby, stay close to Alex. I'll be back. Just watch me from here, okay? He kissed his mate and held his hand out for me. Get you, P-Doc. He motioned with his fingers for me to stand. Go. Tanya laughed. Wait, no dash. I couldn't finish protesting because Tyler had already dragged me to the dance floor with Alex and Tanya laughing at me. Chapter 19 Lincoln Hunters POV. It's been hours since I've been punching the heavy bag. The gym had always been the best way to relieve my stress, but no matter how much I tried tonight, my mind remained restless. So I continued working out until my body was exhausted, and maybe then I could pass out on the gym's cold floor. With every punch that landed on the heavy bag, she hates me, was the only thought that echoed in my head. Kai growled from the inside. He's been urging me to leave everything behind and fall on my knees in front of Miana. I could only scoff at the idea. Something in me knew she'll still want to drag me to the depths of hell. It's been a battle between Kai and me, and the only way to take it out is by thrashing the punching bag, which looks beaten up in the last couple of hours. I promised Savannah I'll be there for her. She gave me everything. We were in love. My heart clenched at the thought of admitting to myself that she was someone I used to love. Wiping the sweat on my forehead, I walked towards the window. Once again under the moon, looking for answers. The metal doors of the gym swung open as Tyler walked in dressed up like he had been out. His hair was disheveled, and a smirk was on his face. Kai grew vigilant, and my body tensed. The air in the room was filled with the scents of jasmine and vanilla. Miana. I looked past Tyler, and there was no one. Sniffing up the air around Ty, I noticed he had her scent on him. What the heck was he up to? A deadly growl left my lips as I lunged at him. Tyler reached POV in a swift move. Lincoln grabbed my neck. His eyes gleamed from silver to gray. His fangs began to emerge. What stood in front of me was a man and a beast combined. It felt like Kai and Lincoln stood hand in hand to rip me apart. There was anger, mad rage in those eyes that made me swallow my saliva. His forehead dripped with sweat, and the veins on his neck and arms protruded. I knew my alpha the best. He was the one I looked up to as I grew up. The last thing I wanted to do was see him in this state because of me. He left me no choice, but to be honest. When he met Savannah, I thought it would be a temporary thing until he met his mate, but no. She clung onto him like a leech on his back. I knew she was trouble the moment he announced their relationship. I sucked it up, hoping that it would end one day. Then came Miana, the doctor that everyone talks about. The girl with the kindest smile and happiest soul you'd ever come across. I secretly watched her when Lincoln went to the hospital or when they met at the library. I couldn't help but thank the goddess for bringing the perfect fit for Lincoln. She didn't bow down to him and made it crystal clear that she didn't want to do anything regarding Link. Neither did she do it in a boisterous way. She was a calm and composed girl. I knew she'd keep the alpha on his toes. That'll be quite the scene to watch. Did you touch her? He spoke as if spitting out venom. I knew he wouldn't do anything without knowing the real reason as to why his mate's scent lingered on me. I did this on purpose. It was obvious he had feelings for her, but something held him back. Well, we all know what or who it was. It was as if I had an urge to bring out his feelings for her and get her to like him. Her? Who is Alpha? I smirked again, but damn, his grip got harder, making me choke. Why the heck is Miana's scent on you, Tyler? With one hand choking me, he fisted his other hand, ready to slam it into my face. Yep, I'd better cut the drama. I wouldn't want a broken nose. Oh, Mia? Yeah. We kinda danced at the club. I smiled, hoping he'll ease the grip. Asshole. I felt my feet being lifted from the ground. How the heck did he do that? I probably weigh more than a bull. Link, I just taught her a few moves, man. Chill, she seemed bored, so I just, made her hop onto the dance floor for a bit. Tanya was there too. The words slowly seeped into his thick skull before he dropped me to the floor. I coughed a few times watching him walk away from me. I know I stressed him further, but I needed him to realize what he wants, when it's clearly not Savannah. It was my duty, after all, to make my alpha be with his mate. Our Luna. Lincoln Hunters, I can't take it anymore. I want to scream and break everything around me. Even the concept of another male around her makes my blood boil. I don't know why Tyler would like to pull off something like this, but he hit a nerve. How many seconds would it have taken for me to claw his heart out of his chest? Thankfully, something reminded me that he felt protective of Miana since he found out about us. She was his Luna. There was no change in that. He made sure she was well and safe. Whatever he did today, he did it purposely, and it sure worked. As I turned to him, I saw him gulp down a bottle of water. The annoying smirk was still plastered on his face. Doesn't feel good, does it? He raised his brow at me. What are you talking about? Your mate sent on another? He threw the bottle in the trash. You've been punishing her all these days with that. Other women sent on you. I was completely tongue-tied. And yet, you wonder why she hates you, Alpha. That's a real shame. With that, he left. Unwrapping the hand wrap around my wrist and palm, I made up my mind. I had to end things with Savannah. She has to understand, so does Benjamin. To be honest, I feel like I've been cheating on her in my mind already. I'm going to set things straight and do what I had to do a while back. I'm going to tell the world about my mate. Announce to the pack about their future Luna. As much as I have hurt her, I'm going to win her heart. We're going to claim her as ours, Kai. Something I should have done the moment I laid my eyes on her. Chapter 20 Lincoln Hunters POV. I'll be back before the fair, babe. Trust me. It's Samantha's birthday. The girls are going to Vegas for a few nights. Savannah zipped up her bags. She turned towards me. Honey, you look like you miss me already. She laughed at me. I went into the room to have a word with her, but unfortunately, she had other plans. She held my neck, pulling me in for a kiss. Savannah, not now. We have to talk. She looked at me curiously before masking it with a smile. Link, I need to hurry. The girls are waiting for me at the Nightingale's Cafe. From there we leave to the airport together. I crossed my hands, lay back on the wall contemplating if I could wait till next week to tell her that it won't work out between us. One thing is for sure, she won't take the news lightly. Could you drive me there? Sure. With that, we left. Stopping in front of the cafe, I noticed it was beside Lovecraft's library. Savannah stumbled out with a heavy bag. Wait, let me help you with the other bags, I said as I stepped out and pulled the 2 baggages from the back seat. Each would have weighed a ton. Damn. I placed them close to where she stood. You good? I asked her as she looked around. Yes. They're inside. Bye, babe. The next second, her lips were on mine. She clung to my neck, planting a kiss. I didn't respond. Gently lifting myself up, she removed her lips from me. Goodbye. I walked to the driver's seat while Savannah walked into the cafe, where girls were cheering on her little stunt a while ago. Unlocking the car, I glanced at the library only for my heart to drop. Miana stood at the entrance with her father. Her eyebrows furrowed, and her fist tightened around the handle of her handbag. She was dressed formally, which meant she was leaving for work. David, of course, shifted his eyes between his daughter and me, probably trying to figure out our silent stare. When I glanced at him, he gave me a curt nod before gesturing for his daughter to follow him to his truck. Holding onto my car door, I stared at her until she got in the vehicle and drove off. Miana Lovecraft POV I watched through the library windows as Lincoln's car parked at the Nightingale's Cafe. He stepped out in just a pair of gray sweatpants and a black V-neck t-shirt. And still looking so damn white, on the other side was Savannah. They spoke a few words before kissing each other. It's not my business. I need to look away, but I can't. She played with his hair while kissing him deeply. Mia Muffin, let's go. Dad called out. Okay. Since my car needed an oil change, Dad offered to drop me at the hospital, but we stopped by the library so that he could open it up and leave one of the girls who worked here in charge. When I stepped out of the door, our eyes connected. It's strange that as days passed, I built up hatred towards him, and along with that came an immense amount of pain. He's given me many ways to despise him more. And today's episode, an added reason. Of course, I've seen them together, but it was the first time I saw him kiss her. My throat felt dry. I followed my father to the truck, feeling his gaze on me the entire time. I sat on the passenger seat and looked up, but not at him this time. My eyes darted to the woman seated inside the cafe, who wore a smirk on her lips, her eyes completely trained on me. That malodorous woman. Hira snarled. He doesn't even accept a rejection? What does he want me to do? Is he going to punish me like this? I hate you, Lincoln Hunters. I hate you so very much. Mia, Dad called as he parked the car in front of the hospital. I saw what happened when we left the library. He sighed. I stared at him. There's nothing I could say. When you left Sierra's pack, the Alpha came looking for you. He itched his beard, a habit he has when it's awkward. The guy looked lost. All this means only one thing, Mia. He's figured it out. I don't want to talk about it, Dad. I shook my head. Talk to me, baby. You have to tell me. He held me by the shoulders. If it was that easy, I would have told you about it, Dad. You just saw what I saw. What do you want me to do now, huh? The tears pricked my eyes. The next thing I know, my face is buried into my father's chest. I always felt my dad's bear hugs cured everything, but this time the pain still lingered. He gently patted my head and rubbed my back, cooing the sweetest things to me. How special I am to him and Mum. And that they'll always be there for me. It comforted me. I snuggled further into his chest, wiping my eyes on his shirt. With no trace of tears in my eyes, I looked up at him. He held the most sorrowful expression. I'll probably break down seeing my father in this state. Damn you, Lincoln. Trust me, Dad. I'm fine. I don't want him. I smiled at him. Can I take my baby home? He asked pleadingly. Dad. I chuckled. I'm fine. But I'm not. Mia Muffin, come home with me. I'd love to spend the day with you. Please. He asked again, desperation so clear. Dad, I promise I'll be home for lunch. Alex would allow me to take the day off, but it isn't fair. I was away for a couple of days already. He nodded his head in understanding. Kissing his cheek, I got out of the truck. I'll ask Mum to make your favorite shrimp fettuccine Alfredo when you're back, baby. He smiled, disguising his sadness. Yes, can't wait. I grinned at him, stepping back for him to drive away. After sipping a strong cup of coffee, I made my way through the emergency department. Inside the ward, I noticed 3 ladies dressed in black dresses, more like uniforms, who were the maids who worked at the pack house. I could hear a female sob, and the ladies who stood whispered comforting words. Is someone hurt? I spoke up as I approached them. Why, yes. Rosalie had an injury during her shift at the Alpha's mansion. An older lady spoke with worry as she comforted the little girl sobbing in pain. She didn't look older than 20. It looked like she hurt her back. The nurse began snipping the material, making the fragile girl shiver and sob harder. "Gentle Megan." I spoke to the nurse. "Hey Rosalie, I'm gonna help you out, okay?" "I'm Mia," I gave her a small smile. Her cries became silent as she nodded her head. As the material was slowly removed from her back, a gasp left the nurse's lips. I looked at the injury and she was burned. For a tiny girl like Rosalie, the burn covered half of her back. My heart raced, almost sensing the pain she felt. Another hour passed as we carefully cleaned and dressed her wound. She needs bed rest for a few weeks. She'll stay at the hospital till then. I spoke to the maids, who nodded at me. Rosalie lay on her side, looking up at me. "What happened? Who did this to you?" She shook her head, tears already threatening to spill. "I need to know." I looked at the other ladies for answers. "No one, Mia." Rosalie whimpered. "If you don't tell me, I will walk into that mansion right now and find out." I crossed my arms. This wasn't right. Our pack was known for treating everyone equally. What could this poor girl have done to be punished so severely? She didn't follow Miss Cohen's orders. Her favorite dress wasn't pressed properly. The older lady spoke with fear. "Savannah?" I asked. "Yes, so." My blood boiled. Lincoln allowed her to treat her helpers in this manner. What kind of alpha was he? So she punished me, Rosalie explained. I walked into the chief doctor's office. "Hey Alex, where would the alpha be right now?" Chapter 21 Miana Lovecraft POV. I pulled up the car in front of the pack house. Alex told me that Lincoln would be at the office right now. Opening the door, I stepped out. In comparison, one of the ladies stayed back with Rosalie. I asked the other maid, Penny, to come with me. "You really don't have to do this, Mia. Please," she pleaded. "He can't treat you all like this." "I won't allow it." "He has no idea, Mia. Mississippi Cohen threatened us not to tell anyone." "You need to leave, dear." She held on to my arm. "Well, it's about time Lynn, the alpha, hears about this." I left no room for debate. I walked up the stairs, completely furious about Lincoln being oblivious to the deeds his lover would do under his nose. Did he love her that much to ignore what she'd do to these poor girls who worked for them? As we stepped into the house, I could hear him barking orders to someone from the upper floor. "I need more guards near the borders." Damn it. Why the heck wasn't anyone patrolling the frontier last night? Benjamin. Benjamin said it wasn't necessary. Where the heck is he? A few men hurried downstairs, and they looked like they had seen a ghost. Following them was one of the top warriors. I think Dad said his name was Matt. He walked down the stairs, rubbing his face in frustration. Hi. Going to meet the alpha?" He smirked at us. "Yes." I frowned. "Well, good luck." He chuckled while shaking his head. I watched his figure as he headed out the door. "Miss, I don't think it's the best time," Penny spoke in worry. "You can stay outside while I have a word with him." Normally, no one goes near him at times like these. Mia, PLE-. She stopped mid-sentence as I looked at her. I was determined to talk to him today. "I need Benjamin in here right now." Lincoln's voice boomed as we walked to the office. The door was completely open, and he stood behind the desk with his fist slamming on it. Okay. He didn't look very approachable right now. Maybe I should have listened to the lady after all. He wore his formal white shirt with the top 3 buttons undone. His hair was slightly disheveled. As the remaining men in the room walked out, his grayish-green cold eyes immediately stared at us, specifically me. Too late to run. Swallowing the lump in my throat, I straightened my stance. "Miana?" He sounded surprised. His then cold eyes turned gentle. He ran his hand through his hair, rubbing his eyes. I guess he tried to calm himself down. I looked to the side at Penny, who now stepped at least 3 feet away. "I'll be right here if you need me, Mia." She gave me a forced smile and looked down. Why did this feel like a bad idea now? His scent got closer, which meant only one thing. I turned around to see the soaring figure of Lincoln just a foot away from me. He towered over me with broad shoulders, intimidating enough to scare away any person who stood in my place at this moment. "Come in." He gestured to the oak doors of his office. His eyes were thoroughly on me. I walked into the magnificent room, and on the left wall were framed pictures of all the former alphas of our pack. Right behind his desk was a tall window, giving him the perfect view of the training grounds. On the vault hung a chandelier that appeared to be of great value. The heavy doors being shut echoed in my ears, drawing me to look behind. Lincoln had shut the doors, and now he watched my every move, without a word being said. His shoulders still seemed tensed. I wasn't sure if it was from the earlier growling or if he was uncomfortable with my presence. "I need to talk to you." I looked up at him. "I can explain." He nodded. "What?" "Mianna, what you saw this morning," he sighed. "Morning? What are you, oh, that?" I slapped my forehead. How could I forget them kissing each other before the library? Ugh. I'm not here for that. He nodded again with a frown, trying to understand why I was here. "Have a seat." He walked to his desk. "No, thank you. One of the maids who worked for you has been severely injured. She's only a little girl." "What happened to her?" He turned towards me and asked cautiously. "She has second-degree burns on her back, just because she didn't do her chore well," I explained. "I don't understand. You're saying someone did that to her?" He leaned on his desk while rubbing his stubble in deep thought. His rolled-up sleeves showed his tattoos. With narrowed eyebrows, he looked like a hunk. Hira growled on the inside, bringing me back from dreamland. "Funny you never noticed the kind of torture your woman has been doing to the helpers." "Savannah, she did that to them? What the heck are you talking about?" His body shook in anger. He couldn't accept the accusations I laid on his lover. Something in me didn't let me back down in fear. She burnt the poor girl because her damn clothes weren't pressed properly. "Who the heck does that?" I raised my voice more than he did. "If the whole pack house could hear us, so be it." He scrutinized me for a few seconds. It hurt. He trusted that she-devil more than he believed me. "Penny," he called out. Penny instantly opened the door. "Alpha." She bowed. "Is Mianna saying the truth?" He asked in a stern voice. "Yes, Alpha." She answered soundlessly. "Why hasn't anyone told me this before?" His tone got louder. Penny didn't reply but whimpered against the wall. "Could you be a little kind to her? They're the victims here." I spoke on her behalf. He huffed and raked his hair. His lips let out silent profanities. "Penny, I've known you for years now. You could have just told me." He spoke in a calmer manner. We were told not to tell anyone about this. If we did, we'd not only lose our job, but we'd never have a walk of life. She sobbed in her hands. "Give me the name," he asked quietly. "Alpha." She shook her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. "It's an order. I need the name Penny." He clenched his jaw. "She will kill me, sir." Penny's body shook in terror. "I'm your Alpha. You have my word when I say no one lays a finger on you in the future. Now, I'm asking you for the last time. Give me the name." "Mississippi Cohen," she whispered. He took a deep breath, registering Penny's words. "I'll visit the hospital tomorrow and have a word with the girl who's been hurt. It's my duty to make sure you're all safe. I'll also make sure this doesn't happen again. I swear, Penny." He spoke sincerely. There was no anger in his tone. In fact, he seemed kind enough for her to stop crying. "Are there any others who are hurt right now that we aren't aware of?" He glanced at me for a second. "No, Alpha, it was only Rosalie for today, since she left early." Lincoln shut his eyes as if in agony. "Rosalie?" "The carpenter's daughter. She worked while studying." His anger began to resurface. "You may leave now," he uttered, looking down at his shoes in deep thought. Penny looked at me, and I nodded to follow her out. I was glad he listened to us. Luckily, the poor women didn't have to go through that kind of torture anymore. He said he'll make sure of it. "Mianna, I need to talk to you." "Penny, please close the door when you leave." She bowed and left immediately. Thud. The door closed. Just us alone now. I heard his heavy breaths. He probably had a very hectic day so far. Lincoln had his back towards me. "I'm glad you brought this up. If not, I wouldn't know how long she'd do this to them." He unfastened his watch and placed it on his desk. turning around with his hands in his pockets. Thank you. For listening, I guess. For believing Penny. I bit my lip. It's getting awkward. Why did he want me to stay back? I glanced up at him, to see him already looking at me, my lips. A slight smirk played on his own. He looked away, clearing his throat. Mia, I want to explain. He rubbed the back of his neck nervously. I scrunched my brows. About what you saw, she kissed me. I didn't. He shook his head. I don't want to know. I stepped back. Just when I thought we could have a civil conversation and say adieu. Just listen. Please. I'm ending things with Savannah when she's back, and I want you to give me a chance. Give us a chance, Mia. I should have done this sooner, but I was confused. I kept fighting against the feeling. He walked up to me slowly. I stepped back again, glaring at him to stop getting closer. He was breaking up with her for me? So what happens to Savannah now? I feel bad for her. She's been whoring for ages now. She'll survive. Hira snapped. Still didn't mean I can give him a chance. He didn't do this as soon as he met us, I replied. I'm just glad he's trying. She lay back. I don't know. Would you consider? He whispered so close to me. I nibbled on my lip, retreating another step. His scent and his closeness began to clog my mind. The tip of my heels met his shoes, and every step I backed away, he came forward. His well-built chest was in front of my eyes. This man was very distracting. Could you stop? I asked in annoyance. Stop what? He asked, completely ignorant about what he's doing right now. Coming so close to me. I gestured the space between us with my hand, stepping away one last time. Oh, unfazed, he took only one step back. The distance made me breathe a sigh of relief. I have to go now. I began walking to the door. You didn't give me an answer. He gently spoke, a certain kind of amusement in his eyes. Probably realizing how awkward I felt to be alone with him. Do I have a chance or not, doctor? He asked again, holding back a smile. Holding onto the doorknob, I glanced at him. I said, I don't know, Alpha. I lied because my heart screamed yes. With that, I left the room, swiftly walking down the stairs. Miana. I heard him call out for me to go back in there with pure frustration. Laughing to myself, I drove off. Chapter 22 Lincoln Hunter's POV Come in. I called out as my beta entered the office. Looking everywhere but me. You asked for me, Alpha. There was no one patrolling around the mountains last night. Care to tell me why? He scratched the back of his head. Recently, Benjamin has been slacking in his responsibilities. I might have missed out on it since I was busy going rounds in the forest. You should have appointed someone else, damn it. Sorry, Alpha. It won't happen again. Oh yeah, it surely won't happen again because Tyler is going to be in charge of the border patrols from now on. A flash of anger washed through his eyes, and I could only scoff at it. He can be the strongest warrior in the pack, but I'm his fucking alpha. I'd take him on a challenge and defeat him within seconds on any given day. He was well aware of it. How can he forget the days we've trained together? Tyler was known for being excellent at tracking scents, while Matt was the best agile warrior. Benjamin usually uses his heavy physique to take on an army of warriors. The title doesn't come to you easily, even if you were the only heir. The Werewolf Council conducts its usual appraisal before approving someone to be alpha. If you weren't up to the criteria, the position would be given to the next in line. I lead the most substantial and powerful pack in the whole of the North for a reason. I won't let mistakes slide. As much as we're feared, there still would be someone or something out there trying to defeat us and take our place. Do you have a problem with that, Beta? I asked. No, sir. He swallowed. Mind you, the Beta title is on the line. One more slip and I'll make you step down. I warned. It won't happen again, he spoke, still hardly making any eye contact. Tyler and Matt then joined us to talk about tomorrow's gathering with the Silver Moon Pack. Benjamin's jaw hardened at the sight of Tyler. The tension was thick between Benjamin and me until Matt spoke up. Alpha, you'll sign the first pact between both packs tomorrow, so it's considered to have the closest pack members during the official paperwork. I could send out an invite to whoever is necessary. I nodded. The former Alpha and Luna, Benjamin and Nina, the two of you with your mates. I pointed at Ty and Matt. Anyone else? I really wish Miana could come and stand by me. It was a special day after all. How about all the front warriors and their families? The former uppermost warriors and their families. I mean, guys, this is big news for our pack. We're extending our pack. Tyler said enthusiastically. You're right, man. It should be a celebration. Matt laughed. A celebration? Nah, I walked away from them. Come on, Link, we could loosen up a bit, you know. Tyler gave out his usual smirk. I wonder what he's up to now. Give me the names, Benjamin. Anyone you'd like to invite? Tyler asked, while Matt requested a maid to note down the names that needed to be invited. Benjamin simply shook his head. His mind was elsewhere. I soon found out what it was. The Michaels, Jason's family. How about the Browns? Matt and Tyler kept piling up names. Wait, the Lovecraft family. Alpha Evan would be pissed if we hadn't invited them. Tyler bit his cheek. So this is what he was up to. Well, I can't complain. By the end of the count, we've reached nearly 500 werewolves being invited. I'm starting to think Matt and Tyler might have gone mad. All right, ladies, lots to prepare within 24 hours. Let's hurry up. Matt cried, hurrying out with the maid, followed by Tyler and Benjamin. Miana Lovecraft POV, Dad, I'm home. I sang as I walked into the house. I didn't know why, but I felt a sense of relief as I drove home from the pack house. Lincoln asked if I could give us a chance. He and I? A new beginning. It seemed like a lot to take in. I went to see him for something else, but he ended up messing with my head with something entirely else. A part of me wanted to jump at the given opportunity. I'd blame it on the mate bond, but the rest of me didn't give in to the idea at all. After meeting Kai, Hira seemed to have eased a bit too. He's hurt me in too many ways for me to just give in. Even if I do, Savannah's words keep echoing in my ears. She seemed very confident that Lincoln would always go back to her. The last thing I want is to live my life with insecurities and trust issues. Mia. My mom called from the kitchen, and I only hoped Dad hadn't told her anything. She wouldn't handle it as well as Dad did. When I entered the kitchen, I saw my mother in a chirpy mood. Thank God she didn't know. Yet, Dad wasn't someone to keep secrets from his wife. So it's only a matter of time for her to find out. Hey, Mama. I kissed her cheek. Where's Dad? At the library. He'll be home now. I've made shrimp Alfredo for you, Muffin. She smiled sweetly, opening the pot of delicious pasta. That smells amazing. I sniffed. I freshened up before lunch. Alex was kind enough to give me a half day off. So I slipped into my comfy pajama pants and a tank top. A yawn escaped my lips as I tied my hair into a messy bun and headed downstairs. When I entered the living room, Dad was seated in front of the television, which was playing an old movie. His concentration, though, was elsewhere. He rested his head at the back of the couch, staring at nothing in particular. I simply sat beside him on the couch and switched to a music channel, hoping it would lighten his mood. I hummed along with the song, lying sideways on the couch. He turned towards me and gave me a sad smile. Can you stop sulking over the matter, Dad? I whispered to him. Look at me, I'm fine. He only nodded in return. Lunch is ready. Mum called. So today the ladies met up for breakfast. Luna Catherine just kept asking about Mia. My mother shrugged, and Dad just shook his head. She's a lovely lady. I nodded, devouring the heavenly plate of pasta. Talking about the Luna, Matt stopped by at the library. Dad spoke. That's unusual. Mum's interest peaked. Well, tomorrow they're signing the pact with the Silver Moon Pack. And the Alpha has called all of us for the gathering. All of us. I coughed. Well, that's great. Mia can meet a few new faces. She hasn't been out since she's back. I don't think I want to come, Mama. Plus, it's on a working day. I shook my head. Don't be silly, Mia. Just come. Once you're done after work, of course. She rubbed my hand with a bright smile. Maybe stay back, Muffin. She'll be tired after her shift, Cassie. Dad said. But David. I bet Alex would come too. It is a big event for the Blood Hunters pack. No room for arguments. I'll pick your dress, first thing in the morning, and we're all going. Mum clapped her hands together victoriously. I gave my dad pleading looks, but to no avail. Oh my, it's been so long since we've been to a party as a family. My mother was literally getting so damn excited. She really needs to calm down. Her phone rang just then. She merrily walked to it and answered. Hello. Yes, Kathy, she laughed. Who's Kathy? I quietly asked Dad. The Luna Catherine. He whispered back. Of course, Mama spoke while giving me a pointed look. I scrunched my eyebrows at her with no clue. What's that look for? I asked Dad again. To which he only shrugged. Mia? Yes, she is definitely coming. Well, not the most comfortable in crowds, but she's a big girl now. I groaned as my mother just embarrassed me. I'll see you tomorrow. She ended the call. What is going on, Mum? Well, it's the Luna. She called me to personally invite us. She had a very proud smile. And she double-checked to see if you were coming. That part. I heard. I gulped the last of my wine. Tomorrow was going to be a long day. After doing the dishes, I joined my father, who sat on the patio. What are you thinking about? Nothing, Mia. He smiled at me. He pulled me close so that I could lie on his shoulder. Are you worried about tomorrow, sweetheart? He asked me with a slight worry lacing his tone. Not really. It's just that I don't know how these gatherings work. It's gonna be new to me. Dad and I both ignored the fact that my mate would be the main highlight of the event. Maybe we could just pretend we've been food poisoned. He laughed. Your mother could go there alone. Oh goddess, now that you've said it. I think the shrimp Alfredo didn't sit well with my dad. I fake gagged, followed by laughter and giggles from both of us. Chapter 23 Miana Lovecraft POV. Mom, are you serious about this dress? I rubbed my face. I had gotten home to get ready for the pack gathering, and Mama was overjoyed to pick a dress for me. And I'm starting to think it's a bad idea. What's wrong? She raised a single brow with her hands on her waist. Isn't it a little too much? I bit my lip. Are you joking, child? Have you seen the ladies dress up for occasions here? She asked me. It's always better to be overdressed than be underdressed. She walked away, leaving no room for arguments. Pairing my red dress with gold heels. I left my hair in loose curls, letting it trail all the way down to my waist. The drive to the pack house wasn't long. As we stepped out, the house was packed with people and lights were everywhere. Dad and Mum walked hand in hand in front of me. Alex said he'll meet at the entrance. Since I told him I'd be alone, he was kind enough to give me some company. Oh my God, you look gorgeous, Mia. Alex spoke as soon as he caught sight of me. His eyes were still in shock at my appearance. I looked down at my dress to hide the blush. Hey, Alex. I chuckled, waving at him. Alex wore a blue suit, his hair neatly set. Looking very handsome, he already had a few females glance his way. He held my hand, and we walked in together. The pack house was usually grand and always looked magnificent, but tonight, it was beautifully adorned with candlelit tables, pretty flowers, and a variety of drinks and cuisines. Have a seat. I'll grab us some drinks. Alex said before he walked away. Are you sure you guys aren't a thing? Amaya whispered from behind me, making me jump. Yet? Lily perked from the other side, wiggling her eyebrows. You guys. I huffed, holding my chest. Why are you so jumpy? Lily asked as they both sat on opposite sides. I'm sorry, I'm not always so jumpy unless two creatures suddenly creep up from behind me. Lily giggled and Amaya rolled her eyes. Answer me. Amaya drummed her fingers on the table impatiently. What? Alex and I? No. I shook my head. I could never see Alex as anything more than a very good friend. And honestly, he's treated me that way and nothing more, which makes me very comfortable around him. You guys look good together. Lily smiled. He's a really good friend, Lily, and the best chief doctor to work with. Hello, ladies. Looking so very pretty tonight. Alex arrived at our table, handing me a champagne cocktail. I took a sip of it and it tasted heavenly. Lily stood up and gave her seat to Alex as she walked off to Logan. The whole pack seemed present tonight. Alpha, Evan, and Luna were busy greeting everyone. People kept coming in from our pack and the Silver Moon pack. Hey, Alex. One of the female warriors came to him. Jasmine. Alex addressed her curtly. Jasmine was one of the girls who often hung around with Savannah. She flicked her brunette curls off her shoulder, projecting her perfect teeth to Alex. Her eyes landed on me for a second, but before I could return a smile, she looked at him again. Oh well, whatever. Wanna dance? She giggled. No thanks. I don't dance. He chuckled. I could always teach you. She twirled her curl. Doesn't this girl give up? I'm good, Jasmine. In fact, I need to introduce Mia to a few pack members. He excused himself and stood up. I sipped on my drink, ignoring her piercing gaze on me. Alex held his hand out to me. Go. Amaya nudged my arm. Giving her a smile, I stood up. I held his hand and followed him. You're welcome, I whispered in his ear. What would I do without you? He squeezed my hand. Walking through the rows of tables and people, I noticed everyone was present, but the alphas hadn't arrived yet. Shouldn't you be grateful for it? Hira snickered. I am. Speak of the devil. She sniffed the air. As she spoke the final words, a sleek silver Mercedes pulled up at the entrance of the pack house, catching everyone's attention. They're here, Alex said with a proud smile. The Alpha and Luna of the Silver Moon Pack stepped down from the car. They stood together, looking so beautiful. The Luna held the kindest smile as she greeted a few pack members on her way up. Following their car, a familiar black Range Rover drove in, and behind it was a matte black sports car. It stood out from all the expensive cars that were already parked. Lincoln was probably in it. The tinted glasses didn't reveal anything, so I focused on the SUV instead. He shouldn't see me gawking at his car. That's the Alpha's recent toy. He got it shipped this morning. She's a beauty, isn't she? Alex was literally drooling over the car. I just nodded and smiled at him. The Range Rover's doors opened, and the Beta, Tyler, and Matt stepped out. All of them looked serious, their expressions grim, unlike the Silver Moon Pack's Alpha and Luna. The crowd became quiet as the sports car entered the head of the pack house. The men who stepped out of the SUV stood close to the car as its back door opened. That's when he stepped out, the Alpha. The tallest among all the men who stood beside him. His green eyes are as sharp as a hawk's. He held a pen, which he placed into his blazer as he walked. He murmured something to Tyler as they followed him behind. His brows narrowed and his lips set in a neutral manner. He looked very pensive. No, he looked like someone stole his favorite candy and he was upset about it. Yes, that's what it was. This wolf didn't know when to keep quiet. A giggle left my lips at her silly thoughts. Alex raised an eyebrow at me. Shit. I was loud. I covered my mouth and shook my head at him. My parents stood at least 10 feet away from me, and they both gave me questioning looks. Damn you, werewolf hearing. I looked down with my mouth still covered. My giggle would soon become a loud laugh because my head couldn't stop imagining Lincoln frowning over a piece of candy. Not the funniest thing, but I just couldn't stop giggling. Think about something else. Are you okay? Alex asked with amusement. No, I chuckled, and he chorused with me. Shuh, he whispered, mirroring my giggles. Damn, he murmured again, composing his posture. It was Lincoln, his jaw clenched as he walked past us. His gaze was directly on me. I bit my lip, looking away. All the humor inside my head had left, now being filled with a kind of pressure. Finally, the Alphas greeted each other, and the other pack's Beta handed Lincoln a few papers, which he read thoroughly before signing them. The elders of our pack gave each man a dagger, which they used to make a small slit on their palms. As soon as it drew blood, they shook hands. The blood bond established the mind link between Lincoln and the other Alpha. Anthea and Ragnar, the elders, poured a few drops of a purple liquid on their blood-stained palms and wiped them off. Just like that, the slit marks disappeared along with their blood stains. He looked so fine. One of the girls who stood before me fanned herself as she spoke to another. Yes, and he's alone today. Another girl squealed. Thank goddess, Savannah isn't here. They murmured, all eyes on Lincoln. Alex walked to the bar, while I made my way to Amaya and Lily. Why the hell were you giggling, Mia? Amaya asked. I don't know. I sipped my drink again. Ugh, let me go get a new one. Yeah, go on, stand with Alex, before the single men come for you. They haven't stopped staring at you since you've arrived. Amaya added while Lily nodded in agreement. Are you sure they aren't staring at you, ladies? I eyed them both. Pfft. So that Logan can butcher their heads. Lily laughed. Jason isn't any better. Amaya shook her head. I moved near Alex to order a drink. He smiled at me, gesturing for a bartender to come up. A champagne cocktail for the lady. Thank you. I sighed. Bored already? He inquired. You know I should be in bed right now. I thanked the bartender when he placed the drink before me. Too old-fashioned. A familiar voice spoke from behind me to the bartender. Tyler. I smiled. Hey, Doc. How's it going? He gave me a genuine smile. Oh, good. Where's Tanya? She's with Luna Catherine. He pointed towards his mate. She waved at me as soon as I spotted her. I waved back in return. What was so funny when we entered the pack house, Mia? He smirked at me. What? Nothing. I cleared my throat. You surely caught a lot of attention. Especially the alphas. He winked before grabbing the drinks and walking away, directly to Lincoln, who sat amongst a bunch of higher-ranking wolves. Though they spoke to him, his eyes were on me. After finishing my drink with Alex, I went by to say hi to Tanya. She was a very shy girl, so I approached her. Hi, Tanya. Mia. She pulled me in for a hug. You look stunning. She looked at me. There was something about Tanya that I loved so much. She was so innocent, humble, and sweet. So do you. I complimented her back. It was true. She wore a lilac dress with pearl earrings. Simple yet so beautiful. It was late at night, and I never expected to spend so much time in here. Ignoring his stares and having Alex's company along with the girls wasn't so hard after all. Mom, don't you think it's time to go home? I whined. Mia, we'll leave in 30 minutes. Have you met anyone new? Mama asked, looking around. No, I'm really tired. Maybe I'll just leave with Alex. Alex seems like a nice young man. Oh, stop. I know what you're gonna say next. Miana. Oh, finally, I get to talk to you. Luna Catherine showed up beside Mom, Luna. I bowed. It's Catherine or Kathy for you. She beamed. Suddenly, we heard unfamiliar howls from the forests and the training grounds. It sounded like a pack of wolves. There should be many surrounding us. Move the women into the upper floor now. Lincoln commanded while pulling out his weapon. So did the other alpha. Tyler, Benjamin, and Matt began mind-linking. A loud growl echoed through the halls of the pack house when a brown wolf barged in. He growled with bared teeth. Screams were heard as people ran away from it. A loud bang was heard, and the wolf lay lifeless on the ground. Lincoln's eyes shone silver as he lowered his weapon to the ground. His face seethed with anger. Rogues have entered the territory. The first warriors head to the forests with Benjamin and Matt, the second warriors with me and Tyler to the training grounds now. He growled. As everyone parted ways in a rush, I stood still, unable to move. He was going to fight the rogues. Is he going to be okay? Mia? Mia, move. We have to go. My mother shook me. I watched as Lincoln barked orders, walking across the room, close to where we stood. He then removed his blazer and swiftly placed it over my shoulders. He stood so close to me. Go inside, stay with everyone else. Understand? He held my shoulders, looking into my eyes for agreement. I didn't want to leave him at this moment. Miana, I said, go inside now. He gritted his teeth. Take her. My eyes were still on him as I was dragged inside, while he left the pack house. Chapter 24 Miana Lovecraft POV, take her. He commanded as he left. I didn't know who dragged me away until we entered the second floor. My eyes never left him until he disappeared from my sight. Please be okay, I chanted with myself. I looked around me to see my mother and Catherine, both looking at me with sad eyes. His giving me his blazer before he left made me speechless. I glanced at both women, their eyes held an enlightenment of what had happened. I needn't explain further. At this point, I didn't care. Whether he's mine or not. I wanted this man to be alive. Please be okay, I whispered to myself again. I slipped my arms through the sleeves of his blazer, which gave me a sense of comfort and warmth. I walked away from Mum, calming myself down that everything will be all right. On my way, I noticed many eyes looking towards me. I wasn't in the right mind to even acknowledge the attention I had got at this time. There were murmurs. They met at the railway station, remember I told you about. So it's true. And many other things were heard. As I turned to a room, I saw Amaya and Lily comforting Tanya as she wept. Mia? Lily called as soon as I got closer to them. Are you okay? Amaya questioned while rubbing Tanya's shoulders. I simply nodded. My heart was beating so fast that I couldn't form any words. Tanya, it's okay. Tyler is gonna be fine. I spoke to her. She sniffled while looking at me. I looked out the window as the three girls looked at me. I had a lot of explaining to do by tomorrow. I lay back by the wall, listening to many wolves howling and growling. Gunshots were being fired. Minutes turned to hours. Little by little, the howling reduced. It seemed like the sun was beginning to rise. Tyler suddenly entered the room, looking frantic. Baby? That was all he said. Tanya had already lunged herself into his arms, burying her face in his chest. He looked like he just shifted back. Sweat mixed with blood all over him. Lily, Logan has been bitten on the shoulder. He's all right. He'll heal in a day or two. Before Tyler could finish, Lily was already down the stairs, probably leaving for the hospital. Jason's on his way here. Amaya relaxed at his words. I wanted to ask Tyler about Lincoln. He placed a kiss on Tanya's forehead before looking at me with a knowing smile. He's absolutely fine. Alpha didn't even have to shift. He chuckled. All he needed was 2 guns that contained silver bullets. Relief washed over me. Just the words I wanted to hear. Mia, it's all fine. Only a few warriors are injured. Others are still going around in wolf form to see if there are any hidden rogues anywhere. Alex needs you at the hospital. Eric will take you there now if it's okay with you. He nodded at the man standing behind. Of course. I'll get going. I hugged Amaya and Tanya before leaving for the hospital. Dr. Lovecraft, there still might be rogues hidden in random places. I hope you stay alert inside the hospital, too. Eric said as soon as we entered my office space. Thank you, Eric. He nodded to the left. I still wore Lincoln's blazer while tending to the injured. The fabric kept me warm, since the dress I wore had a bare back. His scent kept me calm and composed, letting me do my job without feeling sleep-deprived. Gah! One of the warriors screamed as the nurses cleaned up his open wound. You'll need a few stitches. Could you please lie down? He lowered himself. Once I was done, I hope you heal well. I smiled at him before walking away. Mia, the kids have been a little panicky after the attacks, and the nurses can't seem to calm them down. Alex approaches me. Could you just visit them, please? I promise to get you a nice cup of coffee tomorrow. He whispered the last part of the sentence. Sure. I laughed as I entered the kids' ward. The little pups were curious about what happened. Apparently, the nurses had already given them a few details of what had occurred. This had piqued the curiosity of the little ones. They kept asking me about the wolf that was shot inside the pack house and if the rogues had left the territory already. Answering their questions, a few of them dozed off while 2 little boys stayed awake, asking me about how Lincoln shot the rogue. They seemed eager to grow older and be able to shift. Only then would they be able to train with the Alpha himself. It was something the little pups were willing to do. The room we stayed in had a small terrace at the back, where the pups' play area was located. We suddenly heard footsteps there. Remembering what Eric had told me, this could be a rogue. I immediately asked the 2 nurses to stay with the kids. I barely had time to call Alex or anyone. I guess I could take on a rogue tonight. Wrapping the blazer around me tightly and inhaling his scent. Slowly, I tiptoed near the entrance of the terrace, holding a heavy lampshade in my hand. Glancing back at the nurses, I saw them ready to defend as well. One held a steel chair and the other a metal rod. The footsteps got closer. I'm going to handle this rogue and make my father proud. Every step it took got louder and louder. It was just inches away. I saw its shadow emerge through the entrance. Any second now. A figure appeared right in front of me. Bang! Right on the head. Spot on. Damn. Gasp. Chapter 25. Mianna Lovecraft POV. Bang. Damn. A familiar growl emerged from the figure, whom I had struck on the head with the lampshade. Eek. I jumped away from him. Alpha. The nurses trembled, dropping the objects they held and instantly bowing down. Oh goddess, he was here. A sudden urge to hug him tightly came over me, and I wanted to let him know I was glad he was all right. Could have hit him harder, maybe? Hira's ears perked up. Arg. Can't you sense your own mate? He growled, eyes shut, rubbing his forehead. Exactly where I hit him, I bet if it were anyone else, they would have been knocked out by the force I struck them with. I honestly didn't think he'd appear here, just like that, especially not from the back of the play area. I couldn't sense his presence since I was already covered in it. What are you doing here? I questioned. He looked at me like I had asked him the most atrocious thing. Are you okay? He looked down at me. Did Eric bring you here? I simply nodded. One of the nurses brought him an ice pack and, in an instant, disappeared from our sight. Finally, my heartbeat calmed, glad it wasn't a rogue or anything of that kind. It was only him. I studied his appearance. His hair was a complete mess, and there were dirt stains on his cheeks. His once crisp white shirt was now spattered with blood and mud. He looked like a mess. His arm had a gash on it. It was a fresh wound that needed medical attention. Otherwise, once he healed on his own, the scar would be very visible. I looked up to his eyes, and he seemed like he had zoned out, his mind linked to someone perhaps. Are you done here? He looked around the ward of little pups fast asleep. Let's get you back. Your dad just took your mother home. A sense of relief washed over me to know that my dad had got home safely. Lincoln stood there impatiently. Mia, let's go. I gotta drop you off and head to the pack house. Before that, sit down. I gestured for him to sit on a vacant bed. Wait, did he call me Mia? Ugh, you stupid butterflies. I need to suture his wound. Please hand me the supplies. The nurse hurried. I pulled my hair up and tied it into a messy bun. I turned to him to see him looking at me, but there wasn't any tension. Without protesting, he walked to the bed and sat down. I'll have to clean this up. Stay still, I warned him. There was a slight amusement in his eyes as he watched my every move. Moreover, he looked tired as hell. I carefully held his injured hand, and the sparks just flew. It reminded me of the effects of the mate bond. Taking a deep breath, I focused on what had to be done, ignoring his stare. Are you mad at me? He asked, staring right at my face. I was thankful I had my focus on his arm. I scrunched my eyebrows in confusion, still not looking at him. About what I did at the pack house. It was my first instinct to know you'll be safe when I leave. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. Why was he apologizing? Wasn't he prepared for the pack to know I was his mate? He meant he threw his blazer at me, since it was some reflex. Well, he acted upon it because of the mate bond. How did I feel about his actions? I hadn't had the time to think about it. Maybe he shouldn't have done that. He could have just left without even sparing me a glance. I don't know what you're thinking, but I wouldn't change what happened. He mentioned without remorse. You shouldn't have done that. Not when you have a girlfriend. I shook my head. He sighed before resting his head on the headboard. Who knew what was to come after his act last night? Oh goddess. By the time I fixed his wound, a yawn left my mouth before I could even stop it. Can you blame me? I was exhausted. We need to get you home. His eyes softened. I only nodded, not willing to have a courteous conversation with him. As I remember the last time I was at the pack house office, I was so close to being putty in his hands. He carefully watched my every move, never flinching in pain. Link, everyone's at the office. They're waiting for... Oh, hello Mianna. Matt said, bowing down to me. I was stunned by his behavior, my jaw just fell. Matt looked up with the most priceless smile. Hello. I nodded at him, quickly finishing up dressing Lincoln's gash. Done? He asked. Yeah. I looked around to see if the kids were up. Luckily, they were all fast asleep. Or maybe pretending to sleep because he was here. Let's go then. He motioned me to lead the way. On our way, he checked up on the injured warriors. They looked at us together with the biggest and brightest smiles. He had brief conversations with them and then left the hospital. Nat, drive back to the pack house. I'll drop Mianna home and join you there. He simply nodded and grinned at me before leaving. I don't think you should be driving with that arm. He glanced at his arm. So you care? He smirked. I'm just saying. I crossed my arms. I'll be fine, hop in. He opened the passenger seat door. After I settled in, he walked to the driver's side. He came looking for me as soon as the attacks were over. He does care for me. My heart skipped a beat at the thought. He'd probably go after Savannah if she were here. Hira pinpointed. But he said he's leaving her after she's back, I replied. I wouldn't believe it unless he actually does it. The woman wouldn't back down that easily. She huffed. I sighed, lying back in the seat, looking out the window. From the corner of my eye, I noticed he drove with his uninjured arm. The car finally pulled up in front of my house, and I wasn't surprised to see both my parents waiting for me on the porch. Unbuckling my seatbelt, I opened the door. Thank you. I glanced at him before stepping down. Anytime, Mia. I heard him whisper. I didn't want to see his expression. So I quietly shut the door and walked into my front porch. Hearing his car drive away, I let out my breath. Baby, why didn't you tell Mama? My mom sobbed. I hugged her and looked at Dad for an explanation. He nodded, which meant he told her everything. It must have been so hard for you to watch your mate with another woman. Oh, Goddess Mia, you had to endure all that. She held my cheek. Alone. Mom, it's okay. I'm fine. Let's get inside now. It was almost 8 a.m. when I woke up from a tiresome nap. After my parents had brought me inside, Mama wanted me to explain everything, but Dad held her back and wanted me to rest for a while. Which I was glad he did. Only my heels were off, lying on the ground. I fell asleep wrapped up in his blazer. Taking it off, I sniffed it one more time before placing it on the hanger. I brushed my teeth and soaked myself in a warm, soothing bath before heading downstairs for breakfast. The house seemed too quiet. Dad sat at the head of the table with a mug of coffee, while Mum was busy making breakfast. She noticed my presence and immediately turned off the stove. Bringing a plate of scrambled eggs and toast, she placed them on the table, waiting for me to sit down. I quickly fetched my mug and poured in some coffee. I definitely needed all the energy for the questions my parents were going to throw my way. I can't believe he still kept that girlfriend of his when his mate was right here all this time, David. My mother huffed in anger. I mean, look at her. She doesn't eat properly, always so carried away in her own thoughts. Now I know what it's all about. She looked at me with frustration. Why did the moon goddess have to? Just like that, the anger turned into frustration, which then turned into tears. Mum began to cry. Dad hugged her as she began to sob quietly. Werewolves always lived for their mates. Well, Lincoln must have been an exception. All their lives, they look for their other half, and when they find them, they feel whole. And that's what matters the most. And that's exactly how my parents lived their lives, too, devoted to each other. It was why my mother couldn't accept the fact that my mate treated me that way. It's probably more difficult for them to grasp the idea of me being an unwanted mate than it was for me. They were my parents after all. So he dropped you off this morning? Dad inquired after Mum had calmed down. Yes, he came to the hospital and offered to bring me home. What do you think that means, Mia? He asked me. I don't know, Dad. I don't know what to think of it. In fact, I don't want to think anything of it. I shook my head. Why would I be pondering over a small favor? How's Hira taking it? I gave them a dry chuckle, not very good. She becomes pretty cranky when it's about him. Always been a stubborn pup. My dad smiled. I nodded. Hira growled for a second, ready to throw a hissy fit. Mum, Dad, listen. I looked up at them. I know you guys are worried about me, but I'm all grown up now and I want to handle this by myself. I saw my dad was about to protest. This isn't only that Lincoln doesn't want me, but after seeing them together, I don't want him either. Mianna, you're an unmated wolf. And now the whole pack knows you're the alpha's mate. And he doesn't, Mama sighed. Anyone would want to claim you to challenge the alpha. Cassie enough? Dad growled at Mom. Nothing happens to my daughter when I'm here. Chapter 26 Lincoln Hunters POV at the pack house. The rogues sneaked in while the Silver Moon Pack members arrived. Their scents were masked. Matt spoke up as father, the beta, the first warriors, and I stood inside the office. Luckily, they haven't had the chance to get near any pack members, except for the rogue that stepped into the pack house. Tyler said. They were the rogues who threatened the Silver Moon Pack for a while now. The attack today was directed at them and not us. Benjamin explained coldly. The gang of rogues have all been found dead, including the one who led the attacks. The guards are still patrolling the whole territory. I want every nook and corner of the pack to be checked for the next couple of days. I can't let it go as just an attack. It's the first time rogues have attacked us under my power. I can't let it happen again. I informed. The younger warriors should be at the training ground in exactly an hour. Matt will be taking responsibility for the training today. I nodded towards Matt to take charge. All the members left the office, and now it was Benjamin, Tyler, my dad, and I remaining. So it's David's daughter? Dad asked me, stepping closer to me. It is. I looked down. You knew all this time, Anne. He stopped mid-sentence before glancing back at Benjamin and Tyler. We need to talk about this, Link. Tonight. I agreed to it. Tyler and Benjamin bowed as he stepped out of the office. Lincoln, about what happened. Benjamin started. So you found your mate? Now what happens to my sister? I was gonna talk to Savannah about it, but she left that morning. That's right, she ought to know. He shook his head in understanding. What are you gonna do about it, Link? How are you gonna handle the situation with the doctor? He scratched his stubble, as if he had said nothing. What? I barked. Tyler growled. Get rid of whom? I asked lowly, walking towards him. My fangs grew out, I balled my fists, rolling my shoulders back, ready to plant my fist into his face or sink my fangs into his throat. Kai might have held back during the rogue attack, but right now he was hungry for blood. Benjamin's is to be very specific. I'm sorry, Lincoln. I didn't mean it that way. He backed up against the wall. Tyler, make him stop. Tyler made no move. Alpha, forgive me. Benjamin bowed. Lincoln. Tyler held my shoulder. I growled in response. You need to calm down. You can't do anything rash before you break it off with his sister. He whispered in my ear, patting my shoulder and pulling me behind. You want to handle the Luna of this pack, Ben? Tyler gave out a sinister chuckle. In that case, you need to get through me first. He crossed his arms. Hell, if anyone wanted to do anything to my mate, they'd have to get through me first. He needed an explanation. I walked away from a cowering Benjamin and a fuming Tyler. I had to collect my thoughts. Breathing in and out, Kai lay back. Calming myself down, I walked towards the two guys. This was not how I intended this conversation to go, but I'm left with no choice. Savannah was supposed to know about this before the door pushed off, revealing a furious blonde walking into the room. Savannah. Benjamin and I asked in unison. She seemed like she had come here in a hurry. Are you all right? I narrowed my eyes at her, wondering if she was hurt or anything of that sort. Am I all right? Lincoln, you literally claimed that woman in front of the whole pack last night? And you're asking me if I'm all right? She screamed at the top of her voice. I clenched my jaw at what she called my mate. I shut my eyes for a moment to let Kai know that I needed to take care of the situation. This is what I've been waiting to talk to you about. Miana is my mate. I've found her. I looked down at my band-aided arm. Honestly, Savannah, I tried fighting the feeling, and I wanted to be true to you. But I shook my head. But what, babe? Her eyes glistened with tears. She shook her head, mirroring my gesture, pleading with me not to say the words. We can't take this relationship forward, Savannah. I swallowed hard. This was the woman I promised a future with. The look on her face told me how messed up I was at that moment. Here I was, madly in love with Miana, who wouldn't want to do anything with me. She was all I thought when the rogues attacked. Was she okay? Did she get hurt? Was she frightened when the wolf entered the pack house? Lincoln, but I'm in love with you. Savannah suddenly clung to my shirt. Tyler let out a scoff, but Benjamin's face showed sheer sadness for his sister's state. All of it kept reminding me of the jerk I am at this moment. Baby, hold me. She pulled my arms and placed them across her waist. Her tears were streaming down her face. Savannah, stop. Benjamin tried to pull her back. I'm so sorry. I slid my arms away from her waist and wiped her tears. Ben, stop pulling me. She screamed as Benjamin dragged her away from me. Let me go. This wasn't the sight I wanted to witness. I never wanted her to be in this state. You can't do this, Lincoln. You can't do this to me. Leaving me for her? That awful woman. She's probably been with so many men for all these years, she'd have lost count. She stomped her feet, her sad, tearful face now morphed into rage. Her eyes were red, and she looked furious. Savannah, leave her out of this, I warned. I love you, Lincoln. I lived my life for you all these years. Who knows what she has been doing all this time? She questioned me. Watch your tongue. I barked. Haha, you lived your life for Link? Tyler laughed. Are you sure about that? He eyed her challengingly. I don't know what the heck you're talking about. She spat at Tyler. Savannah's demeanor changed defensively. What are you talking about, Ty? I inquired. Tyler, I suggest you stay out of their problem. It's between Lincoln and Savannah. Benjamin gritted. I suggest Tyler speaks his mind before I run out of patience. I snapped, breaking their stare off. This might take a while. Let's have a seat. Shall we? Tyler smiled smugly. Chapter 27 Lincoln Hunter's POV. Tyler dragged one of the chairs that was placed near the table and sat on it. He seemed very willing to discuss the topic he had planned on talking about. Casually leaning back on the chair, he placed one ankle over his opposite knee. He was still looking dirty from the attacks last night. I lay back on the desk, tapping my foot impatiently. All the while, Benjamin held a sobbing Savannah by the shoulder. Tyler smirked, as if trying to put together what he was going to talk about. Speak, damn it. I snapped at him, who looked pretty complacent. A few questions to Savannah. He looked at her. No questions to my sister. Look at how she is, Benjamin growled. Savannah, why would you accuse me, Anna, my Luna, of such things? Tyler ignored Benjamin and directed his questions to Savannah. Well, what do you expect? She's been mateless for years. She's obviously done something. She lashed. Oh, interesting. He tapped his chin, analyzing her. Okay, how about you tell me? What do you think is worse, being with someone when you're single or being with multiple people when your boyfriend's away? He looked at her straight in the eye. No smug expressions, but on all seriousness, he asked. I was frozen on the spot, having no idea where he was taking this conversation. What is he talking about, Lincoln? She looked my way for an answer. I could only stand there watching them both. Answer me, who is the one in the wrong here? He bit out, standing up. Ben. She looked at Benjamin this time, since he stepped away from his sister with a confused stare. Wrong answer. He released a chuckle. Who is it? Miana or you? Tyler pointed his index finger at Savannah. Benjamin shook his head in displeasure. It was crystal clear what Tyler just detailed. Savannah looked at him in disbelief as though he figured out her deepest, untold secret. Are you trying to put me to shame because I called her that, Tyler? She slapped his hand away. Stop trying to act like you're the alpha's obedient servant, Savannah spoke breathlessly in anger. Stop the drama. I could bring in every guard you slept with for proof. Just leave Link alone with the little bit of dignity you have left. He heaved. Every time he left for days, maybe weeks, I knew what you were up to behind his back, and I didn't want to tell him then, because I thought you were just a fling. Eventually, a fling turned into a relationship. And then there you were, moving together into a mansion. You blinded him with lust and not love. He looked at me. She had you wrapped around her finger for years. Whatever I had said then wouldn't have mattered because you were blinded by this woman. Tyler was now speaking to me. Then when Miana arrived, I hoped you'd change your mind and end this pointless relationship, but no, she wouldn't let you. In the meantime, I watched Savannah for days, and she didn't change either. She isn't worthy of being your mate, my Luna. Never. I only waited for the perfect time to open things up to you, Lincoln. Today is the best time to do so. It's up to you now, Link. I'll be outside if you need me. He walked out the door. I was left with Benjamin and Savannah now. A month ago, if anyone had told me that Savannah had betrayed me, I would have been hurt and raged, but today I felt nothing. Absolutely nothing. In fact, the guilt that had built up earlier, watching her cry, had completely vanished, filling me up with disgust. I walked to my bar and poured myself a shot of whiskey, gulping it down in one go. The liquid burnt my throat, but it was nothing compared to the ache in my heart for pushing my mate away. The days I hated the moon goddess for not giving me a mate, and then finally, Miana arrived. The most beautiful, persistent, and captivating woman I've ever seen. She was more than perfect. I gave you everything. Damn, I thought you were it for me. I stayed away from my mate because of you, damn it. I slammed the glass on the wall. Savannah flinched, the tears streaming down again. I don't think she would ever forgive me. I muttered the last bit to myself. It meant nothing, Link. I swear I was. I was just alone and you were hardly around, she stuttered. So you were with others? I spat. What do you expect? You were always busy, and then after she showed up, you never even made love to me. She raised her voice. Made love? I let out a humorless laugh. We were together, and I gave you plenty, didn't I? Yeah, that's what it was. Savannah admitting to Tyler's accusation just made me sicker. What are you saying? She asked me in disbelief. Pack your bags and get out of my sight. I needed to end this conversation. Lincoln. I have nowhere to go. I have no one. She cried. Well, I had plans for that too. I thought it wasn't fair for me to just leave, so I wanted to settle her down with a house and some cash. Although she could be financially stable, after what she had done, Savannah was worthy of nothing. Savannah, you need to leave. Benjamin sternly warned his sister, pulling her by the arm. No, she screamed. Take your hands off me. She wiggled from Benjamin's hold. You're making it worse. Let's go home. Come. He tried pulling her to the door. I'm not leaving him. Savannah. He growled. You killed my mate so that I could be with Lincoln. What do I do now? She shrieked. What the hell did she say? Chapter 28 Lincoln Hunter's POV. You killed my mate so that I could be with Lincoln. What do I do now? Savannah's words echoed in my head for a moment. When the hell did that happen? How many more secrets does she hide? Savannah. You're going crazy. Let me take you home. Benjamin spoke to her. No. Home? Home is where I live with Lincoln. Savannah threw a paperweight that was on the coffee table. It shattered at his feet. The noise alarmed Tyler, and he instantly walked in with Matt on his tail. What do you mean Benjamin killed your mate? I asked her. I swear, if he had laid hands on any pack member, he wouldn't live to see another day. As far as I knew, no one had gone missing. She looked extremely furious. It was directed at Benjamin more than it was towards me. I met him on the Canadian border during our training there. Dean lived in the human territory, in a small town with his brother. Dean? Probably her mate's name. Training on the borders? So the whole relationship with me was fake and a lie. What did they want from me? I first met him when we were seeing each other. Remember, when we used to hang out in the town after our runs. Her face only showed anger, no sorrow for her lost mate. Dean was a rogue. When I first met him, the bond drew me to him, but as I learnt more about him, he was nothing. He was nothing like you. It was during that time when you and I got really close. I couldn't possibly ruin what we had. I told Ben about Dean, and he promised me that he'll help me out with the rejection, and then I could be with you. So the following night, I called Dean to the midst of the forest, while I was accompanied by Benjamin. She looked at Benjamin, who now looked beyond tense. All our eyes watched Benjamin and Savannah's every move. I told him that I didn't want him, and he was so enraged by the idea that he kept forcing me to go with him. To make me live with him in that small town, in his little, beat-up house. She spoke with disgust. That's when Hawk, Benjamin's wolf, took over and finished him. She swallowed. It didn't hurt Lincoln, not one bit, because back at the borders, you were there for me. You are all I wanted. She smiled like a sadist. Watching your mate being killed is close to feeling your own death. Nonetheless, the woman before me stood with no effect from it. It probably hurt her, but she wanted something more than what Dean could offer, so she got over the pain with the help of her brother, of course. You cheated on me, damn it. Not once, not twice, but countless times. I gritted my teeth. I looked at Benjamin, and he gave his sister a death glare to make her stop talking. What are you going to do about it, Link? How are you going to get rid of the doctor? Did he mean he wanted to do the same thing to Mia, just like what he had done to Savannah's mate? Kai growled on the inside. It was a challenge to hold him. I paced the office back and forth, you bastard. Is that what you meant by getting rid of Miana? Before I knew it, my fist landed on his jaw. My hand held onto his collar, slamming my clenched hand into his face. The crack of his nasal bone was heard. Lincoln, stop. Matt held me back. Take him to a cell now. I'd love to get rid of him at the thought of him trying to do something here. You think you could lay a finger on her? My canines grew, my fist balled to knock his face again. We'll take care of it. You need to calm down. We have a lot to fix. Just calm down. He kept repeating these words till I was brought to the other corner of the room. Tyler stood in the middle, assessing Benjamin's blood-dripping face. Kai was ready to fight Hawk if he shifted, but there was no sign of him. I only wanted to see my sister live a happy life. She wouldn't be fortunate with a rogue. So I ended him. At the beginning, you were mates back then. That's when I knew Savannah would be the kind of girl to interest you. So I brought her to the borders. Nothing else was planned, Lincoln. I didn't even know this girl would cheat on you. Benjamin shook his head in defeat. He made it sound like killing a wolf just because he was his sister's mate wasn't a big deal. The brother and sister who stood in front of me were the most shameful creatures I've ever come across. Planned? You asked your sister to seduce the alpha? You're one messed up family. Tyler spat. You. I pointed at Savannah, the woman I was a fool to believe. I'm stripping you of everything you own. From this minute onwards, you work as a maid at the pack house. She didn't respond. It was also payback for the torture she inflicted on the poor girls. They'll know what to do with her for now. I wouldn't want Savannah staying in the pack for long. She might appear as a threat to Miana. Tyler called out for Penny, the maid. She hurried in and escorted a sobbing Savannah away. As for Benjamin, take him to the dungeons. I'll decide what I'm to do with him. Killing an innocent wolf is not acceptable. Tyler walked him out. I glanced down at my bloodied knuckles. Call for a pack meeting tomorrow night. Tyler will be chosen as the new beta of the pack. And make sure the borders are heavily guarded during the meeting. Matt nodded and in an instant mind linked the guards and warriors. He heaved a huge breath, smiling at me. There was anger seeping through me, and his smile just set me off. What the hell are you smiling about? I snapped. I was waiting for this day, Alpha. Finally. He spoke. Mississippi Cohen's belongings are to be packed and forget it. Throw her belongings out of the house. I want nothing of hers in that mansion when I'm back. I mind-linked the guard at the mansion. Matt, if you don't wipe that smile off your face now, I won't hesitate to do it. My mind had a mixture of thoughts. Most of it was about Miana. So that you know, we've solved only a portion of the problem. He still had the balls to smirk at me. What do you mean? I mean, you've got Savannah out of the picture. Now, how do we convince our little Luna? She seems like she hates your guts. He asked curiously. I wish I knew, man. I rubbed my face. It won't be easy, that's for sure. He sighed. Just when I was relieved of Savannah and Benjamin, a major worry arose for me. Miana. She wouldn't just come to me like that. She fights the mate bond, like Matt said. She hates anything that has to do with me. Tyler walked in. Benjamin has been put into the cell. What's next? He crossed his arms. What's next? Win Luna's heart. Matt raised his arms in the air as if he had won a game. Go, Lincoln, go. Go, Lincoln, go. Tyler chanted quietly along with Matt. They really love to tease me about my misery. A groan left my mouth, and I was slapped and then smashed on the head by a lampshade. I wonder what she'd use the next time. Chapter 29 Miana Lovecraft POV Mia Muffin. You might want to wake up or you'll be late for work. Mum piped in through the door to my room. I'm up. I stretched with groggy eyes. Pulling down my crop top, I lazily got up from my snug bed, walking to the bathroom to finish up my morning routine before getting ready for work. I walked to the closet to pull out an outfit when Lincoln's blazer caught my eye. There had to be a way to hand it over to him. My fingers began to trail over the material, and without any forethought, I lifted the sleeve to sniff it. A sigh of contentment left my chest at his scent. Yes, and no one knows what happened to Benjamin. I heard my dad speak to Mum while I entered the dining room. They were so engrossed in their conversation that they did not notice my presence. "Good morning, family." I smiled. "Morning, Mia." They replied, looking up at me. "What's up?" "Well, there's a meeting tonight." My father began, "To which I won't be coming." I entwined my fingers on the table. "I understand. It's your wish, honey." "So the meeting is to designate Tyler as the new beta of the pack." "What? What happened to Benjamin?" I was compelled to ask further. Dad only shrugged. "Well, what can I say? I was happy for Tyler. Benjamin always felt like an unapproachable person." "At the hospital." "Yes. She works at the pack house with maids. She deserves it, though." I wonder if Luna accepted the alpha. Several whispers were heard as soon as I stepped out of my car. Thank God for Werewolf hearing. I could listen to the nurses and receptionist gossip. Sucking in a breath, I walked into the entrance of the hospital. The murmurs died down, and the ladies instantly stood up and bowed. What the actual ugh? "Morning, Lou, good morning. It's Mianna or Dr. Lovecraft." I smiled and nodded, then proceeded into the corridors. I was absolutely clueless about what would happen to Lincoln and me next, since he draped the blazer around me. A few people knew we were mates, but no one really made a public statement about it. When an alpha usually finds his mate, they hold a ceremony before they mate. It was to inform the pack of their Luna. Even though the packs obeyed their alphas, the Luna usually was like the mother for all in the territory. She cared for everyone. What did the moon goddess think when she put me together with Lincoln and Alpha? That too, with him being a cold-hearted one, leading the most potent pack. All I wanted was a simple life. And yet here I was in the midst of so much attention, known as the Alpha's unwanted mate. In comparison, he had his lover right beside him. What happened to the words he spoke to me? Is he really breaking up with Savannah? Why did Tyler take up the position as beta? Where is Benjamin? By the time I reached my workspace, all these questions began to give me a headache. "Hey, are you okay?" Alex walked in with concern as he saw me frown, rubbing my head. "I'm fine, Alex. Just a slight headache. You could go home and relax." "I understand, Mia." He held my hand, looking at me with sincere care. "No," I shook my head. "I'm good." I grinned at him. "Are you sleeping well?" "Uh-huh," I nodded. "You know, you could talk to me. I'm right here." He crossed his arms, waiting for me to say something. "I don't know, Alex. It's just a lot. You know, the whole mate thing was there, like I didn't want to bother since he had Savannah. And then suddenly he does something so absurd in front of the whole pack that night." I sighed. "I don't get it, Alex. I don't understand him." Alex simply chuckled. "No one understands the alpha. The man is too great to be calculated. I'm his mate for crying out loud. But when he threw his blazer on you, damn, he proved his point. He made sure to let everyone know you were his. Yeah, let's not forget the part where he already has a lover." I narrowed my eyes at him. "Well, not anymore." He placed his hands in his pockets. "Not anymore?" "Yes, one of the nurse's mothers works at the pack house, and she said Savannah has been sent to work as a helper there." He informed. "So Lincoln broke up with her, as he said. Why did he have to make her work for the pack house?" A part of me felt hurt for Savannah. Whatever she may be, she didn't deserve such treatment. Imagine being dumped by your boyfriend, and then being treated this way. I knew for sure the maids wouldn't be pleased with her, and they'd probably give her a hard time. Lincoln was a heartless wolf after all. He used the girl and threw her out like trash. The woman literally warned you to stay away from Lincoln. Threatened you because her brother was the beta. And you feel her pain? Wow, my human is a special kind of stupid. Hira snickered. She had a point. What happened to Benjamin? Tyler is gonna be the new beta. Why? I asked him quietly. Just like Dad, Alex also shrugged cluelessly. What is wrong with you, Lincoln? Punishing Savannah for loving you, making her brother resign. All because you were done with her. I hate you so much. Well, we'll hopefully have our answers tonight. Let's get back to work. Alex spoke up. It's almost the end of the day when I visited Rosalie. You're all good to go home. Thank you, Mia. She steadily hopped off the bed. Rosalie seemed a lot happier during her healing process. Do you have to work as a maid after this? You've been through so much. I asked. She shook her head instantly. No, Alpha Lincoln paid for my studies. He was kind enough to provide us with sufficient. I'm thinking about traveling outside the pack to continue my education. She rocked on her heel and toe in excitement. My heart warmed at his actions, but then again, it was his fault that Savannah treated the poor girls so badly. Well, that's great news. I laughed at her enthusiasm. Mia? She called me cautiously. I looked at her. Are you the Luna of the pack? I froze at the question. That was a simple thing to ask, yet so complicated for me. I didn't know what to say. When the moon goddess gave us a tough and scary alpha, it was only right for her to give us a Luna as amiable as you. Isn't it perfect? She squeezed my hand in hers with hope, hoping I would tell her that I don't plan to be their Luna. Miss Lovecraft. A bold, masculine voice called out from the entrance. I was thankful I didn't have to give Rosalie an answer, because now our attention was focused on the man standing at the front of the ward. Caden Foster. The well-known business big shot of the Blood Hunters pack. He had a lean, built body, almost as tall as Lincoln. He stood there in his formal suit, which cladded his body just right. He didn't appear to need any medical assistance. Rosalie and I shared a look of confusion. I stepped away from her and walked to him. That's me. Oh, I know, Caden Foster. He held his hand out. I took it, and in an instant, he placed a soft kiss on top of my hand. I gasped, left my lip. That was unexpected. Hi. I narrowed my eyebrows, slowly pulling my hand out of his hold. He only smirked. What did this man want now? Mia, this is Mr. Foster. He's made donations to the hospital this morning. Alex piped in with an introduction. Donations? The hospital was already well equipped. Perhaps they needed additional donations for the patients or something else. I had to ask Alex about it later. I see, that's very kind of you. I smile at him. Dr. Thornton, you didn't really have to say that now. He laughed. Alex and Caden had a few formal discussions, with me standing awkwardly in the background. It was nice meeting you, Mr. Foster. I should get back to. He cut me off before I could finish. Oh, well, I came by to talk to you, Miana. If you have a second. He glanced my way with interest. Oh, sorry, I'll get going then. Mia, I'll see you before you leave. Alex smiled and walked away. How can I help you, Mr. Foster? I asked him with a tone of seriousness. Please call me Caden. I've heard so much about you. About me? I hope they're good things. I laughed. Of course, yes. Heard your patients adored you so much. Oh, that was something no one has ever told me. He nodded his head. His straight strands of dirty blonde hair fell upon his forehead. He casually raked them back to their earlier style. At the sight of that, you were immediately drawn to his ocean blue eyes. Yeah, and then that intrigued me to find out who this doctor was. I saw a glimpse of you at the last pack gathering until the rogues had to ruin it. Intrigued by me? He seemed very forward with his words. I guess you've seen me now. I smiled nervously, feeling awkward under his gaze. Dad used to tell me that after the Hunter family, it was Caden Foster and his father, who came from very wealthy backgrounds and had a line of very strong wolves who fought alongside alphas and betas. So it meant Caden was also worthy of alpha status. I'm glad I have Miana. He mentioned my name with so much depth. It felt like he already knew me well. Hira, on the other side, seemed curious. She sniffed, and her ears perked up as her tail curled inwards. My wolf was alert to this new person we've met. I took 2 steps back to calm her down. It was a pleasure meeting Caden. I gave him a kind smile. I'll see you around then. He winked before turning to the exit and disappearing. I walked back to the bed where Rosalie was, and she had already left. Of course, she left. The time spent with Caden was longer than intended. Chapter 30 Miana Lovecraft POV. Wrapping things up at the hospital, I walked to my car. Strange enough, there was a black Jeep at the back. Rubbing my suspicious thoughts aside, I began to drive. Only a second into the streets, the Jeep followed in my suit. A sense of alarm ran through me, hoping the vehicle would take a turn. Through the rearview mirror, I noticed how the driver followed at my pace. The streets were quietening down, since it was already past 6 at night. Leaving only a few cars driving to and fro, I picked up some speed and drove towards my house. I parked the car and walked up to the entrance. Just then, the same Jeep drove past my house. Was someone watching me? I felt like I was being followed. Walking into the house, I noticed that the lights weren't turned on. It meant my parents had left for the meeting. Turning on the lights and locking the door, I rushed to my room to freshen up and lie down after a long day. I lay beneath the sheets of my bed, thinking about what was going on at the pack house. I felt a giddy feeling knowing Lincoln was there, looking all handsome and sexy. Okay, I have to stop thinking about him. From afar, a chorus of wolf howls was being heard. They were cheerful howls, probably after announcing their new beta. I was happy for Tyler. Burying my head into the pillow, I welcomed a deep slumber. The next morning, after getting ready for the day, I headed downstairs to ask my parents about the pack meeting. Sadly, there was only a note stuck to the refrigerator. Pack training started early. See you tonight, sweetie. Mom and Dad had already left for their pack training, so there was no one in the house. Grabbing a cup of coffee, I chugged it down before leaving for the hospital. As usual, I made it to the office and I already had a visitor waiting for me. Lincoln. I was completely surprised by his presence. Maybe he's here for his arm, the one I fixed after the rogue attack. I walked in with my chin high. He stood as soon as I stepped inside the room. He wore a dark burgundy shirt with black slacks, probably paired with a black blazer to finish the look, but he wasn't wearing it now. His wristwatch peeked through his sleeve. It would have been better if he had rolled up his sleeves. Oh well, here we go again. Hira rolled her eyes at me, which made me stop checking him out. What do you want? I sounded ruder than I intended to. I want to talk to you. He replied tenderly. I'm busy right now. I shook my head and glanced at my watch. Alex has got your patients taken care of. What? You asked him to do that? He offered, and I accepted. He simply shrugged. What is wrong with Alex? I have other things to do. Leave. Miana. Just let me talk to you. Please hear me out. I thought you'd come last night. He walked near me. Soon, my nostrils were filled with spruce and mint. What is it? I asked, hoping to cut the conversation short. I want you. I need you, Mia. I know I've fucked up, but I want to make it right. I crave you more than anything in my whole life. Ever since I saw you, the day I laid my eyes on you, I should have claimed you as mine. My mistake. You're very funny. I've been here for almost a month, and you've just realized it now? Did it feel good to abandon your mate and go home to your lover every night? Mia, I was confused. I thought it was wrong to dump her as soon as I met you because that would hurt her feelings, right? Then what about mine, Lincoln? In the beginning, it was okay. I didn't want a mate who didn't want me. Simple as that. However, now I'm the unwanted mate of the alpha. The whole pack assumes, while a few have confirmed. They look at me with pity. And I want to change that if you allow me. About Savannah. I ended things with her. And threw her away like trash. And guess what, Alpha? She's not gonna fight back. You know why? Since you're the damn alpha of the pack. Is this how you use girls and throw them away? That's quite cheap coming from a man like you. A man that everyone here, even the little kids, looks up to. I knew Savannah was worthy of his punishment, but something in me wanted to make him feel blameworthy. Threw her out like trash? I felt his mood change. The pain and sorrow now turned to hate. Mia, you shouldn't be saying stuff like that when you have no idea what happened. My heart leapt at how he called me Mia when he sounded desperate. My mind was swirling with mixed emotions towards him now. I don't care what happened. Leave. I walked away from him only to be held by the wrist and pulled back to his hard chest. We need to talk. His forehead almost touching mine. You're making that so difficult for me right now. I slapped the arm that held my wrist with my other hand. He hissed before letting go, immediately stepping away in frustration. I stared at his broad shoulders and back while he raked his hair. I only then realized I hit his sutured arm. A wave of guilt washed over me. "Let me see your hand." "It's fine." He spoke coldly. If it was fine, then I should have just let him be or asked him to go. Unfortunately, that's not what I did. I walked up to him and faced him. Avoiding his narrowed gaze on me, I lifted his injured arm and unbuttoned the sleeve, rolling it up. I knew he was feeling crabby about my attitude earlier, but he still let me do it. Strolling towards the cabinet that contained a first aid box, I grabbed it and then cleaned my hands before putting on a pair of gloves. Lincoln was now leaning against my desk, giving me the perfect access to his arm. I gently unwrapped the binding. His veins ran through his arm, tempting me to run my fingers along them. I hated how my head worked at times. Inspecting the wound, it had healed well. There was no scar, but a line of redness indicated sensitive skin. Only the end of the slit, with a deeper cut wound for about an inch, seemed like it hadn't healed all the way. "Give it a day, that'll be gone," he said. "Leaving a scar," I thought. Ignoring his carelessness, I cleaned up his wound and pulled out a little plaster to stick over it. "How long are you going to do this to me?" He spoke again in a defeated tone. "Make me suffer. Why did you do it?" I asked, no longer able to sit here with so many unanswered questions. He looked clueless. "Why did you ask your girlfriend to work as a maid?" "She's not my girlfriend," he growled. "I sent her to work at the pack house because she deserved it." He scoffed. "Deserves worse," he muttered under his breath. "Because she mistreated the maids?" I asked again. He nodded. "It's one of the reasons." Placing the bandage on his arm. Removing the gloves, I threw them in the bin. I drew my hand down. He held on to my fingers like I was too fragile. His rough fingers grasped my fingers in an adorable way, while his mind drifted to other things. I found out Savannah had been cheating on me for all these years. When I was gone for days, weeks, maybe, and that wasn't it. She had met her mate years ago. She didn't want him. She wanted you instead? He chuckled, but his eyes held disgust. Not me. She wanted power and my money. Lincoln still held on to my hand, and it felt like he wasn't aware of it. He was in deep thought. Benjamin killed him. His jaw clenched. That sick bastard killed his sister's mate so that she could be with me. And she fucking agreed. My jaw dropped at the revelation. "So you're here now because you found out she cheated on you?" I pulled my hand out of his grasp and crossed my arms. "What if she didn't?" He rubbed his temples. "Mia, I told you I was going to end things with her even before I learned the truth. Regardless of what it was, I wanted to break up with her because I only want you." Though there wasn't any physical touch, we still stood at a very close proximity. Neither of us wanted to pull back. Blame it on the mate bond. He unbuttoned his other sleeve and rolled it up as well. Now both his well-toned arms were on display. Oh, goddess, the distraction. I looked away, clearing my throat. "I'm sorry, I can't seem to remove the picture of you and Savannah the first time I saw you. So much pain, only because I waited for my mate. I'm not gonna force you, but I will always wait for you, Mianna. For as long as it takes, I promise. Sadly, you'll have to wait for a very long time, Lincoln." Chapter 31. Mianna Lovecraft POV. Our former Alpha, Evan, and Luna Catherine had organized a fair on the training grounds that could easily fit in thousands of people. Today was the day of the fair, and I promised to go with Amaya, Lily, and Tanya, since their mates were on duty. Well, so was mine. I scoffed at my ridiculous thoughts. The girls had planned to wear casual dresses, so I settled for a spaghetti strap dress, pairing it with a cardigan and some comfy sneakers, leaving my hair in its natural raven waves. Honk. A loud horn was heard, and I assumed it was Lily since she promised to drive us all there. "Bye, Mama." I waved to Mum before walking out. "Hey, loons." Amaya grinned at me from the back seat while Lily and Tanya sat in the front. "Huh?" I asked, opening the door and sitting beside her. She grabbed me for a quick hug, and Lily and Tanya looked at me with mischievous grins. "What is wrong with you girls?" I raised my eyebrows at them. "Don't you like the new name?" Tanya giggled. "Loons? Are you calling me stupid?" I inquired. Amaya let out a boisterous laugh. Of course not. It's gonna be so weird calling you Luna, so we had to come up with a short, cute pet name, you know. Oh God, no. Amaya, I lay my head on the headrest. I shook my head side to side as the three couldn't stop snickering at me. Just leave her alone, let the poor girl have some fun today. Lily winked my way through the rear view mirror. The ride went on with girls making fun of me, and I tried to poke back at them. I was glad they knew going too much into detail with the matter would spoil my mood, so they kept it light. It felt nice to finally loosen up with some friends after days of hectic work and alpha drama. Arriving at the fair took my breath away. The last time I had been to a fair was with Sierra. The setup at the training grounds looked grand and well prepared for people to have absolute fun. It was already packed with excited and happy pack members and a few wolves from other packs. Ice cream. Lily squealed, pulling us to the ice cream stall. As we stood in line, the people glanced back at us before moving out of the way so that we could order right away. The perks of being a Luna? Amaya whispered in my ear. It felt extremely awkward. Giving everyone a small smile, I stood there feeling uncomfortable. As soon as Lily received the ice creams, we left with me mumbling thank you to all who gave us way. Mia, relax. Tanya held my hand. It's a little awkward, I said, pulling my sunglasses and putting them on. There were many curious stares. This was going to be something to get used to, or hopefully, they get over the fact that I am their alpha's unwanted mate. He said he wants you, Mia. Hira corrected. I felt weak at my knees at the thought of him saying he would wait for me. Wait. Are you warming up to him after the apology? Gernope. She blocked me out. Ty's here. Tanya squeaked, sniffing up the air. I'll see you later. She hugged the three of us before running away in search of her mate. From afar, the scent of pine and mint swiftly made its way to my nose. If Tyler were here, there was a high chance that Lincoln would show up too. Amaya was quick to spot a shady bench underneath a tree, where we three sat savoring our ice creams. Scooping up the rich, chocolate goodness, a moan left my lips at the taste of the ice cream. It was just so heavenly. Shoo. Calm down, Tiger. Amaya spoke, masking her laugh, whereas Lily's jaw dropped. Are you teasing him? She asked incredulously. What? Who? Your mate is on your right, you dumbass, Amaya whispered ever so quietly. He would have heard that moan from a mile away. You know those alpha ears. Lily laughed, tapping on her ear. Thank God for the glasses I was wearing. Without turning my head, I looked to my right to see Lincoln a few stalls away from me. I was too carried away devouring my dessert to sense my mate's presence so close up. He was looking my way as a guard was explaining something to him. He wore a white casual linen shirt with jeans and brown shoes. I couldn't tell where he was exactly looking because of the sunglasses he wore. Oh my, did he look hot. A few buttons off made his hard chest visible. His sculpted jawline was so defined as he looked back at the guard to say something. Mia, an excited voice called out. Matthew. I greeted a little boy as he approached me. Matthew was one of my frequent patients. Excusing myself from Amaya and Lily, I stood up to greet my little friend. I'm glad you're here. He pulled my hand. Come on, let me take you to my friends. Okay. Before I could even contemplate his words, I was dragged away towards a bunch of kids. A few familiar faces. They surrounded an apple tree. Some climbed on the branches, while the girls picked the fruits they could reach. The pups seemed to have their own kind of fun at the fair. Watch me, Mia. Matthew yelled before climbing up the tree and hanging on the branch like a monkey. I chuckled at his behavior. There stood a little girl pouting up at the tree. What's wrong? I bent down to her level. Far away. She pointed at the bunch of apples, which was a bit above my height. Okay, let me try. I took my glasses off and handed them to the girl. I stood on my tiptoes and sadly still couldn't reach up to the apples. One last try wouldn't hurt for those pink pouty lips. I stretched my arm up high and jumped, only for my middle fingers to slightly brush against one apple. There was no way I could reach for it. I huffed, placing my hands on my hips. What do we do now, huh? I panted. Her doe eyes looked very disappointed. There was no way I could cheer her up, so I picked her up and placed her on my hip. Both of us were gazing at that unreachable bunch of apples. Suddenly, The thick branch that held the apples was bent down to our level. Matthew and all the other kids from around the tree backed away, looking at us with surprise. Lincoln held down the branch like it was nothing. He was right behind me. His biceps are very prominent, maybe only for my eyes. I urged the little girl to pick the apples, to which she happily obliged. She giggled as she pulled 3 big apples that fit into her tiny arms. After placing her down, she hopped in excitement. "Thank you, Alpha," she said and did the cutest bow, making Lincoln and me laugh. Her cheeks turned pink in an instant as she ran to her mother, who stood near one of the benches. Lincoln picked the remaining fruits from the tree, gently throwing them to the kids who stood there gaping at their Alpha. The pups were all smiles as they caught the apples. He was so close to me that I felt his chest brushing against the back of my shoulder. The warmth radiating from his body somehow gave me comfort. This time, it didn't feel strange. I felt my body relax near him. Perhaps stay here a little longer. Stay away from the borders. His chest trembled as he spoke to the boys, who chorused, "Yes, Alpha," before running away from us. I turned around slowly to head back to Lily and Amaya. Lincoln, who stood there nearby, had his eyes assessing my face. His grayish-green eyes bore into mine, his eyebrows narrowed. This staring contest could go on for hours. I cleared my throat as I looked around, and yet he hadn't stopped looking at me. "Alpha Lincoln." "Mianna," a cheerful voice called out. I had to turn to meet the person. "Caden?" I asked. "Foster," Lincoln replied coldly. Caden walked towards us with a very delightful smile, acknowledging our presence. "Nice to see you out here, Link Alpha." He smirked. "Not your usual kind of scene, I suppose." "Whatever happens inside my territory is my kind of scene, Foster." He sounded like his grumpy old self again. Caden chuckled, nodding his head in understanding. "Mia, I'm glad I'm seeing you sooner than I thought." He broke his gaze from Lincoln and looked at me. "I was thinking of making another visit to the hospital." "You've met him before?" Lincoln asked. Yeah, he had come by the hospital to make some donations. Is that right?" I questioned Caden. "Donations for the Pack Hospital?" Lincoln scoffed. "It's all taken care of, Foster." "Oh, I'm well aware, Alpha. I just thought that, Caden tried to reason out. "Could you donate a few organs?" Lincoln bit out. I looked at him sternly for being so rude to Caden. "Not for now, of course." Caden laughed nervously. "I wanted to help the kids, so I was hoping the money would go to them and their needs." My heart swelled at his words. He wanted to help the pups in the hospital. I met up with Alex, and he helped me with it. He explained further. "That's amazing." I smiled. "Mia, how about I take you on the Ferris wheel? The view is pretty great up there." Caden held his hand out. I hesitated to take it at first, somehow feeling extremely comfortable and warm around my mate. Mate? Hira's ears sprang up. What the hell was I even thinking? Probably my mind gets clouded being around him. No way. I took Caden's hand the next second. "Sounds great." I nodded. "Let's go." He bowed in Lincoln's direction. "Goodbye, Alpha." I bowed before walking away. Chapter 32. Mianna Lovecraft POV. Caden and I arrived at the Ferris wheel. We got into our seats, facing each other. He stretched his arms out on each side of the bench, making himself comfortable. I sat on the corner, leaning towards the window, peeking out, looking at Lincoln, who now had his back to me, talking to Tyler and Tanya. Tanya, being the shy girl, I wondered how she'd feel around an intimidating character like Lincoln, but to my surprise, she grinned at something he said to her. Lincoln's posture tensed up again as a guard walked his way. He murmured something to him. Lincoln nodded his head to Tyler, probably saying something to him before walking away. I was hoping he'd look my way, and just then, as if he heard my thoughts, he glanced back at me for a few seconds before leaving the fair. "Must be hard." Caden spoke silently. "Sorry." To fight the attraction towards a mate. He finished expressionless. I could only sigh, unable to talk about myself and Lincoln to a stranger. "Tell me about your mate," I asked. He cleared his throat. "I got no mate." He shrugged. "Yet?" I told him. He shook his head with a smile. The moon goddess can be very unfair at times. I had to agree with what he said. In our cases, he spoke further. Even though his body seemed relaxed, I could feel he was frustrated for some reason. It could mean he missed his mate. I wouldn't blame the goddess for the mistakes we as wolves tend to make, I said. Caden's eyes bore right into mine, trying to find more meaning to my words. I guess you're right. He looked down at his shoes. The Ferris will continue to rise higher and higher. We were now above the trees. It's a shame for a man not to notice a lady like you, especially when the goddess made you his very mate. Like me. I laughed. Like you. Beautiful, smart, and strong. Are you flirting with me, Mr. Foster? I huffed playfully. Crossing my arms, I felt a little uneasy under his stare. He chuckled, looking away. Please don't blame a man for trying. You're very funny. Funny? You can't hurt my feelings like that, Mianna. He placed his palm on his chest. I rolled my eyes at him before we both began to laugh. Oh look, this is the best view. He pointed towards the window. I gasped at the vast lands of our pack. The mountains and the forest covered the borders. The lake waters shimmered under the sun. Through the green trees, you could see the stream flowing by. The route that Kai and Hira took when they first met. It was all visible. This is so beautiful, I said to Caden, but my eyes still traveled all over the territory. It was indeed a picturesque sight. So damn beautiful. He agreed. The next day. Since my shift starts late today, I was excited to visit Dad and spend some quality time at his library this morning. Libraries had always been a place of solace for me, lost in the world that the books held. The comfortable silence within those walls. Leaving my hair a little damp, I wore a yellow summer dress. Wearing some light makeup, I walked out the door towards my car. Strangely, the same black Jeep that followed me from the hospital that night was parked a few feet away from my house. With the tinted glasses, I couldn't see who drove the vehicle. I stood there watching the black vehicle for a few seconds before getting into my car. As I began to turn onto the road, the Jeep came into view, following me. I couldn't do anything last time since it had gotten dark. Luckily, it was broad daylight now, so I pulled over my car close to the sidewalk. The Jeep was parked right behind me. Wanting to clear my suspicions, I opened my door, stepping out and slamming the door shut. I stomped my way to the suspicious vehicle. To my surprise, the door opened, and then a young man stepped out. Luna. He bowed. Who are you? And why are you following me? I snapped, ignoring his gesture. I'm a guard, Luna. He stood tall, placing his hands behind his back. It's Mianna. Why are you following me? I repeated. I'm assigned by the Alpha to watch you. He wants you to watch me? Why? Has your Alpha gone mad? I balled my fists. I was told to protect the Luna. He looked down. Well, go and tell your Alpha that I'm not the Luna, and no one is gonna have to watch me. Understand? I heaved. I'm afraid not, Lou. Mianna. I corrected. Alpha's orders, Mississippi. He spoke. Ugh, I walked away from him. I'm telling you one last time, don't you dare follow me. I pointed my index finger at him. Lincoln has to be nuts. How dare he order his guards to come after me, and that too without my consent. Without a second thought, my car entered the pack house. As I stepped out of the car, all eyes were on me. Some were smiling at me, others holding curious gazes as to why I was here. I ignored all stares and walked briskly to his office. Penny stood at the end of the stairs with the brightest smile as she saw me. Luna. She bowed. Stop calling me Luna. I snapped at her and immediately the guilt rushed in. I held her by the shoulders. I'm so sorry, Penny. I didn't mean to be angry at you. She nodded her head with a smile of understanding. I need to see the Alpha. I'll come to see you afterwards, okay? I hugged her before stepping back. He's in the office. I'll be downstairs, Mia, waiting for you. She gave my hand a squeeze before proceeding down the stairs. I collected my thoughts before walking towards his office. When I was about a few feet away, the door opened fiercely. Mianna? Lincoln stepped out in a hurry. He might have sensed my presence from inside the room. What's wrong? He looked all over me. His eyes raked over my bare legs, my dress, my lips, and eventually settled on my eyes. Are you okay? Why have you sent your men to watch me? I asked sharply. He still kept walking up to me until he reached me. Come inside. He held my back. His fingers grazed my bare skin before settling on the material below. The sparks brought cold shivers to my skin. He gently pulled me to his office. I stepped away from his hold and walked in, waiting for him to follow. The door closed behind me, and looking back, I noticed Lincoln staring at me. He walked closer to me, pulling out his phone. Reschedule the meeting with Quad Enterprises. Preferably in a day. He spoke up in a business tone and hung up. He looked ready for a meeting in his formal, white button-down shirt and navy blue pants. His blue blazer hung on one of the chairs. Why are the guards following me, Lincoln? To keep you safe, Mia. Safe from what? Anything. You're being pathetic. I don't need anyone following me. I can't believe you did this without permission. I was so mad at him right now I wanted to stomp on the floor or pull his hair out. Fine, Miana. Can I assign a guard to protect you at all times? Please. He looked down at me. His eyes pleaded with mine. No, I crossed my arms, turning away from him. Those eyes would make anyone give in easily. His footsteps got closer. Do you always want to make it difficult for me, mate? He whispered gravelly in my ear. Before I could step away or turn around, he held my upper arms and pressed my back to his chest. Cursing my choice of clothing for the day, I bit my lip. His fingers that held onto me, his built chest that had my almost bare back pinned to it, and finally his scent. The man makes me forget my morals. I pulled away from him and turned around to see his green irises with a lining of silver to them. I stepped away from him, moving backwards. He gave me a questioning look as if asking me why I stepped back from him. His jaw hardened as he looked out the window, trying to muster some patience in this situation. The goddess definitely hated me, and I found myself tripping over the carpet placed underneath his desk. I gasped with my eyes closed. Miana. Lincoln yanked me to him in an instant. Careful. Only my toes touched the floor because my whole weight was lifted onto his arms. His arms enveloped me as if I weighed nothing. I opened my eyes, coming face to face with him. His Adam's apple rose and then fell. Was he nervous? I felt lightheaded as well. My hands that held the front of his shirt were now tingling to feel his stubble. My lips were apart while my eyes gawked at his. I sucked in my bottom lip to close them shut. His eyes immediately traveled down to my lips. Oh goddess, I didn't do that to grab his attention to my lips now. His hands firmly held my body, which was now glued to his. The tip of his nose now touched mine. This is the closest I've ever been to him. It's felt wrong, yet so right. Like this is where I belonged. Lincoln inhaled sharply before trailing his nose down my lips. The sharp tip of his nose glided down my chin, tracing my jaw. I held my breath and shut my eyes tight. I was giving in to the moment, throwing out all my hatred for him. He let out a low growl while going down my neck. His nostrils absorbed as much of my scent as he could. I leaned the opposite direction, simply giving him permission to continue whatever he was doing to me. It felt like sweet torture. I wanted him to touch me more, but at the same time, I hoped he would stop, because I wasn't in the right mind to make him stop. His chest trembled as his lips settled a little above my collarbone. Lincoln, I whimpered as he licked my skin. He let out another growl before he unwillingly pulled his face up to meet mine. His palm held the side of my head while his other hand was still on my hips. I opened my eyes to see him staring at my chest, which was heaving. His thumb stroked my bottom lip while his eyes spoke of yearning. Would one kiss hurt? I licked my bottom lip, and his jaw dropped at my invitation. Fuck, he mumbled to himself. Lincoln brought up his other hand, and now he held my face in position. Our lips are just millimeters away from each other. He angled his head to capture my lips. Oh, goddess, I'm going to be kissed by my mate. Thud. The door opened. I jumped away from Lincoln, feeling short of breath. My chest heaved up and down as if we had just had an intense makeout. Oh my God, I almost let him kiss me. Lincoln looked murderously at the person who entered the room. Once again, damn you, mate Bond. Chapter 33 Miana Lovecraft POV. Have you heard of knocking? Lincoln spat at Tyler. Yeah, shit. Maybe I'll come back later. He scratched the back of his head. Fuck, why didn't you lock the door? He yelled defensively. Just fucking knock next time, Beta. Yes, Alpha, I'll come back later. Tyler was about to leave. Don't forget the doors have locks. Tyler, wait, I'm gonna leave anyway. I interrupted their childish quarrel. Mia, wait. Lincoln said to me before turning to Tyler, what's that? He asked, gesturing to the papers Tyler held. It's Benjamin's conviction letter. You need to go through it before we proceed further. He answered. Lincoln placed his hands in his pockets. Place it on the table and leave. He answered coldly. Carefully placing the papers on the desk, Tyler walked near the door. Later, Alpha by Loons. He grinned at me, for which I could only scowl at him. Of course, Tanya would have told him. The door closed softly, leaving us alone again. Lincoln had his eyebrows furrowed, most likely thinking of Benjamin. What's gonna happen to Benjamin? My thoughts were just blurted out. He looked at me before walking to the desk and pulling the papers out. He handed them to me. I took it in my hand. You're going to kill him? I froze, glancing at the paper. I would love to do it with my very own hands. He balled his fists. The elders want the executioner to do the job. Is this necessary? I asked him in disbelief. The pack hardly put any wolf on a death sentence. I've only heard about it once before when I was little. Can't you just lock him up in the cells? Or maybe there could be other ways to punish him? You have to be joking, Miana. His eyes deadpanned on me. Killing a wolf of another pack or a rogue wolf not only puts the murderer in trouble, it brings a threat to the whole pack he belongs to. He opened a few buttons from the top of his shirt, relaxing himself on the desk while I stood absorbing all the information. Killing Benjamin is the only way of informing the enemy that we've punished the wolf that betrayed our pack. He sighed, but he murdered a rogue. Who knows where those fucking creatures reside? They could be anywhere, looking for revenge. Those sick bastards only need an excuse to cause havoc. Benjamin has given them a strong one to come for us. They? Savannah's mate belonged to a bunch of rogues? Her mate lived with his brother. After the death of her mate, the brother moved away from the town they lived in. A nervous feeling ran through my spine at Lincoln's words. There was a rogue lurking around for revenge. It's just one rogue, right? You never know, Mia. Rogues form groups whenever they can. End of the day, they all only look for trouble. What happens to Savannah? Isn't she the main cause of all this mess? He nodded. Matt is questioning her about her mate, if he's got any other friends or family. A few warriors were watching her every move. Once we track her mate's brother, she'll be asked to leave the pack. He crossed his arms. She becomes a rogue, I muttered. I want you to be safe, at least till this situation is cleared out. The guard stays with you. He spoke in a serious tone. There are guards all around the borders and in every corner of the streets, Lincoln. I don't need a personal bodyguard. He began to get on my nerves again by trying to dominate me. Miana, there's a fucking threat to this pack, and that means the enemy's eye is on the alpha. He gritted. How does one make the alpha weak? He came close to me. You are my weakness. I don't want anything harming you. His grayish-green eyes now lined with silver as he spoke the final words. I'd rather die instead. Nothing is gonna harm me, Lincoln. If anything, the rogue has to go after Savannah and not me. I'm leaving. Bye. I walked away from him, towards the door. He sighed heavily. Mia, cover yourself with that blazer. It's pretty chilly outside. He pointed at his blazer, which was hanging on a chair. I looked out the window and the sun shone brighter than usual. It's not chilly outside. Just wear the blazer. There are a bunch of young wolves training outside. He demanded. Nope. I opened the door and walked out. Mia. I heard him call me impatiently. It didn't stop me as I proceeded up the stairs. Miana. Lincoln growled, walking out the door in longer strides. Holding back a giggle, I just walked down the stairs faster. His shoes stomped behind me. Didn't the man have anything else to do right now? A deep growl emerged from behind me. It was Lincoln. I turned around to look at him staring at a group of 5 youngsters, sprinting away from us. I shook my head at his actions. Entering the ground floor, Penny stood there as she said. This time, I gave her a hearty smile as I approached her with a grumpy Lincoln trailing behind me. I'm so sorry about earlier. I gave her a hug, which she returned with a laugh. Alpha. She bowed. We've made some red velvet cake. It would be lovely if you two could have a taste of it. Please. She looked hopefully between him and me. Sure. I nodded, feeling an impatient Lincoln behind me. Penny scurried off. I glanced at the pretty vase of peonies, placed on a circular glass table in the middle of the foyer, all the while feeling Lincoln's eyes on me. Penny brought us a slice of red velvet cake, accompanied by 2 dessert forks. I knew my eyes were ogling at the slice of cake since it looked so delicious already. I definitely needed a treat after the longest interaction I've ever had with Lincoln. She gently handed the plate of cake to me, and I picked up one of the forks and sliced through the layers of the creamy, fluffy cake. I took the first bite. I moaned, Penny, why does this taste so good? Oh, goddess. I hummed. She only blushed, stepping away. Placing my fork on the side of the plate, I faced Lincoln and offered him some cake. He stared at me intently before picking up my fork and slicing it through the cake and tasting it. He nodded his head as he swallowed, and my eyes darted to his Adam's apple. That's really good. He looked at Penny and said, who looked ecstatic at her alpha's compliment. After I devoured the whole slice by myself, I bid farewell to Penny. Walking out of the pack house, the black Jeep and the same guard were still there. I told you not to follow me. I sounded like a rude brat right now. Maybe I'll apologize to the guard later. Luke, you follow her wherever she goes. If she seems to have a problem with that, mind link to me at once. I'll make sure I get there in minutes. He spoke in a domineering voice, which would make anyone obey. Yes, Alpha. He nodded, rushing into the vehicle. I stomped my way to my car, not waiting for him to say anything. Chapter 34 Miana Lovecraft POV. After the encounter with Lincoln, the following days have been uneventful except for the time when my assigned bodyguard, Luke, appears everywhere I go. He literally lives outside my house, and at night, I see another guard switching his place. After all, Luke needs a break, too. It pisses me off to think that Lincoln tries to invade my privacy by making his men follow me, but a part of me is grateful, too. Ever since I learned about Savannah's mate and his missing brother, I have been having a few sleepless nights. During morning trainings, I have the top 2 female warriors teaching me self-defense all of a sudden. Sadly, since Tanya, Amaya, and Lily used to train with me, they're stuck in it with me. I mean, I'm not complaining about having some company. Lincoln is always present during our trainings, but usually near the young wolves, barking orders at them as they fight in their wolf forms. He's quite a sight while he performs as an alpha. Domineering, untouchable, and ferocious. I can't help but compare this with when he and I had a little moment at his office. He was gentle, caring, and warm. Almost like my kind of. Growling, "Good morning to you, Wolfie." I cooed at Hira. Giggling at my wolf, I got ready for my day. I hopped into my car with the usual Jeep following me. As soon as I arrived at the hospital, I walked into the cafeteria to grab my coffee. The usual? The lady asked, and I nodded. Excuse me, can I have another latte and the blueberry muffin, please? Pack these separately, I said to her as she prepped my coffee. Grabbing the brown bag, I walked over to Luke, who literally jumped out of the vehicle as he saw me approach him. Is everything okay, miss? Yes, this is for you. I handed him the bag, which he took and then inspected. A small smile played on his. You didn't have to, but thanks, Luna. He nodded my way. No problem. I smiled, walking away. He did stay here the whole day for me, and God knows how long he'd have to do this job. I wonder how Lincoln pays him. As I entered my office, I was greeted by a large bouquet of flowers placed in the center of the desk. It was decorated with many rare exotic flowers, and it was very bright, lighting up the whole room. Even for a girl who loved my baby pink tulips and roses, this bouquet looked beyond gorgeous. Every bud, flower, and even leaf seemed remarkably stunning. I had been admiring the centerpiece for so long, forgetting about who the sender could be. On top was a small envelope. I pulled it out. Good morning, beautiful. Hope you have a good day. Caden. The bottom of it had his business card with his personal number scribbled on it. Did he happen to send it to me personally? Smiling at the sweet gesture, I made a note to thank him for the flowers through text or maybe a call. I suppose a phone call would be better since he's taken the time to send me flowers. Good, wow. What a way to start the morning, huh? Alex showed up at the door. I chuckled, shaking my head. Good morning. Looks like you're making him earn it, eh? Alex teased. What do you mean? I asked, confused. He scrunched his eyebrows. It's from Alpha, right? Oh no. I hope it was. It's from Caden Foster. I showed him the business card. He scrutinized the card before blankly nodding his head. That's very unexpected. He looked at me. I know. My lips formed a thin line as I looked away from Alex, towards the flowers. He hummed. He seemed quite interested in your work the last time he was here. So I may have mentioned it to him that you mostly work with the little pups before he donated a huge amount to the hospital, just like that. Oh, Caden was keen on what I did, but why? You think he might be interested in you, Mia? What? No, that's crazy. I mean, he's aware of my mate. I shook my head. We both just stood there, trying to understand the situation. Maybe he just wants to be friends, Alex. He seems like a friendly guy. I shrugged to ease Alex's tension. Oh, the Fosters are anything but friendly. And that's why I'm surprised. He laughed. Just looking out for my friend. He pulled me in for a hug. And for my Luna. He whispered to me with a smile that followed. I playfully scoffed before walking away from him without a goodbye. I could hear him titter behind me. So, I see you got guards following you around? Caden questioned me. Somehow, after calling him to thank him for the flowers, he asked me to join him for lunch. I agreed, as I had a good hour to spare. I nodded to his question as he eyed Luke, who stood afar. Why? Possessive mate? He asked, scanning through the menu. No. He thinks it's safer this way. I shrugged. I don't think it's best to tell Caden whatever Lincoln said to me about his ex-girlfriend's mate. So I kept my answer short. He's being possessive, Mia. He dropped his menu, looking at me directly. Maybe. I brushed it off. I'm getting the chicken tajin. What about you? I changed the topic to food. Great. I'm going for the lamb tajin. Our meals arrived with steamed couscous on the side. The food was amazing. Luckily, Caden hadn't asked anything about Lincoln again, but something kept bothering me. You said you had no mate. What does that mean? Caden wiped the tip of his lip with the napkin. I meant what I said. I don't have a mate. What happened? He sighed. We were both 18 when we met. We mated. I marked her, but somehow at one point we didn't feel the bond. He said bitterly, so we both agreed to go through the rejection process and part ways. Now she's happy with a human. Married with kids. He gave me a half smile. You didn't feel the bond? Caden, that's impossible, especially after you've marked her. Don't the feelings get stronger? I asked in disbelief. He pointed to his heart. It's all in here, Mia. We weren't meant to be. In our case, the moon goddess made a mistake. He sat back on his chair, almost done with his meal, while I lost my appetite. The rejection process must have been painful? I swallowed. For a day, yes, and the next day you're good as new. He smirked. I wanted to ask him so many questions about him and his mate. However, now I'm shocked about how a wolf could get over a rejection so easily. Caden seemed completely unaffected by it. Mom and Dad told me that rejections normally make your wolves too aggressive. Your wolf. I didn't have to finish my question. Oh, that's the only reason I rarely shift. He's hungry for a mate. Someone to claim and make his. He seemed in deep thought. I feel sorry for your wolf then. He laughed. Of course you do. He's stubborn as hell. You'll know when you meet him. I chuckled nervously. That's not something I'm looking forward to, Caden. Chapter 35 Miana Lovecraft POV. Maybe the next time we go out for lunch or dinner, I could drive you, Mia. Caden smirked at Luke. Look at your little bodyguard, already mind linking his alpha. I turned around when Luke hopped into his car to follow me as usual. I only heaved a breath for Caden's comment. Next time. I raised my eyebrows. Why not? He gave me a charming smile. Are you afraid Lincoln won't like it? Why does it matter what Lincoln thinks? I thought to myself. I shook my head. I'll see you, Caden. Bye. Bye now. Catch you soon, Mia. He winked before walking to his car. Later that night. It's all in here, Mia. We weren't meant to be. In our case, the moon goddess made a mistake. Why did I feel like I felt the same way Caden did? Maybe the moon goddess did make a mistake in making Lincoln my mate. He did fall in love with Savannah instead of waiting for me. Whatever he feels now or what I feel for him is only the bond. I was almost going to kiss him. What was I even thinking? For a day, yes, and the next day are good as new. Caden spoke of the rejection process. My heart ached even as I thought about it. It was a very sensitive topic for any wolf, and surprisingly, he just brushed it off like it meant nothing. Caden seemed like a friendly person, but those eyes held a mystery. Maybe in a couple of days I could get to know him better. I turned to the left side, staring at my closet while I lay in my bed. All I had to do was open the closet, take the blazer, and have a little whiff of his scent. The temptation was so strong. Instead, I took the bottle of water from the nightstand and drank it. Now that's how you distract yourself, Mia. Good job. I pulled the blanket over my head and fell asleep. The next days have been quite fun for me since Caden hung out with me for lunch. I have come to know him better, about his family who live in the South, as they own a whole estate there. He even offered to take me to their place one day. I hadn't agreed to the idea at first, but the more I got to know him, he wasn't so bad after all. Something that he hadn't been comfortable talking about was his mate. Well, mate, I have to say. I don't think I can accept him just like that, Lena, I said to Sierra on the phone. He's your mate, Mia. How long can you fight the pull? She asked. I don't know, I bit my lip. Make up your mind, Mia. You either want him or don't want him. She scolded. Sierra huffed when I kept quiet. Fine, you don't want him. We'll stick to that. I didn't say that, I muttered. Huh? What's that? I didn't hear you. She pretended that she didn't hear me. I groaned in return. Talk to Lincoln about the rejection process and get it on with Caden. He seems like a hunk, too. I could imagine her gleaming with a cheeky grin. I don't see him like that. He's a friend. Then Alex. No, I don't see anyone like that, Lena. Just stop. Sierra was giving me a headache now. Hold on, my baby is hungry. I could hear her ripping a packet. She munched on something and hummed in delight. The way you put it, Caden is trying hard to impress you. Don't act dumb, Mia. I'm not acting dumb. It's only been a few days since I have known him, and he seems nice to hang out with. That's all. I explained. You feel nothing for any other male because of your one hell of a mate, Mia. Women without a mate drool over that man across the whole country. So I totally get it. I drummed my fingers against the counter at her statement. Lena, it's not that easy. Suppose I could only tell her the battles within myself. A part of me wants to be in his arms, and the other hates him for how much he hurt me by being with Savannah. The last time I spoke to him about the rejection, he didn't take it well. I wonder what'll happen if I say it again. My inner voice questioned me if I wanted to be separated from Lincoln. Don't pressure yourself, Mia, but you're making it harder by dragging it. The next day, stepping out of the house, my heart rate accelerated. Lincoln's scent carried me to the tinted vehicle that guarded my house last night. I walked to the driver's side, gently knocking on the door. The door unlocked. As it opened, my jaw dropped. Lincoln straightened the seat, which had been leaning back. He probably used it to lie down. His hair looked messy, and his green eyes looked drowsy. I had indeed woken him up. He wore black joggers and a gray t-shirt. His shoes were off, leaving him in his socks. Sleeping in a car seemed incredibly uncomfortable, even for a small person like me. I could imagine how cramped he would have felt. Why are you here? I watched as he stretched, hitting his arm on the steering wheel. I hissed at that, but he didn't care. Good morning to you too. He spoke in a sleepy yet husky voice. Does his voice have to be so alluring even when he's just woken up? Lincoln, you stayed in here the whole night? He nodded, just looking at me. Why? I wanted to see you. He raked his hair, trying to fix the sexy mess. Ready for work? He eyed my dress before looking up at me. Yes. Oh, goddess, the stutter. He wanted to see me? Please don't melt my heart now. I cleared my throat, hoping he hadn't noticed. Get in. He slipped his shoes on. How demanding can he really be? I have a car, Alpha. I crossed my hands. I'm aware, but I also see a flat tire. He gestured for me to look at my parked car, and as a matter of fact, it had a blowout. I gasped. I had to call Dad and ask him to get someone to fix it. One of the men is on their way to fix it. It'll be good as new when you're back home after work. I promise. I gawked at him now, he just read my mind. Simply walking to the other side of the car, I got in and buckled my seatbelt. Lincoln roared the engine as he began to drive. I glanced up at him to see his lips showing a slight smile. Maybe if he smiled a little bit more, he might even have a dimple on his cheek. So Caden seems to be visiting you quite often? He asked while focusing on the road. I narrowed my eyebrows at him. Yes. He nodded, his lips lost their smile. Just be careful. I'll keep Luke to watch, wherever you are. For how long? I snapped. For as long as it takes for you to forgive me and be mine. Till then, the guards watch you because you wouldn't allow me to do it. He spoke every word firmly, yet it carried a kind of pain. Forgive him? Be his? You mean the guards surround me forever then? Till I die? I lashed out. Yes. He gritted his teeth. This is madness, Lincoln. We're here. He parked in front of the hospital. His demeanor is completely cold now. I don't need these guards waiting, God damn it, Miana. He roared, slamming the steering wheel hard. It's my fucking responsibility to keep you safe. And I'll do whatever it takes, whether you like it or not. The alpha tone took over, demanding and strict. His eyes shot daggers my way, challenging me to refuse his command. Lincoln looked maddened, almost wanting to smash something. My heart dropped at the rage he projected towards me. Don't cry in front of him, Mia. I scolded myself. Before I could stop it, a whimper left my lips as I picked up my bag. I unbuckled my seatbelt, completely ignoring his livid eyes. I was only responsible. Did he ever care? I opened the door to step out, but Lincoln's rough hand pulled me in by my arm. Before I could protest, he held my face and placed his forehead on mine. Baby, I'm sorry, he whispered. Chapter 36 Miana Lovecraft POV. Baby, I'm sorry, Lincoln whispered. For the way he held my face, I could feel his heartbeat below the palm. It was frantic. From his earlier ball, even I felt panic-stricken. I would have just jumped into Lincoln's arms if anyone else had made me feel this way. I may have needed the comfort of my mate. Sadly, it was because of him that I thought so petrified, which was why I couldn't find solace in his touch now. Swallowing my sob, I just slipped through his hold and stepped out of the car without a glance at the man watching me. The rest of the day went smoothly, with Luke outside the hospital. The whole time, my head kept playing how Lincoln snapped at me. I knew he was a spine-chilling werewolf that everyone feared, but not once had he shown me that side of him until this morning. Lincoln Hunter's POV. She was on the verge of tears. Almost to cry. As a little sob left her trembling lips, I felt broken. Kai howled in pain. It hurt to watch her cower away from me. She didn't even look at me. I kept punching the sandbag, bruising my bare knuckles. I was furious that she never understood the point of my men watching her. She didn't know how paranoid I was about her being in danger. Every night, I lost sleep just hoping that she'd be safe far away from me. She didn't know what the rogue that was captured at the Forest Howls pack said before she died. Now that everyone knows she's my mate, it puts her in danger until I claim her and make her mine. I could only scoff at the idea. If she hated me before, she'd loathe my whole existence now. After Savannah and Benjamin's doings, I see a huge threat to the pack. Probably a rogue attack by a group or a single lone wolf. You never know how those bastards work. All I'm doing right now is preparing my warriors for anything and everything. Lincoln. My dad called out from the entrance of the gym. It didn't stop me from slamming my fists into the sandbag. I just kept going. Easy, Link, relax. He patted my back, trying to loosen up my tension. I pulled off my t-shirt, which was dripping with sweat. What is it? Nothing. Can't I come see my son? He asked. Yeah, of course you can, Dad. Rub it on my face. What a fucked up maid I am. And how she'll never pardon me. I laughed sourly at myself. Just like how you and Mum do it every single time you come to me. Link, it's not like that. Your mother and I were just disappointed about how you treated Miana in the beginning. He sat on the bench. And by the looks of it, she's making you pay for it now. His last sentence held a slight tease to it. I shook my head, resting on the same bench he sat on. You look very pleased about it, I muttered. Make her feel loved, Lincoln. Mates can't resist the affection you shower them with. Show her you care. Just some advice from your old man. He genuinely smiled at me. I nodded at his words. Approaching her was tricky. There are days when she's soft as a flower, and then days when she's like a thorn. So I needed to watch out. Alpha, the Luna finishes her shift in 30 minutes. Luke's mind linked me. Not waiting any longer, I stood up to have a shower. Link, where are you going? Dad questioned. To pick Mia, I answered, striding out of the gym. I sat in my car, waiting for Miana to come out. Luke was parked beside me. In a minute, Mia stepped out of the building with a pout and a skull, hugging her handbag to herself. Why does she have to be so fucking cute when she's trying to be mad at me? I can't go with him, can you take me home? She whispered to Luke, hoping I don't hear her. Sorry, miss, but he's waiting for you. He bowed before walking away from her, leaving no space for her to argue. Mia looked down at the ground, walking to the passenger seat of my car as I watched her every move. Everyone who walked past us watched our little encounter too. Maybe that's why she didn't fight me or Luke. I couldn't take my eyes off her all the while as she settled into the car. Did you eat anything? I asked calmly. She nodded her head and looked away. The damn silent treatment. How was your day? I tried again, only earning a huff in reply. She didn't even turn my way. I said I was sorry, Mia. You didn't understand the seriousness of the issue. I spoke a little louder. Still nothing. Fine, if she didn't want to talk to me or do anything with me, I might as well take her home as soon as possible. This was just frustrating. I accelerated the car and drove through the streets. Why did you order Alex not to take me home? To kill me in a car crash. She hollered. So now we're talking? I gave her a quick glance, slowing my pace. You're so unfair. She whispered. Stop fighting me, Mia. I hate you. I brought the car to a halt, pulling her towards me. Stop fucking lying to yourself. If I looked down at her pink, plump lips and then back to her doe hazel eyes. If I kiss you now, would you hate it? I asked her in a menacing tone. She swallowed, afraid that I might do as I said. Afraid that she wouldn't be able to fight me once I pressed my lips on hers. The closeness was tempting, but I didn't want to forcibly kiss her when she's mad at me. That's what I thought. I brushed my nose on hers. She didn't pout anymore, just leaned back in her seat, lost in deep thought. Probably thinking of ways to put an end to you. Should have just kissed. Kai babbled. My wolf loses his marbles when it comes to Mia. Miana Lovecraft POV the ride after that was quiet. My heart kept thumping. He could have kissed me. But then again, he didn't. Why would he? I was just a responsibility. Nearing my house, I peeked at my car's flat tire, but now it was fixed. Thank you for fixing my car, I mumbled before stepping out of the car and closing the door. I couldn't bring myself to look at him. Walking into the front porch, Lincoln still watched me until I closed the door. Then he revved up the engine and drove off. Chapter 37 Miana Lovecraft POV, trust me, it's gonna be fun, Caden said on the phone as I sat down for my lunch break. What is it exactly? I asked again. He has been asking me to go out with him tonight after work. It's a surprise, Mia. He spoke. Fine, I dragged. Great, so I'll pick you up at 6 from the hospital. Caden, I have my car at the hospital. I could drive to the location. No. I want to take you there myself. How about we come back again to get your car after the date? I blurted out in a jolt. Day? Caden chuckled. Sure. I laughed at him. My shift had ended. I began wrapping things up. I retouched my lipstick, waiting for Caden to call. As if on cue, my phone rang. Hello. Mia, I'm parked behind the little pup's ward. I'll meet you there. Caden, you should have parked at the front. No, I can't have that bodyguard of yours following us to where I'm taking you. It's very personal to me. Something the way he said that seemed strange, but I've gone out with Caden a few times now, so I let my odd feelings aside. Okay. I answered unsurely. Great, hurry up. He hung up. I walked through the back entrance, making small talk with the nurses on duty. Caden stood in front of his polished sports car, wearing a gray sweater and jeans. He grinned as I approached him. Surprisingly, he grabbed my handbag in one hand and held my back with the other, taking me to the passenger seat. He let go of me to open the door and placed my bag near my feet. I tried not to blush at his chivalrous act. Comfortable? He asked as I settled in. Yes, I smiled. He nodded before returning to his seat and driving off to our destination. Why is this place very personal to you? I asked Caden, who seemed deep in thought. It just is. I've spent time as a kid with my family there, and then my lonely days there too. He made a turn towards the forests, away from the city. And finally, I felt like you could share my secret spot as well. I nodded at his words. As the sun set, it began to get dark. We were now into the forest depths, where there was only a single path, like a trail, for just one vehicle to move. Caden turned off his car as we reached the end of the trail. We're going to have to walk a bit, if that's okay with you? He asked. Yeah, no problem. I sighed, looking out at the forest. The sounds of owls hooting and the stream running were heard as I stepped out of the car. Leave your bag behind, Mia. It's not necessary in there. Come on. Caden gestured for me to follow him. He seemed suspicious. I spoke to Hira. I'm not liking his energy either. She replied, completely awake. Maybe it's a sentimental place? I questioned. Perhaps, don't worry. I've got you, Mia. A flicker of light was visible through the thick trees. We're almost here. Caden held my hand as I had to jump over a log. Pushing away a few branches, he brought it to the center of the forest. Surrounded by pine trees were 2 wooden chairs, a bonfire, and a small table with wine in an ice bucket, along with some snacks packed and ready. Finally, my troubled thoughts were put at ease. You did this, Caden? I looked at the simple yet beautiful setting. Yeah, I thought since you had a long day, you might want to relax. This is nice, I said, sitting back on one of the chairs there. Glad you like it, he said, unwrapping the food. Inhaling the air, I was welcomed by the pine trees. They smelled refreshing and reminded me of Lincoln. Once again, my thoughts were about him. What was he doing now? Did he miss me? Do you miss him? Hira wagged her tail. I bit my lip, unwilling to answer her. Would you like some more? A voice snapped me out of my thoughts. Caden stood there offering me some wine. That's enough. Thank you, Lincoln. I accepted the drink. He froze on the spot, his eyebrows raised. Hey. I tapped on his arm. That seemed to have broken his trance. He chuckled dryly, shaking his head. What's wrong? I asked again. You called me Lincoln. He shrugged before going to grab his drink. Caden. I rubbed my temples. I'm sorry. I tried to explain. Thinking of him? He finished with a knowing smile. Caden was quick to switch the topic and talk about how he used to spend his childhood here with his parents. How they used to sit on these chairs, watching little Caden play in the streaming waters. I couldn't help but smile at his fond memories. Come, let me take you to the stream. He stood up, and I followed. As we walked up to the water, it seemed like the scenery was a painting. The moon shone brightly, reflecting on the flowing water, making it shimmer. Careful with the rocky pebbles, Mia. They could be covered in moss. Caden held his hand out for me to take, which I did. Looking up, I admired the sky tonight. You're so beautiful, he whispered. I looked at Caden to see him staring right at me. You're gorgeous, Mia, and those eyes. He shook his head as if holding back on his words. It began getting uncomfortable under his stare. They make me want to kiss you. He tugged my hand. Caden, I warned, pulling my hand out of his grasp. Damn. He slapped the back of his head, walking away from me. I shouldn't have done that. He muttered to himself. Yes, but it's too soon. He mumbled again. He was talking to himself. My heart began to pound again. What have I got myself into? Hira was prancing now, ready to take charge. Let me go talk to her first. Caden kept whispering. A dreadful feeling crawled upon me. He was talking to his wolf. What do I do? Let me out. Hira growled. Wait. I pushed her back. If he sees my wolf, there's a high chance he'll shift too. Breathe, Mia. His mumbling stopped, only his shoulders were moving now. Guessing he had calmed down, I spoke. Caden, it's late. We have to stay. He turned to me, his head tilted to the side, as if assessing my actions. What caught my attention was his eyes, which weren't ocean blue anymore. His pupils were pitch black. Right there. He continued in a rough, screechy voice, turning around. His back is to me now. Caden and his wolf were having a disagreement, by the looks of it. The last thing I wanted was to face his angry wolf. I couldn't let Hira out now. The only option I had was to hide or run. Quietly, I stepped away from the stream and walked towards the trees. Still facing him, I walked backwards. Being amongst the trees, I could hide from him at least till his wolf had calmed down. Oh, goddess, what have I gotten myself into? Little by little, I had come past the chairs and bonfire. Suddenly, I tripped over a rock that was behind me. Damn. I landed on the ground. Caden snapped his head to me, his wolf still on the surface. He noticed how I had moved from my previous place. The next second, he bared his teeth at me. I told you to stay there. He snarled sharply, which didn't even sound anything like his human self. He approached me, tearing his shirt with his hands. His canines are out, and his claws are emerging. Just one bite, it's all it takes. His voice was cold and menacing. Caden let his wolf out, and he began to shift. I can't run or hide anymore. I let Hira take over. She growled, warning him to back off. It was of no use since his wolf was already on his fours. A brown, feral-looking wolf. His claws gripping the grass beneath him, lowering himself, almost ready to pounce if I made a move. It was too late because Hira began to shift. Her silvery gray first stood up. Her ears perked up to be aware of the surroundings as she bared her teeth at the wild wolf in front of her. She growled and barked at the beast before her. Sensing that there was nothing suspicious surrounding her, she made one step back, and this gave Caden's wolf the green signal to strike at her. He sprang towards her, pulling her down by the neck. Soon, both the wolves began to tumble into the stream. The brown wolf landed on top of her. He snarled, looking down at her throat. This wolf was looking to kill her right now. As his jaw widened, Hira clawed his right eye. He pushed himself away from her by a few feet, howling in agony. She had to make a run before he recovered from the attack. Hira looked into the woods. She knew which direction to take. Making no second thought, she sprinted through the trees. Unfortunately, Caden's wolf followed. His face bled immensely, while only having the guidance of one eye. He still didn't give up. The wolf made a leap towards Hira, scratching her shoulder deeply. She didn't have time to cry out in pain, since he pinned her to the ground with his paw on her jaw. His body above hers, she used the opportunity to claw his chest, and when he loosened his hold on her, she bit his very paw that held her down. Hira stood up with a bleeding shoulder. While Caden's wolf looked gorier, his face covered in blood and his paw wounded, it still stood ready for the next attack. He was indeed a mad wolf. Shaking his brown fur, blood spluttered in all directions. Hira's shoulder began to throb, which meant the wolf couldn't move too quickly. She had to think of other ways to outsmart this sick wolf. Just then, the two wolves heard a wrathful howl, which caused the birds nesting in the trees to fly away. Before the two could contemplate what was happening, an enormous black wolf sprang at the brown wolf from behind Hira. Kai. Hira collapsed on the closest tree as the two wolves charged at each other. The brown wolf tried to scratch and pounce at Kai, but it was of no use since he darted swiftly. Both the male wolves stepped back before lunging at each other once again, this time standing on their hind legs as they tried clawing and pushing one another. Barks and growls echoed in the forest. I tried telling Hira to shift back, since Lincoln was here, but she refused to do so, probably thinking that I might still be in danger. I could feel her energy draining out. Hira howled as Kai got closer to the bonfire. As if it triggered something in him, Kai turned the opposite direction, throwing Caden's wolf into the flames. The wolf cried out in pain before trying to climb out of the flames. Kai pressed his paw on the brown wolf's jaw just like he did to Hira, but he did it over the flames of the coal. That was it. Hira whimpered in pain as I shifted back. Kai stood in front of the almost dead wolf, staring down at it in absolute hatred. My shoulder throbbed as I completely shifted back to myself. My hair was damp, and I felt a gash on my jaw. It will take a while to heal. Pulling my knees to my chest, I hugged my naked body as I watched Kai near the fire. He still didn't look at me, most probably watching till Caden's wolf took his last breath. It felt like my eyes were blurring, and I lay my head on the tree. My chest heaving, I closed my eyes for a few seconds. I hissed as I felt something rub my shoulder. A gasp left my lips to see Kai licking my wounded shoulder. His earlier livid eyes now looked hurt. His snout pushed my cheek softly, and he continued licking my shoulder. After a while, he huffed, blowing my hair right to my face. Was it his way of showing me that he was upset with me? Since I had come here alone, trusting Caden. "I'm sorry," I whispered, petting his cheek. He felt so soft for such a big wolf. He only huffed again, licking my jaw. "That tickles." I let out a soft smile. He gave me a low growl that followed with a bark, something like a command. So I stayed where I was, watching Kai go into the forest. He came back with some clothes, dropping them on the floor. He picked a white t-shirt. He came close to me and placed the material on my head. I put it on myself. Kai watched quietly until I dressed. Once I was done, he let out a loud howl, as if to signal something or someone. He stepped back and began to shift into human form. Oh, goddess, I was to face Lincoln. How would he react to my recklessness? My eyes dropped to my feet as I hugged my knees tighter. My mate stood right in front of me, completely bare. I heard him zipping up his pants, but there was no other noise from him. Feeling his gaze on me, I looked up to see Lincoln already looking down at me. At my bleeding shoulder, to be specific. It had already left a stain on the white shirt. Hearing footsteps our way, Lincoln approached me. I weakly stood up, and he picked me up into his arms. The comfort his embrace gave me was heavenly. "Is she okay?" Nat came through the trees with 3 other guards. "No," Lincoln spoke. "Throw the mutt's ashes away and clean this up. See you at my office in the morning," he ordered before walking away with me in his arms. I curled up into his arms, resting my head on his bare chest. Feeling his hold on me tighten, I relaxed, knowing he wasn't too angry at me. He walked through the forest, placing his head over mine sometimes. Neither of us has spoken a word to the other. I don't think I had it in me to break the silence. In fact, the way he held me, I could just fall asleep. From the noises of rustling leaves, his feet finally stomped on gravel, which meant we were on the path now. "What do we do with the car?" A familiar voice spoke to Lincoln. "Tyler. Destroy it. Everything the Fosters owned is gonna be destroyed by tomorrow." Lincoln spoke. I lifted my head from his chest to look at him. "Lincoln," I whispered, my voice was strained. He looked down at me with soft eyes. "Mia, my bag is in his car. I need it." "Sure, we'll get it." "Close your eyes and relax, baby." I just did what he had asked. My injured shoulder definitely weighed me down. As soon as I shut my eyes, the tiredness took over and I fell asleep in Lincoln's arms. Maybe I was dreaming because I felt him kiss my forehead. Chapter 38 Miana Lovecraft POV. I turned around on my bed to lie on my opposite side and immediately hissed in pain. I let out a quiet cry before sitting up and gently grazing my fingers over the wound, which was now treated and covered up. The door abruptly opened and Penny walked inside. "Penny?" I questioned. "Mia, I heard you cry. Alpha is on his way, sweetheart." She rushed to the arched windows and opened them. Wait, my room didn't have arched windows. Finally taking in my surroundings, I was laid on a 4-poster bed, tucked in with plush blankets and the comfiest pillows. A grand bedroom with the finest furniture. On my right, there is a double door, followed by a single door, assuming it to be the walk-in closet and washroom. "Penny?" I coughed. "Is this the pack house?" She came up to me with a glass of water, which I gladly took. "No, Mia, it's Alpha Lincoln's mansion. You're in his room." She smiled. "His mansion? His room?" Before I knew my feet were on the ground. "Mia, I know what you're thinking. Penny held me. I don't want to be on their bed. I looked at it in disgust. Calm down. He threw it all out as soon as he got rid of that woman. This is new. She chuckled. Lie down. How long have I been sleeping for? I glanced down at my spaghetti-strapped nightgown. It was so lightweight, I hardly felt like I had anything on me. Almost a day. I looked out the window to see the sun setting already. Penny, I need to call my parents, oh goddess. I placed a hand on my chest. Mom and Dad are going to be alarmed since I haven't returned home. They came to visit you this morning, love. It's all taken care of. Just lie down now. I sighed in relief. I want to freshen up. Is there an extra toothbrush? This way. She gently held my hand and walked to the washroom. On the vanity lay a new toothbrush. Quickly picking it up, I brushed my teeth and rinsed my mouth. I splashed some cold water on my face and winced when it touched the wound on my jaw. I looked up at the mirror and the reflection it showed pained me. I looked extremely pale, almost lifeless. The scratch on my jaw wasn't opened, thanks to Kai, I guess. My shoulder looked like it would take days to heal. Thinking about what had happened last night, my eyes began to sting. Mia. Penny comforted me by rubbing my back. I swallowed, turning to her. Did you change me? She nodded with a smile. I sighed. The alpha wouldn't leave your side the whole time. He had to go to the office since Caden's father was brought back for an inquiry. A cold shiver ran down my spine at his name. But he's on his way now. I looked down at my gown to see that it wasn't completely opaque. Not wearing a bra was another disadvantage. I was about to ask Penny for a robe when we heard heavy stomping up the stairs. Both our heads snapped towards the noise, and Lincoln appeared inside the bedroom. Wearing a black shirt with brown pants, looking very casual. He leaned on the door frame, looking at me, while I did the same. Mia, you should rest. Or shall I prep a bath for you? Penny asked, making me look at her. Penny, I bit my lip. Lincoln's stare made me tongue-tied. Oh God, what did I want to say to her? Stupid brain. I can take it from here, Penny. You may leave now. Lincoln spoke up, walking into the room. It was her cue to leave. Get well soon, Mia. She rubbed my unharmed shoulder. Thank you, I replied, giving her a small hug. Lincoln and I, alone, in his bedroom. Who would have thought this day would come? Sit down. Don't strain yourself. He came closer to me. Not waiting for a reply, he gently lifted me up. Lincoln, I can walk. Paying no heed to my words, he walked to the love seat and placed me on it. He sat on the other end of the couch, our knees touching each other. How are you feeling? He asked, pushing away my hair that lay on my wounded shoulder. I'm okay. Since Kai had licked and cleaned my scratch yesterday, it did lessen the pain. I also hoped it would somewhat heal the wound. I had Alex come over to treat your shoulder. You'll be fine in a couple of days. If it wasn't for Kai and Lincoln, last night might have been a nightmare for me. Lincoln, I'm sorry I didn't listen to you. I should have taken Luke with me. I apologized, finally understanding his concern. If I had taken Luke with me, Lincoln wouldn't have had to go through all this trouble. You should have Mia. Sadly, it's too late because the bastard already laid hands on you. He looked straight at me. I don't understand why. I was hoping he'd give me answers. Caden wanted to mark you. Claim you as his because the night of the rogue attack, he knew you were my mate. Claiming an alpha's mate is a crucial thing. He lay back on the couch, his worry lines prominent. According to the father, he's always wanted to take leadership, and that's why he rejected his mate years ago. Just because she was an Omega. That's not what he told me. I told him all of Caden's lies. You can't believe everything you hear, Mia, he said. Look at what he's done to you. I want to bring him back to life and rip him to shreds with my very own hands. He spat every word in anger. If he hadn't let out the howl, I wouldn't have had any idea. No one thought that you were missing then. Luke waited outside the hospital since your car was parked there. He tapped his foot on the floor. Did he ask you to sneak out the back? I nodded faintly. Damn it, Mia. What were you thinking? He asked with disbelief, trying to keep his temper at bay. I didn't expect him to be that crazy. I defended. I can't let you out of my sight anymore. You're turning me into a madman without you beside me. Lincoln placed his elbow on the back of the couch while his fingers trailed below the scratch near my jaw. It's worrying me too much, Mia. After everything that happened, I thought I'd give you the space you needed to think about us. I don't think I want to do that anymore. I relaxed at his touch. It was all I needed at this vulnerable stage I was in. My heart screamed to just be snuggled inside his arms. That's what I needed right now. You don't know how badly I want to kiss you now, Lincoln whispered, moving closer to me. My legs almost tangled with his. I placed my cheek on his palm, looking up at him. His eyes darted to my lips. Show me then, I replied. I needed him. The next second, Lincoln kissed me. He held me like I was so precious, being very careful with my injury. My unharmed arm hooked around his neck when he gently pulled me to his lap. He kissed me with so much longing, as if he wanted me all to himself. I slightly pulled away in need of air, resting my forehead against his. Our breaths were heavy. Link, I couldn't finish what I was about to say because he pulled my bottom lip with his teeth tenderly. His lips played a small smile as he let go of my lips. I couldn't help but blush. Looking down at his chest, my hand unwrapped his neck and slid down to his hard chest. Lincoln thought I was going to pull away, so he immediately pulled me in, smacking his lips on mine. I hummed in pleasure, but it only came out as a moan. Our bodies were pressed against each other. He pulled my hips closer to his waist, making the nightdress ride up. My legs were exposed while straddling him. I squealed when Lincoln picked me up just like that and walked to the bed. He laughed at my surprised response, making me mirror his expression. There were those dimples just as I had imagined. Chapter 39 Miana Lovecraft POV. Don't strain your shoulder, Lincoln whispered as he laid me on the bed. I'm fine. Kissing him had seriously taken away the physical pain I felt earlier. He lay me on the bed and climbed over me, putting all his weight on his arms, which he placed on the bed, caging me. His gorgeous green eyes ran all over my body, stopping at my chest. The sheer material showed him my awakened skin. Lincoln pecked my lips and trailed his nose down my chin, neck, and collarbone, just like the last time at his office. But this time, he went all the way down to my cleavage. He kissed me on my chest, making me gasp. He breathed heavily as his nose grazed back up to my lips, before he began kissing me again with more hunger. I should have done this the first time I laid my eyes on you, Mia. You're mine. He spoke with ardent love through his rough kiss. I was completely lost in his scent, his touch, and his kiss. There was a knock on the door, breaking our kiss. Lincoln growled before, picking up the pillow that lay on the bed and throwing it at the door in frustration. He muttered a few profanities. I couldn't help but giggle at his temper tantrum. What? He grunted, looking at me, covering my mouth to hold back the laughter. I shook my head at him. He held my hips, pulling me to him again. Lincoln. I pushed his chest back a little. Someone's at the door. Just then, the second knock was heard. Go. I pushed him away from me. I'll be back. Lie down. He kissed my collarbone before leaving. I watched him walk to the door. Yes, take them in. I heard shuffling by the door. Rosalie walked in with bags, which I assumed were clothes. She grinned as she looked at me. I immediately blushed when she saw that I was on the bed, probably looking like a mess, with swollen lips and very bad-looking bed hair. I picked your clothes. She mouthed before waving at me, which I returned. Rosalie bowed at Lincoln and strode away. Lincoln walked towards the dresser and worked on his disheveled hair, trying to fix it. I watched as he raked his hair. Even that little gesture of his was so damn attractive. My fingers touched my lips, giving me a tingling sensation as I kept my gaze on him. His hands froze midair for a few seconds, and I glanced at the mirror to see him looking at me through it. Most likely catching me gawking at him. His lip tilted upwards, giving me a smug smile. He was aware of the effect he's inflicted on me. I looked down at my gown to break eye contact. Lincoln's footsteps got closer before he lifted my chin. Don't you dare shy away from me, mate. He pecked my lips. I was not. I looked him in the eye, biting my bottom lip. Really? He licked his bottom lip, feeling tempted. Really? I pushed his hand that held my chin. I would have done a hair flip if my shoulder were all right. You love riling me up, don't you? He narrowed his eyes at me. I shook my head, giving him my best puppy eyes. Penny had prepared dinner for Lincoln and me, and now he had brought me to the dining room. After a long explanation that I'm very much capable of walking, Lincoln agreed to let me walk downstairs. The dining room was adjoined to a big, modern kitchen. I had a robe wrapped around me now as I toured around the kitchen and walked to the table where Lincoln was already seated at the head, scrolling through his phone. Come. He placed the phone down and gestured for me to sit on his lap. My heart leapt, almost wanting to jump to him. Okay, just calm down, Miana. No, I drew a chair that was 2 seats away from him. What are you doing? Come closer, Mia. He commanded. I'm supposed to be mad at you, remember? I reminded him. You didn't seem very mad in the bedroom. He stated louder than needed. My mouth dropped at his statement. I cleared my throat. Just then, Penny walked into the room, ready to serve us our meal. She placed a hot French onion soup in front of me. The chair beside me was dragged, and Lincoln sat down, brushing his shoulder against mine. Is someone getting clingy already? I raised my eyebrows at him, but he only shrugged before focusing on his bowl of soup. I hummed in delight as I tasted the soup. It was divine. Penny really had magic in her hands. I began devouring the soup, feeling very content with the meal already. I felt his grayish-green eyes gazing at me with interest. I asked to swallow my food. He just looked at me before kissing me again. His unexpected gesture took me by surprise, but I didn't want him to stop. I closed my eyes, letting him suck on my bottom lip a few times before letting go. My lips were agape as I looked at him in confusion. Would anyone like to kiss in the middle of their meal? I wanted to do this to you on the day you ate the red velvet cake at the pack house. He pointed to my lip while smirking. He knew he had left me needing more after the kiss. Your moans are tempting me so much, he whispered into my ear, giving me a soft kiss behind my ear. Lincoln, I whispered as he placed another kiss a little lower this time. Link, a whimper left my lips as he kissed me. Oh, goddess, he makes me so weak. Lincoln, stop. I pushed him away, making him growl in frustration. I pulled all my hair to the side. He kissed me, hoping to cover up whatever was distracting him. I began to finish my soup, which was now turning cold. Penny later brought in some New York steak with roasted veggies, and we finished our meal with peach cobbler and ice cream. I'm so full, I feel sleepy now. I leaned back on my chair, watching Lincoln finish up his dessert. I can see that. Let's get my baby to bed now. Just like that, I was carried into the room again. I was too full to walk up all those stairs anyway, so no one complained this time. I walked into the vanity after taking a shower, wearing new nightwear that Rosalie had picked out for me. I felt bad about letting Lincoln pay for my clothes. I made it a point to repay him before I leave. Leave? I sighed at how things changed overnight. I thought I hated him so much just yesterday, and here I was craving for his touch and lips on me the whole day. As for the cravings, I wasn't the only one. Lincoln seemed to want it more than I did. I brushed my teeth and headed out to watch Lincoln, seated on one of the couches, in deep thought. He noticed my presence and got up. Mia? Yeah. Kai, he wants to tend to your shoulder. That is if you let him. He asked. Of course. I smiled at him. After yesterday, I was eager to meet his wolf again. I'm gonna go to the backyard and shift. I'll be back in wolf form, okay? Lincoln began to unbutton his shirt. Can I come too? I felt cramped up in this room for a whole day. Some fresh air would be nice. Sure. He smiled before walking up to me and picking me up. You smell nice. I know. I grinned at him. Kai emerged through the trees, his black fur shining and his eyes gleaming in silver. I sat where Lincoln had left me. He approached me calmly before huffing a breath as he sat in front of me. I guess he was still feeling anxious about what had happened with Caden. I held his cheeks as he lay his forehead on mine. His frame is much bigger than mine. I closed my eyes, stroking his fur under his jaw. You saved me, Kai. Thank you for that. I whispered, still feeling his thick, silky coat of fur. I drew my head away from him to look at the stunning wolf. I rubbed my hand above his snout, which was larger than my hand itself. He whined while his eyes showed pain. Hira is healing. She needs to rest. I bet she wants to see you soon. He grunted in return, probably sensing how difficult she can be at times. I smiled at him, trying to ease his worry. Kai began to clean the scratches, and surprisingly, I didn't feel much pain. Our wolves would normally heal faster, but by Kai licking my wounds from yesterday, the deep cuts didn't hurt as much as they should. I lay by the tree beside me and didn't know when I fell asleep. Chapter 40 Miana Lovecraft POV. I woke up somewhere around 4 in the morning from Lincoln's bed. The sun hadn't risen yet. The bed was empty, which meant Lincoln didn't sleep here. I tried getting up, but only to be held back by a heavy object lying over my stomach, more like a heavy hand. I looked to my side as Lincoln slept in an armchair with his arm extended to hold me. His head leaned back, completely shirtless with only his pants on. He was quite the sight under the moon. Through the window, I watched the moon looking down at us. After all, the dots did connect, bringing me here in the present moment. I felt safe. I felt happy. I felt completely whole being beside Lincoln. Am I deciding too quickly? I asked myself. With Lincoln so close to me, I could hardly think about anything apart from him. Mia? Lincoln spoke in a groggy voice. Why are you sleeping on the chair? I asked quietly. He rubbed my stomach, unaware of the effect it had on me. You're feeling okay, baby? Need something? He yawned. You could lie on the other side of the bed, you know. I didn't want to hurt you. No, you won't. That looks really uncomfortable. Plus, the bed is big enough. He agreed before walking to the bathroom. I winced as I sat up from lying on one side. I looked down at my shoulder to see the scratch that's healing rapidly. Mia, what do you need? Lincoln hurried to me from the bathroom. Lie back. I looked at his face, and he was still sleepy, possibly still asleep for another couple of hours. He blew on my shoulder as he bent down to me. Does it hurt? No, I'm okay, Lincoln. You need to sleep, I told him, swinging my legs off the bed. My shoulder feels sore. And I'm not so sleepy. I sighed. All right then, let me take you for a walk. He stood up, and I held onto his arm. No, go to sleep. Do you mind if I walk to the kitchen for a coffee, maybe? I asked. You don't have to ask, Mia. You could have just ordered me to bring you coffee. That's not necessary, Alpha. I chuckled, standing up from the bed. Are you sure, my little Luna? He kissed my forehead. I'm ordering you to sleep. On the bed. I'll go for a walk and be back before you wake up. He smiled at me. Penny is in the kitchen. Ask her for anything you need. Sure. Lincoln walked to his side of the bed and pulled the pillow I lay on under him and slept on it. I couldn't help but laugh at how cute it looked. Down in the kitchen, there were about 3 maids already working. He follows her like a lost puppy. It's adorable. One of the maids giggled as she spoke to the other one. They both seemed to be making some dough. By the faucet was another older-looking lady, probably in her 50s, scrubbing a few dishes. She had no conversation with the other two. There was no Penny in sight. Luna. One of the 2 maids jumped as she saw me approaching them. She accidentally dropped a wooden spatula on the floor. I was quick to pick it up before her. I'm so sorry. She covered her mouth. I could only laugh at how someone would be petrified to look at me. It's okay. I took the spoon to the faucet to clean it up. Leave it. The older woman by the sink told me coldly, without even one look at me. I gently placed the spatula inside the faucet and stepped back. I didn't have time to think of the woman as the other 2 maids rushed to me. Luna, how can we help you? They smiled warmly. Is your shoulder okay? Would you like to eat something, Luna? They kept asking. Please call me Mia. And I'm fine, thank you. I looked at the lady who had her back to me again. Something about her aura bothered me. You're so beautiful. One of the maids squealed. We're Rosalie's friends. She said lovely things about you, and I see it's true. The other spoke. I smiled at their excitement. Lincoln told me Penny should be in the kitchen. Is she here? I asked, and the 2 scurried away looking for her. Alpha. You call him by the title. The old lady turned to me now. Lincoln. She asked again mockingly, while wiping her hands on a napkin. Her attitude towards me was utterly dumbfounded me. "You think you can just waltz in here, commanding me around?" She huffed, looking at me from head to toe. "Whatever this is going on between you two is only because of the filthy mate bond, I tell you, girl." She came up to me now. "I have seen your alpha. I have seen him with you since yesterday, and I have also seen him with Savannah for years." She laughed at me. "You think he cares for you, silly girl. You should have seen him with Savannah when he was really in love." She spat. I felt a sudden pierce into my heart. Leaning against the counter, I stared at the lady before me. He was in love. Not even the longing for a mate could stop him. She haunted me with every single word she spoke. Reject him and see how long it takes for him to bring another in your place. Maybe bring back Savannah, perhaps. I felt stupid. It only took me one night, and I'm already weak in the hands of Lincoln. What was I even thinking? I turned away from her, not willing to give her the satisfaction of my sadness. "Mia? Up so early?" Penny walked in just then with a basket full of blueberries. I was in the garden. She handed the lady the basket to rinse the berries. "Since you loved the peach cobbler last night, I was thinking of making blueberry pie for today. How does that sound?" She looked at me with glee. I shook my head at her. "I think I should be heading home today, Penny. There's so much to catch up on." The lady turned towards me with an evil smirk before carrying on with her chores. I didn't know what her intention was, but I was glad she gave me an eye-opener. Penny and the other two girls stopped whatever they were doing and looked at me. Their expressions were dull. "Mia, you're leaving?" I nodded. "Can I have a cup of coffee, please?" I quickly changed the subject. He was in love with her. The lady's voice kept echoing in my head. I sat by the island, carried away in my own thoughts as I waited for a cup of coffee. I need to go home as soon as possible, away from this place. "You seem tired, sweetheart." Penny came up to me with a mug. I mumbled a thank you for the coffee, ignoring her comment. My eyes followed as the lady walked out of the kitchen. "Did she say something to you, Mia?" Penny spoke in all seriousness. "That's Patricia, who was Savannah's personal maid. She's not happy that our alpha sent Savannah away." She shrugged like it was nothing. The next couple of hours I spent roaming around the garden, not being able to go back to Lincoln's room. I just waited till he woke up so I could leave this place. "Mia, your parents are here," Penny announced. It was now 7 in the morning. Lincoln was still in bed. He had been sleepless since the Caden matter. I rubbed my temples before sliding off the kitchen bar stool. I quietly walked up to his room to watch him lie down on his stomach. He seemed to be in a deep sleep. I made it to the bathroom without making much noise and freshened up to see my parents. Grabbing the robe, I put it on before going down the stairs. A smile made its way to my lips as I saw Mom and Dad sitting in the living room. "Hi," I spoke, drawing attention. "Oh, baby." My mother rushed to me, hugging me so tight as if I were about to vanish into thin air. "Mama, my shoulder." I hissed. She gently pulled down the robe from my shoulder to inspect the wound. "David, she's healed really well. I told you, leaving her with her mate would do it." She smiled, but Dad nodded. As soon as Mom let me go, he came up to me and held me ever so gently. "If it wasn't for Lincoln, we could have lost you, Muffin." He spoke with much agony. "I know, but I'm fine now," I reassured my father. He only sighed. "Mia." Lincoln's voice boomed as he walked down the stairs with long strides, pulling on a t-shirt. "You should have woken me up." He looked at me while I rested on my dad's chest. "Alpha Lincoln." Mom and Dad spoke in unison. "Please just call me Lincoln." He shook hands with them. Dad stood there holding no emotion, but Mama gave Lincoln a very welcoming smile. "Thank you so much for doing this for Mia. Suppose you haven't been there on time. We might have lost my daughter." My mom choked, almost on the verge of crying. "You don't have to thank me. She is my mate, and I will protect her at all times." Lincoln replied sincerely. My father nodded at his words. "Now that you've healed, Muffin, how about we go home now?" he asked me. "Yes, let me grab my stuff." I was about to leave to get my handbag, but Lincoln's hand grabbed me. "Where exactly do you think you're going?" His jaw hardened. "Home," I answered rather coldly. A part of me felt bad for doing this to him, while the other still replayed the words the maid told me. He loved another. You're home, Miana. He gritted his teeth, his hold on me tightened in a possessive manner. That's not for you to decide, Lincoln. My daughter comes home with me. Dad replied this time. Thank you for caring for her. Now it's time to take her with us. Who the fuck do you think you are to come between my mate and me? He growled, his eyes showed that Kai was on the verge of coming out. My parents were taken aback by a sudden change of demeanor. Lincoln, that's my father. I shouted at him. I don't fucking care. You're not leaving me, he demanded. David, we should go. My mum whispered in fright. I'm not leaving my daughter here alone. Dad stood his ground. Leave. No. Lincoln pulled me by the waist into his chest. She stays with me forever. She's mine. I could feel his nails digging into my skin. For a second, I noticed how Kai took over before Lincoln came back. It's her mate, David. Let them be. My mum tried convincing my dad again. No, she's not safe out there, David. Mia is safe with me. Lincoln spoke in a calmer tone than before. My father scoffed. If you hadn't realized, my daughter was in danger because of you. Which is why it's my responsibility to keep her safe. I hated it every time he said it was his responsibility. I tried wiggling out of his hold, but it was to no avail. Lincoln, I need to go home, I said, pulling away from him harshly. Let me go get my stuff. I'll be back. I looked at my parents before going upstairs. I climbed up the stairs with Lincoln right on my tail. Chapter 41 Miana Lovecraft POV The bedroom door slammed shut as soon as Lincoln walked in. I took in a deep breath. Just then I heard the door being locked. There's no way you're leaving, Mia, he sneered, walking so close to me as I removed my phone from the nightstand. Sorry to say that I am, Lincoln. I can't let you go, even if that means locking you up in my room or taking you somewhere where no one can find us, he spoke roughly. That's only gonna make me hate you more. Unlock the door now. I walked away from him to pick up my handbag. Hate me more? You just kissed the man you hate. Lincoln scoffed at me. Stop fighting the feelings, Mia. All this mess is only because of the mate bond, can't you see? What's the mess? You regret everything we did yesterday now. He turned to me, looking into my eyes for answers. I sighed. Yes, I shouldn't have. Being beside you makes me weak. And I don't like that. I knew my words were hurting him, but it hurt me more. You and I are a big mistake. I lied. Being with him made me feel whole. Everything felt just right. You are my mate, there's no mistake there. The pack needs their Luna. Just like how I need you. You and I are destined for each other. He pressed. I shook my head, my eyes brimming with tears. No. If we were, you wouldn't have loved another. You wouldn't have had her in this very room. I sobbed. You wouldn't have slept with her. While I waited for you all this time. I hated how the tears just ran down my face, but I couldn't stop myself. I tried moving on when I knew you didn't accept me, but somehow or another, everything led me to you. Mia? Baby, don't cry. I know the pain I have caused you. Just give me a chance to fix it. Please. He begged, holding my face and wiping away the tears. Lincoln, open the door. We heard a new voice from the other side of the door. It was his mother. Link, open the door now, before you regret doing something. This time, it was his dad's voice, threatening. Everyone's here. Let me go, Lincoln. I pushed his hands away. I don't think I can, I hesitated. Give us a moment. He barked as they pounded on the door. You don't think you can what? He asked me, looking wretched. I wanted to tell him that he could never love me as much as he loved Savannah. This attraction we have towards each other has to stop. It never will. It will when the bond breaks. It felt like my heart had been ripped out of my body. I could just collapse now. I loved you the day I laid my eyes on you. I know I messed up. His eyes were turning red, showing his anger laced with sorrow. I wanted to believe what his eyes had expressed, but I couldn't be a fool anymore. Someone has to reject the other. I picked up my handbag, ready to leave. Before I could walk to the door, Lincoln pulled me back and took my lips in his. He kissed me like I was all that he needed. It was rough, passionate, and with so much craving. Lincoln, stop. I pushed him away. I needed to get out of here before my mind gets clouded again. Mia, please. He begged again, his shoulders slumped as he watched me walk to the door. The ache inside me kept building with every step I took. I wasn't going to be in his arms anymore. I had to end this bond. Before unlocking the door, I glanced at him to see that he was looking completely lost. He swallowed as he looked at me with more pain than I had. The once powerfully built man stood there, resembling a broken soul. An absolutely heartbreaking sight. A sob left my lips as I wanted to run back to him and hold him to take away the pain I've caused. I love you, Miana. I will love you till my last breath, mate or not. I covered my mouth, muffling my cries. Unlocking the door, I stepped out to meet his parents, who were alert and watching me with concerned looks. Oh, sweetheart. Luna Catherine walked up to me with glistening eyes. She pulled me in for a hug to comfort me, worried about my state. I'm so sorry. Tell him that I'm sorry. I shook my head, crying out. I don't think I can do this. I sobbed with every word. My throat began to hurt and my chest felt heavier by the time. It's all right, dear. So that you know, we'll support you with any decision you make. We're with you. Alpha Evans spoke sincerely, earning a sorrowful nod from his mate. He has to accept the rejection. He mumbled to Luna Catherine. She squeezed my hand before I let go. A deafening growl erupted from Lincoln's bedroom before we heard a glass shatter. Lincoln. I snapped my head to his room. Mia, leave now. We got this. Go. Alpha Evans spoke cautiously, gesturing for me to walk down the stairs, which I obeyed as Lincoln's parents walked to his room. Praying to the goddess for him, I walked down the stairs and directly to my car. Mom and Dad followed quietly without a word being said. The warm water ran down my spine as I stood under the shower for what seemed like hours. The water washed away the tears that kept coming. Once I felt like I had had enough, I closed the tap and wrapped myself in a white towel. Looking into the mirror, I saw a weak girl with red eyes who held no life in them at all. The lips that he kissed looked pale and numb. With hot tears trailing down my cheeks, I walked straight into my closet. And before I got to contemplate my own actions, I wailed into Lincoln's blazer. His scent was very faint on it, but still I needed it for comfort. I hugged the material as though it were Lincoln himself. Mia, stop torturing yourself. Please. My mom cried as she walked into my room. If you love him so much, go back. I can't watch you suffer. Love? This isn't love, Mama, it's just the mate bond. I repeated the same words the maid said to me. I spoke to the elders. They shall see you and Lincoln tomorrow. That way they will end the mate bond. Dad spoke as he walked into my room. David. My mother gasped. It's less painful this way. He sighed. It's the only way if Lincoln isn't gonna accept the rejection. Chapter 42. Miana Lovecraft POV. The following morning, lazily pulling myself out of bed, I went into the bathroom to brush my teeth. Today is the day. From today on, nothing binds me to him. I will be free to do as I please. You can do this, Mia, I muttered to myself, tying up my raven locks into a bun. Are you sure you want to do this? Hira pondered. I'm very sure. Right, who wants to be anyone's second choice? She sounded weak, completely exhausted, to be honest. I'm so sorry, baby. I cooed, she purred in return. Dad, would the whole pack know of the rejection? Of course, Muffin. Lincoln nor his wolf will take it lightly. The pack will know. I nodded, stirring my cup of coffee. Catherine and Alpha Evan would come with Lincoln. I just spoke to her. Mum sat beside me at the dining table. I no longer felt like crying. With Hira back by my side, I felt strong. I had to be strong in order to protect my heart. My dad walked away as the doorbell rang. Mia, are you making the right decision? Kathy said Lincoln is devastated. My mother spoke softly. Yes, Mom, it has to happen. This isn't what you really want. I can see in your eyes. She placed a few strands of hair behind my ear. It doesn't matter what I want. This is what has to happen. I lay back on my chair, finally looking at my mum. What keeps us together is only the bond. Lincoln loved a girl. He fell in love with Mum. That was before you, Mia. He's making an effort now. Well, it's not enough. I snapped at her for taking his side. Mianna, you're being stubborn right now. She shook her head at me. Just give him a chance. Mama, please. If it was that easy to forget everything. Do you know how I met my mate the first time? I laughed dryly. He had his beloved girlfriend on his lap. You think it's that easy to forget that image and move on? You want me to give in just because he's making an effort? She rubbed my arm in understanding. He said he loves me last night. You think he'll have feelings for me after the bond breaks? I sighed, having a skeptical thought about his words. I'm not sure, Mia. Same. I let out a lifeless chuckle, more likely at my life being a joke at the hands of the moon goddess. All a werewolf ever wanted was a mate to love and cherish for the rest of their lives, but here I was, gifted with a mess of a mate. The goddess definitely loved me. At the elder's hut, my parents and I sat by the fire. Walking into the woods made the atmosphere colder. The sun was almost setting. Normally, the elders would be at their place when we visit them, but Anthea and Ragnar had left to bring Lincoln here. I heard my mother saying something to Dad in the evening, along with words of his wolf being distressed and the alpha himself wreaked havoc in his mansion. Something tugged my heartstrings, making me feel like I'm doing something wrong. It was just tonight, and then it's all over. We could go our separate ways. He could have anyone he wants. Hira seemed alert now. And that only meant one thing. Lincoln was on his way. We heard the leaves rustling from afar. I beamed out of the entrance when figures neared us. The elders led the way, holding lamps, with Alpha Evan and Luna Catherine following. Lincoln's silhouette towered behind them. His grayish-green eyes pierced me even from meters away. I noticed the two well-built guards walking behind him. I wondered why they were necessary. My father immediately walked in front of me in a manner of defense. I tapped his shoulder, but he wouldn't budge. Lincoln's heavy footsteps hit the wooden floor. I watched him from behind my dad. His knuckles were severely bruised, his hair slightly wet, as if he had just raked it into place with his fingers. He wore a wrinkled shirt with 3 buttons undone. It seemed like he didn't even care about his appearance. The parents nodded at each other, while the elders sat before us. Lincoln, Mianna, please come and sit before us. Anthea spoke. As I stepped forward, Lincoln did the same, and we sat before the elders. Ragnar cleared his throat before speaking. As David spoke to us yesterday, he mentioned that his daughter, Mianna, wanted to end the mate bond she shares with Lincoln. The reason she couldn't look past his former relationship. You feel like the mate bond is the only reason Lincoln is caring for you. Is that right, Mianna? Yes. I nodded. Lincoln, who had been eerily quiet, scoffed at my reply. My dear, aren't you willing to at least try before deciding? Anthea asked. The goddess chose you as an alpha's mate, and not only that, you're supposed to be the Luna of this very pack. I'm sure there's someone out there supposed to be the Luna of this pack. I fiddled with my fingers. Lincoln could have clearly marked Savannah sooner or later if I hadn't come back. Lincoln, anything you have to say? Ragnar asked. He shrugged, mate or not. I love her regardless. If she has doubts that I'm only acting this way because of the bond, then I'll prove her wrong once the ties have been broken. He looked behind me, where my father stood. And when I claim her as mine, then nothing and no one can stop me. I fought back the sense of relief that rushed into me, thinking he'll make it up to me after the rejection. To be honest, only time will tell. I couldn't have my hopes up high. This is Lincoln Hunters after all. I could imagine a queue of pretty women lining up in front of his house at the news of our parting. Anthea began lighting up the candles around the room. This mate bond was created by the goddess herself, and since one of you isn't willing to break it, Anthea and I are going to humbly ask the moon goddess to do it instead. Ragnar opened up an old book of worship and ran his finger through the pages. When the bond breaks, you both will be free from identifying each other's unique sense. Their presence won't affect you, and their touch will no longer excite you. But he looked up from the book at both of us. It only takes one marking from either one of you to bring the bond back. To unite yourselves together again. Understood. Without a doubt, Lincoln said as he pulled out a small decanter from his pocket and gulped it. It was liquor. He's been drinking. That explained his messy appearance. I glanced at him in shock at his behavior in front of the elders, while Luna Catherine hissed from the back at her son, who didn't seem to care. Let's start then. Anthea sat beside Ragnar. 1 second. Lincoln held his index finger up after throwing the decanter to the guard at the entrance. How much did this man drink? It could take bottles to intoxicate a wolf like him. He turned to me, his tipsy eyes staring at mine. He narrowed his eyes at me. Don't pout. I might kiss you. Again and again and again. And then forget about the rejection procedure. His words slurred. Luckily, his father called him, asking Lincoln to pull himself together. When all this is over, promise me you'll give me a chance. I nodded before looking at Anthea and Ragnar. She's very stubborn. He mumbled to himself. The elders held a knowing smile, but I couldn't decipher what it meant. Hold my hands, both of you. I want the families to step back a little. Anthea instructed. Placing my hand into hers, I looked at her. While Lincoln placed his hand in hers, I felt him gaze at me. I took a deep breath, hoping this would finish soon. Ragnar approached us with a red ribbon and a lit candle. He tied the end of one ribbon around my pinky and the other end around Lincoln's. He placed the candle between us on the table. Anthea chanted a few words, calling upon the goddess. A swift air blew into the room, and I gasped when I felt someone's presence around me. I looked at Lincoln, seeing him completely emotionless, his eyes darker than their usual grayish-green. Oh, moon goddess, mother of wolves, I summon you this day to accept the rejection of two mates, Lincoln Hunters and Mianna Lovecraft. No longer willing to be bonded by your ties. Let them break free and lead their life as solitary individuals. As Anthea spoke those words, the candle before us glowed brighter and bigger. Something within me wanted to stop the whole process, and I began to feel agitated. I looked towards Lincoln, only to see him looking at me defenselessly. He shook his head at me, almost feeling the same way about the rejection. He didn't want this to happen. Before I could begin to overthink, I looked away, swallowing my cries. Letting go of our hands, Anthea held the ribbon and brought it above the fire. She kept murmuring words to the goddess, and it was when the flames rose up to the ribbon that they immediately set fire to the red material. I held my breath when I felt like my insides were on fire. Hot tears trailed down my cheeks. With trembling lips, I screamed in pain. Holding onto my heart, I could feel like my nerves were on fire. Lincoln's fist pounded on the table, shaking up the whole room. His head hung back, and his chest heaved. He growled in pain, and his fangs began to appear. Keep them apart, Ragnar said. The guards walked towards Lincoln, and my father came up to me. He held me by the shoulder, trying to make me stand, but to no avail. My legs gave out, causing me to fall to the ground. I didn't know how it felt because the pain inside me was already too much to bear. Lincoln roared before lunging at me. The two guards held him back with great force, and he still seemed untamed. That's when Alpha Evan jumped in, pushing him in the chest. My dad picked me up in a swift move and carried me away while Lincoln went ballistic inside the elder's hut. Chapter 43. Mianna Lovecraft POV. The next morning, after the rejection, I woke up with puffy eyes, dry lids, and a parched throat. No cell in my body had the strength to begin the day like my heart. It felt like it wasn't beating at all. Amaya, Tanya, and Lily tried reaching out to me, but I was in no mood to talk to anyone. Apart from having some food and water, I lay on my bed, just staring out the window. The following day, the elders had called upon the pack for an announcement. Something related to our rejection. It was to let the pack know that their alpha no longer had a mate. This gives any male wolf the chance to challenge Lincoln for the position of alpha in their wolf form. If anyone defeats Kai, we will have a new alpha. That would be the first time it ever happened in the Blood Hunters pack's history. They say it's the best time to defeat an alpha, after the loss or rejection of a mate. The process makes your wolf vulnerable, making it easier to be conquered. Or it makes the wolf more aggressive, which means the opponent wouldn't make it out alive. Goddess knew how Kai was feeling right now. Waking up this morning, I felt like all my energy had been drained. Hira has been completely shut off. Though I had my parents with me, a feeling of loneliness lingered around me. Dad thought I'd stay home for a couple of days, and Alex was willing to give it to me. Finishing my morning business in the washroom, I climbed back into the comfort of my bed and lay inside my blanket. My chest felt tight, and even the slightest breeze pricked my skin. When all this is over, promise me you'll give me a chance. I nibbled on my bottom lip, thinking over his words. Everyone was gathered at the pack's training grounds. All the pack members. I walked through the crowds with my parents, feeling each one's eye on me. They knew what had happened. I was the reason the gathering took place today. Even though Dad had asked me to stay back, something in me couldn't help but do it. I wanted to see Lincoln, and I prayed no one would fight him today. Amongst the murmurs we stood. There was a vast amount of bare land where the announcement would take place. Tyler and Matt walked up to the center, looking rather cold and completely unapproachable. I looked at them just as everyone did. Tyler made contact with me, his eyes still looking withdrawn. With a curt nod, he looked away. He probably hates me for what I did to his alpha, more so his good friend. The crowds made way as Lincoln walked up with the elders and a few other men in suits I hadn't seen around the pack. Confusion struck me. They're from the Werewolf Council, Dad whispered as I looked completely clueless. Nodding my head at his words, I looked back at the men who now made an appearance. Unlike them, Lincoln only wore sweatpants and a t-shirt. His face was completely void of any emotion. As my eyes kept following his every move, he never noticed me in the crowd. He crossed his hands over his chest and stood tall amongst all the men there. The men from the Werewolf Council said something to him, and he gave them a nod to proceed. A good afternoon to the werewolves of the Blood Hunters pack. We're here today to inform you that your Alpha Lincoln Hunters no longer has a mate. One of the men spoke up, and the murmurs kept growing, most of them directed at me. Therefore, there's a possibility that the pack would be led without a Luna. A few packs under my watch have been led by an Alpha alone indeed, but a large and still expanding pack like yours may need an Alpha and his Luna to rule together. In my personal opinion. He looked again at Lincoln, who nodded in agreement. So if anyone thinks that Alpha Lincoln isn't worthy of being the pack's leader alone, or if you think you have what it takes to beat this man, step forward, because this is your chance. He tapped Lincoln's shoulder before stepping behind with the elders. Tyler and Matt walked up and stood beside him, waiting for anyone to challenge Lincoln. Lincoln stood there, assessing the whole crowd. His eyes looked cold and predatory. I laced my fingers together, feeling them beginning to shiver due to the nervousness building in me. Can you have a little faith in him? Kai must be ready to lunge at anyone. Hira sounded anxious. Matt glanced at his watch, and Tyler looked impatient, tapping his foot. Lincoln sighed, placing his hand into his pockets. No one wants to fight him. Why can't they just wrap it up? I would like to fight you, Alpha Lincoln. Oh, goddess, no. Head snapped to where the voice came from. A boy came into the cleared space. He was tall and well-built. He looked like a trained warrior, which meant he had the skill to fight. A sense of worry began to surge through my body. Tyler wore the most unexpected expression out of the three men. His eyebrows raised, and his lips played a grin. He sucked in his bottom lip to hold back his humor. What is wrong with him? Matt gestured for Lincoln to look at his beta. Lincoln shook his head in disbelief. It was definitely the wrong time to crack a joke. The situation here was anything but funny. Slipping his t-shirt off, he threw it to Tyler before walking up to the boy. He shook hands with him before they began to shift behind the trees. First appeared the big gray wolf, its eyes instantly focusing on his sobbing mate. Arthur, come back. Don't do this, she cried. The wolf simply licked her face before heading into the circle where the fight would take place. The murmurs quietened down when Kai appeared through the trees, his eyes glancing my way for a second before looking at his opponent, Arthur. In general, Arthur's wolf might have been big and strong, but in comparison to Kai, he looked smaller in size. Kai's demeanor remained the same as Lincoln's before, assessing and cold. You couldn't decipher if you were feeling down or aggressive. My heart began beating faster as both wolves started prancing around the grounds, ready to attack. Low growls and piercing eye contact, waiting for their opponent's move. Kai stood as the gray wolf approached him. They crouched before lunging at each other, claws out and bared teeth. Gasps and howls were heard from the crowds. The gray wolf began clawing at Kai, but with experience, you would tell he was being completely agile. After minutes of fighting, they tried their best to grab hold of each other's necks. Dodging a few attacks, Kai made a swift turn, aiming for Arthur's neck. The wail of his mate was heard. He was going to kill him. Before his jaw could bite into his neck, Kai pushed the gray wolf to the ground. He let out a roaring growl as the gray wolf submitted to him in one piece. A few seconds passed as Arthur lay on the ground panting for air, and Kai stood above him unfazed. "Shift!" Matt yelled as the gray wolf got up and stepped away. The crowd screamed and howled in favor of Kai, who still hadn't shifted, probably waiting for another opponent. Two other wolves stepped up after sensing that Kai wasn't looking to kill any wolves. And just like that, they submitted to their alpha, acknowledging their losses. He was definitely worthy of the alpha position. He was untouchable, barely even hurt by a claw. Lincoln returned after a while, his sweatpants hanging low, sweat dripping off his body. A few giggles could be heard from the young female wolves as they ogled him. "Why can't we leave since it's all over? Am I jealous? Of course not." Right now, the sun has begun to set. Well done to the young wolves for trying. Any other wolf here who has an objection that your alpha may run your pack alone, please come forward and give me your reasons. The man from the Werewolf Council stood for a couple of seconds. "Anyone?" He asked again, and no one seemed to step forward. He chuckled. "All right then, your alpha, Lincoln Hunters." The crowd went crazy again, their howls and laughter echoed. Lincoln stepped forward, looking a bit weary after the brawl. Once the crowd became silent, he spoke up. "Very well done to the young warriors for stepping up," he said sincerely. "As we all know, a pack isn't complete without its Luna, just like how I feel incomplete without my mate. I'm thankful to you all for accepting me to run the pack by myself. But I'd like to promise something to each and every one of you here. The Blood Hunters pack needs its Luna." He looked at me now, making me completely flabbergasted. I need my mate. And I won't stop trying until I'm forgiven and accepted by her. I could feel all eyes on me, but I was completely caught up in those grayish-green eyes. The crowds began to disperse as the assembly ended well. My parents stood beside me at the moment when Lincoln walked up to me. Chanting my gratitude to the goddess, I watched as he approached me. Alpha Evan and Luna Catherine are watching us very carefully from a distance. Even the ones surrounding us observed his every move like hawks. None of it mattered, but the man who stood in front of me. "Let me take you home?" he asked me, holding out his hand. I replied with a yes after looking at my parents, who had stepped back to let me decide what I needed. Placing my hand into his, I felt no sparks, but the warmth his palm gave me. Lincoln pulled the back of my hand to his mouth, kissing it and walking me through a crowd that looked at us, some with delight, most with confusion. Chapter 44 Mianna Lovecraft POV, You Don't Have a Shirt On. I pointed out to Lincoln, who got into the driver's seat. He settled in, sighing, and looked down at his abs. "I know." He smirked. "You might want to cover yourself up," I muttered. What am I even saying? It's cold outside. It's warmer than usual outside. Please shut up, Mianna. He chuckled, placing his elbow on my seat, leaning toward me. Is it cold outside, Mia? Or are you a little distracted? Lincoln spoke. His eyes traveled from my eyes to my lips. Huh, you wish. I crossed my arms. Too bad. His face was now just centimeters away from mine. Oh, goddess, he's going to kiss me. I closed my eyes. His breath fanned my face. Did I want to push him away or pull him in for a desperate kiss? My eyes snapped open to see Lincoln eyeing me with amusement, whilst his hand shuffled at the back seat. He pulled out a white t-shirt. Happy? He teased, slipping on the t-shirt over his head and pulling it down. I looked out the window, completely embarrassed about the awkward situation he put me in. Lincoln started the engine and began to drive. Once we had got on the road, his warm, large hand held mine that lay on my lap. I laced my fingers through his, lying back in my seat. This was perfect. The comfortable silence we shared. Hira kept prancing back in my head, pushing me to ask Lincoln something. "How's Kai?" I asked. Lincoln smiled at me before focusing back on the road. "He misses Hira. But I've made him a promise." He stopped talking for a second and chuckled. "Is she worried about him?" I could feel Hira wagging her fluffy tail, ears perked up, looking all cute. "Yeah," I smiled. He let out a laugh. "He's howling like a wacko up there." He pointed to his head, shaking it. "I gotta let him out again tonight. He's really energetic now." I couldn't help but laugh with him. Soon we arrived in front of my house. I stepped out as Lincoln opened the door for me. "You know that isn't necessary, right?" I pointed to Luke's Jeep parked on the opposite side of the road. "He's been on duty, guarding our house, since the day I came back from Lincoln's house. It's always necessary. I'm taking no chances." He gently pulled me by the arm, making me land on his chest. I sighed, placing my cheek on his. I miss the excitement that builds inside your body at your mate's touch, but just Lincoln holding me now felt comforting enough. "I miss the sparks you give me every time I touch you." He kissed my forehead. "But I'm not complaining. This will suffice for now. You've at least given me a second chance." He hugged me tightly. I tilted my head to look at him. How did this man just read my mind? "Good night, Lincoln." I stepped back. "Good night, my love." 2 days later. "Don't you have other important things to do?" I asked as I placed my lab coat on the chair. "Like what?" He grunted. "You know, alpha duties?" I crossed my hands, looking at Lincoln with a smile. He was seated behind my desk in my chair, meddling with the paperweight I had. Ever since the night Lincoln dropped me off at home, he has made time to see me at work during lunch hours. He has been pressuring me to stop driving because he wanted to drop me off and pick me up. Today, he's surprisingly here before me, seated in my place as if he owns the darn thing. "What's this?" He lifted the paperweight, tossing and turning it to determine its nature. I giggled as I placed it on his palm in the correct way. "A crystal rose." "See," he hummed, inspecting it further. "My mother gave it to me when I was 16. Now." I grabbed the paperweight from his hand, making him focus on me. "You gotta go. My patients arrive I looked at my watch, in 5 minutes." "I'll just watch." He crossed his hands. "You cannot do that." I looked at him incredulously. "It's been a long night at the pack borders, Mia." He stretched his arms while yawning. "Let me stay with you now. I just want to relax." "I promise I won't touch anything." I shook my head, pulling him by his arms. He suppressed his laugh at the effort I put into pulling him out of the chair. Air, goddess save me." I gritted my teeth, pulling this hulk of a man with all the strength I had. "Get up. Now." I huffed as he finally gave in by standing up for himself. We wore the most priceless grin on his face. It made me notice how much more attractive he looked. "Now get out." I shooed him away. I smiled as I watched him lazily walk to the door. "I'll see you at lunch." He winked before walking away. I pulled out a mirror from the drawer to check my hair. I noticed my reddened cheeks. Oh, Lincoln. 3 hours later. I walked to the kids' ward. Squeals and laughter made me halt in my tracks. Alex walked out with a broad smile, "Mia. He's waiting for you." He chuckled before striding to his office. "What is going on here?" I asked as I entered the room. My eyes widened at the ruckus ahead of me. A whole gang of pups ran in my direction. I shut my eyes, hoping to take the impact, but instead, they ran past me. I turned around to see the nurses handing them toys of all sorts. They laughed as they received them, from Barbie dolls, Beanie Boos, action figures, to Hot Wheels cars. The culprit responsible for this commotion was sprawled on a bed that was between the beds of 2 little boys, who had to be left on bed rest for a couple of days to recover. One of the young nurses approached them, handing over their new toys. Not before she batted her eyelashes at Lincoln in an enticing manner. Nothing seemed to have distracted him, since his eyes were trained on me the whole time. Lincoln had one leg bent, resting his elbow on it. In comparison, his other leg was stretched out. He seemed to be relaxing. I walked up to him. "It feels like Christmas in here." He simply shrugged at my comment. "Why?" I asked again. "The alpha lost in the game of rock, paper, scissors." one boy explained. All 3 times. The other chimed in. The boys laughed, as if they had witnessed the most hilarious thing they had ever seen. That's a shame, Alpha. I fake pouted at him before I laughed with the pups. What can I say? Fate really isn't on my side, future Luna. He sat up, coming very close to my ear. Pout one more time, baby. He whispered in a dead serious tone. I gasped when I noticed what I had done. Pursing my lips together, I turned around to look at the little ones, who were completely engrossed in their own world. Let's go. Lincoln got off the bed. I'm very hungry. Chapter 45 Mianna Lovecraft POV. It's the weekend, and I've been helping Dad at the library. At the same time, Lincoln had left the pack borders regarding his family business. He called me earlier this morning, saying he'll be back by noon. Tonight, we were planning on going out for dinner. 3 hours had passed, and a few borrowers had come and gone. Since there wasn't much to do, I sat by the window with a coffee in hand. Dad was helping a little girl find her book. Just then, my phone buzzed. I felt giddy, hoping it was Lincoln, but to my surprise, it was an unknown number. Hello, I answered. Mia? Hey, Penny. It's been like forever since I heard from her. So much had happened after I left the mansion that day. I was hoping you'd be free to talk. I could feel her warm smile as she spoke. I'm free. I missed you so much, Penny. Same here, Mia. But I've been hearing the news of how you've been getting along with Alpha, Lincoln, and it makes me so happy. I want to see you both together, my dear. I chuckled at her adoration. How are you and the other girls? All good. We just wish you hadn't left us. The mansion was so much alive and happy with you around. Her voice was laced with sadness. I hope you understand why I had to do that, Penny. I'm sorry I had to leave like that. I bit my lip. Please don't be sorry, Mia. I understand. But she began pondering over her words. You were both happy together at the mansion until that morning. Should I tell her about what Patricia, the maid, said to me? Would Penny keep it a secret? Penny, it's Patricia, isn't it? That morning, she was alone with you in the kitchen. Oh, Mia, only if I had known then. Oh, goddess, she made you go through the rejection. Penny began rambling on the phone. I had to go see her and comfort her. She sounded like she was at fault. Before I could console her with words, a familiar voice echoed through the speaker. Penny, did I hear you right? His voice shook with anger. I abruptly stood up, and my hand covered my mouth in shock. What time was it? 1:45. Lincoln had come back. Penny. I called out to her. Alpha, the line died. Penny was in trouble. She is in trouble because of me. I knew what Lincoln was capable of doing when he was angry. As my feet dragged me to my car, I tried calling him, but he wouldn't pick up. Giving my clueless father a quick wave, I drove away. I stopped in front of his mansion, and there was no one to be seen, except for a gardener who said that Lincoln was at the pack house. Parking my car right beside his, I walked through the door. Mia, darling. Luna Catherine came up to me. Luna, I need to see Lincoln. Or Penny. Anyone? My voice sounded frantic. Calm down, Mia. Is everything all right? She inspected my face. I shook my head. Mia? Tyler walked down the stairs. Ty, I need to see Lincoln. Penny is in trouble because of me. I walked up to him for help. He's in the dungeons with her. Come. He took hold of my shoulder, guiding me to the lower level. She didn't do anything wrong, I told him. We know. He led me through the gates that were guarded by female warriors. They bowed to him before opening the locks. I heard a she-wolf growl in agony. I held my breath, striding towards the noise, Tyler following me behind. Penny. I called as soon as she came into sight. Oh, goddess, you're fine. I pulled her in for a hug. A wave of relief washed over me to see her completely fine, standing beside Lincoln himself. His eyes, though, were trained on the not one but 2 women behind the bars. Patricia and Savannah, looking absolutely uncared for. 2 strong female wolves stood on each side, with their fists curled up, ready to punch. Those grayish-green eyes held hate, disgust, and anger. At this point, I felt it was safe for them both to stay locked up, or Lincoln wouldn't hesitate to deal with them. That definitely wasn't a sight for me to watch. Of course I'm fine. Why didn't you tell me, Mia? She sighed. Lincoln's eyes met mine, waiting for my reply. You ruined everything. Savannah shrieked before I could answer Penny and Lincoln. Our eyes instantly snapped to her. The female warrior threw a punch at Savannah's jaw, making her fall to the ground. A whimper left my lips. I knew I shouldn't be feeling anything for a lady like her, but I couldn't help myself. The blow could have dislocated her jaw. I wanted to do that for so long. The warrior spoke to the other with a smirk. I swallowed my cries, thinking about the pain Savannah had inflicted on others. She deserved it. I hope you die. Savannah spat blood. I felt numb to her words. They did not affect me. Yet, her words may have made an impact on Lincoln. He let out a vigorous growl before yanking the thick metal bars, pulling them apart. Penny held me back as we watched in shock. I want to kill her now. Luckily, Tyler stepped in. Lincoln. He tried to pull him back, but to no avail. Open the gates now. He kept widening the bars. Savannah and Patricia cowered against the walls. 2 more pulls and he could get through. Lincoln. Look at me. Tyler raised his voice. You can't kill her for now. Remember, we gotta do other things. He clearly wasn't listening to anything. All he saw was red. He pushed Tyler by the chest, and he stumbled a few steps back. Mia, talk to him. He pulled me by the arm. Ask him to stop. Please. I stood beside an untamed beast. Lincoln. My voice was barely a whisper when his roars echoed through the whole dungeon. He pulled apart the bars that kept him away from his prey. Before he could set foot in the cell, I held his arm as firmly as I could. Lincoln. I cried out. His chest heaved, but the growls and his movement paused. Stop. I demanded. You shouldn't be doing this. His face snapped to me, and my breath caught in my throat. His eyes were menacing, ready to fight. I pressed my palm on his chest, and his rapid heartbeat began to scare me as soon as his eyes recognized the fear in mine. He captured my lips with hunger. My hand still lay over his heart, feeling him calm down. I willingly kissed him back. It felt good to be the one to calm the monster in him. Don't be afraid of me. Ever. He spoke in a gruff voice. I hummed in response, completely aware of the audience we had. That too inside a dungeon. Link, we need to get you out of here, Tyler advised. Lincoln asked me to step back with Penny before he pronounced Patricia a rogue and ordered her to leave the pack before dawn. As for Savannah, I had no idea what was to happen to her. The female warrior shifted her to another cell. At the office, Alpha Evan had joined us. Tyler gave him an update about what had happened to the maid. They made me confess everything she said to me that morning at the mansion before I had left Lincoln. Soon, they had left us alone. Lincoln had me in his arms while we sat on the couch. What's bothering you? I asked, breaking his train of thought. He seemed to be thinking about something. Nothing. I stroked his worry lines with my thumb. Are you sure? He closed his eyes at my touch. I just don't want you to leave me. He brought my hand to his lips. I want to keep you so close to me. His voice was so raw with emotion. I nodded in understanding. I know I shouldn't rush, but move in with me. In that case, you're always near me. He held my face. Lincoln began fretting over something. I can't lose you, baby. He was worried about me leaving him. He cares so much. It's quite evident just by looking at his face now. Did Savannah's words make that much of an impact on him? Or was it something more? Lincoln, nothing's going to happen. You don't understand, Mia. You can't let her words get to you. So much has happened between us, and now, finally, we're getting to know each other. Taking things slow. I pecked his lips. Nothing will happen, I reassured him. Come here. He pulled me by the waist onto his lap. I moaned as he sucked above my collarbone before trailing up to my lips, devouring them. In comparison, his hands roamed all over my body. He kissed me hard like I'd be gone, and he could never kiss me again. There was so much yearning in it. I could just melt away right now. This was the affection I wanted from him. Mate or not, Lincoln needs me as much as I need him. Lincoln Hunters POV, I curse you, Lincoln Hunters. I fucking curse you. May your mate die just like how my mate was killed. And you will watch helplessly, every second she suffers and screams for you. You will watch helplessly. Holding my girl in my arms right now still hasn't calmed my beating heart. I'll take death upon myself before anything could happen to her. The words spoken by the rogue shouldn't bother me at all, but it is. When Savannah muttered similar words to Mia today, I would have ripped her heart out with my own hands. If it wasn't for Mia, her voice brought me back. Kai has been prancing back and forth. He wants to keep them close to us. It seemed like the only solution to my troubled thoughts. What's bothering you? Mia's innocent voice brought me out of my thoughts. Her doe eyes stared at me for answers. She wanted to take our relationship slowly. And I'm not a patient person, but I completely respect her point of view. I'm willing to give her the space and time to make a decision. To be honest, showing her how much I love and care for her has revealed a new side to me as well. I've begun to realize how much she's changing me as a man. It's like I'm finally entering into the most peaceful and beautiful side of life. Something that I never knew before and never thought existed. Kai wanted to mark her so bad as I began to kiss her with so much need. There's something about her scent that still feels intoxicating. I love you, I said as our lips pulled apart. Her cheeks flushed thoroughly, and her eyes spoke of the same love I had declared for her. You don't have to say it back. I smiled at her innocence. She thinks she could hide her feelings for me. But those eyes, they gave away everything she felt for me. It won't be long before her lips speak those words. When it was time for her to leave, I began feeling paranoid. I somehow convinced her to let me drive her around, wherever she wanted to go. Even when she denied moving in with me for now. I needed to be with her for my sanity's sake. Though there were guards around, I trusted no one when it came to her. Why did the words of Savannah and the rogue I met a long time ago bother me so much? It shouldn't. Mia will be safe with me, right? That evening, Tyler and Matt walked in with the papers of approval for Benjamin's conviction. The Werewolf Council had given us the date to proceed with the punishment he deserved. Death, is it? It was to take place 3 days from now. His mate, Nina, had left her pack and returned to her family as soon as she discovered the secrets the brother and sister had kept hidden from them for years. Once Benjamin is out of the picture, Savannah will be the only concern of the pack. With everyone curious about what I'll be doing to her, they'll just have to wait and see. Chapter 46 Savannah Cohen POV, he kissed her in front of my eyes. The pain I felt earlier seemed like nothing when compared to what I saw before me. My mind was screaming like a wild animal. I wanted to tear her apart, limb by limb. When Lincoln is enraged, no one can control him. But this filthy she-wolf calmed him down. She not only had Lincoln, but also Kai wrapped around her finger. Miana. The name alone makes me puke. The day she entered the pack was the day my life was torn down bit by bit. I noticed Lincoln's change of demeanor the day he laid eyes on her at the pack hospital. I didn't care much about it. I loved Lincoln. Yes, I gave him everything a mate could do for him. I sacrificed my own useless mate for him. That wasn't it. My wolf completely shut itself from me at the loss of her mate. Little by little, she has completely vanished. Nothing bothered me because I had him. Everyone feared me at the pack. I got everything I wanted. I loved you, Lincoln. I had you all to myself. The day I found out, Lincoln had gone to the railway station to see her. I lost it. I wanted her dead. It all made sense since the day he met Miana at the pack hospital. He didn't even bother sparing me a glance. If it's just him having a few hookups behind my back, it wouldn't have mattered. Since I did so too, he never bothered touching me after that girl walked in. He ran after his mate. I thought I had an upper hand with Benjamin being beta. Unfortunately, it all crumbled down the day Lincoln broke up with me. I left my mate for you, Lincoln. How could you do this to me? My head was throbbing as the female warrior slammed my head on the bars of the cell. She kept asking me if I had anyone else in the pack who worked in my favor. Patricia was all I had left. The others I called friends left me as soon as I was sent to work at the pack house. It was no easy task to be the omega of the pack. From wearing the shiniest diamonds to scrubbing bathroom floors. What have I become? The maids treated me the worst. Penny, the maid I thought was the kindest, seemed to have been holding a grudge against me for so long. She gave me heaps of work. She even had me wash the clothes Miana wore at the mansion. It had mixed sense of Lincoln in her. I had been starved, sleep-deprived, and also burned. The others kept talking about how amazing their future Luna was going to be. They loved that girl. The news that Miana had advanced to reject Lincoln and that the whole ceremony took place with the elders made me elated. However, it was only short-lived, as he went running after her as if he were absolutely hopeless without her within a couple of days. Pathetic. Splash. A huge pail of ice-cold water was thrown at me. A shriek left my mouth as I woke up. It was one of the female warriors. Holding on to the brick wall, I dragged myself up. My body may have been weak, but my hunger for revenge kept getting stronger. Wake up. The beta wants to talk to you, she said. Tyler walked in, a sly smirk on his lips. So, Mississippi Cohen, I hope the ladies are treating you well. He raised an eyebrow at the women who guarded the cells, who laughed in a mocking tone. What do you want? I gritted. I have news. Your beloved brother is to be put an end to, he informed coldly. Does it look like I care? I shouted through the bars. Of course you don't. He shook his head. I'm here to ask if you know any other details about your dead mate. Since you see, our alpha is so damn busy trying to romance his girl. I've come for a little inquiry because I was bored. I don't know anything. I screamed at him. He knew I knew nothing else about my mate, Lincoln, and used all these guards to grind every last detail I knew of Dean. Tyler is just here to provoke me. We hated each other from the very beginning. Okay, he chuckled. I feel completely satisfied with my agony. I had to stop that pathetic smile he wore. You'll pay for what you're doing to me. I heaved a breath. Especially that fucking girl. His eyes darkened. I may have stopped Alpha from killing you last time, but don't tempt me to do it myself. And trust me, with the treatment I have in mind, you'll wish you were dead instead. He looked down at his knuckles. Every time she insults Miana, make sure she gets a strike with the whip, he ordered before walking out. He stopped near the exit. We need her alive. Alive? What were they planning to do to me? It can't be worse than what I'm already experiencing. Can it? I began chewing my nails. Masking my anxiety, I glared at the guards. I sat down on the cold concrete floor. I was left with no more sadness to mourn for my brother, the one who did his best to give me a better life. He's going to be killed because of what he did for me. His mate left him because of me. If it weren't for me, no one would have known that he had killed a rogue. A purposeless rogue. I had acted on impulse, hoping it would save me. I thought that would gain Lincoln's sympathy, a selfish and greedy attempt. But no, Lincoln watched me with no expression whatsoever. The man who once gave me everything now has me confined within these cells. It was all because of one person. Just one person who had ruined my whole family, my entire life. Miana. Chapter 47 Miana Lovecraft POV. Lincoln, stop. I panted as he continued. Sweat was completely drenching his t-shirt. It's longer than I thought. Stop. I whined breathlessly, but to no avail. Mia, it's only an easy trail. He looked down at me with that adorable smile of his. As for me, I was stretched out like a starfish on the ground. I might have mentioned my hiking trips with Sierra during our university days to Lincoln. And he offered to take me on a nice morning hike to the mountains. Yes, that's where we are, somewhere in the midst of rocks and trees. Now that I think about it, Sierra and I were only going for a stroll, whereas Lincoln had me climb up rocks and walk for hours. Easy? Easy for you to say. It's been going on for hours. It's a never-ending trail. To match up with his single footstep, I had to take 4 hours. He chuckled. It's less than an hour. Get up. No. I crossed my arms, still lying on the ground. I could really do some coffee now. Till then, I don't think I can walk. Fine, have it your way. I heard him speak before my surroundings began to toss and turn. Now the view of the trail was upside down, with my ponytail dangling. Ow! I felt a sting on my butt. You lazy bum. Lincoln grunted before carrying me on his shoulder up the mountain. I'm feeling dizzy, Alpha. I blabbered as we finally reached the top. He placed me down gently. Feel better now? I stood up and took in the view. The sun began to rise through the desolate mountains ahead of us, giving tints to the trees, lakes, and all the land. It felt as if the rays gave life to the earth. We sat upon a rock as I fit perfectly into his hold. It's breathtaking. So perfect. I felt Lincoln's gaze on me. I looked up at him with a smile. This is perfect. He tightened his hold around me. I'm grateful to have you here with me. He pecked my lips. So am I. Really? He asked in astonishment. I nodded, grinning at him. You're cute when you're lovey-dovey. I teased him. You like that kind of thing? He smiled, scratching his stubble. I hummed, looking back at the view. I'm having a hard time figuring you out, Lincoln said. Why? He pulled me very close to him, grabbing my full attention. As much as you love the endearment, you seem to enjoy the playful teasing too. He narrowed his eyes at me, a proud smirk on his face. This is so awkward, I told Hira, biting my lip. Are you being confident, Alpha? I matched his stare. You can't contradict the actual facts, baby. He countered. You know, for the strong, independent, cute little wolf you are, I'm surprised to know you like that kind of playful behavior. His chest vibrated when he laughed. Please stop. I lay on his chest so that he couldn't see the sheepish smile on my face. Mia, you sure you can walk? MHM, hop on my back, I'll take you down. We were now trailing down a sloped path, heading back to the training grounds. I'm okay, it's easier going down. I held his hand as he guided me. Lincoln took me through the trails, and he had been walking through the years. He knew the whole forest and the mountains behind his head. Gradually, the rocks began to be covered by dried leaves and patches of moss, and the trees shaded us from above. You could hear the stream flowing. The ground was more even to walk casually. I inhaled the scent of wet grass. Lincoln still held my hand. It felt like the most normal and comforting thing to do when we were together now. Lacing our fingers together, he guided me through the forest. From a distance, you could see a little den, and Lincoln halted in his tracks, a small, sad smile on his face. Want to see something? I nodded. Hira sniffed the surroundings as we neared the den, and there was no wild creature nearby. I used to spend a lot of time here with the boys. We used to climb up the trees and wrestle, acting like a bunch of crazy pups. He laughed, reminiscing about his old days. His eyes stopped by the den. I followed his gaze as it took me into the den. There lay a stack of fairly large, heavy pebbles resembling a fortress-like structure. It was built with many rocks at the bottom, and as it neared the top, 3 rocks held up the largest rock on top. It was covered in moss and a few mushrooms sprouting out here and there. It wasn't the perfect-looking work of art, but by the look in Lincoln's eyes, one could say it was something very special to him. Can we go closer? I asked, wanting to take a picture of the pebble stack. He simply nodded before placing his hand over my head so that I wouldn't get hurt by the rough interior of the den. We had to bend down as we walked in. Once we neared the little fortress, Lincoln sat on the ground, swiftly placing me on his lap as if it were the most natural thing to do. His large hands began massaging my ankles. I smiled as he kissed me on the shoulder. Feel better? I sighed, lying on him. The last few days, Lincoln has been everything I wished for in a mate. Maybe even more. I knew I was falling for him pretty hard and fast. I missed this all these years when I saw Sierra with Carson. Mom and Dad and every other mated couple you come across. I yearned for it, but I hid my feelings to appear strong and avoid pity from anyone. However, he's here now. This alpha male is intimidating and domineering. Who becomes a huge softie? Just for me. We may not have met at the most ideal time. A pinch of hurt still lingers at the thought of it, but everything that transpired after that proved that he was willing to be with me. He loved me. That was the truth. Lincoln loves me. I needed to see those green eyes. I turned towards his face, my legs crossed over his lap. He seemed startled by my abrupt movements, but the smile on my face made him relax. Baby? He called, trying to figure out what I was trying to do. His clueless expression made me giggle. He raised an eyebrow in further confusion. Stop being so cute, Lincoln. Mia? I love you, Lincoln. I bit my lip. Oh, goddess, I could feel my cheeks heating up. He's right in front of me and I'm lost for words. Just kiss me, I whispered. I leaned forward and kissed him. Lincoln took a moment to register my actions before he began kissing me back. What was that for? He asked in a daze. I shrugged. I almost forgot what I came in here for. I crawled off his lap and stopped near the pebble stack. Looking at it up close, I noticed the carvings on a few rocks at the top. There were names written on it. The bottom 3 pebbles had the names Ty, Ben, and Matt written on each. The largest rock at the top had the name Link carved on it, exactly how the pack worked. You made this? The 4 of us. When we were about 9. He picked a dried leaf. I inspected the stack again, and Benjamin's name caught my attention. Are you all right about what's going to happen to Benjamin? I asked. Lincoln took a moment to gather his thoughts. It's tough. We've grown up together. I thought he was my brother, you know. Believed he would have my back. He drummed his fingers on his knee, feeling anxious and looking for the right words. Instinctively, I held his fingers to comfort him. He tugged on in an instant, drawing circles on the top of my hand. If he had just told me his sister made it a rogue, I would have accepted the guy into the pack. But he didn't want that. He and his sister wanted more. Money. He shook his head. He wanted me to get rid of you when he knew you were my mate. That was the last straw. He spat, his eyes almost glistening. I began to wonder if he was angry or sad. It's okay, Lincoln, I whispered, holding his large hand between both of mine. That's not okay. He gave me an incredulous look. When he specifically spoke about you like that, I was furious. I wanted to stop him at that very moment. I could understand what he meant since he reacted the same way when Savannah yelled at me from inside the cell. At that point, it wasn't only anger, but for the first time. I was afraid. He swallowed. I was afraid something would happen to you. I swear upon the moon goddess, if anything happens to you, Mia, I'll be gone before that. I slapped his lips shut with my hand. What are you even saying? It's all in the past. It's over. We shared no bond now, but I felt his pain. Being separated from Lincoln in any way is just the most painful thought. You're right. It's in the past. He sighed and stretched his hand to the pebble fortress, gently pulling out the rock with Benjamin's name on it. He made sure the stack still stood firmly before guiding me out of the den. Let's get rid of this. He looked at the rock and threw it across the forest. Far, far away. It was a strange feeling walking down the street to make it to this coffee shop. I had grown accustomed to the stairs at the hospital and the restaurants we had visited during our nights out. Now that we had walked, hands laced together in broad daylight, we had caught quite a lot of attention. Some people couldn't take their eyes off us, and a few looked twice before confirming that it was Lincoln and me. I heard murmurs, welcoming smiles, and respectful greetings as we made our way. Lincoln, amidst all that attention, walked confidently, responding to the greetings with a nod. A double espresso and a medium mocha. Lincoln made the order to the timid barista. His lips set in a firm line, showing no emotion. With shaky hands, the boy kept the cups on the counter for us. I sighed, stepping before Lincoln, smiling at the poor boy. Thank you so much. I collected the cups. You're welcome, Luna. He eased. Luna? I had no need to correct him. I think I've made up my mind. My small smile turned into a grin at my thoughts. How's your father? Healing. Lincoln inquired of the boy in a strict tone. Yes, Alpha. He bowed. Keep the change. Lincoln took the cups from me as I walked ahead to find a table. We walked to the patio of the coffee house and settled at a table, which gave us a little privacy from everyone's eyes. We sat opposite each other, Lincoln's legs caging mine between his. Could you tell Alex to come meet me at the office after his shift? Lincoln broke the silence. I studied his face for a second. Please, I said. Huh? He sipped his coffee, looking at me. Say please. I gave him a broad smile. He smirked. Honey, can you please ask Alex to come see me? Sure, I said proudly. He didn't reply, simply getting back to his coffee. I pinched the top of his hand. Mianna, he growled. Say thank you. Thank you, he hissed. Chapter 48 Mianna Lovecraft POV Benjamin's Execution. Lincoln, with his men, Tyler and Matt, along with the former Alpha and Luna, stood at the rostrum of the arena. Crowds gathered all around. Although Lincoln wanted me up there beside him, I thought it wasn't the best time to do so. The first gathering that Lincoln and I had to be seen together should be for something gratifying and not an execution. Benjamin stood on a large wooden deck, with the executioner beside him. A long lever beside the unknown man. It seemed like they had newly placed the deck just for this purpose. He stared at absolutely nothing, void of any emotion. It was painful to think that they'll be ending his life today, and more excruciating for me to watch someone losing their existence. The pack members who were present for the event showed complete dislike for Benjamin. From another entrance, a group of guards escorted Savannah in. Her hands and legs were chained. She made eye contact with no one except when one of the guards tried to pull her further to the front. She gave her a cold glare. I guess after all the punishments, some will never learn their lesson. According to our inspection in the past few weeks, Benjamin Cohen has been brought for execution for the murder of a rogue, also known to have been Savannah Cohen's mate. As the sister had disapproved of the rogue, without considering any other alternative, he had heartlessly killed another innocent wolf. It's unjust. The crowds murmured. The Werewolf Council has granted the Blood Hunters pack to proceed with the execution. An old, tall man, wearing a jet black suit, spoke. 2 guards brought Benjamin forward. He just stared at the ground. At this point, my hands trembled. Coming here was a bad idea. I held my dad's arm for support. Looking up at Lincoln, with his plain white shirt, sleeves rolled up to his elbows and black dress pants. He held a cold stare at Benjamin. I could read the pain and sadness behind it. The guards placed a dark material over Benjamin's head. This was it. Within a second, the rope was placed around his neck, and I shut my eyes as the executioner held the lever. Gasps of shock were heard. It was indeed over. I couldn't bring myself to look at the body, but I felt someone's eyes on me. The tears fell to my cheeks as I opened my eyes, and from afar, Savannah stared at me with anger. She was brought here for her brother's execution, but it looked like it didn't bother her at all. Her eyes were solely trained on me, not on her deceased brother, not on Lincoln. On me. Her wicked glare was purely towards me. I understand the part where Lincoln left her for me. But the punishments her brother or she were undergoing weren't because of me. I wish someone could tell her that, since right now her eyes blame me for everything that's happening to her. She looked miserable. Lincoln Hunter's POV link. We've found traces of him along the Canadian border. Matt informed. Finally, it was all coming to an end. The scent is quite fresh. He explained further. Great, the warriors are alert. Suppose his presence is spotted anywhere. I'll be going to see him in person, I said to Tyler and Matt. It's been a long day, following the execution this morning. The Werewolf Council members were present. It was the first time my pack had conducted an execution, and it definitely caught the attention of many other packs. Everyone's curious. I've been receiving plenty of calls regarding the matter. A few even conveyed their sympathy to me for what happened between Mia and me. Damn, she's still mine. I didn't have the time to sit and explain our relationship to each and every one of them, so I just let it go. My father walked in with the council members. They've been good acquaintances of ours since I can remember. The men took a seat with their choice of liquor. Dad sat behind my desk while I leaned on the cabinet. So how's the new beta taking on the role, Alpha? Vincent, the oldest member, asked. He had his eyes trained on Tyler, who stood by the window, while his question was directed to me. Tyler smirked at me. He's doing great. I mirrored his expression. Matt and Dad nodded in agreement. He's kicking ass during training. Dad laughed. Literally. All the other men joined him. So, Lincoln, it's about time you crown a Luna for the pack, don't you think? Another asked. I'm working on it. I smiled. If Mianna hadn't given me the chance, this would have been a painful topic. Just when we thought she'll make him work hard for it. Matt sighed. She's giving in already. He shook his head in disappointment. What? He's disappointed. Tyler chuckled with a TSK in the end. Whose side are you guys on? Seriously? I barked through MindLink. The two began to laugh instead of replying to me. I don't understand, Alpha Evan. Another council member spoke. Lincoln's trying to win his mate back. My dad informed me. He wants no one else. Oh, goddess. Vincent laughed. Who would have thought the most feared alpha, Lincoln Hunters, trying so hard to win his mate's heart? Any girl would love to be in her place. Mia isn't any girl. I shook my head. Don't worry, son, she'll come around. The moon goddess chose her for a reason. Matt and Tyler raised their glasses to that. By the time the councilman left, it was almost sunset. Mia wasn't going to pick up my calls for now. She said she needed a nap. I miss her so much. Didn't you see her like yesterday? Kai teased. I just want to know if she's okay after the events of this morning. Honey, let's go. My mother came waltzing into the office looking for Dad. She was all dressed up. Mama Luna looks gorgeous. Tyler whistled, making Dad growl. Calm down. She scolded Dad. Giving Tyler a little hug, she placed her hands on her waist, glaring at Dad. We leave in 5 minutes. He began scrambling from his seat. Where are you two off to? I asked, amused at my parents. Sophia arranged a small dinner party, Link. With her hands, she gestured for me to bend down. Once I did, she continued. You might want to go and check up on Mia. Poor girl, she's alone at home. My inside began to flutter, and I could feel Kai howling in surprise. Cassie said the house key is under the rug at the entrance. You're welcome, she whispered with a wink, clearly knowing that the others could hear it too. I couldn't hold back, I grinned at her. Just what I needed. Is this man drunk or what? Mum shouted at Dad again, who was looking for his missing shoe. Nope, just a little old. Found it. He slipped on his shoe before waving at the boys and rushing after Mum. I was growing increasingly impatient. I had to see her. There wasn't much to do at the office. I straightened my posture and turned to Matt and Tyler. Matt, we've got guards patrolling the borders. I need to have a look from the tower too, Alpha. They spoke at once. We got it. Tyler laughed. Go now. Matt gestured for me to get out of the room. The three of us walked out of the room together, shutting the door behind us. With long strides, I reached for my car within seconds. And I finally drove off to see her. Chapter 49, Lincoln Hunters, POV. I parked my car in front of her house, turning off the engine. The front porch wasn't lit up. Just one room shone dimly through the window. It's probably Mia's room. I was feeling nervous. I hadn't done this kind of thing even in my teenage years. I took the tray of sushi and a box of assorted mochi and walked up to the door. As Mum had informed, the house keys lay under the doormat. Quietly opening the door and softly shutting it closed. Slipping my shoes off, I could sense her presence on the upper floor. There wasn't any other movement in the house. Placing the food on the dining table, I made my way up the stairs. The frames on the wall caught my attention. Her parents held a baby Mia. She couldn't have been older than a year. While another, where she wore a muffin costume, with a cherry on her head, seated on a pumpkin just as big as herself. She would have been around 3 here. She didn't look happy about her Halloween costume, because she was scowling at the camera, but she was still so cute. Finally going up the stairs, Kai perked his ears to focus on the noises, and he guided me into the dimly lit room where my angel lay. Her dark-colored hair sprawled on the pillow as she snuggled into it. She still looked breathtaking, even in her sleep. That wasn't the only thing that took my breath away. The blanket that was supposed to be covering her body had been kicked away, exposing her in a way that made me feel guilty for staring. I needed to wake her up. Maybe fix her clothes. Okay, just throw the blanket over her. Taking one step further, Kai made me stop in my tracks. SSS, you're gonna wake her up. Don't move. Shut up. I growled back. He was probably enjoying the view. SSS, I blocked him out before he could finish. As though she sensed my wolf and me bickering, Mia tossed around. Now sleeping on her back, giving me a full view of her front. One arm above her head and the other laid on the side. I immediately averted my gaze, feeling the heat rise in my cheeks. Holy shit, I whispered, rubbing my face to break the daze. Where the hell is that blanket? I gently placed the material over her. She hummed in contentment. She looked so peaceful in her sleep, so I didn't want to disturb her. I could rest on the armchair watching her. Yup, that's perfect. Pushing away the few strands on her face, I turned around. Lincoln, Mia mumbled in a sleepy voice, holding on to my shirt sleeve. Baby? I whispered, looking at her. She smiled in her sleep. Was she sleep-talking? Miana Lovecraft POV most days. Lincoln only appeared in my dreams, but today I heard his voice too, along with the same white shirt I had seen him wear that morning. I guess his appearance was the last thing on my mind before I slept. My dreams often played out my most desired thoughts, from us kissing and cuddling to Lincoln and me having our own pups. Hi, I whispered, feeling him looking down at me. You knew I'd come? His expressions weren't clear, but I heard his voice. That alone made me feel warm inside. I whined. He's supposed to be lying down with me. Why is he so far away? You always come. I heard his deep, comforting laugh. Why does he have to tease me in my sleep, too? Annoyed at how distant his presence and voice felt, I wanted him close enough to hold me, just like he usually does in my dreams. Touch me. I roughly pulled his arm and placed it on my chest. Mia. Hey, he spoke, pecking my lips. That felt so real. His scent was so strong, mixed with his cologne. I needed more. I was so drawn to him right now. Kiss me more. There's no need to hold back. It's over once I'm awake. I'll kiss you all day long if you wake up now. I'm awake. My eyes opened wide. I'm in my bed. Just another dream, but it felt so real. Abruptly sitting up, a scream left my mouth. Lincoln. I sat up straight and stared at the man before me, seated on the edge of the bed. He just stared at me, evidently amused. There's no way this is a dream. I knelt, while my hands ran over his features and shirt. Can someone die in embarrassment? You're... I couldn't speak. His lips twitched. He was delighted to see me so flustered. Oh my goddess. You're really here? I squeaked. I guess. He chuckled. Slept well. I groaned into my hands. This is very bad. So very awkward. I was being pulled into Lincoln's strong chest. Want to tell me about your little dream? He kissed my cheek, holding me tight on his lap. My dream? I gasped. Was I loud? What's got you so eager to be close, baby? My heart rate picked up and I can't even hide from him. I rested my head on his shoulder, fumbling with his buttons. Look at me, Mia. He lifted my chin. Look at yourself, all flushed. Now, what exactly did we do in your dreams? He held my hands before I could cover my face again. If he only knew that I looked so flushed because he was teasing me with his words. What are you doing here? I changed the subject. I missed you. He kissed me. How did you get in? I climbed up and jumped through the window. He pointed at my bedroom window. What? I held his shoulder, inspecting him. Didn't you get hurt? Lincoln, if you had called, I could have opened the front door. There's no one home. I yawned. I know. He pulled me extremely close to him. His warm arms slid under my shirt and rested around my waist. I should go get changed. I don't think so. I quite like it. Another yawn escaped my mouth. Pulling the hairband from my wrist, I raised my hands and tied up my messy hair. Who knew what I looked like? An absolute mess for sure. This had drawn Lincoln's attention to my appearance. He was shamelessly staring at me. I cleared my throat. No response. Stop staring. I crossed my hands over my chest, blocking his view. He growled before pulling me into a kiss. I can stare all I want. Another rough kiss, sucking all the air out of me. Before I could respond, he pulled back. You're all mine. I heaved, short of breath. Say it, he commanded. I'm all yours. I circled my arms around his neck, resting our foreheads together. I love you, Lincoln whispered. I love you. I smiled at him. I couldn't be any more sure about it. I didn't hear you. He looked at me in disbelief. Repeat what you said. I laughed. Nope. I'm asking you nicely. Say it. I shook my head, pretending to zip up my lips. All right, I might have to force the words out of you then? Before I could reply, I was thrown on my bed. I squealed as Lincoln pulled me by my ankle towards him. His eyes darkened as he took in my appearance. Before I got to adjust my shirt, Lincoln began to tickle me. He placed himself between my legs to stop me from kicking and began his playful torture. One thing was sure, I was a very ticklish person. That too, having someone like Lincoln, who was twice my size, made it hard to dodge. His hands ran all over me, filling the room with my giggles and laughter. Fine. Okay. I'll. Lincoln stopped. I huffed and puffed, my chest heaving up and down. I'll say it. I surrendered. He raised his eyebrows. I licked my lips, letting out a heavy sigh. I love you, Lincoln. He smiled at me, gently wiping the tears that had rolled down because of his severe tickling treatment. You have no idea how much those words mean to me. I pulled him in for a kiss. We continued to spend time together, laughing and enjoying each other's company. I was more than happy to be in his arms. Chapter 50 Miana Lovecraft POV. I felt like a butterfly waking up this morning. My body was energized, and I was pretty excited for the day. There wasn't anything special, but the thoughts of last night kept playing in my head. Walking into the bathroom, I brushed my teeth. Blushing like a bride after her wedding night. Lincoln left some marks that looked very prominent around my collarbone. Parting my hair in the center, I styled it to cover my bruises before going downstairs. Luckily, only Mum stood by the counter. She squealed as soon as I entered. I covered my mouth to stop the giggle. She was rocking on her feet with her fingers intertwined, pressed against her chest. Good morning, Mama. I laughed. Morning, my baby. You look beautiful. She walked close to me. As usual, she patted my hair, fixing any strand that stood out before placing all of it behind my shoulders. I playfully rolled my eyes at her, but she still had to treat me as if I were a little girl. She gasped. Oh no, the marks. Goddess. How could I have forgotten? Fixing my hair back to the way it was, I poured my coffee, taking it to the dining table. The whole house smells of the alpha. My dad muttered, entering the kitchen. Get used to it, David. Mum replied quite loudly. I simply sipped my coffee with my nose inside a magazine. Was I reading it? No. I couldn't bring myself to see my dad now. He probably knew exactly what happened last night. Last night was everything. I confessed to Lincoln about my feelings, and he made me feel how much he loved me. It's only a couple of hours, but I miss him. I'm already looking forward to seeing him. Miana. Dad raised his voice. Yes. I dropped the magazine, my eyes completely focused on him. This is the third time I'm calling you Muffin. He sighed, rubbing his forehead. I think I got a little carried away with my thoughts. I'm sorry, Dad, I was thinking about him, of course. He cleared his throat. I wanted to say, I'll drop you at work today. Lincoln's coming. I see. He nodded before looking out the window. Staring at my father, I knew something was bothering him. He wasn't joking around. He barely even had a smile on his face. I reached out and held his hand. What's wrong, Dada? He glanced at Mum, who was busy doing the dishes. You're giving Lincoln a chance now? I am. I nodded. I know I should trust your decisions. You're a grown-up. You're smart enough to decide for yourself. He looked concerned. I hope he treats you right. It'll be unbearable to watch you go through another heartbreak. Lincoln has changed, Dad. He makes me so happy. I spoke truthfully. I'm glad he is Mia. Rain, David's wolf, has been on the edge since last night. He knows Hira can be a little spunky, and on the other hand, Kaya's. You know, he doesn't hesitate to draw blood out of anyone. The wolf is ruthless. She might have to be polite. Hira scoffed. Dad had no idea how Kai and Lincoln had been to us lately. At the thought, Hira proudly pranced around. I shook my head, laughing at him. If only you knew, Dad. Anyway, we're happy if you're happy, Muffin. He squeezed my hand in return. I'll be there in 30 minutes, Lincoln informed me over the phone. I had put him on speaker while looking through my closet. Okay, I hummed. After a warm bath, I wrapped myself in my towel, my hair dried and done. Only needs to get dressed before he comes. How was the training today? The usual. I miss you. I miss you too. I smiled, pulling out a black bra and a matching pair of panties. What are you doing? Getting dressed, I replied, unwrapping my towel from my body. Lincoln hung up just like that. Well, that was strange. I walked towards the phone. Just then it began ringing again, making me startle. Lincoln wants to FaceTime. I declined the video call and called him back on audio. Slipping on my panties, I began hooking my bra. Turn on the video. I heard him sounding extremely impatient. Mia. I huffed, staring at the phone. He never learns. Ask nicely. Pretty please. He growled. I laughed quietly. Still no. To my surprise, he chuckled, oh yeah. Yes. I stared at the mirror. Smoothing the front of my dress, with a little touch of makeup, I'll be ready to go. See you in 15 minutes. I walked out of the house to see Lincoln leaning against his Mercedes, freshly showered and wore a white t-shirt with a pair of jeans. So casual and yet so very sexy. He was talking to Dad with his hands crossed over his chest. While my father stood in front of him, I couldn't see his expression. Lincoln's eyes found me as soon as I stepped out. A small smile on his lips as I approached him. Relieved that Dad and he hadn't got into any heated conversation, I grinned at him. Ready, muffin? Dad turned around to face me. Yes, I'll see you in the evening, Dad. I gave him a hug before holding Lincoln's hand. He patted Lincoln's shoulder before walking into the house. Let's go. Lincoln pecked my lips. Okay. Lincoln began driving through the streets. How are you feeling? He asked, rubbing my thigh, referring to last night. I'm okay. I smiled, holding onto his hand. If he kept touching my thigh like that, I'd be embarrassed. Lincoln, you're going the wrong way. I looked out the window, noticing that he had taken a different route. The path led us to the forest, not the hospital for sure. I know. He shrugged. Where are we going? No answer. Tell me. I'm gonna be late for work. I lied, knowing I had a good hour before work. Just when I thought I could drop into work early, Lincoln had other plans. Lincoln? He smirked before squeezing my hand in reassurance. You're kidnapping me. I hollered. He laughed at my ridiculous accusation. Not funny. I scowled. Soon, we were parked in a secluded spot inside the forest. Lincoln unbuckled his seatbelt before I did mine as well. I squealed as he lifted me up like I weighed nothing and placed me on his lap. What are you up to, Alpha? I demanded. Nothing, just want to kiss my girl. Is that bad? He looked at me so innocently I knew better. This man was up to something. Something very ungentlemanly. I wasn't really complaining. This position was too tempting not to kiss him. I leaned in as Lincoln's hands firmly held my thigh. My hands resting on his chest, I kissed him. He growled with lust as I let his tongue enter my mouth. His hands glided further up my thigh inside my dress now. With one long suck on his bottom lip, I pulled away. If we kept going, there's a high possibility that we might have sex in the car. Annoyed by my actions, Lincoln pulled me back and slammed his lips on mine. Oh goddess, why does he have to be such a good kisser? Soon, I relaxed at his touch and gave in. My dress was scrunched up to my waist. I pulled away again, shaking my head at him. No. I looked down at his pants, his erection pressing into me. Mia, I need you, baby. Lincoln kissed my jaw. Now. His fingers touched my opening over my panties. You're so wet. I'm not even surprised. Sliding the material to the side, he began touching me. I moaned as his lips found mine. 2 fingers in me, while the thumb circled me. It was too much to take. You don't have a condom, I stated more like a question. He smirked, gesturing towards the glove box. I reached for it as his finger continued to move. To my surprise, he had a new box of condoms in there. Removing the seal, I pulled out a packet. Lincoln unbuckled his pants, and his member sprang out. I handed him the packet. Looking down at his thick and long cock, I was tempted to touch it, my fingers wrapped around it, stroking it just like the way Lincoln did it yesterday. Whoa, baby, a few more strokes and I'll come right now. I pouted, lifting up my hands. Another time. Lincoln winked at me, rolling down the condom. He reclined his seat, causing him to lean back slightly. Isn't anyone gonna see us? I looked out the window. Absolutely no one. Lincoln guided his shaft into me, and I bit my lip, taking him in slowly. My hands resting on his firm chest, I watched Lincoln look up at me intently. "Ride me," he said. Carefully lifting myself up, I lowered myself a few times. Soft sounds left my lips. Lincoln was mightily hard, and I was extremely clueless about this position. It felt good somehow, but only if I could move a bit faster. He gripped my ass as if reading my thoughts. Lincoln lifted me up and dropped me down, squeezing my butt with every thrust. "Lincoln," I moaned. The wetness is helping me to move easily. Finally, my hips made circular movements as I rode him. I could hear Lincoln growl lowly in satisfaction. His hands slipped under my dress and then my bra, touching me. "Oh baby, I want to rip this dress off you." He gritted his teeth, sitting upright. "I think I'm close," I cried, clinging to his neck. My moans were muffled by his lips pressed to mine. Soon, Lincoln held my hip with one hand whilst the other still touched me. He fastened the pace. My cries and moans are getting louder by the time. Finally, I released as Lincoln grunted, jerking his hips into me. "Baby, I'm addicted to you," he panted. If he only knew, I felt the same way. "I love you so much. And I love you more." I pecked his lips, lifting myself off him. Lincoln gently placed me back in my seat. Glancing down at my dress, fortunately, it was cashmere, so it hardly looked wrinkled. I fixed my makeup and hair. Hopefully, no one recognizes what just happened. Lincoln disposed of the condom in the trash, and we were now on our way to the hospital. No more morning car activities, please. I'm so sleepy now. The smile he projected broke into a grin. If only you had given me what I wanted by accepting that video call. We wouldn't have done that. What? You were planning on that while we were on call. That is just, my voice faded out. Just what? It's acceptable in the car then. He looked at me for a second before turning to the road again. Although I enjoyed every second of it. I say, we should do it more often. Maybe at night. Your preference, baby. Can't believe the goddess gave me a sex-craved demon as a mate. I laughed. "Oh, I'll show you what this demon is capable of, sweetheart," he challenged. "Mia?" Lincoln called me before I could open the car door. I looked at him to proceed. "I was wondering if you'd move in with me. With the mansion up for sale, I'm staying at the Pack House, and I know you'll love it there." He placed a strand of hair behind my ear. "Why so suddenly, Lincoln?" His question caught me off guard. We had just begun our relationship. Though he was right about the Pack House, I loved it there. With Luna, Catherine, Penny, and many other people I've met. It's a beautiful, happy place. Just that Kai and I want to keep you close, safe beside me. For now, at the Pack House and soon at our own place. Probably in a matter of weeks. I understand, and I'd love to move in with you, Lincoln, but why rush? Let's take it slow. For a fact, I know Kai and Hira won't resist each other when we live under the same roof. They want to mark each other, to form the bond again. He nodded at my words. Like you said, in a few weeks you'll have your own place, our own place. He corrected me. Yes, then we could go there together. That way, I'll spend a few weeks with my family before moving out. With you. Well, in that case, better hasten the house hunt. In fact, I have a few to visit. Come with me tonight. He asked. Of course. Chapter 51 Mianna Lovecraft POV Alex. Look at me like that one more time and the Pack's chief doctor would have a black eye tomorrow. The laugh in the end diffused my dead serious threat and glare. Oh, that's me. Alex laughed along with me, his hands up in fake surrender. The welcome to the hospital this morning had been flabbergasting. The grins and smiles were just thrown my way, and almost everyone I walked past had their eyes on me. Chin up, sweetie, Hira commanded. I walked into my office only to be greeted by Alex. The silly chief doctor who's been giving me that "I know what you did" look my way for the 100th time. Oh, my God. I jumped when I heard a familiar voice and loud laughter. Amaya, Lily, and Tanya. What on earth are these girls doing here? Each one of them was holding a helium balloon and a bouquet. I had already grabbed enough attention, and now these three had made quite an entrance. Lily carried the biggest balloon before popping it over my head. Confetti. The room was covered in rose gold confetti. "Hi, you guys." I greeted them with hugs, giving them questioning looks. "Here you go, Mia." Tanya handed me a bag filled with bath bombs, body lotion, and so many other pampering essentials. "What's going on?" I looked at them again. Look at her all glowing up after the alpha has claimed her. "Finally, Mia," Amaya said. "So happy for you, darling." Lily smiled. My jaw dropped as I stared at these three looking at me with goofy grins. "How?" I managed to squeak out, trying to ask them how they found out. "How? What?" Lily asked. "Oh, about how we found out?" Tanya spoke up. "From everyone at the hospital, of course." She shrugged. "The news is just spreading like wildfire, Mia." Amaya popped a champagne bottle. "Luna, Catherine, and Penny are cooking up a feast tonight." She handed the girls sparkly champagne glasses. "I shouldn't be drinking now, Amaya." Lily gladly accepted the flute from her, holding onto 2 glasses now. These girls were unbelievable. "So tonight, you're walking into the pack house with the alpha, hand in hand. Though everyone knows already, you're making it official to the pack and the neighboring ones." "Gah, I'm so excited." Amaya howled, whilst the other 2 joined in. I gestured for them to be quiet. Tanya narrowed her eyes at me, gently moving my dress's neckline. "He needs to mark you as soon as possible, Mia." "Oh yes, all these feelings just get so much better after the marking." Lily hummed dreamily. "Yeah, planning on doing that after we move in together." "When?" The 3 chorused. "Soon." I smiled. Bidding goodbye to the girls, my phone buzzed, and it was Penny. Her voice carried excitement and an overwhelming sense of love. She cried, laughed, and screamed all throughout the conversation. Finally, they asked me what I wanted to eat at the pack house tonight. I had nothing specific in mind, plus whatever Penny cooks tasted divine. So I asked her to surprise me. Finally, my day at the hospital was over, and Lincoln was parked outside, waiting for me. With my handbag on my shoulder, 3 gift bags and helium balloons in my hand, I hugged the flower bouquet, lastly grabbing the bottle of champagne while walking out. Lincoln stepped out of the car with a curious gaze, while Luke opened the door to place all of it into the back seat. "What's this on your head?" Lincoln picked up a confetti and inspected it. "Long story." I huffed, giving Luke the final bag. "Thanks, Luke. Let's take this off you too." Lincoln removed my heavy handbag from my shoulder. He opened the passenger door, making me sit, and placed the bag beside my legs. I watched as Lincoln nodded at Luke before finding his way to the driver's seat. "So?" he questioned, starting the engine. "Yeah, so, I told him everything that had happened since I entered the hospital. They accept you and love you already, Mia." He kissed my hand. It was true. It felt good to be loved by my mate and the whole pack. I was thankful to the moon goddess for giving me more than what I asked for. The road to Lincoln's heart was rocky, but once I entered it, everything is blissful. Just right. As you already know, there's a dinner at the pack house tonight. Dad has invited members from the neighboring packs too. He chuckled. "That's gonna be a lot of people, Lincoln." "Yeah, they've managed to pull it off in just hours. I'm not the one for dinner gatherings, but tonight, I'm honestly excited." "Why?" I teased, knowing exactly what he meant. Riling Lincoln up these days has been my favorite thing to do. Hira snickered. Lincoln rolled his eyes. "Because I get to take you with me, Your Majesty." "Oh, right." I laughed. I wore my backless ivory silk slip dress with thin straps and gold ankle strap heels. My hair is in beach waves. Applying the final touches of my makeup and a glance in the mirror, I was ready to go. Lincoln stood beside his car, looking handsome as ever. His hair was perfectly styled. He wore a black shirt with dark dress pants and finished the look with his shiny Rolex. With his jaw clenched, Lincoln stared at nothing in particular. He couldn't even recognize my presence. Mind linking someone, perhaps? When I was a few feet away, his attention fell on me. In an instant, his pupils dilated. Oh, the love hormones. Hira purred. "Hey, beautiful." We held hands after a little French kiss. He guided me to his car, opening the door for me. I turned around to take my seat. Suddenly, Lincoln's rough hands held my bare hips through my backless dress. He pulled me to his hard chest, his lips on my nape. "What the heck, baby?" He spoke huskily. "What?" I asked, my voice to be low, almost like a whimper, as he trailed from my nape to my collarbone. My head fell back onto his shoulder. "You're killing me with this dress. How am I going to keep my hands off you all night?" He softly bit the soft skin above my collarbone. "I just want to mark you right now." I felt his canines graze my skin. With a gasp, I bit my lip. No one would complain if he marked me now. But wait. Lincoln is going to make me lose control again, and that leads to all the other things we've been doing. Unfortunately, the whole pack is waiting for us right now. "Lincoln, we're late already." I sighed, trying to calm myself from the excitement he's causing. "You're right." He gave me a hard kiss on the cheek before letting me into the car. So gorgeous. With one last look at me, he drove off. Luna Catherine accompanied me as I was introduced to the other Lunas present today and a few of her friends and acquaintances. Lincoln walked by me for about an hour, then excused himself, saying he'd be back or I could go upstairs to the outdoor terrace to find him. I could understand why, since most of Kathy's closest people were women. And Lincoln clearly wasn't the one to talk. "You look lovely, Mianna." Luna Anna from the Silver Moon Pack spoke. "I've seen Alpha Lincoln with that lady." "You know who?" she whispered, rolling her eyes. Such a spoiled brat, nothing worthy of being Luna. I was honestly worried for the future of the Blood Hunters pack if she were to become Luna. She sighed. "Thankfully, you arrived at the right time. In fact, Alpha Lincoln seems like a different person after you." Even Luna Catherine nodded at her words. "More kind and approachable. You're gonna make a wonderful Luna, my dear." I was now seated with the girls after meeting up with my parents for a bit. They seemed busy with their own friends. Lincoln was nowhere to be seen, nor were Tyler and Matt. "You seem bored," Tanya mumbled. "No, I'm fine." I straightened my posture. But she was right though, I could have just fallen asleep on the table. She giggled, "I miss Tyler. Let's go find them. Come on." Tanya walked up the stairs and past Lincoln's office and all the other rooms on that floor until she reached an open terrace. Lincoln, Tyler, and Matt were in an intense conversation. None of them noticed our arrival. "We'll give him what he wants," Tyler said. "We'll give him the carcass." Matt spat out. "For all I know, she's harmful if she escapes him." Lincoln frowned. "He's been looking to kill her brother and her for years now. Benjamin is gone. Let's just hand Savannah over to him. She can't escape him, Tyler informed. Tanya and I exchanged looks, clearly hearing every single word these men spoke. They sound absolutely cold and ruthless. It was scary. "There she is." Matt's voice boomed, and the men had their attention on us now. Well, I had Lincoln's and Tanya had Tyler's. Their eyes held love and a genuine smile on their lips, a quick change in their moods, of course. Tanya hopped to her mate, while Matt approached me. Lincoln still stood where he was, eyeing me the whole time. I took Matt's hand as I stepped onto the terrace. A beautiful garden atmosphere. "Leandra," Matt called out. Soon, a girl with golden hair appeared, her eyes a deep ocean blue. She had a kind smile as she came closer. "Luna." She greeted me before pulling me into a hug. Leandra was beautiful. "Hi. Please call me Mia." She nodded. "It's very nice to finally meet you, Mia." "It's nice meeting you too, Leandra." She stepped back into Matt's arms. "Mom." I heard a pup screech. Our eyes flew to the source when a blonde little boy ran towards Leandra. To my surprise, another identical little boy followed him. "Your little ones?" I smiled at the cute boys. "Yes, Enzo and Ezekiel," their mother said, while both of them waved at me. Matt and Leandra had twin pups. The boys pulled their parents, asking them to come play. Excusing themselves from me, Matt picked both the boys up in his arms, chasing their mother, making them laugh and Leandra giggle. The family was a beautiful sight. I watched as they played and laughed together until a pair of hands held my waist from behind. Relaxing at Lincoln's touch, I leaned on his chest. We watched Matt's family in silence. That would be us one day. It will. I smiled. Chapter 52 Mianna Lovecraft POV. Are you okay? I inquired. More than okay. Why do you ask? Lincoln looked my way. I heard something about Savannah when I came in. About that. He cleared his throat. It's nothing to worry about, Mia. Lincoln and I now stood by the railings of the terrace, looking down at the fields. Are you going to hurt her? He shook his head. We're handing her over to someone. Someone? I asked. Lincoln. Catherine walked in. Are you planning on making the poor girl starve? The entrees are ready to be served. At the dining room. We walked in to be greeted by many familiar and unfamiliar faces seated at the table. Before we entered, the room was filled with laughter and chatter. As soon as Lincoln stepped in, with me following right behind him, the whole room had become a pin-drop silence. To our right, the former Alpha and Luna sat, beside them my parents. I noticed how Mum and Kathy shared a triumphant smile as they looked at us. On our left were Tyler, Tanya, Matt, and Leandra. All eyes are on us. Sweet goddess, so much attention. I squeezed Lincoln's hand, to which he simply pulled me further and held me by the waist. The gesture brought me close to his warmth. Sorry if we kept you all waiting, Lincoln spoke up, and soon everyone broke the awkward silence, replying that's it all right, and thankfully carried on with their own quiet conversations. The dining area was illuminated by the grand chandelier and candles everywhere, with gold-rimmed wine glasses and gold-plated tableware. There were maids placed behind every guest seated at the table. Way too fancy. You good? Lincoln narrowed his eyebrows at me. Don't you think it's all a little too much? I whispered. He laughed, catching a few others' attention. Relax, baby, it's just a simple dinner. This is anything but simple. Once we sat at the head of the table, Kathy gestured to the maids to serve us. My smile grew wider as Penny brought in my plate. Italian Capri salad with freshly made mozzarella for you, my little Luna, Penny said. Thank you so much, Penny, it looks delicious. I looked up at her. Enjoy, she said to both Lincoln and me. The dinner was followed by a creamy tomato pasta with Italian sausage alongside my favorite kind of rose wine. And we finished it off with mini tiramisu trifles. I'd like you to come with me tonight. I've got a place to show you, Lincoln whispered in my ear, kissing my shoulder while pulling back. Where? I inquired. Have you heard about the Elm Tree Cottage? I nodded in shock. The cottage was a beautiful piece of land owned by the Bartleys, an old couple by the lake. Yes? What about it? It's up for sale. That's where we were now. The Elm Tree Cottage. Large wrought iron gates guarded the area. From what I learned, the old couple were willing to sell the place to Lincoln if we were interested, since they were getting too old to take care of the whole cottage. They were planning to move into a small space. We drove through the path, and right before the large manor, there was a stunning fountain surrounded by flowers and bushes. Stepping out of the car, I looked around at the beautiful, tall trees surrounding us, which provided us with perfect privacy. Let's go inside. Lincoln walked up the stairs towards the entrance of the house. He already had the key to unlock it. Flicking a few switches, he turned on the lights. I gasped at the interior of the house. It wasn't as big as the pack house, but still, it was huge and looked like a very fine place, with a few of our own touches to it. The manor could really look like our new home. Let's go upstairs. There's something you've got to see. He took me up the stairs. This place has 8 bedrooms, and this could be ours. Lincoln opened the door to the master bedroom. What caught my attention was the large windows that led us to a balcony. The view was breathtaking. Standing by the balustrade, you could see a garden with a variety of flowers that led to the lake, located behind the house. I love it. I twirled to look at Lincoln, who stood behind me. I'm glad. We have a few more to look at, and then you can decide. He pulled me by the waist, kissing me on the lips. Chapter 53 2 days later. Lincoln Hunter's POV. We were now waiting in our car. In the midst of the small town, the guards had gotten hold of Dean's, Savannah's late mate, brother. Somehow, my men had broken into his house to find him plotting various plans on sneaking into the pack in search of revenge. However, since we increased the level of security and implemented frequent patrols, he was no longer able to do so. That also explained the unfamiliar sense of rogues around the borders. Dean's brother Kane, however, has been living alone after his brother's death. Usually, wolves living by themselves could either be living a normal human life without shifting at all. These kinds were harmless. While the other lonely wolves you come across wouldn't want to be near any other, they often kill on sight. They were barbaric and had no morals whatsoever. After the brutal murder of his own blood, Kane could be the latter. The guards managed to get hold of him at a ramshackle pub in this very town. As I was waiting to see him in person, it was his first request to my men as well. Whatever he had to say or listen to had to be for me. The people walking on the grubby sidewalks kept glancing our way. The humans had no idea who we were and who we were waiting to see. The roads stank of the sewers, while rats and other filthy rodents ran through the streets. The houses also looked pretty beat up. "He's here, Alpha." One guard's mind was linked before the SUV's door opened. Kane, a worn-out, lanky-looking man, stood. He looked like he was scratching a living. His eyes, though, looked very unstable. They kept varying from green to black every second. His beast was awake even though he hardly shifted. I gestured with my head for him to get into the vehicle. He rubbed his shaky hands on his jeans before climbing into the back, where he sat now. Kane's eyes ran all around the interior of the car as if to avoid my gaze. "What exactly do you want from my pack?" I wanted him to speak up before I gave him my offer. "I don't understand." He looked at me cautiously, his eyes darkening. "You've been seeking revenge on my pack for years. What is it that you want?" "Something or someone." Kane balled his fists. "Someone." His temper began to flare. 2 wolves to be exact. He raked his greasy hair. "For all I know, it's a brother and a sister. I want them dead. Benjamin Cohen and Savannah Cohen." "What?" He snarled. "The 2 involved in Dean's death." He nodded his head as my words settled in, tears brimming his angry eyes. "They killed him. Benjamin was executed a few days ago. For the murder of your brother." He growled in disappointment at the news. "What about the woman who betrayed my brother?" Is she alive?" His eyes sparkled with pure evil, anticipating my reply. I nodded, and he let out a sickening laugh. "One down, 1 to go." He sang, shaking his head from side to side. I was thinking if we got rid of her in the pack dash, I was cut off. "No," he screamed. "You asked me if I wanted someone, hunters, stick to it. I want her alive." His eyes were pitch black as he said the last word. Kane's wolf and human emerged together. "Just helping you out here, Kane. That's why I've come all this way, haven't I?" I leaned back. He nodded. "We could get her taken care of in the dungeons. No blood on your hands." I wanted to try my luck here. Sending Savannah alive out of the pack meant I was taking a chance. "They'll be punished for your brother's death. Alpha, that's the whole point. I want her blood on my hands." He looked down at his palms. "I want to be responsible for her death. Slow death. Only then would Dean be proud of me. What happens after Savannah is handed to you? I kill her. I don't want you near my pack borders after that. Suppose anyone catches a whiff of you. I'll deal with you myself." I held my gaze on him as he swallowed. "Done. Tonight I'll see you at the borders by the fields." At the pack borders. "Savannah Cohen, you are now pronounced a rogue. You no longer hold any link to the Blood Hunters pack." I spoke the words as the guard let go of her. Her hands and legs were still in shackles. Finally, away from this pathetic pack. "Watch me live my life alone, Lincoln Hunters." She spoke nastily. "You'll regret doing this to me." "Not to worry, you won't be alone," Tyler said. Savannah stopped and looked at him in confusion. "Look behind you." Matt pointed to the dark figure with green eyes. Before the wolf emerged, Kane's bared teeth and raving eyes appeared through the darkness. In a second, a deep brown wolf pounced at Savannah. She screamed as Kane's wolf dragged her away by the neck. Those were the 2 faces I'd never want to see in my life again. Only a few were present today. It wasn't a sight for everyone to watch. Tyler threw me an ice-cold water bottle as we headed into the training grounds. Twisting the cap open, I poured the liquid on my face. "Lincoln," a soft voice called me. "It's over now." I nodded at my mother's words. "It's over, Mom." "Yes. Mia is waiting for you in the pack house." I gave her a hug and walked into the pack house. I had to see her. We've been away from each other the whole day. Mia. I called out as I entered my room, saying that I'm temporarily using it till the renovations at the cottage are over. We have looked at a few other grand mansions the past few days, but she had her heart on the elm tree cottage. And nothing was as good as that, in Mia's opinion. Perhaps she loved the simplicity of the manor. I'm here. I heard her melodious voice from behind the bookshelf. In 3 large strides, I stood behind her before she could place the book back in its place to face me. Lincoln High, she huffed, while standing on her tiptoes to place the random book back. I was about to pick her up, but she had done it herself. Hi, baby. I smiled at her. Hi. She returned the gesture, snaking her hands around my torso. How are you feeling? Great, I said, lifting her up in my arms. She squealed in surprise. Now that you're here. Walking us to the bed, I laid her on it. Hovering over her, we kissed. Both of us are equally hungry for each other. Less than a minute into the kiss, Mia pulled back to my disappointment. What? She placed a few strands behind her ears while crossing her legs on the bed. What happened back at the Borders, Lincoln? Her voice was small. Exactly what we had planned for. He took her with him, gave her a couple of days of torture before he killed her. At the words I said, Mia looked horrified. Did she really care for a woman like Savannah? The one, if given the chance, would do something bad to Mia in an instant. Her pretty doe eyes stared out the window, lost in her thoughts. I could only scoff at what's on her mind right now. She felt bad for Savannah. It's written all over her face. But what can you do? That was Mianna. She cared for anyone and everyone, too pure for the world in which we live. I pulled my wet shirt over my head and threw it into the laundry hamper. Come here, I said, snapping her out of her thoughts. She crawled onto my lap. Stay with me the night? Please. Since you asked nicely, yes. She giggled. We're only cuddling and going to sleep, though. Sure. Restraining myself from her was the hardest thing. Still, I understood why she had held back. Her thoughts were still surrounding Savannah. The next day, Mianna Lovecraft POV, I chopped some cantaloupe and honey melons, placing them on the breakfast tray I prepared for Lincoln. Along with the French toast and bacon, I helped Kathy make for the whole pack house. With a cup of black coffee for him and a glass of orange juice for me, it was all coming together nicely. Lincoln was still asleep, so I gently brought in the tray and laid it on the coffee table. Quietly walking to the bed, I sat down and stared at the man I'm madly in love with. I'm glad to say his worry lines had disappeared, making him look very peaceful in his sleep. I could imagine the kind of stress he had been going through since Savannah and Benjamin's betrayal. Finally putting an end to it by handing her over to the one who's been looking for her for years now. But I can't help feeling apprehensive about Savannah being gone. I just hoped she was gone for good from our lives. What if she escapes Kane and plots against Lincoln? Shivers ran through my body at the thought. I wouldn't bear to see him get hurt. Lincoln's left arm stretched out on my pillow, where I rested my head all night long, while the other was under his head. His lips slightly parted. My fingers were so tempted to touch him right now. Maybe I could just push back the hair on his forehead without waking him up. Discreetly moving my hand to his forehead, I touched a strand. With a low growl and an abrupt move, Lincoln held my wrist, his eyes wide open in alertness. Baby, he spoke in his alluring, sleepy voice. Why are you up already? Before I could respond, he tossed me to the other side of the bed. Lincoln was now caging me in his arms, whilst his eyes were still closed. It's time to wake up already. I wiggled. Lincoln. Go back to sleep. You better be hungry, I said, for the effort I put into that breakfast tray. He'd better eat it before it gets cold. I'm very hungry. He looked up at me. Not so sleepy now. Good cause, I brought breakfast. I grinned. Of course you have. He smirked, hovering over me. Oh no. He's getting the wrong idea. Before I could explain, Lincoln pulled my dress down. I suppose the breakfast tray will have to wait. Chapter 54 Savannah Cohen POV, Who are you? I shivered as the brown wolf shifted into his human form. My breath hitched at the green orbs that haunted my dreams for years now. He's been dragging me along the lands all night long. Who are you? I hollered again. He wore a pair of dirty jeans and ripped a strip of material from his t-shirt, covering my mouth and knotting it behind my head. I was helpless, since my hands and legs were chained. He threw me into the trunk of an old rusty truck, before walking away to the back seat. I heard some shuffling noises, amongst the beating of my heart. Sweat, dirt, and tears ruining my face. My sobs and screams were muffled, and no one could come to my rescue. The green-eyed beast appeared again, with a shiny silver object this time. A heavy baseball bat. Before any further contemplations, he struck me with it. My sight became blurry when I heard the door being slammed. The smell of my own blood surrounded me. My hazy vision began clearing up. Sitting up against the cold wall, it seemed like I was trapped inside a dimly lit, dirty old shack. I tried moving my numb feet, and a strong sense of pain struck me in my right calf. I looked down at it in pure shock. Dean. The name was carved on my skin in a rough manner. The green-eyed beast was Dean's brother, Kane. It all made sense now. Lincoln sent me over to my worst enemy. How did Kane find me? I wanted to pull all my hair out, trying to rake my brain for information. For all I know, Ben kept a close eye on the borders, noticing Kane's presence a few times. Feeling skeptical about my mate bond with Dean, I never gave him my actual name. And he was too blind and drawn to me that he kept calling me honey. He was only aware that the Blood Hunters pack warriors trained by the borders, and I was a part of it. The only information he had was about me and Ben. I needed to think. This can't be the end for me. I have to come up with something fast. Third-person POV. It was a sunny weekend, and as Mia had promised the kids, they were going to meet Kai today. The little pups had been hearing endless stories about their alpha wolf that led their pack. And after a little bit of Miana's persuasion, Lincoln had agreed. Under one rule, Kai would be present only if he saw Hira with the little ones, and later the two could spend some alone time. Hira had already shifted, seated on the green grass of the fields, being petted by the small, gentle hands. She had two little girls snuggled between her front paws as well. If the moon goddess were watching, she'd be amazed at what a wonderful Luna, Miana, and Hira were becoming. Cautiously, the pups that were running around the fields got closer to Hira. Her ears perked up and her snout high, she sensed Kai before he appeared. The pitch-black wolf emerged, a few feet away from them. She could sense the little one's fear. As if to ease the tension, she howled at her partner, and he joined in soon. Watching the two wolves react, the pups began to howl even in their human form. To appear more approachable, Kai lay flat on the ground. He watched a chubby little boy come closer. He was still hesitant, so he took little steps. Kai huffed a breath and lay there, waiting to see what the kids would do to him. The tiny fingers finally touched his paws, and it made him still. He gently pulled in his claws, afraid to hurt the pup. The boy now crouched down to Kai's level, his eyes filled with wonderment. Hira heard him giggle when Kai licked his face. She wagged her tail in excitement. That was the signal, and soon all the kids ran to Kai. The poor wolf was now huddled with the kids. About 6 of them even lay on top of Kai. They loved the kind of warmth and security this wolf had given them. Soon, the pups had been running around, a few having rides on Kai's back, while the little girls stayed beside Hira. Eventually, it was time for the pups to head back home. With heavy hearts, they left their Alpha and Luna. Kai now walked closer to Hira, whilst she still sat on the grass. Their foreheads pressed against each other for a few seconds. He licked his she-wolf's cheek and nibbled on her neck. She let out a little whine, dropping to the ground, playfully holding up her paws. Kai hovered over her, and the scene looked like the two were beginning to brawl. She whines and he growls, they nibble and lick each other. Finally, jogging and roaming into the woods. Hira and Kai swam in the river, washing off their fur and nestling against each other. After some time, Kai walked away to grab a few clothes to change into. In the meantime, Hira began to shift. Miana Lovecraft POV. Right now, my heart was soaring in happiness. The sight I just witnessed was priceless. Kai and the pups were together, and he was being really patient and gentle with them. My thoughts were easily diverted to how Lincoln would be around our pups in the future. 2 boys with those grayish greens and a little girl like me, perhaps? I shook away my thoughts, blushing in the process. It's too early, Mia. I swam closer to the riverbanks, picking and looking at a few pebbles. Lincoln approached the water and let the clothes fall to the ground, and the leaves beneath crunched, grabbing my attention. He slowly walked into the waters while raking his hair with his wet hands. Oh my goodness, he was a sight. I swallowed the lump in my throat as he neared me, like I was his prey. His smirk proved that he loved what he was doing to me. Lincoln, I whispered, trying to break the silence. Without replying, he pulled my body to his and captured my lips. As I clung to him now, the water was below our torsos. Slowly moving from my lips, he traced my jaw and sucked above my collarbone. I shut my eyes, forgetting our surroundings, but only relishing his touch. A silver knife stabbed someone's back. Blood splattered everywhere. A deep growl. A familiar growl. Lincoln? I tried running towards the person who was hurt, but I couldn't. I was trapped, my ankles were chained. The person who had been stabbed was still looking down as the knife was still on his back. A dark hand pulled out the dagger as the stabbed victim lifted his head in agony. It was Lincoln. Lincoln! I shouted and opened my eyes, tears streaming down my cheeks. We were still in the water. He was right here with me, holding onto my shoulders, inspecting me. Worry was written all over his face. I threw my hands around his neck, sobbing so hard. I didn't have the words to explain what I saw. What do I even call it? A nightmare when I was completely awake? What happened, baby? You just zoned out. He rubbed my back. Nothing. I cried. I wanted to bury the images of whatever I saw. This man I held on to right now was my everything. Lincoln. I called. Yes, baby. He cooed. Let's leave now. I held his face. The need to be very close to him had grown stronger, more like in a possessive manner. He scrutinized me for a second before nodding. What happened, Mia? What scared you, baby? I can't. I shook my head. What exactly did you see, Miana? Ragnar asked. We were now in the elder's hut. Lincoln couldn't let the matter go that easily, so right after we changed, he brought me here. I rested on Lincoln's shoulder while we held hands. My eyes were burning from the hot tears that poured out, but I was afraid of closing my eyes again. Mia, you need to talk. Lincoln gave my hand a gentle squeeze. I nodded. Anthea arrived with 2 warm cups of herbal tea and placed them before us. You had a vision, my dear. When you tell us what it was, we could help you with it. She smiled. I lifted my head off Lincoln's shoulder. I saw something. There was a lot of blood. My eyes began to prick while my body was turning cold. Did you see anyone? Your family? Lincoln? Ragnar questioned. I sobbed into my hands again. If watching such a thing was painful, putting it into words was harder. Baby, it's okay. Lincoln's arms embraced me. There was blood everywhere. I sighed. Someone had stabbed Lincoln's back with a silver dagger. Lincoln kissed my forehead while I lay there on him. She is probably disturbed by Savannah's incident. Anthea walked to a cabinet before pulling out a jar of tea bags. She carefully placed a few in a separate container before sealing it closed. You don't want to be losing sleep with these disturbing visions now. Use one of these before bed, Mia. It'll help. I took the jar from her. Also, consider marking each other soon. In that case, you'll be mates again. Able to share one another's feelings. Build a stronger bond. Ragnar spoke. Yes, tonight, I said. Tonight, Lincoln repeated after me. Chapter 55 Miana Lovecraft POV. The sun was setting now, casting long shadows on the ground. Soon, the crescent moon will shine. It's going to be a memorable night for Lincoln and me. After the disturbing vision I had, I couldn't waste any more time. I had to be close to Lincoln, not wanting to let him out of my sight. It may have looked childish to others since no one saw what I did. We had arrived at his log cabin inside the forest. It was a very cozy atmosphere, lit up by a beautiful fireplace. Kathy had sent in the guards with food and all the other necessities we needed for our stay. They left as soon as we had arrived. I was now wrapping myself in a bathrobe after a calming, warm shower. I was getting ready for the night. Lifting my hair in a twist, I looked at the spot above my collarbone along my shoulder, through the mirror. That's where Lincoln's mark would be. After tonight, we're mates forever. We could finally sense each other's feelings, mind link with one another, and experience our bond. The bond that we tried ignoring the first time. I sighed at the thoughts, finally. I muttered to myself. Smiling at myself, I was feeling nervous, excited, and a little frightened. An alpha's marking would usually appear bigger than that of the usual wolves. The bigger it meant, the more painful it was. As much as I knew Lincoln would try his best to be gentle with me, I wasn't so sure of Kai during the process. Hira kept chanting that we will be fine, for the 100th time now. Lincoln was currently in his study, mind-linking the guards, asking them to tighten the security around the borders. Attending an important phone call from the Silver Moon Pax Alpha. He was doing his usual duties before calling it a day. The door opened, revealing the man I've been thinking about. He was still in his shirt and jeans, which he wore to the elder's hut. I sat by the vanity, taking in his appearance through the mirror. Every step he took towards me was slow, and his eyes held a wicked glint. When my hands fell to my lap, I silently cursed at myself. My body, underneath the robe, was only wearing my lace undergarments. I wanted to dry my hair before wearing my nightdress. I guess it's too late. Hi, baby. Lincoln held my shoulders, glancing at me through the mirror. Hi, I whispered back. He knelt down behind me, his warm breath fanning the back of my neck. I froze in my seat when Lincoln widened the collar of the robe with his hands. He sniffed my shoulder, trailing upwards until he kissed my neck. I gasped, feeling like my heart rate was picking up. Under the robe, I pressed my legs together. Just like that, with one gentle kiss, Lincoln made me weak. As much as I want to be with you right now, it's best if we eat something. His eyes were solely focused on the white lace bralette peeking through the robe. I'm afraid I can't stop myself once we've begun. He continued. Adjusting my cover up, I turned to him. I'm not really hungry. I shook my head at him. He smirked. Oh goddess, did I sound desperate? I really wasn't feeling hungry. Wait a second, he said, But you must be hungry. So yeah, we should eat. I nodded while his eyes were still fixed on me. Though I can't eat much. I just kept rambling like a kid trying to talk to her crush. I am. He swallowed. Great. Let's I gasped when Lincoln suddenly grabbed me, pulling me towards him. Holding onto his arm, what about food, Lincoln? I stopped his actions. Our lips were just centimeters away. Food can wait. I want you now. He pulled me in for a kiss while his hands began to undo my robe. The silk slipped off my shoulders, revealing my white lace. His eyes darkened while they took in my appearance, making me blush before him. Lincoln, who was still kneeling, pulled me to his lap. The abrupt move made me straddle him on the floor. Our lips smashed against each other. My fingers unbuttoned his shirt before he pulled it off. I gripped his shoulders, throwing my head back. Lincoln now nibbled and kissed where he was going to leave his mark. Heavens! Was he going to do it on the floor? He dipped his head between my breasts, giving them a gentle kiss. The next second, he pulled my body close to his, picking me up like I weighed nothing. My arms around his neck, my legs around his waist. He began walking to the bed. Our faces were so close to each other, and he bit his lip while looking at me. We lay on the bed. Are you ready to be all mine, Mia? Lincoln whispered, hovering over me. Yes, I replied. He kissed my forehead before looking out the window at the moon. It was a clear night tonight, with a visible sky through the tall trees. Trailing soft kisses over my body, he unhooked my bra. Lincoln finally slipped my panties off. He knelt between my knees, with my legs spread out. I wanted to squeeze my legs together, since every inch of my body was exposed to his eyes. Talking about his eyes, they darkened while his irises had a silver rim. Kai was taking over Lincoln's body. His breath was uneven and heavy. Both his hands raked his hair to the back. Just one lock of hair fell to his forehead. Feeling uneasy under his stare, I used my hands to cover my most intimate parts. Don't. He snatched them away. Mine. He growled, planting himself above me. Lincoln's tongue made its way through his lengthened canines, licking me above my collarbone. I angled my neck, giving him permission to mark me. After a few seconds of licking and kissing the exact spot, I felt his teeth lay over my skin. I sucked in a breath, shutting my eyes close. Little by little, I felt his canines press against my neck. Lincoln hugged my waist, and my hands found his back. With a low growl, he sank into my skin. My eyes began to prick with tears, and the pain kicked in. My first instinct was to push Lincoln away. I did so, earning a growl from him and pulling me into his hard body. Burying my face into his shoulder, I let the tears fall. Only the goddess knew how long the pain would last. Lincoln, I sobbed, feeling him go deeper into my body. My nails dug into his shoulders as the pain got too extreme to bear. A sudden urge pushed through my body, and my teeth began grazing his shoulder. My canines grew, and I bit into his flesh. In comparison, the pain turned into pleasure. An animalistic growl was heard from Lincoln's throat. He angled his neck, pulling his teeth out and began licking the wound. I mirrored the same, feeling the spark surging through my body. Both of us moaned in pleasure. Oh, goddess, it felt good. The room was filled with the intoxicating scent of mint and spruce, a fragrance I had missed so much. My heart swelled at the mate bond we recreated. It was all coming back. I immediately pulled back, wanting to look at Lincoln, my mate. His eyes held the same feelings as mine. His lips were still stained with my blood after marking me. I love you, Mianna. He kissed me. I replied with an I love you between our kiss. My hands moved down to Lincoln's pants, fumbling with the belt's buckle. What do you want, baby? He chuckled. You, I whined. He surely knew what I wanted. Lincoln's hands reached down to his pants, swiftly unbuckling them and pulling them off with his boxers. Even before I could get an eyeful of him, he hovered over me in a hurry, capturing my lips while he positioned himself. I was so ready for him, without any further words spoken. Lincoln moved, and we continued in the moment. Chapter 56. Mianna Lovecraft POV. Waking up to an empty bed wasn't what I was expecting this morning. After spending the night with Lincoln, I expected him to still be asleep beside me since we hardly had any rest last night. My fingers grazed over the mark, giving me tingling and sparks. It was a sensitive spot. I got off the bed, picking up the robe that lay on the floor. Wrapping it around myself, I could still get a whiff of Lincoln's scent. This meant he was likely in his study. I walked to the washroom to finish up my morning routine. I freshened up before picking out a pastel pink summer maxi. Its spaghetti straps, displaying my mark. Glancing at myself in the mirror one last time, I walked out of the room. Lincoln was nowhere to be found. Baby, come outside. Lincoln mind-linked me. I was stilled at the unexpected action, making me stop in my tracks. It took me a second before I mind-linked him back with an okay. Lifting my dress with one hand, I walked down the stairs to the bottom floor. A trail of baby pink rose petals guided me out to the patio. Lincoln stood beside a beautifully arranged breakfast table. He most likely had someone make the arrangements. From my favorite white lilies to freshly baked bread and so many other things, the table looked pleasing. But what caught my attention was him, dressed in a dark blue linen shirt and casual pants. Lincoln seemed to have showered and gotten ready while I was asleep. His eyes crinkled while he smiled at me, looking at the mark and back at my face. Even my mark on his shoulder peeked through his collar. I ran up to him and kissed him good morning. Who made this? It's so beautiful. I looked at the table. Wouldn't you believe my word if I said it was me? He kissed my mark. I closed my eyes, enjoying the sensation, opening them again after a second. This. I pointed to the table. Would have taken the whole night to be prepared. I wasn't exaggerating, it had bread, buns, muffins, and much more. You were clearly busy doing other things, Alpha. I gave him a pointed look. You're right, Luna. I was busy marking you as mine, inch by inch. I hummed at the same time Lincoln left soft kisses on my shoulder and back. I was now seated at the table, while Lincoln headed into the cabin to get something. He entered the patio in a few minutes, kneeling on one knee in front of me. I raised my eyebrows at his gesture, whilst his eyes looked at me with so much love. Was he going to kiss me? Rubbing his stubble, I waited till he spoke. Mianna Lovecraft, Lincoln said, holding both my hands in his. My love, my heaven on earth, my everything. His eyes glistened. Thank you for giving me this second chance, and I'll prove my love for you till the end of time. I nodded at his words. You're forever mine. Now, would you accept to be the Luna of my pack and my people? He asked hopefully. Brushing away my tears, I smiled at him. Why was this even a question to ask? Lincoln should have already known. Yes, with you by my side, I will. He sighed in relief as I kissed my mark on his shoulder. Pulling out a velvet box from his back pocket, Lincoln opened it. It revealed a ring, a red ruby, crowned by diamonds all around. It shone immaculately under the sun. Lincoln explained that the Luna of the pack always wore a pigeon blood-red ruby because she belonged to the Blood Hunters pack. The ring fit me like a glove. Just perfect. If I hadn't looked closely, I might have missed the wetness on the corner of his eyes. I pulled my mate for a long kiss before letting go. Out of the blue, I heard one wolf howl and many more chorused after it. Lincoln, is everything okay? I grew alert. He only chuckled, walking to his chair. It's Ty. That's his signal to the pack that you'll be crowned Luna soon. You mind-linked him already? He woke me up this morning. Hasn't stopped bugging me since. He shook his head. After a few days, I woke up with the buzzing of my phone on the nightstand. Today, I stayed at my parents' place, whereas most days I spent the nights with Lincoln at the pack house. I've been going back and forth from the pack house to my parents' house, since the cottage has still to be renovated. Lincoln has been pushing the builders to hurry up, but the poor men could only finish up at their own pace. And I'm really not complaining. I'm taking the time to spend quality time with everyone at the pack house. And also with my parents. Hello, I mumbled into the speaker without checking the caller ID. Oh goddess, she picked up. Sierra's voice rang as if she were hyperventilating. Lena, are you okay? I sat up. My water broke. She shrieked. Oh my goodness. I shrieked with her. I threw the blanket away and sprinted up on my feet. Pack those bags, get your ass here as soon as possible. She huffed. Carson, don't forget the hospital bag. Mianna, is everything okay? My mother barged into the room. Luckily, my dad had already left for the training grounds. If not, he might have been the first. Sierra's water broke, I answered. She gasped with her hand on her chest. Babe, when are you gonna make it? As soon as possible. I hung up. Instantly, as I put the phone down, it began to ring again. Lincoln, why are you panicking? You've completely blocked me out. His tone was dead serious. He was supposed to be at a meeting right now. It explained his business tone. I presumed he might have been surrounded by others. It's Sierra, she's going into labor. Are you all right? Yes, perfectly fine, just excited for her. I laughed, slapping my head. I should have thought before overreacting. He must have felt my eagerness. I'm sorry for disturbing you. It's fine, I'll call you back. He replied monotonously. Okay, love you. I ended the call. Mama, I have to leave by noon at the latest. Pacing around the room, I spoke to my mother. Leave? To the south? She asked in disbelief. I stopped in my tracks. Yes, Mia, the Luna crowning ceremony is to be held this coming full moon. You can't leave the pack till then. She placed her hands on her hips, sounding authoritative. Says who, Mama? It's not safe. I'm sure Lincoln wouldn't allow you to go. And since when did I listen to Lincoln? I teased her. He wouldn't stop me. Not funny. Come downstairs for breakfast. It was pointless arguing with Mum, so I gave up. Walking downstairs, I scrolled through my phone checking for train tickets. A glance through my living room window, I watched the black Jeep guarding the house. Maybe Luke could take me there. Though it might take a few hours longer than usual, I could consider it a train for my mum's sake, for me to be safe. I suppose. Chapter 57 Mianna Lovecraft POV. According to my plan, I'll be leaving for the south by noon. Hopefully, I'll be with Sierra as soon as the little pup arrives. Turning off the shower, I recognized Lincoln's presence close by. He's home. Wrapping up my damp hair in a towel and my body in another, I opened the door. Hey, Alpha. I grinned. In comparison, he scrutinized my semi-packed bag with his hands in his pockets. still wearing his work attire and a deep scowl on his face. He was always in those moods after a meeting with Pax or business-related. Sighing, I walked closer to him, snuggling between his arms. What's all the packing for? I got enough clothes for you at the pack house. Didn't I? Lincoln spoke, resting above my head. I'm going to see Sierra, I stated, pulling away from the hug. I'll be back in 2 days, Lincoln. Unwrapping my hair, I began drying it. There was no response, so I turned around to look at him. You better be kidding. His expression was hard as he spoke. He read my confusion and continued, There's no way you're leaving the pack. Lincoln said, as if it were the end of the conversation. Huh? I don't understand. I threw the towel on the bed, glaring at him. It's dangerous out there. You're not leaving the pack without me. I have to go to one of, and why is that? I raised my voice. I'm going to the south of Lincoln. Miana, it's not safe to go out of the pack borders alone. Give me 3 days, and I'll come with you to see your friend. 3 days is a long time. I walked to the washroom with a change of clothes to put on. Lincoln slouched on the edge of the bed. There's been a rogue attack at the Silver Moon Pack, Mia. I have to go. Most of the top warriors are also coming with me. Is everyone all right? I walked up to him. Yes, but the guards have been injured, very badly. I winced at the thought. No one died. Want me to come with you? I held his shoulder. No, I can take care of it. Stay within the pack till I'm back. He pulled me between his legs. It's gonna be fine, Lincoln. I was thinking I'd take Luke with me. Give me a day, baby. I'll take you there tomorrow. Tomorrow? I raised my brows. He just said he needed 3 days. Fine, the day after tomorrow. I'll try my best to come back by tomorrow. Let Luke take me there today. Once you're done with the Silver Moon Pack, come see me there. I smiled. Lincoln began contemplating the idea. I can take care of myself, baby. I cooed. He scoffed, yeah. Remember what happened with Caden? He clenched his jaw. I pushed myself off him. It was a low blow. Why did he have to bring that up? Oh no. He rubbed his face, knowing his words upset me. Come here. He tried to grab me, but I stepped back. Mia, come here. He held his palm out for me to take. I crossed my arms over my chest, glaring at him. Baby, I'm sorry. He spoke again. I shook my head at him. Don't you dare come close to me. I warned him through Mind Link when he stood up. Fine. You'll go with Luke. I'll come get you tomorrow. He held his hand out again for me to take, which I did take this time, pulling me in for a hug. Thank you. I hung onto his neck. You're very stubborn. He carried me to the bed. And you're very mean. Please tell me you'll be safe. I will be. Muffin, stay safe. Dad gave one tight squeeze before letting go. Bye, Dad. Goodbye, Mom. I waved at my parents before walking to Lincoln through the front porch. He was watching Luke load my bag. Ready? He smiled at me. Don't stop at dodgy places. I told Luke the rules. Once you've reached Sierra's pack, their alpha will report to me. I've informed them about your arrival. My eyes widened. Was that even necessary? Yes, it's very necessary. He smirked at me. I bit my lip, holding back a laugh. Oh, the mate bond. I'll miss you. I tiptoed, kissing him on the lips with every word. You know I'll miss you more. He held my cheeks, kissing me hard. My dad cleared his throat, looking away. However, Mum blushed furiously before walking into the house. Seemed like we got a little carried away. I'll be waiting for you. I hugged Lincoln one last time before letting go. I'll be there as soon as I'm done. He kissed my forehead, and I got into the car. Lincoln shut the door, stepping back. I watched him through the rear windshield until the image of my house had disappeared from our view. Leaning back into my seat, I relaxed. It was going to be a very long drive. During the drive, I took the opportunity to get to know Luke, and we engaged in small talk while he drove. After about 2 hours, we had managed to drive into a coffee shop to grab a snack. Unfortunately, I couldn't mind the link to Lincoln anymore because of the distance we've traveled. Clutching my phone close to me, I took a little nap. I woke up with a jerk as the vehicle hit a speed bump. Sorry, Luna, I didn't mean to wake you. Luke apologized. It's fine, how long to go? I asked, stretching out a bit. Approximately 3 hours to go. He answered. Looking out the window, the sun was beginning to set. I sent Lincoln a quick text, and he replied instantly. A smile crept up when I thought about Sierra at the moment. She was minutes away from holding her very own precious pup. Something that she had been waiting for so long. I was growing impatient to hold the tiny pup. Would she look like their mom or dad? Patience now, we're getting closer. Hera purred, waking up from her nap. Luke, can we stop by somewhere? I need to use the restroom. Sure, Luna. There's a small hotel close to the city. I sighed, looking out the window. We were now in the midst of the forest. Only a single straight road led our path. After entering a small town, Luke drove into a small inn. Luckily, we were still in the werewolf territory. Luna, let me go ask them. Stay inside. Keep the doors locked till I'm back. I nodded as Luke got out of the vehicle. The place hardly had any visitors. I jumped when my phone began to buzz. Lincoln, hello? Why have you stopped? I let out a soft laugh. Are you tracking the car? Of course. Why has the car stopped, Mia? He asked again. Oh, I needed to use the restroom. Are you tired, baby? I hummed in response. Carry your phone when you go into the washroom. Don't hang up. Yes, Alpha. I heard him chuckle. Lincoln was at the Silver Moon Pack right now. He would be staying at their suite for the night, while his dad and Tyler were in charge of our pack. Luna. Luke opened the door. They have their traveler's restrooms on the left side of the building. Would you like to use it? Or we could go somewhere else. He pointed to the corridor that led to the women's restroom. It's fine, Luke, I'll be back. I hopped out of the car with my phone to my ear. Walking into the corridors, I finally made it to the restrooms. Found it. Yeah, don't hang up. Okay, but I'm leaving the phone on the sink. Give me a minute. I finished my business, washed my hands, and dried them. I'm done, I said after picking up the phone. Where's Luke? I heard Lincoln speak before someone bumped into me, and I dropped my phone. Back to the day when Kane brought Savannah to his house. Savannah Cohen POV, I don't know why I'm here. I sobbed. My throat was sore, and I hardly even sounded like myself. My feet trembled every time I tried to stand or move. Kane had arrived and carved his brother's name on my leg while I was unconscious. Right now, the beast sat on a wooden chair, staring up at the ceiling. His fingers held a syringe. A syringe filled with silver nitrate. It was of no use to me. He had somehow figured out I had no wolf in me. In the process of bringing me here, he must have noticed that I never tried to shift. You're here because of what you did to Dean. He puffed a cigarette. I'm trying to think of ways to kill you. Slowly, but painfully. He placed the syringe back in its box, walking up to me. I had to put up an act in order to survive this maniac. He looked disgustingly sick and exasperated. All for you, Dean. He hit his chest. Who is that? I asked quietly. He smirked. Pulling me up by my hair, I cried out loud. You don't know your own mate? You freaking liar. He slapped me to the ground. Liar. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have a mate. I wept over my own pool of blood. These were my last strings for survival. Stop. Lying. You're the exact scent my brother reeked of days before his death. He hollered, picking up the same baseball bat he used earlier. Sir, if you want to kill me, please do go ahead. But I beg of you to hear me out. I looked down at the ground. Speak, damn it. He urged. I'm only a bait. The Alpha had used the elders to mask her scent to keep her safe from you. It's his lover after all. I peeked up at him, glad to see him listening to every word I spoke. They used me to fool you since I'm too weak to fight. Please let me live. I begged shamelessly. Not so fast. He crouched down, his claw running down my arms, drawing blood in the process. I'm so hungry for blood. If hunters gave you to me as a sacrifice, I'll use it well. You. Die. Regardless. My shoulders slumped in defeat. This was the end, Savannah. Fine, if you want to kill me, an innocent soul. Do it. I swallowed. But before that, avenge the one responsible for your brother's death. Kill the one who betrayed him all along, then destroy me. What's her name? Mianna Lovecraft. Chapter 58 Lincoln Hunter's POV Miana. I called out. There was a weird muffling noise once she walked out of the washroom. Miana. I shouted this time, impatient. Kai began prancing around. She's gonna die. A voice snickered before the line died. The room began to vibrate when I growled out. Kai was starting to come through. Alpha. Marcus, the alpha of this pack, rushed into the room. He was completely taken aback at my demeanor. I gotta go, Miana is in trouble. I grabbed my phone and called Luke on my way to the car. There was no fucking answer. I mind-linked Tyler about the situation, before tracing the route she had traveled. She's gonna die. The voice echoed through my head. Kane? Fucking bastard. What did he want Miana for? She couldn't wait. She had to leave just like that. Kai kept complaining about Mia. I swear, if he lays a finger on her. I slammed the steering wheel. My jaw clenched as my temper kept rising. I wanted to smash anything and everything on my way. Dialing my pack guards this time, I asked the patrolling warriors to drive to Kane's place. There was only a thin chance that he would take her there. I want to rip his throat out. My wolf was hungry for Kane's blood. If that's what he wants, it wouldn't be long before I give it to him. I prayed to the goddess to keep Mia safe. Hang in there, baby, I'm coming to get you. Miana Lovecraft POV. I felt someone tug on my ring finger, specifically the ring I was wearing. Was I being robbed? What's going on? I couldn't see anything in the dark. Something heavy gripped my ankle. I tried to lift it away, but it was of no use. Feeling my eyes shut, I wasn't able to open them. She's awake. I heard a strained lady's voice before more chains began to clink as they were dragged across the ground from me. I was blindfolded. Kidnapped. Absolutely helpless, I couldn't feel Hira. What was happening to me? Where the heck am I? Is Lincoln going to find me? I began struggling with my tied wrists and chained ankles. Hurry up. The lady spoke again. Shut the fuck up before I strangle you first. A man's voice spat. With a thump, somebody was thrown to the ground. My movements came to a complete halt as I tried to figure out what was happening. Footsteps got closer to me. Who are you? I gritted my teeth. The man might have stopped, a foot away from me. Just a coward, to have me tied up and blindfolded, huh? I spat. He growled, and before I felt him remove the knot behind my head, the strip of material was off my eyes. I squinted and blinked my eyes several times before my blotchy sight cleared up. I was laid on the ground of a wooden hut. Goddess knew where this guy had brought me. You see me now? A lanky, grubby-looking guy stood above me. What do you want from me? I bit out. Anger and pain laced my voice. I had to be strong, but the fear that I would lose my wolf began to bother me. The guy sat down at my level, eyeing me intensely. Everything. I wanted you dead at first sight, but after looking at you. His tongue rubbed on his bottom lip. I want to see what you taste like. It felt as though something had pierced my heart. This can't be happening to me. Touch me and Lincoln will have all your limbs pulled out of their sockets. He seemed to retreat from getting closer to me. Standing up, he slapped the back of his head. He was thinking. Wriggling his hands, he walked to an old patched-up traveling bag. He opened a silver box, pulling out a syringe. A colorless substance within it. With an evil smirk, he walked up to me. He held me by the neck as my tied-up fists hit his chest. I struggled against his hold, trying to get away, but it was useless. He jabbed the needle at the back of my neck pretty harshly. With a whimper, I felt my energy draining away, causing me to fall to my knees. Neither of you bitches utter a word now, he threatened, walking back and forth across the wooden room's creaky floors. I leapt back, leaning against the corner of the room. A shiver ran down my spine when I looked to my right. Savannah leaned against the opposite wall, still in shackles, looking barely alive. Her feet, knees, elbows, and knuckles were badly bruised. My calf had been heavily injured, with blood stains. She must have lost a lot of blood. It explained why she looked absolutely lifeless. But her eyes still held so much evil. Hatred towards me. Kane, I muttered, my words almost slurred. I finally connected the dots. Savannah has somehow convinced him to bring me here. Kill me, perhaps. I said quiet. Kane hollered, still prancing on the floor in deep thought. My right hand shakily held onto my left ring finger. Tightening my hold around the ring Lincoln gave me. It was the closest I could feel his warmth now. A quiet sob left my lips as I lay against the wall. You said she was his lover. Why the fuck has she been marked, and the red bloody rock on her finger means she's the Luna of the Blood Hunters pack. He slapped Savannah. I flinched at his barbaric act. She remained quiet as he kept striking her. You better kill her before he comes looking for you. Savannah snarled. Both pairs of eyes now looked my way. For some reason, I felt like Kane was afraid to do anything to me. His gaze darted down to my ring and then back to my eyes again. Lincoln Hunters, after driving like a madman to the place where the black Jeep was parked, I rushed to the vehicle. Luke, one of the guards who followed me, ran ahead. His body lay between a few trees. There's wolfsbane in his system, Alpha, but he'll survive if rushed to the pack hospital immediately. Take him. I nodded while following Mia's faint scent. My other men are following me, tracking all the suspicious scents. You're right, Alpha, it's Kane. He's taken Luna down south. He walked into the corridor where I stood holding Mia's phone. Sniffing up the place, there was a slight hint of silver. My heart began to hammer. He must have made her weak and defenseless before taking her away. I sped out of the building. Anything else? I asked as I walked to my car. I had to get to Mia as soon as possible. He might have driven off with not only the Luna. I stopped, looking at the guy to continue. But with Savannah too. He's got them both, Alpha. Savannah? She's still alive. She had a fair share in kidnapping Miana. Drive. I called one of the trackers and began my journey down south. Chapter 59 Lincoln Hunters POV. There's no one at the old house Alpha, but only a pool of blood. It belongs to Savannah. The wolves who reached Kane's house by the Canadian border informed. We still drove down the single road. Kai is on alert for his mate's scent. The guards at the back seat were kept busy with phone calls from the pack, my parents and hers. I should have been more careful. I shouldn't have let her go. I'm nothing without you, Mia. Seconds passed and minutes became hours. We made stops at a couple of places that had Kane's, Savannah's, and Mia's scent. If he's been able to travel this far with Miana, he's probably keeping her tied up and under the influence of silver to prevent her from shifting. The thought was gut-wrenching. Like several knives being stabbed into my heart at once. The ache wouldn't go away till I held her in my arms. Alive and healthy. I bit my fist, holding back the painful cry and tears. I felt weak without her. Alpha, we need to pull up for gas. The driver stopped by a gas station. Getting out of the passenger seat, I walked a few feet away. Kai sniffed up Mia's scent again. Picking up my pace, I went into the shop. All eyes were directed at me. Humans. With my height, I easily towered over them, and the queue of people made way as I walked up to the cashier, an old man. He looked up at me, opening his mouth to say something, but shut it back again. I need to view your surveillance footage from within the last 6 hours. My voice was bitter and cold. This way, sir. He nodded before stumbling his way into a room in the back. One of my men followed. Bending down to enter the room, the old man showed us to a desktop computer. Carter, the guard who followed, sat in front of the desk and began running the previously captured footage, one by one. About 15 minutes into the inspection, I caught sight of the green-eyed bastard. That's him, I remarked, and Carter immediately paused the video. All the while, the shopkeeper pressed himself against the wall, watching us with fear. When the other guards walked into the room, Carter showed them the footage. They checked every little detail of the beat-up truck he drove. Even the grip on the tires. Makes it easier for the tracker to follow its trail. The windows, though, were completely tinted. I yearned for a glimpse of my mate. We'll get them, Alpha. My tracker nodded at me with determination. All of them were walking out of the room, and I was the last to leave. The old man let out a sigh of relief, which was supposed to be inaudible. Stopping in my tracks, I turned around. He froze again. Thank you, I said, leaving the gas station. Miana Lovecraft POV Savannah and I were both tied up in 2 different corners of the room. My wrists and ankles began to bruise and bleed. Drawing my knees to my chest, I watched Kane sharpen a knife. According to what I heard, Savannah wanted me dead before he killed her. They were both equally sick and twisted. Many times, Savannah tried to wind me up, saying how Lincoln is already busy looking for another since I'm gone. It wasn't true. My heart knew he was looking for me. I knew the pain I've caused him and my family now. I should have listened to him. Swallowing my sadness, I glanced out the broken window, void of emotions. Kane dropped the knife on the table. The noise echoed around the room, an evil smirk on his face as he approached me. Oh, Mianna. I've finally made up my mind. Although I'm hesitant to touch what belongs to Lincoln Hunters, I'm craving for something from you. His wicked eyes ran over my body. My hands began to shake in fear. One kiss, sweetheart, before you die. One little kiss. And I get to pick the spot. He crouched towards me. His face positioned very close to mine, as his eyes traveled from my eyes to my lips and down below my neck. He licked his lips in a disgusting manner. A sudden urge pushed me to kick him in the groin. The close proximity helped me land the kick perfectly. He groaned in pain, dropping to the ground beside me. His hands were clutching his lower region. Entwining my fingers together, I slammed my tied fists on his mouth and nose, punching him repeatedly in the face. Let me go, I shrieked. Surrounded by two maniacs, I began to lose my mind. With an angry growl, Kane rose up, spitting out blood and with what seemed like a tooth. I pushed myself to the wall too, feeling like canines were growing. Even though Hira wasn't communicating, she tried coming through me. Kane seemed gobsmacked for a second before he rushed to the table again, pulling out another syringe. Oh, goddess, no. The substance in it really drained all my strength. Why am I here, Kane? I cried. If you want to kill me, you might as well give me a reason. He walked to me, playing with the syringe between his fingers. His evil grin, though, was directed at Savannah this time. Who's been eerily quiet? Your lover thought he could hide you from me, huh? Well, Savannah confessed the truth. Hence the reason you're here. I looked at him in confusion. Lover? I whispered. Kane nodded before narrating the whole havoc. Tell him the truth, Savannah. I snapped. You're just an idiot to be fooled by her words, Kane. I shook my head. Lincoln gave you your brother's mate, this lying, scurvy woman. And still you fell for her lies. You brought me here because she said so. Looking at Savannah, who looked pale as a ghost now. You're disgusting, I said. A rough pierce into my neck again, and it made me fall to my knees. You lying coward. His anger was now directed at Savannah. He stomped to the other corner of the room. My ears blocked out Savannah's cries of pain, and I turned the other way. I felt a sudden sense of worry and anger. Not the anger that I felt, but something far worse. I wasn't able to mind Link since Hira wasn't present. But something in me felt like Lincoln was close. Lincoln Hunters, turn left. We finally stopped by a swampy green forest. I felt Mia's agony. She was in immense pain. The trackers followed the truck's trail for about an hour until we reached the place. She's finally close. The driver pulled up the car and we had to go on foot from here. Opening the glove box, I grabbed my gun, just in case I had to defend myself. Kai growled. He wanted to take charge, but it was too early. I had to make it to Mia stealthily. After a few minutes of letting Mia's scent guide me, we closed up to the truck that reeked of that son of a jerk. A wail of a woman was heard from the cabin behind it. It wasn't just any woman, Savannah, to be exact. My men looked at me for a command. Surround the cabin. I'm going in. The wood creaked as I stepped on the deck, and the growls and cries echoed louder. Mianna was in there, but she was extremely quiet, probably sensing my presence, I hope. With one strike of my boot, the door fell off its hinges. Time froze as I saw my little mate crumpled in a corner. Chained. Bloodshot eyes glistened while her lips began to tremble. She feebly stood up to run to me. Before the chains around her ankles pulled her back, making her fall to the ground. My feet abruptly moved toward her. Lincoln. Mia screamed as something pierced my shoulder from behind. No, turn around. She wailed, shaking her head, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 60. Mianna Lovecraft POV. I hollered as Kane struck Lincoln on the back. It was too late. The knife was stuck in Lincoln's shoulder when he turned to Kane. Blood oozing out, staining his white t-shirt. My hands vigorously shook the chains that held me back. A dry chuckle was heard. Surprisingly, it was Lincoln. A silver knife? He choked Kane by holding him up by the throat, his feet dangling midair. Gotta try harder than that, boy. With a grunt, he pulled out the silver knife. Blood spluttered out of the open wound. My sobs got louder. Lincoln angled the knife to Kane's throat, but suddenly changed his mind. He punctured the knife through Kane's palm and then slammed it into the wall above his head. He left the monster hanging on the wall before rushing to me. Lincoln, there's blood. You're losing so much blood. I cried, pressing my hands on his wounded shoulder. It didn't seem to bother him one bit, since he just held me so close to his chest. Don't ever leave me, baby, he mumbled into my hair. Two of Lincoln's guards ran into the cabin. Inspect the situation before rummaging through the room. Got it, one of them yelled, holding a pair of keys. Racing to my side to unlock the chains. I should have listened. I'm sorry. I clung to Lincoln's shirt. He began untying my wrist. As soon as the ropes were off, I threw my arms around him. I thought I'd never see you again. I burst into tears. Lincoln shushed me. It's all over, baby, I got you. He rocked me back and forth till the chains came off. The first aid kit. The other guard spoke, rushing outside. Kane's gore image came into view when I stood up. He was nailed to the wall by the very knife he had sharpened to kill me. He howled in pain while trying to pull the knife out, failing miserably at it. Aren't you gonna kill him? I looked at Lincoln. I'm leaving him to Kai. He smirked. No, I can walk. I stopped Lincoln, who bent down to pick me up. He had already hurt his shoulder. He narrowed his eyes at me, holding me by the waist. I gave him a weak smile before we proceeded to the exit. Something squeezed my injured ankle on my way out, making me let out a cry. Lincoln and I stopped to look down. A bloodied and completely battered Savannah held on to my leg. Our eyes met. Hers, of course, switched between Lincoln and me. I tried wriggling her off, but she didn't let go. The next second, she looked petrified. Her hands slid off me. Link, don't. She shook her head. I should have done this a long time ago. Lincoln pointed his gun at her head, his menacing eyes on her, while his vacant hand pressed my face into his chest. With a loud bang, Savannah was dead for good. Even Kane had remained quiet after that. Eventually, we headed outside the cabin. Two warriors arrived on our side, guiding me into the car. I sat in the seat while my legs were still outside. Lincoln bent down, kissing me on the lips. He stood straight, taking off his t-shirt and throwing it away. One of the guards had begun cleaning my wounds while I watched Lincoln shift. Soon, the Black Wolf emerged. His eyes were ready for the kill. I kept looking at him as he puffed up his fur. Before approaching the cabin, he looked at me and huffed with a low bark. He expressed his sorrow as he walked into the cabin. He missed Hira. The tears fell to my lap as the guard looked up at me. He didn't have the words to say to me, but his gaze held sympathy. The voice of Kane, crying out in pain, was heard. Two of Lincoln's men stood near the wooden house while a guard accompanied me. Everyone had their attention at the entrance of the cabin. I gasped when Kane ran out frantically with his hand covered and dripping in blood. The warriors were alerted to capture him, but a dark shadow followed. With one deep snarl, Kai pounced on Kane's body, throwing him to the ground. He screamed in terror as the black beast bared its teeth at him. Its claws are digging into his chest. Kai's jaw widened, and the next thing you know, he launched at Kane's throat. I shut my eyes. When I opened them, Kai walked to the little stream of water, gulping it and rubbing his mouth on his paws. He stood in the stream for a couple of minutes, cleaning himself up. Then Kai shook his body, drying his fur. His face softened as he neared me. I would understand if Kai was disappointed in me. With a whine that sounded like a soft cry, he rubbed his face on mine, licking my mark and my wounds. He sat on his fours while I leaned into him. I'm sorry, Kai. Hira will be back once I've healed. I promise. I kissed his head. Satisfied by my words, he licked my face again before going to shift inside the woods. I woke up to bright walls and a plethora of flowers of all sorts kept throughout the room. Lincoln brought me back to the pack house. As soon as we reached the pack border, I met my parents, who looked like they had been to hell and back. Mama couldn't stop sniveling at the sight of me, while I lay on my dad's shoulder until I fell asleep. Lincoln's parents requested that the pack members give us some privacy, since they had all crowded around us the moment we arrived. The care and love we received were just overwhelming, and for that, I'm always grateful. While I lay on my father's shoulder, I watched as Alex treated Lincoln's shoulder. Hira was still healing from the silver nitrate injected into my body. I'm hoping she'll be back in a day or two. Sierra has been checking up on me through Mom. She has delivered a healthy boy pup. I sighed, rubbing my eyes. You're finally awake, darling. Kathy walked in with a grin. She placed a kiss on my forehead, rubbing my back. I smiled at her. David and Cassie left a while ago. They'll be here tomorrow. I'm sorry, I think I've troubled everyone. Don't be ridiculous, Mia. Who would have thought my son would date such a crazy woman in the past? She scoffed, playfully nudging me before laughing. It's all on her, not you. Kathy tried to lighten up the mood. I nodded, still feeling guilty for not listening to Lincoln. I put Luke's life on the line with mine. The reason why Lincoln was stabbed on the shoulder was that my wolf needed healing. Miana, don't. Kathy held my cheeks, wiping them with her thumbs. Mia. Lincoln's voice resounded in panic through the room, seconds before he appeared. Baby, what's wrong? His eyes softened when they landed on me. Kathy stood up. She's blaming herself for what happened. Mia, look at me. Lincoln sat in front of me. I know how you feel, baby. It's not your fault. Kane and Savannah tried to pull that stun on you. His forehead furrowed. Understand. I nodded, biting my lip. I pushed aside the shirt from his shoulder before leaning into him to inspect his lower shoulder. He hadn't bled after the dressing. His wound had already begun to heal. With Lincoln being so close, I wanted to hug him so tight and never let go. But that would only mean further pain on his wound. You can hug me if you want, Lincoln whispered, holding me by the waist. I gently placed my arms around his neck and kissed his cheek. I thought the silver knife would do something really bad to you. As an alpha, Lincoln probably tolerated silver better than ordinary wolves. He chuckled at my words while Kathy smiled at me. The jerk would have to put a silver knife through my heart too. My hand slapped his mouth before he could finish. Shut up. I snapped. He kissed my hand, making me gasp and pull my hand down. Kathy chuckled, leaving the two of us alone. Chapter 61 Miana's Luna Ceremony. Miana Lovecraft POV, today's the day. Yep, it's happening. Hira kept trotting around. Today's the day, as she said. The full moon was present. The elders would announce the Luna of the Blood Hunters pack. Me. While I was feeling a little anxious, Hira has been feeling ecstatic. Right now, I sit in front of my vanity, having mixed emotions. I wore my dress for the big day. It was an off-white alasa lace, V-neck, backless dress. The only jewelry I wore was the ring Lincoln had given me and a pair of diamond studs. It would be easier to shift after the ceremony. Looking at myself in the mirror, I only hoped he was going to like it. He'd better love it. It took me days to pick out this dress. I hope he takes the time to admire the dress for once. Hira scoffed, rather than just stripping you out of it at first sight. Just like he always does. Hush now. I bit my lip. Whatever Lincoln and I did in private still made me turn red. Hira didn't have to bring it up now. Ow. I hissed when the back of the makeup brush hit my lips. I frowned at Amaya, who's been helping me with the makeup. Are you mind linking with the alpha? She scrutinized me. I hadn't been able to talk to him since last night. The girls brought me to my house while Lincoln was at the pack house. Mom and Kathy laid strict rules that we weren't supposed to communicate with one another till we stood facing each other at the enthroning ceremony. What? No, I answered in all honesty. Then why are you blushing like a ripe tomato? She pinched my cheeks. Lily and Tanya snickered from the back. It was a calm, pleasant night. The full moon decorated the sky, while the stars twinkled like tiny jewels. Many packs from across the country had been invited, the alphas and their lunas. The higher officials and many other foremost guests were present tonight. All their eyes were on me as they watched me make my way to Lincoln, who stood above the revered rock in the midst of the open fields. The lights and candles lit my path. The little pups, Enzo and Ezekiel, led the way, wearing the biggest grins. I followed with my parents on both sides. There was a proud smile on Lincoln's lips as he took in my appearance. He wore a black suit with a white shirt, the top 2 buttons undone. My mark on him is most noticeable. The once brooding and mighty alpha looked genuinely happy and content. And perfectly hot and handsome. All mine, mine, mine. His shoulders shook as his smile broke into a grin. He knew what I was thinking. Of course. The mate bond. I bit my lip, looking down to compose myself from feeling embarrassed. Dad gave me a gentle squeeze. We neared the rock when Mum kissed me on the cheek, and my father helped me up. Your bride, Afa Vincoln, Enzo shouted, earning a wink from Lincoln as they ran to their mother. Lincoln stepped up, taking me away from my dad. He kissed my knuckles before letting go. He stood at a distance, watching me while the elders came close. It's with immense pride and pleasure that we are gathered to celebrate the coronation of our new Luna. Alpha Lincoln, son of former Alpha Evan Hunters and Luna Catherine Hunters, has been mated to Mianna Lovecraft, daughter of David and Cassandra Lovecraft. Anthea spoke. With the blessings of the moon goddess, let the Luna ceremony begin. She stepped back as Ragnar stood before me. Mianna Lovecraft, do you vow to love and protect the pack at all times? He asked. Yes, I replied. Do you vow to feed the pack and guide them as their Luna? Yes. Lincoln now walked up to me, standing 2 feet away. My fingers itched to hold on to him, but I had to wait till the vows had ended. Finally, do you, Alpha Lincoln and Mianna, vow to stand by each other through your hardships as one another's strength? Through your sorrows, each other's contentment? Lead the Blood Hunters pack together as their Alpha and Luna. Yes. Lincoln and I spoke at once. My eyes felt glossy. It was a very emotional stage for both of us. How much longer should I wait to be in his warm embrace? Ragnar handed us 2 identical gold rings, which we exchanged. It's time to seal the bond that the goddess had created, Anthea spoke up. Palms up, she ordered. We did as she had asked. With one dagger, she made a gash on our palms, and the blood trickled down our hands. Lincoln pressed his bleeding hand over mine. The sparks gushed through me. A happy tear rolled down my cheek. The Blood Hunters Pax Alpha, Lincoln Hunters. His mate and our Luna, Mianna Hunters. The crowd rose up in cheers and howls. Lincoln's free hand wiped my cheek as he pulled me in for a kiss. He brought up my hand that had the gash. Let's heal you real quick, baby. He licked it, and in seconds, the wound began to heal. Are you okay now? He bent down to my height, inspecting my face with worry. I couldn't help but giggle. He was under the impression that the slit on my hand made me cry. I'm perfectly fine. I kissed him. Just happy, that's all. Turning towards the merry crowd, most of them had already shifted to have their first run with Kai and Hira together. Mum stood beside Rain, and many other women preferred staying in their human forms to look after the pups. Lincoln brought me behind the rock we stood on. Stripping our clothes off, we let our wolves take over. The run with the pack. Third-person POV Kai watched as his mate shook her fur, standing up under the moonlight. Hira's fur shone silvery gray with the moon's radiance. It was as striking as the color of his own eyes. Her eyes, though, swirled from hazel to gold. He sat still, chest puffed up, watching his little mate strut on her paws, shaking herself every now and then. Effortlessly flaunted herself to him. From her pointy ears to her muzzle up in the air, to her fluffy wagging tail. He adored his she-wolf dearly. His soulmate. He waited for her to approach him this time. Since it had always been him pursuing her like a lost puppy. Hira felt snappy, considering her mate only watched but didn't make a move. This time, she swallowed her pride and coyly stepped his way. The black beast watched her every move. Almost. A few more steps to go. Before she got any closer, a Polyphemus moth landed on her nose. Her eyes now focused on the insect, chasing after it as it flew away into the bushes. With a huff and a growl, Kai collapsed on the grass, still watching his mate. She barked and whined as the insect disappeared from her sight. Soon, Hera noticed her mate's blandness. She galloped up to him, baring her teeth playfully. Kai lifted his head up, and he was the same height as her while she stood on her fours. With a lick under her jaw, she curled up between his two front paws, nestling herself close to his chest. Kai licked her ears and neck before urging her to get ready for the run. The wolf pack made its way to the tallest mountain within its territory, affording them a perfect view of the full moon. Kai looked behind at his pack, his beta's wolf on his right and his mate on his left. This was a memory to be kept forever. His heart was content. It felt like he had achieved something priceless, and he vowed to keep it safe. His pack and his mate. The mighty alpha wolf gleamed underneath the blue-black sky. He let out a victorious howl as the pack joined him in and bayed together. Dinner after the run. Miana Hunter's POV, Mom. What are you trying to do? I gave her a stern look while she simply shrugged. What? She's a pretty girl who lost her mate during battle at a very young age. She answered. I looked at the blonde-haired girl talking to Alex right now. They seemed very engrossed in their conversation. I'm only trying to help Mia. She laughed. Feeling my gaze on them, Alex grinned and nodded in my direction. Right after that, he gave his new companion his full attention. If anything clicks between them, I'd be the happiest for him. Lincoln, however, was caught up with a few guests while I sat here with someone. Someone who has been drooling over my ring. Like, literally. Sierra and Carson sat with me at my table, while their little pup Brad was seated on my lap. He was a cute little one who seemed quite comfortable in my arms. What caught his attention was the shiny ring I wore. Since then, he hasn't left it alone. Brad's sudden squeals and giggles filled my heart with greater joy. I could barely stop myself from cuddling and kissing him from time to time. I hope he's not giving you baby fever? Sierra winked at me. I shook my head at her in denial. Truth be told, it made me yearn for my own. For dinner after the run, I changed into a satin, red wine-colored dress and matched it with the same color of lipstick. At the same time, Lincoln wore his suit, without the blazer this time. Most wolves, especially those with pups, began to head home. And so did Sierra. She wasn't leaving for the south, but for the guest house Lincoln had arranged for them. She had promised to spend a couple of days with me, since there was a lot to catch up on. Baby Brad had fallen asleep in my arms as Carson took him into his embrace. I'll see you tomorrow, Mia. Sierra bid goodbye. As I watched their car drive away, Lincoln walked up to me. My hands made their way to his neck, my lips pecked his mark while he kissed mine. Pulling away, he gave me one hard kiss on the lips. They tasted of Scotch whiskey, but he was nowhere near being drunk. Pulling him to me by his collar, I French kissed him again. Our lips lingered on each other a little longer before pulling away. With the pad of my thumb, I wiped the lipstick stains from the corner of his lips. Lincoln pretended to bite my finger, making me laugh. I lay on his shoulders while he gently rocked me. What is it, baby? I can feel your hankering. I felt him feeling uneasy because of my mood. Burying my face into his chest, I mumbled. I miss baby Brad already. He hummed, rubbing my back in a soothing manner. It felt so good after a long day. Want to have our own pup? He asked. I hummed this time, positively. He froze for a second. Like now? Lincoln asked. Like now. I giggled. Lincoln stepped away from me, eyeing me from head to toe. He licked his lips. Let's go. He pulled me to the car. At the Elm Tree Cottage. It was our first night at our new home. The movers had placed the furniture and everything else in their place, and all we had to do was step into the house. Before I could look around the place, Lincoln had me pressed to the back of the closed door. He flicked on one wall light as he began to kiss me. His fingers pulled down the straps of my dress, letting it pool at my feet, leaving me in my lingerie and heels. My fingers began unbuttoning his shirt, and he shrugged it off, letting it fall beside my dress. his hands secured around my wrists, pulling them over my head. With one large hand holding my wrists in place, Lincoln grabbed my ass with his other, pushing my lower body into his hard member. I was hungry for more, and he was demanding that I take him his way. Pushing my thighs apart, Lincoln placed his leg between them. His open-mouthed, wet kisses trailed from my mouth to my chest. I moaned, feeling my body shiver when his hand moved from behind to my pussy. With my hands still secured within his, he began his sweet torture. His 2 fingers slide in and out of me, finger fucking me, whilst I cried out in pleasure. "Lincoln," I whimpered. He answered while licking his mark on me. "Take me to the bed." He pressed his thumb on my clit. Please," I whined. He stopped his actions, letting go of my hands, and stepped away. His smug smirk revealed his dirty thoughts. "Not till I'm done with you in every corner of the house." Lincoln unbuckled his belt. "Get on the couch," he ordered. I sat on the couch, taking off my heels. I lay on the cushion as Lincoln made his way to me, lust and love swirling through his grayish-green eyes. "The things I want to do to you, Mia." He held my thighs, pulling me towards him on the couch. Ripping my panties off, his face buried between my legs. I gasped when I felt his tongue enter me. A raw excitement rushed through my body. From the couch, to the kitchen counter, and even on the stairs. We could hardly keep our hands off each other. Finally, Lincoln laid me on the bed, both of us completely bare. My mark on his shoulder and the ring on his finger reminded me that this strikingly attractive man was my mate. I licked my lips, pressing my thighs together to reduce the ache down there. He made me come thrice, and I was still yearning to be fucked by him all over again. Lincoln hovered over me, like I was his prey. He was ready to feed on me. "Spread your legs, baby." I did as he commanded, while my fingers still touched my sensitive area. It was throbbing. Wider. He spoke, pulling my hands away. I complied, biting my lip. "What do you want?" He kissed my lips, letting go before I could kiss back. The tip of his cock pressed to my opening. "You," I breathed out. He hummed while moving his member along my slit. It was slow and torturous. "Lincoln." I sounded too needy. "Yes, sweetheart." He spoke huskily, biting my earlobe. "Want me to fuck you now?" "Yes." "Ask me nicely." He smirked. Oh, goddess, he was unbelievable. "Fuck me, please." Our moans filled the room as he thrust himself into me. After a few more strokes, he lifted one leg and placed it on his shoulder. With that done, he pounded into me harder. Tears ran down my face from the pleasure he had been giving me. "Does that feel good?" He kissed my tears. "Lincoln, I'm close." I pressed my forehead into his shoulder. He stopped his movements, pulling out of me. The sudden change made me feel cold. I looked up at him cluelessly. "Fuck, don't give me those eyes when I want to fuck the living daylights out of you." Abruptly, he flipped me over. "On all fours, baby." He slapped my butt. He held my hips, lifting up my ass as he entered my pussy again. The pillow muffled my scream. He grabbed a handful of my hair, lifting my head up. "I want to hear you scream, Mia." He spanked me harder while thrusting into me with force. I cried out his name aloud, even feeling my eyes rolling to the back of my head. Clutching onto the pillow, I reached my peak soon after Lincoln climaxed inside me. 2 weeks later, I woke up feeling uneasy, and a wave of nausea hit me. The sky was still dark, and I glanced at the clock on the nightstand. It was 3:45 a.m. Lincoln had his arm draped over me, quietly wiggling myself out of it. I rushed to the washroom. As soon as I made it to the washroom, I threw up everything I had last night. Flushing it all down the toilet, I stood up feeling dizzy and sweaty. I huffed, walking to the faucet to clean myself up. Once I was done, I splashed some cold water on my face. Hira was awake with me, but she just lay down as if she were resting. Placing my hand on my belly, I knew what was happening to my body. A soft sob left my mouth as I stared at myself in the mirror. I was going to be a mother. Hira purred quietly. She was remarkably calm, considering her usual self. "Miana?" Lincoln's voice rang from the bed. He was awake. He seemed alarmed. With heavy footsteps, he rushed into the bathroom. His sweatpants hung loose, and his upper body was bare. "Baby." He embraced me. "You're so cold." He held me like I was extremely fragile under his fingertips. "Don't cry." "What's wrong?" "Lincoln." I smiled through my tears. He nodded his head at me to continue. "I'm pregnant." His jaw dropped, and he froze. "We're going to have a pup?" He asked me in disbelief, blinking his eyes. He probably thought it was all a dream. I hummed, nodding my head positively. A squeal left my lips as he picked me up in his arms. "I'm going to be a father." His eyes began to glisten. "You're bearing our pup, Mia." He kissed my forehead. I clung to his neck as we both laughed. But what Hira's mind linked me to the next second made me freeze. With my mouth agape, I stared at Lincoln. "What's wrong?" he asked. I felt his heartbeat race. "We're having triplets." Epilogue. Miana Hunter's POV. I sighed, leaning back on the armchair, looking at the lake, rubbing my now visible baby bump. Lincoln was at the training grounds as usual. It's been 7 years since Lincoln and I married. While his parents still resided at the Pack house, we stayed here at the cottage. Usually, during the weekends, we would go there and spend quality time with the Pack members and lots of time with the little pups. Lincoln usually worked from there, while I went to the hospital. Since my pregnancy, though, I've been forced to stay at home by my parents and husband, of course. A quiet laugh left my lips as I thought of Lincoln. All the hindrances we went through to be together. To have built the love we have for each other. One could never forget. The Blood Hunters Pack has now stretched further to the east and west. Lincoln had taken the Forest Howls Pack and the Silver Moon Pack under our wing to oversee their situations. And over time, the packs merged with ours. "Lunch is ready, Mia," Penny sang from the kitchen. When we moved into the cottage, she was the only maid I brought with me. Penny has become a part of our family now. With a deep breath, I stood up, making my way to the dining hall. "I bet the little one's hungry." She laughed, and I nodded in return. After helping Penny set the table, it was time for my boys to have lunch. "Mike, Raph, Gabe." I called to my pups, who played by the lake. Gabriel, the youngest of the triplets, ran in first. He had a cheeky grin before handing me a handmade bouquet of tulips. "Here comes Mama's boy." Penny laughed. No matter how many times I've asked him not to pick the garden's flowers, my little pup doesn't listen. "Do they smell nice, Ma?" He sat on his chair with his big hazel eyes staring into mine with excitement. "They do, Gabe. Thank you, my love." I kissed his forehead, ruffling his thick curly light brown hair. "Ma, I muddied my shirt. I promised to wash it all by myself." Raph walked in looking absolutely dirty. He was the mischievous one out of the lot, always up to something behind his father's back. He might have gotten in trouble for pulling pranks on his dad, too. But with those dark raven locks and honey hazel eyes, he seemed to have escaped Lincoln's peak. Lincoln often tells me how much Raphael's features resemble mine. "Clean up before lunch, Raph," I said, and he obliged, running upstairs to his room. The back door slammed shut, and then my eldest, Michael, arrived. A lopsided smile, with the dark brown hair slightly sun-bleached. He had Lincoln's grayish-green eyes, his little chest heaving up and down as if he's been running. Michael was the responsible one. Being the eldest, he's beginning to be very protective of his brothers and his soon-to-be-arriving baby sister. Seems like someone had a good run. I raised my eyebrows at him. Dad said the more I practice and the better I get, he'll let me run with Kai. Michael's eyes twinkled with delight. "Hey, baby Bella." He spoke to my stomach before sitting down. "Mike, it's not Bella, call her Izzy." Gabe pouted, earning a chuckle from Penny and me. "She's not a dog, Gabe," Michael replied. "Bella, it is, which means beautiful. Right, Mum?" He looked at me. I nodded, and we decided to name our little girl Isabella Hunters. A roaring sound of a car entered the driveway, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. "Dad's home," Raphael yelled while running down the stairs to the entrance. On cue, Michael and Gabriel followed, leaving me behind. Penny had already left for the kitchen. I made my way to the foyer, listening to the ruckus between the boys and their dad. I laughed loudly when Lincoln entered the house with Gabe seated on his shoulders. Raph clung to his leg like a monkey, leaving Lincoln to leap ahead, while he held Michael by the shoulder, who kept him updated on how much he had aced in running today. "Baby?" he called out as soon as he saw me. "Lunch is waiting, boys." I shooed the pups away. Walking up to my mate, I circled my arms around his neck. He pecked my lips. "How's my princess doing?" he cooed, rubbing my belly. Lincoln's eyes widened when the baby moved. "She kicked," he exclaimed. "Yeah, she missed her dad, I guess." I giggled. "I can't wait to see you, my precious." He bent down, kissing my belly, before coming up to me. "Did you miss me, Luna?" I hummed positively. Lincoln began to kiss me, and I kissed him back. "So much," I whispered between our kisses. "Yeah." He rested his forehead on mine, eyeing me with hunger. "Yes." I bit his bottom lip. "We gotta do something about that now." He rasped, his eyes filled with lust. He ran his nose down my neck and left a wet kiss on his mark. I pressed my legs together, feeling aroused by his presence and words. "Can we blame that on the pregnancy hormones?" "Lunch is ready," I said, which sounded more like a question. He chuckled at my baffled state. After many years, this man still had that effect on me. "I want to take you to the room." "Why?" I whispered, knowing what he was thinking about. "You want me to say it?" He narrowed his eyes at me. I swallowed the lump in my throat and nodded. "I want to love you like Mom. Raph spilt the pasta on your favorite rug." Michael hollered for me to gasp. "Oh goddess, no." I rushed to the dining hall, with a crabby alpha following me. Most evenings were spent with Kai and Hira playing with the boys. But since I've been pregnant with Isabella, Hira hasn't asked to shift. She's been nurturing the little one from inside. So I watched from my bedroom balcony as Kai ran with the boys. Gabe and Raph slowed down and began tumbling down a grassy slope, bursting into laughter, while Michael kept up with the pace Kai ran. It wasn't the wolf's fastest, but he was giving the pup a chance to catch up, which Michael surely did. Once they had finished their lap, Kai let out a small bark, looking up at me. I nodded before making my way to the backyard. He approached me as I sat on the bench with a sigh. Kai licked my face and then let me snuggle onto his fur for a while, till the little ones played. It was finally bedtime, and I smiled as I lastly pulled up Raph's blanket. They were tucked into bed and fast asleep. Turning off the light, I glanced their way through the little gap between the frame and the door. Every day I'd thank the moon goddess for such precious moments. Lincoln's large, warm hands gently rubbed my waist, making me rest my head on his shoulder. "Tired, baby?" he whispered, trying not to disturb the boys. "Yeah." I smiled before softly closing their bedroom door. "Let me take you to bed then." He picked me up in his arms. "I love you, Lincoln." I rested over his chest, feeling his beating heart. "I love you more, Mia. So very much." The end.